The story starts with our protagonist who wielded his sword for over 100 years, reaching the pinnacle, but his death is near even after ascending human limits, but his only regret is that he lived being obsessed with the sword and didn't enjoy life. We now move on to a different scenario where a young boy is being severely bullied, and this white-haired monkey blames his mother and how because of her the clan is in ruin and he should consider himself lucky that they weren't kicked out. They are from the prestigious Tang family, but they have fallen because of the heavenly brilliance demon lord. Literally looks like a TikToker without any filters. They faced this guy when he came to take Tang Jai. After fighting with all their might they managed to win, but as a result they had used all their resources, causing the clan to walk the path of downfall. Moving to our bullied boy, this white hair monkey is still acting almighty. As our boy tries to retaliate, this monkey becomes more aggressive. This is our boy's daily life after his mother attracted the attention of the pervert and ruined the clan, which resulted in harsh words directed towards his mother. After entering the house his mother is all worried, but our Chad tells her that everything is fine, but she knows that the other are bullying him. He tells her not to worry and rushes into his room. She asks him if he has eaten. He tells her he doesn't have an appetite. On the bed our Tang Yeon-myeong knows that it's not his mother's fault, but there's not really anyone he can complain to, and raising his voice will only cause retaliation like his father that got assassinated. If they leave the family there is no one who will protect them, and wishes if his father was still around. The next day this group of rubbish start beating Yeon-myeong. Just wait till he own them, I promise it's satisfying. As the intensity of the beating increases, the girl, let's call her Red Dog, takes out a set of needles and wants to test poisons on Yeon-myeong before the clan leader competition. Moving on to Ugly Gorilla, he sits on top of Yeon-myeong and holds him down as this ugly Red Dog starts her experiments and finds it fun that Yeon-myeong is suffering and his skin and reacting. After a few hours it starts raining and Yeon-myeong thinks that if he closes his eyes he would be free, but there would be no one to protect his mother, and thinks if he was but stronger he would have taken care of them, and his wish was to get strong enough to protect his mother. That's when Yeon-myeong notices a glowing sword, but he didn't realize that it was here all this time. For some reason this sword feels familiar to him. After getting a hold of it Yeon-myeong realizes that it was his sword and he had trained for over 100 years. And showcases the ultimate sword he had created in his lifetime, but because he was so focused that even after reaching the pinnacle he can't stop his death, and wishes that if he gets a second life he could live a normal life. As he remembers his memories from his past life with his ultimate sword, he merges both his memories from his past and present life. The next morning his mother tells him to not go as he was very injured yesterday, but Yeon-myeong assures him that he will be okay. The white-haired monkey thinks Yeon-myeong is avoiding them. The hypocrite Ugly Gorilla tells him that if his mother doesn't want to see him in a sorry state he will come here. The monkey has decided he will beat him thoroughly even if he comes today. Wait a few seconds till our Chad own them. Yeon-myeong is here and the Red Dog falls from the tree pretending to be cute, but Yeon-myeong doesn't make a reaction. The monkey starts mocking Yeon-myeong and asks him why he looks unharmed. Yeon-myeong tells him that much won't hurt him, calling him by his name, shocking this mutz. They think Yeon-myeong has gone mad and the gorilla is ready to release his frustration. That's when Yeon-myeong starts calling them by their names, which offends this rabid dog, so she thinks of killing him or doubling the poison dosage. As gorilla tries to attack, Yeon-myeong grabs his head and buries his head in the ground, shocking the pathetic retards. As the fat gorilla gets knocked down, they start panicking as Yeon-myeong approaches them and tells them with these pathetic skills they want to compete. White monkey thinks Yeon-myeong is acting differently and charges towards him. Instead he grabs onto his hand and literally breaks it into pieces. According to Yeon-myeong, with these skills the clan leader's position is pretty much decided. Inside the hidden poison hall, it's where the clan leader resided and major family decisions were made, but because the clan leader's position has been vacant for a long time it has become the council room for the elders. They are discussing about the participants of the clan leader's position and if the Poison Phoenix's son will participate, as he hasn't announced his participation yet. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, he is dragging the Red Dog by her hair and the elders thinks of excluding him as he is being bullied and hasn't shown any retaliation. As Yeon-myeong drags the dog, the third elder tells him that although he is the son of the previous patriarch they cannot let someone unskilled participate that can lower the competition's level. Even if he is the patriarch's son currently he is nothing but a burden to the family. That's when Yeon-myeong barges into the room and the third elder warns him if he understands what he is doing right now. Well, our Chad tells him that he is aware, silencing the courtroom. Then he shows the disfigured face of that Red Dog. What a Chad, he literally disfigured her face. Seeing this the elder is shocked and Yeon-myeong tells them that all this time he has suppressed himself but he has reached his limit so he won't endure it anymore. two dogs are barking how he can harm someone that's going to participate in the clan leaders competition. Yeon-myeong tells them that he is aware of the clan's rules and fight between participants is allowed. The third elder asks him if he is saying that he will participate in the competition, so what if he does, old hag? Yeon-myeong asks if that enough and tells him that ugly gorilla is buried in the ground and he has followed the clan's rules and repaid kindness twofold and revenge tenfold. Since he has proven his qualifications, they can't stop him, but a few dogs can't stop about how he exploited the competition to exempt himself from serious crimes, but the third elder allows him to participate since he is so confident. He tells Yeon-myeong that he'd better win the competition or else he will bear the consequences. In the evening his mother tells him why he is participating in the clan leaders competition. Yeon-myeong tells her that it's necessary, and seeing his firm face his mother won't ask him how he learned those technique or how he overpowered those kids, but she wants to know if he is confident about being the clan leader, which he replies in a cute manner, making her cry as she is proud of him. Yeon-myeong wants to continue protecting his mother, and if anyone disrupts his peace he will eliminate them. A month has passed by and Yeon-myeong's uncle tells Jae-hae how it's dangerous and Yeon-myeong shouldn't participate in the competition, but his mother praises him about how incredible he is, while his uncle agrees to that part, but his attitude had changed a lot. It's all thanks to him and his family that has been protecting Yeon-myeong. Bro, come on, he was almost bullied to death. Since the situation escalated he had to intervene, and Yeon-myeong is currently doing closed-door training. All this time he has been enjoying his mother's meals and trying to fix his twisted chi veins, since he had already reached the peak once he can learn techniques anytime he wants. At the age of 12 his meridians aren't fully blocked, so he can easily regain his powers, so all he has to do is to eat well and grow properly. On the day of the competition he bids his mother farewell and leaves with his uncle. As he leaves she feels proud and thinks if his father was alive he would feel the same. Yeon-myeong came a bit early and his uncle is away due to the competition proceedings, that when a horde of dogs come barking telling Yeon-myeong how trash like him is participating with them, but as they think about disciplining Yeon-myeong he gets knocked out and they bark that Yeon-myeong used a hidden weapon, but after taking a second look it's a half-eaten rice cake. The group get enraged and decides to beat him up, but Yeon-myeong approaches them, tells them if they want to experience the pain. White Monkey faced firsthand. Hearing this they get nervous and all charge towards Yeon-myeong. What a bunch of losers. That's when Yeon-myeong's uncle notices a guy flying through the door and realizes it's a participant. He rushes to the scene to find all of them beaten to a pulp by Yeon-myeong as he eats rice cakes sitting on top of them. The elders are all enraged and can't believe so many participants are injured before the competition, so the Grand Elder thinks of modifying the competition rules. According to some participants, first they undergo 2 to 3 years of training, then they proceed to one-on-one duels. That's when both the girls realize that they both know confidential information. Pink Hair tells her that her father works in the general office. Before Black Hair could talk, Yeon-myeong's uncle tells them that he will oversee the competition. The competition will last 4 years. In the first year they will learn a practice suitable for them, then for the next 2 years they will be under the guidance of assigned warriors. As for the main competition, it will be a goo poison match. Shocking everyone as it is a method where 2 poisons are stored in a jar and only the more potent one survives. Basically it means that the competition will continue until only one person remains. They were supposed to have duels, but because there was numerous dropouts as such more incidents could occur, so they changed the method and everyone stares at Yeon-myeong. Then this old hag explains that this is not a child's game but a very important competition, that they will have to risk their lives. Look at their determined faces as this hag tells them that the winner will possess the entire Tang family. According to this hag, only a select few will survive, among them one of them is Yeon-myeong. At night on the Black Death Alliance territory, a mysterious man is discussing about the Tang clan and how they have been plotting recently. According to their spies, it was declared a few days ago when the future of the Tang clan left in carriages. Currently the state of their clan is such that their alliance leader can get rid of them anytime he wishes, but for now he is leaving them since he has some use. So this guy is thinking if anything happens to the kids it would leave a irreversible damage to the Tang family. Although they are weak, but they are still a clan to be wary about. So for now they have tracked them down and can easily kill them, but what if they kill them 4 years later at the climax of the tournament, which would be fatal, so for now they have decided to lurk in the shadows. According to them they have already planted a seed. As they walk to the competition venue, the supervisor tells them that they will be called by numbers instead of their names. Each group has 4 members and they are Group 7. The pink-hair girl is Yuri, the purple-haired one is Mirio, and the boy is Aijin. The last one is number 28, which is our Yeon-myeong. He seems lost as he was thinking for a moment. He scolds Yeon-myeong for sitting idle, but according to our chat he feels a presence and they are most likely being tailed. After following him they reach a cliff with nowhere to go. From inside the cliff a man asks for password, and after giving it to him a light glows bright and a new retard has arrived. We will call him Skinny Barbie and he will be assisting them in the competition. Even they were once one of the top 5 clans, but that mega pervert invaded them and their clan fell, but because of the support of the Tang clan they managed to survive, so in return they prevent external forces from intruding in this competition. The members are shocked by how complex the formation is, while Mirio thinks something is seriously wrong with Yeon-myeong, as he not concentrating at all. Even back in the carriage the guard told them to introduce themselves to each other as they will be staying together for 3 years. They introduce themselves to Yeon-myeong and praises his courage as he disfigured the face of that red dog whose grandfather is an elder. Yeon-myeong in a rude manner tells that if it is his responsibility that the match turned into a goo poison match. Yuri tells him it's not entirely his fault and Mirio wants to argue, but they ignore her as Yeon-myeong is making a face that seems like he is actually enjoying all this, so if Yeon-myeong does something she will not let it slide. That's when the rest stop and find out that the Skinny Barbie is missing and they can't find him. Mirio realizes that they are stuck into this formation and thinks if the Skinny Barbie himself got lost. As she is thinking many things at the same time, we move on to that ugly duck. He is bragging about how without the caster there's no way to escape. He finds the Tang family elder pathetic that they would hold an entire group for a single kid. As they promise to double the support if he gets rid of Yeon-myeong, all this guy cares about is his family, and what the Tang clan does is none of his concern. That's when he notices a change in the formation and Yeon-myeong literally ripped it apart. Seeing this he gets scared and Yeon-myeong talks like a retard and tells him that he probably made a mistake so he should be careful. Skinny Barbie thinks to himself that there are no flaws, so how did they manage to escape? They ask Yeon-myeong how he did it and basically our Chad cuts it. Mirio tells them to stop fighting and stay together with the instructor, but this little dog ran away. Yeon-myeong finds it funny and that malnourished dog is running as fast as he can because he feels that Yeon-myeong can see through this formation. As he leaves the formation he thinks it's more than enough and Yeon-myeong won't ever be able to reach this place. That's when the supervisor Wojin stares at him intensely and asks this trash why Group 7 is not with him. This Skinny Barbie poops his pants as he is scared but tries to stay calm as he prepared for this kind of questioning. He tells him that Group 7 won't be participating as he waited for the participants but they never showed up. According to this joker they might have faced bandits or come across some wild animals. That's when the formation cracks and Wojin thinks it might be an intruder but it's actually Yeon-myeong. The trash can't believe that the Jegal clan's supreme formation broke so easily and Yeon-myeong is happy to see him. Before they arrived Mirio can't believe that Yeon-myeong has such an astonishing skill, and if is it even possible to break the formation with a short sword. Yeon-myeong tells them that he didn't break the formation and it will close soon so they should hurry up and leave. Wojin asks them if they are the participants and they confirm it and figures out that this man is the supervisor and according to him Skinny Barbie told him that they were attacked. Yeon-myeong tells him that he might be mistaken and it's because of his help that they could find them easily. The others can't figure out why he is lying. According to Yeon-myeong he is under the Tang clan's commands so he will keep it just as a suspicion, but after the competition if he finds that they are involved he will eradicate the Jegal clan from the root. Retarded Barbie makes an excuse and runs away. Wojin apologizes to them for the trouble they faced and officially introduces himself to them as a member of the Manhwa Brigade. According to Mirio the Manhwa Brigade disappeared a long time ago. They were a military force directly under the young clan leader of the Tang clan and each one of them is as strong as a great leader. The previous clan leader was Yeon-myeong's mother. Before she could talk Yeon-myeong tells him why they are not in the Tang clan. Years ago they fought a desperate battle against the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord to protect their master but they were easily defeated. Since they couldn't protect their master they consider themselves nothing but sinners. According to Wojin the first year is autonomous practice and according to their performance they can receive martial arts, scriptures and weapons. Yuri asks Woji if the legendary techniques the 10,000 heavenly flower rain that was lost fighting that mega pervert. That technique is only granted to the one who becomes the young clan leader of the clan. Although it's an incomplete martial art its essence has been passed down by the elders. Hearing about the technique Yeon-myeong thinks that it's similar to sword control and he can probably mimic it to some extent. The winner will receive the essence from the elders one by one. Since he is done talking they can do whatever they want. Yuri asks him where they will be staying and where they can sleep. He outright tells them to survive on their own and they won't be getting any lodgings or comfortable beds. Wojin tells them that comfort will not make them strong and they should adapt to extreme conditions, so from this point onwards they will start practicing on their own judgment. Yeon-myeong literally asks if proved qualified is it okay to live comfortably on a bed, since to him adapting to the forest's environment is unnecessary. Everyone including his teammates are shocked hearing him. Woo-jin thinks how can someone be so arrogant, but if he is the one that broke the barrier it's best to verify his abilities. Yeon-myeong's teammates are telling him to stop spouting nonsense. Woo-jin tells him that if he can pass the test he can stay in the manor inside the formation, shocking his peers, but if he fails he has to bear the consequences. Yeon-myeong tells them to start right away. The test is that the team members will surround him and throw hidden weapons, and it ends when he manages to block or dodge them within 5 steps. It will start the second Yeon-myeong blindfolds his eyes. As the members surround him, our group thinks if this is even possible. As they throw weapons from all sides towards Yeon-myeong, he counts them to be exactly 167 and takes out a dagger, and with a single exquisite slash Yeon-myeong manages to block them all, shocking everyone present on the scene. Woo-jin can't believe that he repelled all of them but realizes that he actually attracted all the weapons. Yeon-myeong asks him if he passed, but Woo-jin is in a shocked state. After coming to his senses he tells Yeon-myeong that he has passed the test so he can directly go to the manor. Mirio asks Yeon-myeong if he plans to leave his teammates behind. Guess what, he smiles at them and shouts about the meal they will give him. Mirio can't control her anger and Woo-jin thinks that the battle is already over before it even started. Yeon-myeong asks Woo-jin to make sure that every meal has meat included. In some place a pack of wolves are enjoying their meal, but soon they start coughing and get paralyzed, and from the top the trio launches a sneak attack. Using Ijin's poison-making skill they manage to hunt them down, and now they can finally eat. It's been 4 months and the first thing they encountered was a bear. Since they didn't find food they had to survive on grassroots and shed tears when they finally succeeded in hunting. They even managed to find a shelter. As Ijin start the topic of Yeon-myeong, Mirio gets angry and tells him to shut up. She thinks that Yeon-myeong is loafing around, and once they go to the manor she will beat him to a pulp. As they were talking they realize that the meat is not in its place and Yuri gobbled up everything, so they beat her to a pulp. Inside the manor our Yeon-myeong is surrounded by squad members and they start attacking him, but Yeon-myeong kicks them to create distance and instantly disappears. Actually he is on top of them and plans to use a new technique. Yeon-myeong gets ready and throws 10 rings towards them simultaneously, but the attacks are not normal as they start hitting them one by one. Woo-jin can't believe that he can control them to the extent that it only nicked everyone's skin. Woo-jin asks him if he created this technique. Yeon-myeong agrees and tells him that he named the technique the Whirling Line Frenzy Dance. Woo-jin asks him that this technique will consume a lot of internal energy, so how can he manage it? Yeon-myeong tells him that he once asked manuals for eye techniques. Among the techniques there was Piercing Sky Eye and Current Flow's Eyes, but since Current Flow Eye was incomplete it was not recommended. Yeon-myeong tells him that he has mastered Current Flow Eyes, which is one of the oldest and most powerful techniques of the clan. He completed the art using the essence, and the technique allows him to shoot at the desired point with minimal internal energy. Woo-jin isn't surprised anymore after all he has seen. He tells Yeon-myeong that in 2 months the rest of his team will be here and they will face the same test he has undergone. All 3 of them have proven themselves, but they would only return after they have polished their skills. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong is actually happy and excited to meet them, but according to Woo-jin they use his face as target practice. In Yeon-myeong's past life his only connection was his master the Sword Ghost, but in this life he has friends and family and he wishes to see them soon. After 2 more months the trio is ready to enter the manor and Mirio is very excited to meet Yeon-myeong. Yuri wants to split his head and Ijin doesn't have anything to say. They are all fired up and start calling for Yeon-myeong, but since there isn't any response Mirio thinks if he ran away. Mirio turns back to see why Ijin is so quiet. It's actually because Yeon-myeong is with him. Seeing him they get shocked and Yeon-myeong asks them what they were going to do to his head. Yeon-myeong tells them they weren't serious about smashing head and they should instead show him how much they have improved. They tells Yeon-myeong that they are just joking. Mirio didn't even notice him before turning around even after their sense being sharpened after living in the forest. She can't figure out what he was doing all this time. Moreover Yeon-myeong has grown taller and becomes exceptionally handsome. Mirio thinks that something is wrong with her head after seeing only animals. Yeon-myeong praises that even from his perspective they have grown incredibly stronger, it's just that they looks less impressive because he is here. Moving on to the Jaegel family, they are holding a meeting and they are here to report on their groups. One of them tells him that Red Dog has grown exceptionally strong compared to others, but it's because she is burning with immense hostility towards someone. One of them says that they cannot exclude number 10 who passed the warrior's test in just a month. Skinny Barbie thinks they are impressive, but compared to Yeon-myeong they all seem quite ordinary. Not only did he break the formation, but when he spied during his training he saw skills that even a master couldn't perform. However, recruiting him is very risky. So he decides to not bring Yeon-myeong's name up, so they have decided to recruit number 2. Since her face was disfigured, it wouldn't be hard to win her heart. If she manages to win and become the young clan leader, they can engage her with his nephew, which will officially make the Jae-gal clan the external family of the Tang clan. This will give them the power to intervene in the Tang family, and slowly but steadily they will take control and merge the Tang clan with their main house. Since number 28 is dangerous if he survives this, Barbie thinks of adopting him and tempt him with the position of young clan leader of the Jae-gal family. What a mutt. Living in the manor, they have doubled their training, but nothing beats the comfort of having a bed. As for Ijin, he barged into the room swearing to kill Yeon-myeong. Ijin brags about the poison he had made, putting his whole soul into making it. Yeon-myeong picks it up and literally drinks the entire bowl. Ijin tells him to spit it out, but Yeon-myeong makes a huge burp as Ijin falls to the ground. Yeon-myeong seems to have gained a new power after consuming it and asks Ijin that the poison is weak and if he has anything better than this. Since he doesn't believe him, Yeon-myeong mocks his poison-making skills and pisses him off, but whatever he makes, Yeon-myeong drinks it as if he is drinking booze. The poisons don't affect him anymore and Ijin thinks that he is immune to all poisons. According to Yeon-myeong, he is immune, but it's just the family's core technique, the poison refining madness. Yeon-myeong thinks it's funny if people that use poison die from it. The poison that entered his body had turned into internal energy, which depends on the type of poison he is consuming, but this stage is only attainable after profound realization. Weak poisons don't affect him anymore, so he needs to find stronger poisons. There are too many things he has to take care of, but he can easily take care of the elders. But if the Black Death Alliance leader or that pervert came, Yeon-myeong can't guarantee the outcome. Although he has no grudge with the Death Alliance, they divided the Sichuan city, so they cannot be ignored, and their leader is called a genius that destroyed 3 of the 9 factions. If it was his previous self, he could beat them with a flick of his finger, and thinks that if Ijin could make a poison few times stronger. Our poison boy is depressed that he can't create the Tang clan's 10 poisons. Yeon-myeong asks what it means, and Ijin explains that it's the 10 strongest poisons left by the ancestors. From the first poison to the 10th, the poison gets stronger the higher the number. The 10th poison was so strong that even transcendent beings can't survive through it. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong thinks of coveting it. He asks Ijin if he can make it, but all the formulas have been lost, so Yeon-myeong again mocks his poison. Moving on to Mad Dog, she is being suppressed by a guy, but he thinks something is wrong. All of a sudden he starts burning and soon turns into ashes. This is one of the 10 poisons that her grandfather gave her in case. With the help of this, she plans to get rid of Yeon-myeong and get her revenge. Another 6 months have passed and now they have been training for 1 year. So now Wajin will select a temporary team leader, but by the 3rd year they will officially elect a leader. The leaders from each group will participate in the Gu Poison match. Since it's a life and death situation, it's best that the most outstanding member becomes the team leader. Yuri just got to know that not everyone has to participate in the Gu Poison match, so they decide to appoint Yeon-myeong not only as a team leader but a winning contender. Wajin appoints Yeon-myeong as the new temporary leader of the group. Since no one has any objection, he tells Yeon-myeong to come forward and collect the elixir called the Heavenly Heart Pill. This is a special pill that is made of rare herbs which can significantly increase internal energy depending on the user's level. The members are jealous why they are giving him such a precious item. This is because the clan has high expectations from the team leaders. Before Wajin could finish, Yeon-myeong tells him if there is anything else and if there is anything other than this elixir, since he doesn't need something like this, shocking them. Instead, our Chad wants poison, and the strongest among them something like the Tang family's 10 poisons. Yeon-myeong received a lot of weapons because he couldn't get the poison, so he requested for them instead. Mirio tries to punch him as to why he gave up the pill. Yeon-myeong tells them that he didn't actually give up the pill a few hours earlier when he was receiving the weapons. Yeon-myeong was disappointed that he didn't get the poison and asks Wajin what he is going to do with the pill. He says that he will return it to the Medicine King Hall. Yeon-myeong figures out an interesting idea that if the team members combine together and defeat the temporary leader, they can re-elect a team leader and reward them the Heavenly Heart Pill. Wajin even thinks this is a good idea since investing into the future of the Tang family is good. Hearing all this from Yeon-myeong, they rush outside to bring weapons, but actually Yeon-myeong won't comply, as once he becomes the young clan leader he will ensure that they all get a Heavenly Heart Pill. They tell Yeon-myeong to come out to fight them. A lot of time has passed and it's almost time for the tournament. Ijin has lost a total of 172 times. Moving on to the girls, they have already given up and all their time passes by seeing Yeon-myeong's handsome face. Our Chad tells Ijin to admit defeat as he will be the young clan leader, even before he has met the other teammates. Yeon tells everyone that Yeon-myeong is officially the team leader and tomorrow the goo poison match will begin. He further tells him that in other teams there were disqualifications and even deaths, but compared to them all members of Team 7 are safe. All the members have grown as strong as them, and finally tells Yeon-myeong that all this time the use of poison was forbidden, but in the goo poison match everything is permitted except the 10 poisons and such that Yeon-myeong should give it his all. The next day Ijin hands him a case full of the deadliest poison, and even a single drop can kill a person, and warns him not to treat it as his lunchbox. Ijin tells Yeon-myeong to promise them that he will make it out alive. Yeon-myeong lets himself get hit by Ijin and assures that he will be the last person to land a hit on him. Moving on to Red Dog, she is ready for the battle. Previously the Jaegal family contacted her and offered to give her an advantageous position. She asks him in return what it is that they want. This rat tells her that their family has weakened a lot, so they would like to join forces with the Tang clan so they don't lose all their sovereignty. She tells him what he will do if she rejects him, so this sly rat tells her that he is here to build trust and asks her what it is that she wants. Her only dream is to kill Yeon-myeong and avenge herself. All the teams have appointed their leader, but we don't want to waste our time. Seeing the beautiful scenery, Yeon-myeong thinks this a perfect day for someone to die. Yeon-myeong finds the goo match venue vast, but the skinny Barbie is peeking on Yeon-myeong. Seeing him up close, he thinks they are wasting potential, but it's best to eliminate him. Yeon-myeong stares right in the sky as if he is seeing right through the formation as he instantly opens the sky because he felt an unpleasant gaze. According to Yeon, no one is allowed to interfere in the goo poison match, but the Jaegal family has been sticking their nose from the beginning, but Yeon-myeong will leave them be as he can question them after the match. Skinny Barbie is extremely tired out as Yeon-myeong not only saw him, but if he didn't withdraw fast enough he would have been blinded. The bigger problem is that his swordsmanship can rip apart the space, which is unheard of. Finally, after 4 years, Barbie has figured out that Yeon-myeong is not someone that they can handle, so they must stop him by all means necessary or else he will seek revenge on them. One of the team leader is severely injured. All she wanted to do was join the force and provide for her impoverished parents and plan to withdraw, but she came across a crazy dog that wants to kill, so there's no way she can give up. That's when the dog used his nose to track her down. Although she is fast, her internal energy is not that great. She tells him that they are all from the Tang family, so he doesn't need to go so far. This ugly dog tells her that he doesn't consider himself one of them and outright beheads her. Yeon-myeong runs towards his surroundings and finds him caved to ascend to the transcendent level as his body has grown. The two condition for reaching transcendent realm is to attain enlightenment, which he already did in his past life, so Yeon-myeong breaks all the barriers he placed on his meridians. As poison spreads around his body, his internal energy skyrockets as his bones break and he undergoes metamorphosis. Although it's painful, Yeon-myeong manages to break through. To test his new powers, he uses his fingers to cut down a mountain, and his usage of internal energy has decreased significantly. Moving on to that crazy dog, he is bullying that fat gorilla. This guy bullied Yeon-myeong, but karma got to him. This guy is an orphan that was raised by the Grand Elder as his own grandson. This guy is monstrously strong that he couldn't even touch him. Even in this situation, he is thinking about Yeon-myeong and starts laughing. Seeing this, the dog gets curious and he tells him that there is someone who is more scarier than him. So to make himself scarier, this retard tell him that he is a spy from the Black Death Alliance. Since Fatso now knows about his identity, he has to kill him, but all of a sudden his body freezes and his body starts bleeding as Yeon-myeong comes from behind and greets this Jeonjil guy, but he can't remember his face. After this arrogant loser got smoked by Yeon-myeong, we now see his past. We don't want to know anyways, but someone told him that with his monstrous talent and pretending to be an orphan, he will easily be adopted, and during the family head selection, if he kills the successors and returns to the family, he will be recognized. How generic, but watch the video, it gets way better. Moving to the present, filterless TikToker feels like his organs are melting, but he can't figure out how Yeon-myeong did all this without noticing him. The fat gorilla Jeonjil can't believe that the person standing in front is Yeon-myeong. Our chat asks him what that half-dead dude is called. He is literally called Ganja. I have nothing more to say. Yeon-myeong had felt an anger before coming to this mountain and thinks it was this guy. Suddenly Yeon-myeong moves his hand, a needle comes out from his neck. The Jeonjil guy figures are that Yeon-myeong poisoned him, but can't figure out what kind of poison uses such a small needle, but Yeon-myeong ignores him and asks him if he has seen the other participants. The fat brain tells Yeon-myeong that they should first detoxify this Ganja dude, and he thinks that if Yeon-myeong shows vulnerability while detoxifying, he can kill him. Obviously that's in his dreams. Jeonjil tells Yeon-myeong that he has changed a lot, but gets nervous as he feels that Yeon-myeong only has resentment towards him. Yeon-myeong tells him that if he had that, he would be lying on the ground. All of a sudden this dumb bulldozer apologizes to Yeon-myeong for what happened earlier, but Yeon-myeong doesn't care about the past. This guy didn't think that this would solve things from the past. Yeon-myeong probably left him alive as he is too dumb. While they were talking, the ganja dude all high tries to sneak an attack on Yeon-myeong and tells himself that since he is going to die he will take Yeon-myeong with him. Dude thinks he is the protagonist and slashes at Yeon-myeong. All that leads to him cutting through an afterimage. Yeon-myeong gets behind him and tells him that he doesn't play with people who are about to die. Like a Chad, he grabs his shoulder and tells him to not retaliate or he won't have a body to bury, as he gets poisoned to death. Ji-eun-jul is shocked that as always Yeon-myeong overpowers his enemy even if he is one of the top contenders, but what's more confusing to him is that final technique was from the black and white sword school, but Yeon-myeong neutralized it easily. Yeon-myeong tells him that it's just him that's left, so how should they determine the victor? Ji-eun-jul is smart enough to surrender and Yeon-myeong allows it, but he can't find a way to get out, so Yeon-myeong rips apart the formation. This is outright savage as he tells him to get out from here. Afterwards he instantly vanishes from the place. In some other place we see hundreds of men practicing swordsmanship and see a worm die in his hand which was transplanted into that ganja dude, so basically he is dead. Although he was an illegitimate child he had with a servant, his talents were out of this world compared to his siblings, so if his wife found about it she would lose the position of heir, so he intended to kill him multiple times. That's why he left him in the Tang clan with a different identity, but as a father he couldn't do anything, so he will avenge his child and tells all his disciples to assemble and tells them that they are going to destroy the Tang clan soon, and from today onwards no one with the Tang clan name will return alive from Mount Gongsan. This is where the competition is happening. At night Yeon-myeong thinks to himself that after running day and light he didn't encounter a single human, so no matter how vast this world may be it's too hard to believe. As he gobbles up the meat, Yeon-myeong didn't expect that they would deliberately fake it so they couldn't approach, and if that's the case the remaining survivors are from the Jaegal family and figures out the entire plan they were scheming. As such he has to pay the price for his crime. Yeon-myeong stares at the sky to find it stunning and sleeps as he wonders about his mother. That's when that red dog found Yeon-myeong. What a timing, but this retard can't recognize Yeon-myeong and she was supposed to meet the last survivor or Yeon-myeong. She can't figure out his identity, however is regrettable that she has to kill someone so handsome. As he spreads the poison distribution gas and uses the 10 poisons of Tang clan, Yeon-myeong suddenly grabs onto her neck and asks her if she is cooperating with the Jaegal family. Our Chad tells her that while everyone was competing she found a safe place and tried to sneak onto the last person alive. As the dog gets hungry for a bone she figures out that our Chad knew that she was coming. Yeon-myeong tells her that if she wants to breathe she better answer him, gender equality at its peak. Yeon-myeong thinks of killing Red Dog since she won't answer. As for her, she mistakenly dropped her sword, looks more like a dagger. Our Chad figures out that she is Red Dog, but she can't figure out how he knows her name. Yeon-myeong is so merciless that he tells her that her personality didn't change one, so he should probably destroy her entire face. Moving on to Skinny Barbie, he is scared that the mission failed and Yeon-myeong managed to defeat opponents with higher levels. This guy played too many games, he literally destroyed your formations. Number 10 managed to defeat all his opponents but got owned by Yeon-myeong, but this Barbie is in doubt if Red Dog can defeat our boy, and if Yeon-myeong wins it's over for them. That's when he notices a source of light in the formation. It's that crazy dog's father, let's call him Minion. According to his friends they had bought in a total of 300 people, although it's excessive, but this guy isn't so dumb as he thinks the survivors will be more cautious, so they should be careful. His friend asks him how's the spy he planted doing, but he failed, so he is very concerned about it. Our Skinny Barbie sneaked into their conversation and according to him this guy is crazy strong. He figures out that if they didn't have a spy how would they know the location, so he should contact the family and security forces. All of a sudden an idea pops up that he can kill Yeon-myeong with their help. Moving on to our boy, Red Dog thinks that she will die, so she can only survive if she uses the Red Dragon's poison. As she takes it out, Yeon-myeong notices that the dagger is coated in some substance. As he gets distracted she tries to throw it onto Yeon-myeong, but our Chad grabs it and tells her to answer him what this is. After making a face like that he figures out that the dagger was coated in it. So he put Red Dog onto the ground and gets ready to feed it to her. Nanomachines, you have a new competitor. Yeon-myeong wants her to experience the poison. As he gets ready to force it into her mouth she tells him that it's a specially formulated drug and he thinks that this poison is special. Dude wants to drink it as if it's wine. If he consumes it everything will be easy for Yeon-myeong. She tells Yeon-myeong to spare her, but he gets all serious and asks her if she colluded with the Jaegal family, and if she hesitates to answer he will feed the poison to her. She tells him everything they planned including the marriage proposal. Hearing this Yeon-myeong figures out that they are trying to strengthen their family through this offer. As he thinks of what to do with the Jagal family, he drinks the poison. Shocking red dog, these faces are so funny. She can't believe he is consuming one of the 10 poisons of Tang family and starts laughing as Yeon-myeong's face starts burning, and she literally goes crazy laughing like you guys who do the same hearing my lame jokes. She brags about how she is the only person who can neutralize this and whatnot. She can't understand why the grip strength hasn't decreased, but Yeon-myeong gets normal and finds it very spicy. What was this, a bottle of naga sauce? She thinks that it's absolutely impossible for someone to survive after consuming it, as it contains the blood of a legendary being and a single drop of his blood could kill 1,000. Before she finishes her speech, Yeon-myeong buries her head into the ground and kill her. Rest in peace, red dog, you will be remembered. After consuming the poison, Yeon-myeong feels that he has learned the martial art of the sun, and as he was about to leave he notices a sun when it's midnight now. Suddenly many changes occur and Yeon-myeong finds himself in some other place. It's probably the work of Skinny Barbie. Yeon-myeong uses his senses to find many presences, and according to him there are a bit over 300 people. Since the prey has walked in, Yeon-myeong thinks of freeing his hand, dips his needles into the poison Ijin made. Skinny Barbie informs Wajin that there are intruders, as there was a spy among them who revealed their location. He then tells him that how there were over 300 troops led by the Dark Moon leader Mak Inhu, but we will still call him Minion. Wajin can't figure out why they are in Sichuan and how can they find this palace which is hidden by the 7-lock phantom formation. Our musclehead tells him that they should hurry up, but this skinny retard tells him that how they entered the inner world of where the poison match is happening, so they made it impossible to intervene, so they have no choice but to rely on the kids. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, he has slaughtered hundreds of them with his poison needles. Minion finds his child and gets devastated. His ally tells him that it looks like Crazy Dog was killed with a poison needle without any struggle, so he died one-sidedly. This hypocrite talks about honor when he wanted to kill a clan's foundation, so he loses his mind and tells his disciples to search for anyone from the Tang family. As all the groups gets dispatched, he swears to not leave anyone alive. Bro, this old loser is fighting some kids and acts high and mighty. The disciples talk to themselves about how the leader is acting weirdly, and the Tang family is not to be underestimated as they killed Ganja in a single strike. Unfortunately, as they were talking, one of them gets poisoned to death with the same poison needle. They get ready to battle, but soon notice that hundreds of poison needles are raining down from the sky as they all get poisoned to death. The poison Aegean made lethal enough for foot soldiers, as he uses his inner energy to call back all the needles. Man, this was sick, not gonna lie. A scout tell Minion that all the groups dispatched got annihilated and all of them were poisoned without any struggle and killed the same way. More scouts come and informs his the same thing, and now Minion is nervous and their number has significantly decreased. According to his friend, in an hour of searching they have already lost more than 100 of their men. As such, he figure out this was possibly done by one person. Minion is scared enough to pee in his pant and thinks without a doubt that it's the work of a master from the Tang family. Minion gathers up courage and leaves the command to his friend as he plans to face the enemy himself. His friend thinks in an hour or two the sun will set, and if they can't find the intruder before that they can get annihilated, as they are the only ones suffering, so he tells everyone that they will leave in an hour. But bad luck, Yeon-myeong is sitting in a tree waiting for them. But this monkey can't believe that he didn't feel a presence until he talked. He tells everyone to dodge but looks behind to see everyone dead as Yeon-myeong asks him if he is the leader. Even on high alert, he didn't sense Yeon-myeong coming down from the tree, but he is too young to be a master. Yeon-myeong uses his chi to call back all the needles. Dude is outright badass. This guy thinks he is Einstein as he tries to figure out how strong Yeon-myeong is, and what he did earlier was a technique and it probably consumes a lot of inner energy. He tells Yeon-myeong that he has never seen him, but our Chad tells him it doesn't matter what he thinks or does as he is going to die anyways. This monkey uses a technique and directly transforms into Super Saiyan 4 and charges towards Yeon-myeong, but to his surprise with a single palm Yeon-myeong stops it and mocks him by saying if that's all he has got, and this monkey loses his mind. In a flashback we learn that once the Black Death Alliance took down one of the 9 factions, so this monkey willingly joined them, so as a reward the leader decides to refine the palm technique for him. His technique, Peak Shaking Palm, was renamed. This black leader thinks since he improved it should be called Heaven Quake Palm, but he can't believe such a technique was bested by a young kid. The poison Yeon-myeong drank was the fire dragon's venom. When mastered as deadly as sword chi is filled with intent to cut down anything would be known as sword force. Similarly, venom chi filled with the intent to burn anything would be venomous force. As the Heaven Quake Palm slowly shatters and this monkey instantly burns to his death. As such, Yeon-myeong decides to name it the Fiery Venom Force. Then our Chad moves on to the remaining survivors and asks them who wants to die first, since he has no intention of leaving any of them alive. That's when the minion enters the scene, acting all strong as he gives his bold speech. He tells everyone to get into a formation and surround Yeon-myeong, but look at his face, guys. Surrounded by the enemy, the old man promises to avenge the dead. This reminds Yeon-myeong of the training he did with the Bangui Brightage. Last time he did the whirling chaos dance, so this time he will do something different as he disappears and their heads start flying left and right, but little minion can't figure out his movements as the enraged disciples charge towards him. Yeon-myeong destroys their sword mid-air and uses the broken sword particles infused with his chi. He recreates the 10,000 heavenly flower rain. Isn't this cool? As Yeon-myeong walks, dozens are getting shredded into pieces, and although it's not strong as the original, so Yeon-myeong names it Iron Shard Volley. Since everyone is dead and minion thinks Yeon-myeong is tired after killing this many disciples and gets ready to attack him and decides to use all the techniques the alliance leader bestowed upon him. As he uses all of his ultimate attacks, Yeon-myeong yawns and blocks all of his techniques. As such, Yeon-myeong has decided to be merciful and show him the silent sword technique. Minion can't believe that Yeon-myeong is able to handle the silent sword technique. Yeon-myeong tells him that it's rather a simple technique, shocking Minion's face. Yeon-myeong make that meme face and Minion thinks that it took him years to master this technique, but it's easy for him. Yeon-myeong tells him that he killed someone earlier who used the same technique, but he knows that they are all under the Black Death Alliance and knows that Lizard in the form of a human can improve any martial arts. That's why independent martial artists leave their former life to devote themselves to the Black Death Alliance. But Yeon-myeong is disappointed by the fact that this is a trivial technique that someone can easily imitate it. Minion got shocked too many times in a single chapter. Yeon-myeong is cruel enough to mock the leader and tells Minion that the lizard didn't have enough faith in him. Since he is so arrogant, Yeon-myeong will show him the actual power of this technique. As Yeon-myeong releases his chi, the dagger increases length. For those who have reached a transcendental level, they can manipulate it. As such, he uses Blade River, ripping apart this inner world in two. Damn, this looks cool. This minion can't believe that a human can use such a technique. Since Yeon-myeong is able to handle so much energy with ease, he must have reached the final stage, in other words the transcendent stage, but Yeon-myeong read his mind as the minion turns into a rat and runs away. Archad tells him that there is no point in running when he suddenly makes that meme face and thinks of using the Tang clan's technique. As the newly born rat runs, he thinks how it's possible for a kid to reach the final stage, that too from the fallen Tang clan. Yeon-myeong's ninja-like spinning blades start attacking him as the rat tries to stop them with his sword. More of them surround him, but this evolved rat managed to hold his ground, but slowly but steadily he gets injured and survives at the cost of an arm. This rat has so much trash in his head that he thinks he can survive, as Yeon-myeong must have wasted a lot of energy using this skill. Yeon-myeong enters the scene and using his chi on the rings, and they start spinning on the ground, shocking this retard, as the spinning blades surround him and the rat gets chopped into pieces. Yeon-myeong enjoyed this place a lot as he used multiple techniques and there's no one alive, so Yeon-myeong decides to leave this place. Archad forms energy around his dagger and thinks that he will fix the Elder and the Jae-gal clan and make each one of them pay. As Yeon-myeong rips open the formation, this never gets old. Moving to this skinny Barbie, it continues to lie to everyone about how they can't intervene to make the competition fair. What a liar. Everyone present can't believe his words, but in reality this ugly trash can enter the formation anytime he wants, but since he sealed it, no one can make it out of the competition alive. And according to his informants, the Dark and White clan leader is here with 300 of his disciples, which will be impossible for Yeon-myeong to handle. As this donkey covered in makeup talks nonsense again, he sees everyone making an happy reaction. Looking back, he sees Yeon-myeong staring right at him. Yeon-myeong's friends rush to hug him and he tells them that no one was able to hurt him. With a smile on his face, Yeon-myeong stares directly at the shocked skinny Barbie. Barbie cannot understand how it is possible that he is alive, and if the 300 soldiers were completely useless, he notices Yeon-myeong's glare and hides his face with a folding fan. The Jeonjil dude greets Yeon-myeong and he smirks at him, but Barbie is still in disbelief how he is able to cut through the 7 legendary formation of the Jae-gal clan, which even a master won't be able to do, and gets suspicious that Yeon-myeong is above a master. Yeon-myeong wants to immediately kill him, but he can't take chances until he becomes the head. So he first decides to take care of the Tang clan elders. As Yeon-myeong was about to explain to him what had happened, the surroundings suddenly started shaking and the entire formation starts breaking down. Everyone can see what had happened inside the inner world. They see hundreds of dead bodies. Wajin is in amaze that he handled this May by himself, and he would find it difficult to deal with more than 30 of them, but after seeing the dead body of that evolved rat earlier known as Minion, they are literally acting like girl in concerts as he is extremely strong. Yeon-myeong is literally a top-tier protagonist. He tells Woo-jin that they weren't hard to deal with as it was expected from him. Woo-jin thinks his power is already beyond the head. All the remaining contestants can't believe that he did all this by himself and is probably beyond the final stage and whatnot. Hearing this, Yuri and the rest are proud for some reason. Now we unfortunately have to give some screen time to White Monkey as he feels extremely angry knowing that he got crippled while Yeon-myeong got stronger and he was someone he could beat anytime he wanted. Woo-jin makes an announcement that the competition is concluded and names Yeon-myeong the winner, and if anyone has objections they can come forward, but sad that this cripple can't do much with a broken hand. As Yeon-myeong is now named the winner, they all assemble in front of him and Woo-jin thinks finally they have hope of reviving the Tang clan through Yeon-myeong. All 82 members aside from Woo-jin greets our Chad as their new head. Mirio and Yuri thinks if they have to speak formally with Yeon-myeong, Woo-jin thinks to himself that if Yeon-myeong is trained right he can be the next big thing, which obviously our overpowered Chad can read, and tells them that it won't take that much time and soon become a reality. Hearing this they all get reassured and is ready to follow Yeon-myeong, and his first orders are for all of them to go to the main house. As for the money, he is pissed that Yeon-myeong got everything and he will get his revenge even if he has to sell his soul. Chill bro, it's not worth that much, as he transforms into a deformed omelet. After they all left the scene, the joint sect Taeho along with his fat assistant Hyunso. They were nearby but can't believe that more than 300 people have been killed, but they think that no matter what, the younger generation are monsters, as with even a number less than 100 in the mountain they could do it. But this Taeho thinks something is wrong that such a thing happened, but none of them were aware as over the year the Tang clan sent them valuables in honor of the tournament. Hyunso thinks that the Tang clan's blade technique declined very much, but when Taeho tells him that it was done by a short blade, shocking this fat panda. According to his analysis, these people were dealt in seconds sand, so all of them were killed by one person, so he must see this person and decides to go to Sichuan. Hyunso is worried that while going to Sichuan if they come across them, but Taeho is confident as he has reached the top. Remember, Evolved Rat also behaved like this and got owned by Yeon-myeong. Hyunso thinks that it is best if they first visit the family, so this Taeho dude agrees to it. At the moment the Black Death Alliance is in the south while the demonic cult is in the west, and for the joint faction they are currently in a tough spot. So his master wanted to meet the Tang clan master, who was in a similar situation. As he leaves spilling rubbish, if I narrated more of this boring trash you guys would leave. Moving on to the main house, the ugly ginger was scribbling trash on paper when one of them informs him that the competition is over and all the participants are back. He thinks the competition ended faster than expected, but with Red Dog having the poison it wouldn't be too hard to win the competition, but the informants burst his bubble and tells him that among them he didn't see Red Dog. Moving on to the main gate, the guard are discussing about who will win the competition as they notice our Chad leading people, and everyone is gathered to know who the winner is, but before that all the women present are going crazy seeing our Rizgod. They thought most of them would be dead, but a lot of them managed to survive. Seeing Jianjil happy, a few think that he is new head, but sadly many of them didn't survive the competition. Seeing them, Yeon-myeong thinks that his mother would also be worried about him, but he is more worried about what he should do if she doesn't recognize him. Yuri takes this opportunity to show Yeon-myeong her father, who is relieved to see his daughter being alive. Yeon-myeong asks her if she is asking him to take care of, well, she doesn't deny, but he is very skilled, but he didn't get promoted because he didn't suck up to anyone. Yeon-myeong finds this as an opportunity to make people who are on odds with elders his own, but he doesn't know much about Aijin and Mirio. The current head of the Tang clan, let's call him Crippled Chicken, greets everyone, and this skinny Barbie starts smooth talking him, and this Crippled Chicken praises him how their formation helped the Tang family and they were comfortably able to host the competition, but little does he know that it broke. Since he is done greeting, he tells everyone to go meet the elders and the warriors are dismissed so they can rest. Woo-jin apologizes to them, but they will not go to the elders' house, shocking this to house animals. The chicken star questioning Woo-jin, but as the person of Yeon-myeong he tells him that as per the family rules they were supposed to visit the stealth and poison hall rather than the elders' house. This crippled chicken gets pissed and tells Woo-jin to disperse or else her will punish them for protesting, shocking everyone, and according to Woo-jin they are clearly showing that not to talk back to the elders. Yeon-myeong intervenes and asks him if there is anyone who has more power than the family head, and after asking for his identity Yeon-myeong tells him that he is the winner of the competition. This chicken goes back to its den and informs its masters that the winner is called Yeon-myeong. This ginger-faced can't accept that Yeon-myeong won the competition and thinks about how his grandchild can lose even after having the red dragon's poison. The Grand Elder is confused how his disciple that he personally recognized and before the competition he was sure that Yeon-myeong was not as strong as him, so he is growing every day as they speak. As these retards talk about what to do, they come to a conclusion that they should meet up with Yeon-myeong directly. The third elders asks Chicken why he didn't bring them here. Earlier Yeon-myeong told him that only the head can order the heir, and since that position is vacant it doesn't mean the elders can order in their place, as this crippled Chicken tells Yeon-myeong that he hasn't been officially declared the heir yet. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong releases his inner energy, almost making this chicken lay its eggs, and as such everyone will follow him to the poison and stealth department and wants this chicken to inform the elders that their reign is over. As the crippled chicken shakes in fear, he repeats the words Yeon-myeong told him. The elder gets so pissed he destroys a table and tells everyone that Yeon-myeong hasn't been selected as the official heir, so they can question his attitude and strip him of his qualifications, so they will go to the poison and stealth hall, and all elders assembles their private force. Since our Chad challenged the authorities of the elder and misbehaved, they will show him who the master of the Tang family is. Yeon-myeong's uncle can't believe that he won the competition. He felt his aura as a kid, but now it has surpassed him, and he thinks his sister would be happy hearing this. That's when an old monkey is shocked that Yeon-myeong won the competition. He is that white monkey's father, and 3 years ago he threatened Yeon-myeong that he would make him and his mother pay for what he did to his son's hand. Yeon-myeong loses his mind and tells him that he is here and is waiting for this old trash to demand compensation from him. Before he speaks, Yeon-myeong tells him to think carefully before speaking or he might cripple his son's other hand. Wajin is in awe after learning that Yeon-myeong is the son of the poison phoenix. Yeon-myeong tells him that what he wants to know our Chad will tell him once the time is right, because the Tang clan faced that TikToker, but he used so much filters that he managed to behead the Tang clan leader, making his soldier more courageous as they push forward disregarding their poison techniques. Wajin asked the help of the elder, but they rejected them as their fall would lead to the clan's downfall. If they helped even a bit, the damage would be greatly reduced, but after winning the battle they blamed it all onto Yeon-myeong's mother. So she must have faced a lot of difficulties raising Yeon-myeong. He tells the others that they must remember who the mother of their current master is. It's as if they have been given a second chance. That's when Wajin hears a noise. It's the voice Yeon-myeong has been waiting for, as the elders are all here with their forces and wants to meet Yeon-myeong after defying the council. Wajin is nervous as he didn't expect that they would gather all their forces. He doesn't want to hear anything and wants to meet Yeon-myeong. Our Chad comes to meet them at stairs at their comedy, as he tells Yeon-myeong that he dared to claim the future leader of the family without their permission. Yeon-myeong tells him that he has already won their competition and currently he is verifying the fairness at the stealth and poison hall, overseeing the competition. As such, what more does he need? All the elder are protesting because of the way he is talking to them. The arrogant retard warns him that if he wants to lead he has to explain everything that happened at the competition. Yeon-myeong tells them that it's against the rules of the family to talk about the competition, and it seems to Yeon-myeong that the weight of the family rules is lighter than expected. This loser says that he heard from the Jaegel clan that people from the Dark Moon sect and the Sword sect with nearly 300 people attacked them since they interfered. The competition should not be considered fair. Yeon-myeong tells them that Ganja and Red Dog killed all participants and our Chad finished them off. As Yeon-myeong was finishing his sentence, the old ginger loses his mind and asks him to repeat it, so Yeon-myeong tells him to go visit the place himself. This old hag charges towards Yeon-myeong, but in front of this mosquito our Chad stops his attack with a single hand as he mocks him because he is pissed over the death of his grandfather. This old retard can't believe that Yeon-myeong managed to block his attack so easily until he has surpassed the internal strength he has cultivated for decades. The trash tries to attack again, but Yeon-myeong shows him the bottle of the red dragon's poison. The old trash asks him where he got it and Yeon-myeong drops it to the ground and it starts burning the ground, and Yeon-myeong tells everyone that it's the Tang clan's top 10 poison. Wajin wants to confirm it and Yeon-myeong tells them that it's the red dragon's poison and the person who handled the storage was this third elder. Yeon-myeong tells everyone that as the Tang family's top 10 poison is so trivial that people can use it for their personal greed. Wajin tells him that the top 10 poisons are the most deadliest of all, and since their recipes are lost they are limited, and in the clan there are worth more than any gold or treasure. Since he used it for personal use he will be charged according to the family rules. As Yeon-myeong smirks at this ginger that even if he holds the title of elder he isn't immune from the clan's law. Look at his face, looks like a zombie from Walking Dead. As such, Yeon-myeong will give him an honorable death as he burns him into ashes in front of everyone present in the family, and none of them have the right to judge the seat of the family head, so Yeon-myeong will decide what is right and what is wrong. The Grand Elder, let's call him Smelly Mongoose, blames his men that they can't subdue a single person. Yeon-myeong tells him that the disciple of Grand Elder has endangered the family. But he doesn't do anything, so Yeon-myeong tells him that he is a spy from the Dark Moon sect. The Smelly Mongoose tries to make excuses and wants Yeon-myeong to provide evidence. Jianjil, the son of the director, steps forwards and tells everyone that he is the sole witness to this, and crazed dog used his sword techniques on him before Yeon-myeong killed him. He further tells them how he used sword technique mixed with his poison and stealth techniques. One of the elders tells him that he saw that guy using his sword technique and all his peers were badly injured, but the wounds were similar to the ones Jianjil has on his body. Our more matured musclehead even tells them how this dog confessed to him that he is a spy. Yeon-myeong wanted to use him as a spy, but he never expected him to come forward, since he owes Yeon-myeong his life. Hearing his confession, the Grand Elder is now in a tough position and doesn't know what to do, and tells the elders to block Yeon-myeong, but they don't respond, and Yeon-myeong tells him that is his status light, that he can ignore the clan head's orders since he wasn't proven to be involved directly with crazy dog. Yeon-myeong instantly cuts his hand off, as even he cannot escape the accusation of harboring a spy. Yeon-myeong decides to spare his life as there wasn't enough evidence of his collusion. Yeon-myeong's swordsmanship was so fast that he couldn't see it, but this mongoose hit a poison, which is very strong, although it's not as strong as the top 10 poison. It's colorless and odorless. Yeon-myeong drinks poison as if it's a protein shake. Nevertheless, as the poison spreads in the air, this smelly trash thinks he has succeeded in his plan. Yeon-myeong notices that this loser spread a poison in the air, so our savage Chad chops his other hand as well. Obviously one dog is barking that Yeon-myeong has gone mad, since he said it with his own mouth that he would consider mercy. That when another elder tells him to look at the Grand Elder's severed hand. The object near his hand is a poison bottle. Yeon-myeong finds it disgraceful to the family that the Grand Elder would try to poison the head of the clan, so according to the clan's rules and because of his crime he will be deemed as a traitor and gets executed in front of everyone, and warns everyone that all of them are not above the Tang clan's laws. If any of them were to disobey the head or break the laws, Yeon-myeong would punish them himself. If this continues, the clan will collapse anytime, but Yeon-myeong promises that the members will not be exposed to the threat of the pervert and the lizard sect and cults. Yeon-myeong tells the elders if they acknowledge our Chad as the rightful head of the Tang family. Onto Yeon-myeong's mother yard, the nanny starts crying as our Chad won the family head competition, and because of his overwhelming power even the elders had to acknowledge him. She is proud of her son, but man, they upgraded her art, now she looks way too pretty. Moving on to our Chad, he wanted to meet his mother and inform her first, but there are a mountain of tasks that he has to handle. As per Yeon-myeong's orders that all the issues will be handled by the Stealth and Poison Hall, and all key decisions will need the family head's approval. Although most of the elders are displeased, Elder O is the only one who expresses concerns and tells Yeon-myeong that he can act as a regent until Yeon-myeong grows up. Our Chad thinks it's a good idea, but he will decide later who will take over the regency. After investigations, the Poison Hall concluded that the third elder indeed misplaced the Red Dragon's poison. Yeon-myeong has decided that the elder can keep their personal forces, but they will have to bear the cost of maintaining themselves, and if they set a budget for that it would be nulled as of this moment. Since two factions under the elders had no one to lead them, they are combined into the Shadow Troop assigned to the Stealth and Poison Hall. Yeon-myeong adjusted their salaries and like a savage tell them that they are outright trash, so they should prove their worth or else they will be dismissed. A few days later, Yeon-myeong summoned the Jaegal clan, and Skinny Barbie can't believe that Yeon-myeong used force to topple over the Elders' Council and all of their plan have failed miserably. He thinks no one might know about what they did in the competition. Dude really thinks Yeon-myeong is a retard. Our handsome Chad in new clothes tells him that he was busy so he forgot about a few things. Barbie can't believe that Yeon-myeong looks so different. Barbie tells that what is the reason they were summoned, and Yeon-myeong tells them the Jaegal family's formation is great, so he should make the main clan's formation for the Tang clan. Barbie tells him that he cannot do it without the head's permission, so Yeon-myeong throws a needle and instantly kills everyone other than him, and Yeon-myeong says that he already knows about their plan of trying to take over the Tang clan, and if he is dumb enough to think that he would ignore all this. According to the clan's rules, he will pay the Jaegal clan 10 times back if he doesn't hear a positive response on the count of 3. Our Chad will personally go to Jaegal clan and annihilate it himself, so this Barbie has no choice but to agree to Yeon-myeong. In return wants him to spare his family members, so Yeon-myeong will trust it to be done. It's been a few days since Yeon-myeong became the clan leader. Currently, he called in his friends, but they seem to be extremely nervous in front of him. Maria was scared and asked Yeon-myeong why he called them, addressing him as family head. Hearing this, our Chad laughed and told them if they were mad enough to maintain formality with him. So, they started acting like barbarians. Looking at them, it seemed like Yeon-myeong was a teacher who allowed her students to never study in class. Yuri asked our boy what the reason was that he called them here. Yeon-myeong told her that he had appointed her father as the chief officer, shocking the other two barbarians. He explained that her father was a very capable person and had caught a golden opportunity that he should seize. Yuri also wanted this but was worried that, if Yeon-myeong decided this way, there would be retaliation. Archad said that silencing a few opposing voices was easy for him, but if her father were to show off his connections, neglect his duties, or secretly embezzle funds, he would be dead. Yuri stopped him and told Archad that her father was not that kind of person. Since his position was decided, Yeon-myeong told Yuri to assist her father in adapting to the chief officer's duties. Yeon-myeong thought to himself that if Yuri's father were to follow what he did, there would be no need to worry. Moving on to Yuri, she was still crying like a little girl. As for Mirio and Ijin, Archad wanted to hear their current situation, which was the reason he called them. If there were people with outstanding capabilities but who were suppressed or ostracized, he planned to take them under his wing. As Yeon-myeong talked, Mirio told him that she didn't have anyone to recommend. Yeon-myeong asked Ijin, since he was related to the Medicine King Hall, about the condition of that place. Hearing this, Ijin went dead silent. He told Yeon-myeong that he had been wondering all this time if he should talk about the Medicine King Hall, because all this was related to Yeon-myeong, specifically his father. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong's reaction changed. This involved the ones who were related to his father's poisoning. Behind all of this was the Medicine King Hall. Mirio couldn't believe it and asked Ijin if he was sure it was the Medicine King Hall. Yuri turned into Gorilla Barbie and told everyone that Yeon-myeong should split their heads for laying a hand on the family head's father. Archad told her to shut up and asked Ijin to continue what he was saying. The Medicine King Hall was so secluded within the main house that not even the elders' influence could reach there. All studies related to medicine and toxicology were conducted there. Furthermore, they maintained their finances through treating patients and selling medicine materials. Even after that heavenly perverts incident, the Tang clan survived because of the Medicine King Hall's support. They earned the funds necessary for the Tang clan's maintenance costs. Ijin was shivering in anger as he told Yeon-myeong that the leader of the Medicine King Hall was his grandfather. Mirio told him that his grandfather was dismissed for some reason. During his time as the leader, there was someone who visited the hall daily. It was Yeon-myeong's father. After the invasion, those resentful of the Medicine King Hall increased, but if anyone slandered the Medicine King Hall, Yeon-myeong's father would stand up for them. However, since he was a scholar without any internal strength, the aftermath of a physical fight was evident on his body. According to Yeon-myeong, if someone with no internal energy was hit by an attack carrying inner force, they couldn't dissipate the energy and would end up suffering deep internal injuries. Despite all this, his father still fought through. Ijin went deeper into the story and talked about the person who was holding the position of vice leader of the Medicine King Hall. We will name him Froggy, which is pretty accurate if you look at his face. A dispute broke out when this fat Froggy was caught by Yeon-myeong's father slandering his mother. Instead of reflecting, this Froggy tried to use martial arts. When he was losing the argument, it stopped only after Ijin's grandfather intervened. Because of this, Froggy was excluded from being a candidate for the next leader. Before we continue, I can't understand how Yeon-myeong's mother was the young clan leader but never retaliated. Anyways, moving to Yeon-myeong, he asks Ijin if that Froggy harbored resentment and poisoned his father. Ijin starts crying and tells him that after poisoning Yeon-myeong's father, Froggy killed Ijin's father and poisoned his grandfather. Furthermore, this frog imprisoned him. Hearing all this, Mirio is shocked that all of this happened and none of it was made known. Ever since his grandfather was poisoned, he has not been in his right mind. So even if he explained the situation, no one would step forward. That's why Ijin entered the competition, knowing that during these 3 years they wouldn't kill someone who knew the truth about this incident. As Ijin cries about wanting to see his grandfather's condition, he admits he is too afraid to go there. He apologizes to Yeon-myeong, saying it will be hard to find the talents he seeks in the Medicine King Hall. Yeon-myeong asks Ijin why the vice leader is still keeping his grandfather alive and says it would be better to silence him by killing him. As Ijin cries, he tells Yeon-myeong that, according to him, there is a secret division in the medicine hall that even the elders aren't aware of. Inside, there is an inner pill made from a mythical creature that lives in lava. It looks like a Pokemon to me, and I can't help but appreciate this unique art. It is called the 10,000-year fire carp. Hearing this, Yuri is shocked, and Mirio can't believe that it exists. Yeon-myeong is confused, as usually an inner pill is just an item that enhances internal strength. Aijin says that 100 years ago, there was a tale that the lesser lord of the fiery sun palace took the inner pill of a 10,000-year fire carp and ascended to the fire realm. He explains that the inner pill contains extremely strong poison, and if it is consumed without neutralizing the poison, 9 out of 10 times it leads to death. If the poison is removed forcefully, the effects are lessened. Hearing all this, Yeon-myeong asks if there is anyone who could neutralize the poison, aside from his grandfather, the former leader. Aijin tells him that Froggy's goal is to consume the inner pill and reach the fire realm. Afterward, he plans to lead his followers out of the Tang clan and become the head of his own sect. Everyone present in the room is shocked to hear that a 2-foot frog is planning all this. Yeon-myeong thinks this guy is stupid to believe that consuming the inner pill and reaching the fire realm is the pinnacle of power. The fire realm is one where he would not receive true enlightenment. It is, in fact, a realm below the transcendent realm. The 3 years Archad spent with him, Aijin never showed his worries after all that happened and instead smiled in front of everyone. Yeon-myeong thanks Aijin for telling him everything he has gone through and asks him if, by purging the current members and curing his grandfather, the Medicine King Hall would be able to function properly. If it were just poison, Yeon-myeong says he can take care of it and wants an answer from him. Aijin is confident that it is possible, though he thinks he is less capable than the current leader. Yeon-myeong is happy to hear his answer and tells Mirio that he will hear her story after dealing with the Medicine King Hall, which she agrees to wholeheartedly. Yeon-myeong tells Aijin to get ready to visit the Medicine King Hall, but Aijin tells him that he hasn't visited his mother since coming to the main house. Yeon-myeong replies that she would understand he cannot leave his duties as the family head. She wouldn't want him to stand idly after hearing what his friend has endured. Today is the day Archad will erase the Medicine King Hall from the Tang clan. Moving on to the Medicine King Hall, the fat frog is tense that the son of Tang Yeon-myeong became the family head. This is an annoying development, but he thinks what he did was before Yeon-myeong was born, so he wouldn't be aware of what happened to his father. However, what's troubling is that Aijin hasn't returned to the Medicine King Hall yet, and she isn't the type to abandon her grandfather. Wait, what? I thought she was a boy. This deformed trash smiles, thinking she valued her life over that of her grandfather, and is confident he can kill her anytime. The biggest problem currently is the inner pill. To fully absorb the inner pill's energy and reach the fire realm, the old man won't open his mouth even if he regains his sanity, which is a hindrance to his plan. This frog considers removing the poison himself, but if he messes it up, he could lose the entire inner pill. As he thinks of a better solution, an attendant knocks on Froggy's door and tells him the family head is here, shocking him to the point he wets his pants. Outside the hall, the Bungi Brigade is dragging and beating the people of the Medicine King Hall. Serves them right. The person leading the charge is our mega Chad, Yeon-myeong. Looking at his face, he's probably going to slaughter everyone. The tadpoles are shouting, asking if the intruders have forgotten where they are. Aijin tells Yeon-myeong that she searched everywhere but couldn't find her grandfather. She searched every nook and cranny, but there isn't a single trace of him. Losing her mind, she demands the toad tell her where he is kept, but they refuse to answer. Yeon-myeong orders Wayne, who instantly rips them into pieces. Now that is what you call badass. Everyone captured is shocked. Yeon-myeong tells them they can keep quiet, as he only needs one mouth to talk anyway. After the contest began, Froggy instructed them to imprison the former leader in a place called Nook. Hearing this, Aijin is outright shocked. Nook is a place made to isolate those suspected of being infectious. Due to its cold and damp environment, it worsens conditions, and it was eventually closed. Yeon-myeong decides to go there with Aijin and Ain, while ordering Wayne to clean up here and wait at the entrance. As they go inside, Yeon-myeong starts slaughtering everyone present. The tadpoles beg for mercy, but he doesn't stop. As they go down a narrow cave, Yeon-myeong thinks Snake is a fitting name for this place. After reaching the entrance, Aijin starts crying, wondering if they are too late. Yeon-myeong reassures her that he is still alive, as he has found him using his otherworldly senses. Upon finding the prison, Yeon-myeong tells Aijin to step aside and chops down the prison gate. His grandfather's condition has worsened, and they probably used the mountain subduing poison. Yeon-myeong tells her to calm down, reminding her that they came here to save her grandfather. Aijin informs our boy that, aside from the mountain subduing poison, they also used the Thunderbolt idiocy poison. This poison directly affects the brain and is meant to make one an idiot rather than kill them. While not particularly strong, it penetrates the brain, making antibodies ineffective. Without early intervention, there's no way to treat it. But to our Chad, this is an easy thing to handle. Yeon-myeong tells her to hold her grandfather down and places his hat on him. Our Chad injects his inner energy into the old man's body, and the poison-devouring frenzy begins to devour all the poison within him. Aijin notices her grandfather's hand moving. Yeon-myeong thinks it's best to just absorb the poison, as his poison-devouring frenzy has already devoured extreme poisons many times before. The old man's complexion starts improving, and when Yeon-myeong finishes devouring all the poison, he tells the old man to rise. The grandfather opens his eyes and sees his granddaughter. What's funny is that he initially misunderstands Yeon-myeong as his father. They explain everything to him, including the fact that Yeon-myeong is now the family head. Yeon-myeong is happy to have taken care of his father's old friend. The old man starts crying, moved that he was saved by a child who never even saw his father's face because of his fault. He speaks to the late Tang Yeon-myeong, saying that if he were alive, he would be proud of his son. Despite his age, he vows to devote himself to serving the family head. Our perfect protagonist hands him his coat and tells him he's here to arrange his position as the leader. Yeon-myeong tells him it's time to head out, as people are waiting to see him outside. That ugly frog is making even uglier faces, unable to believe the old man is standing firmly. Realizing that this was done by the family head, Froggy starts panicking. He thinks to himself that a direct confrontation would be bad, as Yeon-myeong slaughtered the elders without hesitation. This dumb frog tries to threaten Yeon-myeong, claiming that the Medicine King Hall is the one earning all the money for the clan and that without them, the clan would collapse. Yeon-myeong coldly thinks that Froggy doesn't understand the situation he's currently in. Turning even colder, he asks if that's enough for Froggy's last words. Our Chad asks the old man if he has anything to say. The old man ignores the frog entirely. Froggy tries to hop away, thinking he'll die if he stays here. But just as he moves, his body stops. He's been struck by a poison needle, expertly thrown by Aijin, proving she's more than qualified to replace him. As Froggy falls to his demise, Aijin calmly takes back her needle. Seeing him dead, the irrelevant trash tries to flee, but the Bong Brigade starts slaughtering them as Yeon-myeong had ordered them to destroy everyone. Everyone among the clan is shocked that the medicine hall is gone and everyone there was killed. A bunch of ugly TikTokers act as if they are some specialists talking about how the Tang clan survived thanks to the medicine hall. And getting rid of them is outright dumb. Now we move on to our Chad, staring at the inner pill. Take a closer look. This looks like a Ferrero Rocher. Aijin's grandfather tells Yeon-myeong that if this pill is left out, someone like Frogface might appear again to steal it, so he will deliver it our boy once the poison effects have worn off. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, his mouth is watering like a dog staring at a big bone. He tells the old man that he will just take it as it is. The old man looks confused and tells him that if he is not going to use it immediately, it would be best to keep it here. In the eyes of Yeon-myeong, the poison of this pill is so strong that it's viable to the naked eye, so there is no possibility that he will get rid of something so precious for you all. He is talking about the poison, not the pill. Yeon-myeong places his hand on top of the pill and starts absorbing the poison. As Yeon-myeong absorbs the poison, he thinks that the poison is extremely potent, which is expected of the inner pill of a spirit that lives in lava. Compared to the demonic fire dragon poison, this is nothing, so if an ordinary man were to took it in an unrefined state, the power of the poison might have burned them from the inside. More importantly, this is such a powerful poison, but compared to the 10 poisons it is nothing, so our Chad thinks it's best to look more into the 10 poisons. Looking at the pill after the refinement process, Yeon-myeong feels the power of the spirit and it is now ready for consumption. Yeon-myeong goes to his mother's new chambers and knocks on the door. As his mother gives him permission, our Chad enters to see his mother waiting for him. Dear artist, make a female protagonist on par with his mother. She never thought that she would be able to come to the main house again, and she is lucky to have a child like him. Yeon-myeong tells her that this place originally belonged to her, so of course she should be here. Yeon-myeong takes a closer look at her and thinks that although she is still pretty, however, it looks like she worried a lot about him all this time. She loses control of her emotions and runs towards our Chad, hugging him, and she is relieved that our Chad has safely returned. Yeon-myeong thinks to himself that in his past life all he could do is reflect on regretting until death came to his door, because he had no one to share his happiness even after reaching the end. Since his past life was full of regret, he plans to protect this life and live it to the fullest. Yeon-myeong asks her if she met the Bangwi Brigade. Earlier they came in to help her move things and started crying. Well, that was touching. She asks Yeon-myeong what's in his hand. Our Chad tells her that this is something he brought as a gift for her. As he shows it to her, she gets shocked to see that it's a 10,000-year firecart pill. She instantly recognized so all she has to do is use it. She thinks this will help Yeon-myeong more as he is the one who is going to lead the Tang clan. Our Chad laughs at her and tells her that he no use for the inner pill. Yeon-myeong holds her and tells her that the pill can't increase his strength anymore. As he releases his inner energy, his mother gets shocked, more because Yeon-myeong reached the fire realm and our boy confidently confirmed her question. She is happy that her son reached the fire realm, which she should be praising, but if someone realizes it and attack the Tang family. Yeon-myeong tells her that he wants her to live a very long life, including his father's share, so he wants her to watch over him. Since the pill is dissipating, she should hurry up and consume it. She thinks she was worrying too much, and even if her son is in the fire realm, it's natural for a mother to protect their child. So she tells our Chad that since he bought it for, she won't reject it. She asks Yeon-myeong if he knows what she was called when she was younger. Obviously she was named Sichuan's top beauty in the Poison Phoenix. She released her inner energy, and for the first time in this series our Chad is shocked. The title Poison Phoenix was given to the most famous member of the Tang family. Even she thinks that it's been a while she has seen him, so shocked. Although she might not be as skilled as Yeon-myeong, she thinks she is also pretty impressive. Artist, you better make the female protagonists better or give the present ones a glow up. After consuming the pill and increasing her inner energy, she directly went straight into cultivating. Yeon-myeong was actually shocked for a moment, because although he thought she was hiding her powers, but not the extent that she would be one step closer to the fire realm, all while practicing on her own. As for her, she is consuming the pill's energy. A fire realm master is able to detect the smallest of movements, so there's no point hiding their power in front of them, but she manages to hide it from our boy, which shocked him even more. She has already reached the state before enlightenment, as such she is absorbing the spirituality of the inner pill, so according to Yeon-myeong she might also be able to overcome the limit. As such she is likely to face a problem. Although the method of absorbing the inner pill is simple, all the person has to do is take the spirituality of the inner pill and absorb it into the body, then all they have to do is internalize spiritually and repeat this process until all of it is absorbed. Yeon-myeong's mother thinks if it will be even possible to absorb such an absurd amount of energy. Even now the spirituality of the pill is slowly disappearing. So she is now worried what to do now, because at this rate the pill will disappear before she absorbs even half of it. A hand enters her spiritual space at Yeon-myeong's hand as he tells her that enlightenment doesn't come from overthinking, so she must observe her surrounding and analyze and mainly imitate it. That could lead her to gaining enlightenment. Only this time our Chad will give her a little push, as Yeon-myeong energy starts touching the inner pill and slowly start fusing with it. She sees the technique and figures out that this is the Tang family's Azure Radiant Heart techniques, and figures out how it should be done. She didn't have to internalize the energy little by little, instead she has to change it into something she is familiar with and absorb it, and soon enough she gains enlightenment and absorbs all of the energy inside the inner pill. As such Yeon-myeong confirms everyone that as she has successfully absorbed it, she has reached the fire realm. The scene starts with everyone in the clan gathering at the Stealth and Poison Hall. Remember White Monkey, his father the Poison King, is crying about why they are holding a meeting early in the morning when they are all so busy. One of the elder asks Yeon-myeong's uncle when he is coming, and even if he is the clan head it's disrespectful to make them wait. We will name him Bearded Barbie. Hearing all this he controls his anger and tells them to wait for his arrival. All of a sudden one of them announced that the clan head is coming. We now move on to our Chad and he thanks them for gathering early in the morning. And today he is going to discuss something very important with them. Bearded Monkey is confused what is so important to call them all here. Yeon-myeong tells them he is going to hire a proxy head until he is of age. Hearing this, Bearded Barbie asks him who he is planning to appoint among the heads. Dude is living in his own dream, but as the Chad he is, Yeon-myeong tells him why does he think he will pick one of the elders. Shocking him, I cannot believe that this Bearded Barbie thought they would be temporary head after all they did to them. All of a sudden someone enters the meeting room. Yeon-myeong uncle looks at the entrance and gets shocked. As for the elders, they are pissing their pants because they can't believe she is here after decades. Yeon-myeong thinks she is the one who was most deserving of the position. After she was held responsible for the invasion, the Council of Elders dragged her down from the position of the head. She tells everyone that she has seen a lot of familiar faces and she will stop holding herself back. I am wondering how good they have to draw the female protagonist to match her beauty. She apologizes to everyone for being late. The night before the proxy appointment, during the bath, she feels glad that she has ascended to the fire realm. But the biggest problem is that she is unable to get used to the gunk that's leaving her body. Because of this, she even showed her disgraceful side to a servant. Anyways, the biggest issue is that she is still not used to her newfound strength. After ascending to the fire realm, she finally understood Yeon-myeong better, and that he has reached the highest state in the fire realm. Currently, according to her knowledge, only the leader of the Black Death Alliance has ascended to the fire realm. To reach a realm similar to him, what must have her son gone through during the competition? She thinks that after the bath she will be able to talk a lot of things with her son for the first time in a while. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, he congratulates his mother for reaching the fire realm. She gives all the credit to our boy and tells him to have a seat. They have a wholesome conversation until she asks Yeon-myeong how he reached the fire realm, and still she cannot believe that he reached this state at this age. Yeon-myeong is not sure how to answer her, since it will be hard for her to believe that he reached enlightenment due to the memories of his past life. Yeon-myeong thinks of using the competition as an excuse, telling her if she know about how one of the 10 poisons got smuggled out. She tells him she heard about it and the winner of the commutation was awarded the fire dragon poison. Guess what, he tells her that and she goes blank. While he wasn't lying. Moving on to our boy, he tells her that even after talking it he is fine. He was addicted to poisons during a battle, so he reached enlightenment from absorbing the poison, which helped him reach the fire realm. Hearing all of this, his mother cannot believe all of this, but after thinking she gets convinced, and Yeon-myeong is relieved that she accepted it so quickly. She changes the topic and asks Yeon-myeong that when she was bathing, the servant who was helping her told her that Yeon-myeong was getting rid of the Medicine King Hall. Yeon-myeong thinks it's best to be honest with her since it's also related to his father. Yeon-myeong explains to her what they did, and after a long conversation our Chad tells her everything. She had her suspicious and feels bad for Ijin as she had suffered so much. She requests Yeon-myeong and explains to him that she lived into the family as if she is dead because she was scared of losing her only child after losing her husband. However, she has had enough, and if he allows it she will protect him from now onwards, even if she is not as strong as him. Moving to the present, everyone is shocked to see her and cannot believe that she still looks the same. A few thinks that she probably ascended. Seeing her, Yeon-myeong uncle is very happy as he shouts and tells everyone to congratulate his mother, as she will be the new head of the Tang family. Bearded Barbie turns into a turd and cannot believe that she is being promoted to the head and not a proxy. She thanks everyone and tells them although she is the head, it's only temporary until the true head, her son, comes of age. Hearing her, Yeon-myeong uncle starts crying while the rest are releasing hot cake in their pant, especially that bearded Barbie. Since she is entrusted the position of the head, she plans on fixing the base of the Tang family that was ruined. Since then her actions were unconventional. The first thing she did is remove the name of the Medicine King Hall, which was collapsing, and renamed it. Tang Hoil, Ijin's grandfather, was appointed as the head surgeon while Ijin was appointed as the second in command. Moving on to Yuri's father, he was appointed as the general manager and was ordered to start a full-on investigation. He immediately found the elders' embezzlement books and recovered so much money that it was enough to sustain the clan's maintenance for the time being. Moving on to white-haired Monkey's father, he was removed from his position, along with most of the elders who embezzled the clan's money. Even for the people who were not elders but was related to embezzlement was removed from their posts. All of this changes happened in a matter of days, and thinks his mother is really an amazing person. While saying all this, our Chad is enjoying the beauty of the Tang family. Because of the involvement of his mother, the clan's internal problems were all solved. At first he wanted to live an ordinary life with his mother, but began to get surrounded by many things. There are now people who he calls friends, guards who follow and trusts him, and the hundreds of members of the Tang family. He has now so many people he has to protect. Our Chad looks so good, we demand a beautiful female protagonist. There was once a time when it was hard for him to keep his body healthy, since he was resentful that why he was even born. His goal is to grow stronger, that no one can harm the Tang family. Whether it's the Black Alliance or that pervert or whoever it may be, they will never be able to hurt the Tang clan. We now move on to the Black Alliance, where the lizard is thinking about the Tang clan when a woman tells him that the twin sword trash, the one who invaded the test, was defeated by the current head. This eyeless trash with ugly bangs elaborates how he was famous and well known for his strength, so she requests the leader to destroy the Tang clan. The lizard tells her why should he do that, and the ugly bangs just won't shut up, telling him it the same as challenging him. Lizard gets pissed because of this. Chatterbox tells this ugly Barbie that he disobeyed his orders and attacked the Tang clan. Even if he managed to come back alive after doing something, he would still be punished. It's interesting to the lizard that the head managed to kill that irrelevant trash, because he was someone that wouldn't lose so easily. So he summons his guards and tells them to invite the Tang clan head in the upcoming Sichuan meeting. Yeon-myeong is having a conversation with his mother. He thanks her for all the hard work she has done on the internal arrangements. She felt nerve-wracking after taking charge again after so long, but she isn't sure if she did well enough. Yeon-myeong thinks she did a great job, but there's one thing that's confusing him. He asks her if she suppressed her powers like last time. She isn't surprised that he noticed it so quickly, because he has experienced it before. However, to Yeon-myeong this is still an impeccable suppression. He asks her, since she has reached the fire realm, she doesn't need to hide her powers anymore. Our pretty mommy tells him that it's not just about hiding powers. What she performed is the family's secret technique, the vein sealing concealment. She also hopes that Yeon-myeong will also learn to hide his abilities. Since she is pretty, we will let it slide. To explain this to our Chad, she has to explain him quite a long story. As the founder of the martial art and the ancestor of the Tang family, she has to tell Yeon-myeong about him. In a certain village in Sichuan, a plague broke out. Although most died of famine, in this case it was the opposite, as people were dying. Dozens of bodies were cremated without proper funerals, for the fear of the plague spreading. Everyone in the village had already caught the plague, and were just waiting for their time to die. Except for one who was a 10-year-old. Looking at his condition, they were all scared about why this child was the only one unharmed, but there was no time for rational questions. In the eyes of the already infected, the 10-year-old boy looked like a harbinger of the plague, and was labeled as a child possessed by an evil spirit. Since he had nowhere to go, he ended up hiding in a cave. To escape the rain and to feed himself, he started stealing food left at the shrine near the village to ward off the plague. The boy survived, but after the third day the villagers stopped performing rituals. And after he checked them out, everyone other than him was dead. The boy wandered, thinking to himself why the only one unharmed. The question didn't linger for long, and a mysterious group came for this boy. And according to their leader, he was a child with the aptitude for poison. These bunch of people are the worst assassination group in the history of Murim, the poisonous Moon Shadow sect. They kidnapped children from all over the world and trained them as assassins, and fed them poison to prevent them from escaping. Furthermore, they administered the antidotes periodically. The boy grew up to be an assassin. Before long he saw the gruesome state of his comrades, who died from not receiving the antidote on time. Realizing that the plague in his village was caused by the poisonous sect, and not by him, which is what he initially thought. From that point onwards the boy pushed himself to his limits to become stronger. No matter how dangerous the mission was, he completed it no matter how difficult it was. And soon enough he achieved such a feat that even absolute masters couldn't achieve. The sect leader was so impressed by his achievements that he bestowed upon the title of one of the 5 great assassins, and offered to grant anything he wants. But the leader is surprised after hearing that he wants nothing. But looking at his face, we all know he wants them dead. The boy reached such a high level, and with the instincts gained from fights with absolute masters, and his own ultimate technique based on the martial arts learned in the sect, which was the first flower rain. Thus the poisonous Moon Shadow sect was erased from this world. Later his descendants settled in Sichuan, forming the current Tang family. Even to this day the world remembers him by the alias the Invisible Guest. But she notices that Yeon-myeong has fallen asleep. She pinches his face, waking him up. Man, the art is so unique. Moving on to the half-awakened Yeon-myeong, he asks her what this story has to do with the vein sealing concealment. The poison sect had many masters in the fire realm, including the 5 great assassins and their overpowered sect leader, and proceeds to tell Yeon-myeong the secret of how he faced them alone. Our Chad asks her that wasn't it called the flower rain of the sky, and a very few could withstand such an attack where numbers are irrelevant. She tells him that what he said is half right, and the art is called the flower rain of the sky, but it is not actually a martial art for a hidden weapon, but a martial art that controls energy, shocking our Chad, and asks her to confirm if it really is a martial arts that control energy instead of hidden weapons. She tells him that the battles at the fire realm are clashes of energy, when the opponent attacks with energy, the person on the receiving end has to defend with energy. Since ordinary hidden weapons techniques can't penetrate the body protecting energy of a fiery master, Yeon-myeong thinks that it actually makes sense, since no matter how many hidden weapons there are, they will bounce off because of the body protecting energy. According to our boy, energy counter energy, so if hundreds of hidden weapons enveloped in energy form a storm, even with body protection it would be impossible to handle hundreds of energy attacks. It's an ultimate attack made to battle against monsters of the fire realm, so it must be much more powerful than the whirling frenzy. But what confusing our Chad is that no matter how skilled a master is at maintaining the level of energy, it is almost impossible to maintain that much internal energy. His mother figures out what he is thinking. I am probably obsessed with his mother anyway. She tells her that the answer lies within the vein sealing concealment. The basic principle of the vein sealing concealment compresses all the internal energy flowing through the meridians and concentrated into one of the 12 main meridians, and then use true energy to block the flow of internal energy and seal it within meridian. That way internal energy doesn't flow and is encapsulated by true energy. These method can deceive the eyes of a fire realm master who can see the flow of the internal energy, but since he can't use the sealed internal energy immediately, his current powers will decrease. But with the accumulated experience and insights can be rebuilt easily. By repeating this process 12 times to seal the internal energy in all 12 meridians, the true energy protecting the internal energy intertwines, creating a new protective layer, which is the body protecting energy called Dragon Scale. Not only does it surpass the defense of the existing body protecting energy, its strength is comparable to the actual dragon scales. Yeon-myeong is confused why they have a poison called the fire dragon's poison, wondering if they have actually seen a dragon. Moreover, vein sealing is not just for defense. When he releases the internal energy sealed in the 12 meridians, he can use 10 times the original internal energy temporarily. It's as temporary because internal energy beyond the body's limit will naturally dissipate. So flower rain is a martial art that requires the release of vein sealing technique. Moreover, there were several key points passed down with the vein sealing concealment, but they were lost after the invasion of the Demon Lord. As for the key points passed down orally, were also lost when two elders suddenly died. Yeon-myeong laughs as he thinks he is responsible. But she believes that Yeon-myeong will complete the flower rain of the sky because she is his proud son. I think I will become Yeon-myeong's new dad. Jokes apart, hearing her compliment, Yeon-myeong becomes even more happy, telling her that since he is the son of the poison phoenix, there isn't anything he cannot master. Thus our Chad receives the vein sealing concealment from his mother. Yeon-myeong is thinking that after vein sealing, the best way to recover internal energy is by drinking poison. To others it might be dangerous, but to our addict it's like a miracle elixir to him, so there's no need to through the rebuilding process. So he should ask Ijin to make him some poison. When a guard informs him that Yeon-myeong's friend is here to see him, even after hearing that he was working, she insisted, as Mirio breaks into the room. All she needs is a makeover and she will be pretty. Yeon-myeong gets confused why she is out of breath, and she tells him that if this keeps up her sister will die, confusing our innocent-looking Chad. Yeon-myeong is shocked that Mirio's sister is dying, but she shouldn't have come here and instead gone to a doctor first. Mirio is crying, telling our Chad that she has already consulted several doctors, and it isn't something that medicine or medical techniques can fix. Yeon-myeong is literally dumbfounded, like you guys when you study. Anyways, he asks her then if she is suffering from internal injuries. Mirio starts crying and tells Yeon-myeong that her sister is suffering from the 19 severed meridians, which is a terminal condition. According to Yeon-myeong, there was a place alongside the Blazing Sun Palace. It was a peculiar sect that used terminal conditions. It was called the Northern Sea Ice Palace. As the name suggests, the martial artists of that place practiced ice arts, which were considered both a skill and a blessing for those born with extreme energy. However, those who didn't practice the ice arts suffered from terminal conditions, so Yeon-myeong figures out that they are the descendants from that sect. According to Mirio, they are descendants of their descendants. Long ago their descendants settled in Sichuan, and married into the Tang family, which was the most powerful family at that time. Learning ice arts can free one from terminal conditions, but this is the Sichuan Tang family, which deal with poisons and hidden weapons. So there are no practitioners of ice arts or related information here. The martial art of the Ice Palace has been passed down from distant ancestors, have been long lost. This condition is a hereditary condition that appears once every few decades, which is unfortunate. Yeon-myeong thinks there is a way out of this when Mirio tells him that they have reached her house, which is literally covered in ice. Going inside, Mirio starts crying because her conditions worsened since she left the house. Her sister has completely turned into ice. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, he thinks that the room is cold enough to freeze, which is more severe than he expected. Yeon-myeong tells Mirio to pay attention, and tells her that he cannot guarantee her sister's life. Hearing this, she gets so shocked that she is in disdain. Basically, she has been resisting the cold energy with her innate energy, but now she has reached her limit. She is currently in a state where she's blocking all consciousness and focusing all her energy on her veins. Mirio misunderstood Yeon-myeong and starts breaking down and sobs that there's no way to save her. Her reaction changes when Yeon-myeong tells her that there is a way to artificially release the cold from her body. However, if she cannot withstand the process or if he gets overwhelmed by the cold, Yeon-myeong thinks to himself that he is ready to help, but he cannot risk the life of a friend's family member's life. So he leaves the choice whether to go with it or not to Mirio. She thinks that she came to him after there was no options left, so she cannot give up without trying. And it's even dangerous for out Chad too, so she tells Yeon-myeong to save her sister, and Yeon-myeong is ready for the procedure. Moving to the next scene, Mirio is skeptical why they had to undress her sister. Yeon-myeong explains that the clothes get in the way of extracting yin energy, so there's no choice. And our Chad is ready to infuse energy directly into her head, removing the cold from the 9 meridian. Yeon-myeong has to do it one by one. He has managed to remove the cold from the glabella, but the cold is getting hard to bear. Next he has to move on to the heart, but to do that our Chad has to touch some weird place. But instead of overthinking it, he proceeds to extract the cold from the heart, but all of a sudden the intensity of the cold has increased so much that it is getting impossible for our Chad to hold it in, but the intensity doesn't decrease at all. Even the surrounding of their house has turned into a cheap version of Everest, while now that's an over-exaggeration. Mirio is scared because half of our Chad's body has turned into ice. Damn, this looks similar to the nanomachine arc. Yeon-myeong managed to extract the yin meridians, form the 6 meridians in the upper body. But now the cold has exceeded what Yeon-myeong's body can handle. If he does continue, he will freeze himself to death first. Thinking what to do, Yeon-myeong thinks to himself that it would be easier if it were poison. Then he remembers that Ijin's grandfather from the Medicine King Hall mentioned to him that the reason for the poison in spirit pill was because medicine and poison essentially one, and it becomes poisonous when the concentration or quantity exceeds what the human body can handle. Even the yang energy in the body turns into poison once it exceeds the body's limit. Then this excessively strong cold energy that can freeze the bone can be considered a poison, so Yeon-myeong uses the poison purification art and his body starts reacting to it. As a lot of cold energy has been extracted, it's going to start resisting fiercely. As long as the cold energy is recognized as poison, it will be devoured by his body. And as his start overwhelming the cold, now acting as a poison, the poison gets devoured. Moving on to our ice beauty, she is opening her eyes because the cold inside her body is dissipating. She wakes up to see Yeon-myeong hand on her stomach and gets embarrassed. All of a sudden she notices that a girl is sobbing. It's Mirio. She sees her and both of them starts crying. Moving on to the story, the two sisters had their moment and our new girl Miso tells Mirio if Yeon-myeong is the person that saved her. She confirms that he is the one who saved her, but can't figure out why he is still touching her stomach. Miso tells Mirio that he is concentrating, so it's better to leave him be until he wakes up. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, he is currently treating the cold energy as a miracle drug. The internal energy is beyond the body capacity to absorb the internal energy, but if he leave it like this, the energy will naturally dissipate. Taking opportunity of this situation, Yeon-myeong thinks it's perfect for absorbing all the cold, and open up the closed meridians. While thinking one meridian is already filling with internal energy, wondering to himself how many meridians he will be able to fill once all the cold is absorbed. After absorbing all the cold, Yeon-myeong can't believe that he managed to fill 4 meridians, which is beyond his imagination. With this, our boy has gained 4 times the internal energy he originally had. But it's unfortunate that his immediate achievement has decreased because all of them is currently stored in the meridians, so he has no choice but to supplement it by drinking poison. Dude thinks poison is some energy drink. Yeon-myeong takes another look to see both the girls staring at him. After taking a second look, Yeon-myeong stares at his hand and takes his hand off, getting all flustered, but our waifu assures that he doesn't need to be concerned, since Mirio explained everything to her. As she thanks our Chad, he tells her that it's his duty as the family head to take care of the family. Our father-in-law enters the scene to see one of his daughter half naked and the other assisting her. Misunderstanding the situation, turns into a healthy gorilla and starts shouting at our Chad. The girls come to the rescue, explaining to him how he saved his daughter. The next scene we see is kneeling to the ground because he was rude to his savior. Yeon-myeong explains to him that anyone in his place would have misunderstood the situation. Moving to Happy Gorilla, he expresses his gratitude for saving his daughters. He then proceeds to tell him that he settled in the Tang clan after falling in love with a woman who was part of the family. Unfortunately, his wife also suffered from the terminal condition and passed away. He spent all his savings searching for a cure to save his daughters, but it was all in vain, so he just can't control his emotions. From now on, if Yeon-myeong needs anything, he will always rush to his side. We all know what he wants is his daughters. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, he asks him why it's so quiet inside the trading company. Our gorilla explains that after the Tang family got weak, the Black Death Alliance took over. Since then they have rarely gone outside. Yeon-myeong tells him that they will discuss about it later. That's when he notices someone calling for him. It's out, two girls, and would you look at our waifu. Damn, the artist did me justice this time, I can't deny. She thanks our Chad for saving her life, and this is a favor that they will never forget. Seeing her talking, our Chad gets flustered. Mirio thanks our Chad and tells him that they will repay him for sure. As our Chad leaves the scene, Miso asks Yeon-myeong if he will be alright, since he seemed bewildered, so she wonders if something went wrong while he was treating her terminal condition. Mirio isn't so dumb and makes the wicked face, teasing her by telling that if she felt sad because our boy is leaving. Hearing this, she gets flustered and asks Mirio if her behavior was that obvious. Our emo girl is such a bully that she tells her that she was very obvious and it's a natural reaction. Even if it was other beside her, they would have a similar reaction. Mirio tells her to not worry, since according to her she has never seen a person more beautiful than Miso. As for Yeon-myeong, she thinks that although he didn't say anything, his reaction said it all, and he is surely conscious of her. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, he is wondering about a normal family. The next moment he dreams about marrying Miso, having a child and raising him to be a martial artist, seeing them get married and have grandchildren. This is daydreaming beyond one's wildest dreams. It's like you guys dreaming about having a girlfriend in this lifetime. Yeon-myeong can't believe that he would be nervous just by looking at someone in this life. While staring at the sky, he wonders that this is probably what it feels like in ordinary life. He wants to visit that place once again, but the problem right now is the Black Death Alliance, although they didn't directly bring down the Tang family like the Demon Lord pervert. Their subordinates intruded the contest, which is certainly a bothersome presence. Moreover, as long as they remain in Sichuan province, they will inevitably clash one day. Moving on to the Black Death Alliance territory in Sichuan, we see a servant getting scolded because the Tang family's influence has been rapidly growing. And all this is said by the trash with even trashier bangs. But she cannot do anything, as she was warned by the alliance leader. She is extremely angry because the other leader didn't accept her request of attacking the Tang clan family, as the alliance had ordered them to not attack the clan. So it's best for her to stay quiet until his anger subsides. Remembering all this, she gets angry and throws her apple towards the servant. According to the information, both the new head and the family head of the clan has reached the fire real mastery or close to it, yet all the alliance head is doing is watch and wait for the right opportunity. With her current self, she cannot avenge those two twin sword retard that got owned in part 3 or part 4. That's when she realizes that since she cannot move herself, she remembers about what the alliance head ordered, that was to invite the Tang family head in the upcoming Sichuan gathering. So she will take this as an opportunity. Even now, when she closes her eyes, all she hears is Twin Sword's cries for revenge. He probably treated her to an ice cream treat, if you know, so unless she eradicates the Tang clan, her anger will not subdue. The servant notices that its master is expelling killing intent because she need a sweet dessert, but since servant is ugly, she burn him to death, eagerly waiting to meet our Mega Chad. Unfortunately, we all know how she will be slapped to her death. Deep in the night, in one of the houses of the Tang family, the three useless retards are talking about what to do. Ever since Tang Jihai, Yeon-myeong's mother, took over the head of the family, their positions have further weakened. Both of them are complaining this to the second elder Tang Myeongshin, but he is not sure why they are telling him all this. He blames all of their downfall on the former Poison King Tang Jiak and his son, the white-haired monkey. He points his hands towards the white-haired monkey, making a face full of anger, telling him that it's because of him that couldn't gauge the opponent's strength and kept on making enemies with Yeon-myeong. The white-hair monkey can't do anything but listen, as the elder tells him that the duo of father and son is ruining everything he has built his entire life. The white-haired monkey thinks to himself that the elder is incompetent, that he can't even stand up to the family head. That's because he is not delusional like this brainless monkey. Hearing all the insults, he daydreams of healing his arm and take revenge on Yeon-myeong. I mean, there is a limit to how delusional someone can be. Tang Jiak asks the elder what plan the elder has, since like the other elders it's hard for them to maintain their forces. Hearing this, the elder clenches his hand and tells him that he is aware of their situation. He makes a face full of anger and tells them that it is best for them to leave the family. Moving to another place, a guard is telling Yeon-myeong that they have reached the warehouse where the Tang family stores the extreme and 10 poisons. As for Yeon-myeong, he is thinking in his mind to him and that this place was originally managed by the third elder, but due to his neglected was transferred to Orchard along with the poison hall. The guards who are guarding the warehouse see Yeon-myeong and greet him, so Yeon-myeong thanks them for their hard work. One of them tells Yeon-myeong that before he goes inside he should take a pill. Seeing it, Yeon-myeong tells him what it is. The guard tells him that this is a poison-repelling pearl, which will block the toxic air inside the warehouse, and just holding it inside his mouth will filter most poison and keep them from invading the body. Yeon-myeong shocks the guard by telling him that he doesn't need it. Our Chad makes an excuse and tells him that since it has to be held in the mouth, many people including the third elder have probably held and sucked on it. The guard tells him that it's cleaned after every use so he can use it. Yeon-myeong tells him that it's not required since he can't get poisoned. The guard is adamant and Yeon-myeong gets very angry since poison is his main source of food. Dude was doing just his job but got a beating instead as Yeon-myeong orders the other guard to open the door for him. Going inside the warehouse, it is maintained very well with everything properly organized. Walking further into the room, the air is filled with extreme poison as Yeon-myeong thinks that organized, probably because this is where they store the 10 poisons. Yeon-myeong now knows why they were so worried before letting him in without the pill. If an ordinary person entered without the poison-repelling pill, they would have died instantly. Though Yeon-myeong's inner energy has decreased due to his meridians being sealed by the poison vein simulation technique, even the concentration of poison is increasing further down, but to someone like him who has mastered the poison refining heart technique, it is as pure as clean area. As Yeon-myeong breathes in the poison, his inner energy is increasing, but it is still not enough to make him use his martial arts like earlier. So Yeon-myeong is thinking hard and figure out that he should consume something equivalent to the 10 poisons. According to the family regulation, he can use the 10 poisons for consumption. He thinks that he can find the recipe and tell Ijin to make it for him. That's when he notices something on the wall. Yeon-myeong thinks something is strange, so he uses his inner energy to see that the airflow in the middle of the room is distorted, so it's more like a formation has been placed there. Our Chad decides to check it out, and after placing his hand on it, Yeon-myeong thinks that it's strange that there is a formation in the Tang family poison storage. The thing is that it doesn't seem to be done by the Jeagle family. To confirm his doubts, Yeon-myeong takes out his dagger and infuses it with his inner energy. He makes a strike and splits the formation in half, but he gets shocked to see what behind the formation. There is a long passage blocked by talisman with the word prohibited written on it. After carefully looking at them, Yeon-myeong figure out that this is not the work of the Jeagle family, but it was made by the magician's formation. According to Yeon-myeong, in his previous life his master has connections with several magicians. Like his master was obsessed with the sword, a magician is obsessed with sorcery, ultimately seeking master sorcery and transcend human limits to become immortals. Yeon-myeong had a bad memory where he was thrown into a formation created by a magician, in the form of training by his master. According to him, it was a place full of beasts whose names even he didn't know. Magicians are typically selfish and only engage in things that interest them, but that still doesn't answer his question why there is a formation in the Tang family. His master in his previous life told him that magicians are inherently selfish creatures, and are always obsessed with spirits and demon, only seeking immortality. Yeon-myeong asks him how he managed to have a relationship with them. He makes a straight face and tells him that he beat them every day for no reason, so they begged him to have a conversation. Moving to the present, Yeon-myeong thinks there is not anyone in this family like his master, so there is probably something in the Tang family that piques the interest of a magician. The poison is so strong that it is leaking out even after being sealed with hundreds of talismans, so inside there is something with incredible poison power. Yeon-myeong is glad because he originally intended to write down the recipes of the 10 poisons if he could, but this is more interesting currently. As our Chad goes further inside, a voice from the deepest end senses that someone has entered the seal. It's not an inconspicuous time and it is not aware how much time has passed, while that doesn't matter as long as our Chad releases him. At the end of the passage, Yeon-myeong finds a few of the 10 poisons that were said to be completely lost, but in reality it was hidden here all along. Beside it there is a huge jar wrapped around in talismans which seems ominous to him. Yeon-myeong places has to feel a strong rebound. The force created was tremendous, so it seems that it's harder to break than most formations. However, to our Chad it not very difficult as long as he cuts through each one of them with accuracy. As he cuts through the talismans all around the room, he think of cutting the ones placed on the jar, as Yeon-myeong does a set of multiple moves to cut them all down. His inner energy has decreased due to the poison vein simulation technique, or else he would have finished all this in a single strike. None of it matters now as our Chad managed to cut down the ones surrounding the jar. The poisons around the jar has gotten much stronger now that the talismans have been removed. As Yeon-myeong places his hand to open the lid, inside there is a mysterious monster, shocked to notice that the power of the talisman bounded to him have died down, so now he can see the day of the light. Yeon-myeong gets wary as the jar explodes, making a huge explosion. Luckily Yeon-myeong managed to dodge it in the nick of time, or else he would be injured. The thing inside charges towards our boy, startling our boy, as it is faster than what he had expected. He gathers energy to attack and have the first strike before it gets here. But before he could do anything, it goes past his hand like wind, telling our Chad that he has a sharp reaction. As a rewards for releasing him, this trash will kill our Chad without any pain. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong turns behind and asks him who he is. The trash proudly tells Yeon-myeong that he is the pinnacle of poison, the blue-horned white snake. Little does this snake know he is a lottery to our boy, as he can have unlimited poison as a drink now. As the snake wraps around Yeon-myeong's arm, he is confused why it's calling itself the poison of extreme suffering, which he proudly agrees and makes an assumption that Yeon-myeong managed to block the spread of the poison by sealing the vital point in an instant, which is impressive, but he won't hold for long. Poor Snakey makes a arrogant face, telling Yeon-myeong how he will slowly melt his arm. That's when he realizes something changing, as the poison-devouring frenzy inside Yeon-myeong's body activates. The skull starts devouring its poison, and the poor snake gets scared as he can believe that Yeon-myeong has the poison-absorbing aura. And what is his relationship with the Wanderer Saint? Yeon-myeong grabs onto the blabbering poor snake like a plushy toy. His new toy begs itself to stop absorbing his poisons. At the rate his body is absorbing the poison, he will be utterly destroyed. Moving on to, he is making a poker face filled with anger, telling it why he should spare it. He makes a psychotic face towards the poor snake and taunts him by telling if it changed its mind because it's currently at an advantage. So Yeon-myeong aggressively starts playing with his new toy, absorbing tremendous amount of poison from the poor snake. Beggar Snake thinks that Yeon-myeong is serious and he might actually die at this rate. So he offers Yeon-myeong a deal, and hearing this, our Chad gets flabbergasted as he stops absorbing the poison. Poor Snake tells him that he only wants to escape from this seal, and if he spares him, it will act as his guardian spirit. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong is confused, so it convinces him that it would be beneficial for him, and asks Yeon-myeong if his internal energy is increasing every moment with his poison. At a rate beyond the normal. According to Yeon-myeong, its poison is incomparable to the 10,000-year fire carpenter pill or the fire dragon's poison. It is so potent that by just absorbing it surpasses his previous internal energy. The poor snake is so desperate that it tells Yeon-myeong that if he becomes our Chad's guardian spirit, it can provide poison whenever he needs it, which is better than absorbing all of his poison now. Our Chad is heartless as he, with a poker face, tells the poor snake that he has no interest in keeping alive someone who was an enemy, so he can replenish the poison elsewhere. Hearing this, the poor snake starts crying and loses hope, telling Yeon-myeong that can't he just spare him once, since he lived in a jar for hundreds of years. Hearing this reminds Yeon-myeong of his past life. Then he activates the ultimate cute soul killer face, telling him that as a guardian spirit he is bound to obey him. The soul killer face is so strong that Yeon-myeong gets flabbergasted and loses to it, so Yeon-myeong will believe it just this once. Hearing this, the Snakey asks him if he is accepting him. Yeon-myeong confirms it and tells Snakey that if he tries anything funny he will destroy him on the spot. Snakey, all nervous, promises that he won't do anything. Moving back to Yeon-myeong, he asks Snakey what he needs to do to become its guardian spirit, since he doesn't know anything about spirit arts. Snakey tells Yeon-myeong that he doesn't need to do anything as extreme amount of energy releases from its body, and a bead moves towards Yeon-myeong as it tells him that this is a spirit binding seal. Just by holding the bead, his spirit will be bound with our Chad's soul, and that is how it will become our Chad's guardian spirit. Hearing the instructions, Yeon-myeong grabs onto the bead as it releases enormous amounts of energy. Outside the chambers, the guards are wondering why Yeon-myeong hasn't come out yet, so they start panicking, wondering if Yeon-myeong is in any trouble. One of the guard tells the other one that they need to go in and check, but guard number 2 tells him that they are not supposed to enter carelessly. Guard number 1 picks up the poison refining pill and puts it into its mouth, telling number 2 that they can worry about the punishment later, but they cannot let the future leaders suffer in a place like this. Number 2 closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, telling number 1 that he is as stubborn as always. He opens one of his eyes to see a very bright light exuding from the poison chambers. Number 1 thinks that something is happening inside and it's causing huge vibrations. As the light intensifies, number 1 and 2 starts panicking, calling for Yeon-myeong and if he is safe. Our Chad come out of the chambers as an aura is surrounding him. Back at the chambers, after Yeon-myeong made Snaky his guardian spirit, he got the guardian spirit aura and dragon scale. Unlike the usual guardian spirit aura, this one feels like a tangible outer layer, thanks to him absorbing the poison of our Snaky, which helped him fill all 12 meridians at the same time, so he considers himself lucky. Blood wanted to kill the snake a few minutes ago. He needs to suppress his aura and control the output, or else he will gain overwhelming attention from everyone. From Yeon-myeong's aura a small part arises and our Snaky manifests itself, telling our Chad that does he need to be concerned about the people below him, and the Wanderer Saint flaunted it openly. Since Snaky needs some training, Yeon-myeong gives it a hard flick, telling it to not reveal itself recklessly. The autonomous cute Snaky tells our Chad that unless he reveals it himself, no one can see him, and with an aura as strong as our Chad, there would be no one who would dare to attack him. Yeon-myeong thinks that still it's too eye-catching and he somewhat wants to live a ordinary life this time. Our smart Sneaky asks him that what he meant by this time? And he is speaking as if he died and came back to life. Yeon-myeong doesn't make a reaction and Snaky asks him if there really is a way to do that. Yeon-myeong looks at it and asks him what he means. Snaky tells Yeon-myeong that there is a reason why he is given such power, just like his previous master the Wanderer Saint, and those with power are followed by destiny. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong asks Snaky if he was exploited back then. Hearing this, Snaky starts sweating, telling out Chad that his previous master was even more inflexible than him. The previous trash master worked Snaky to the bone until his dying days, then he summoned an exorcist to seal him in a jar, because he deemed our cute snake too dangerous. Yeon-myeong figured out how all this was connected to the exorcist, and he was a highly ranked spirit. As for Snaky, he is getting angry just thinking about him. Such a strong spirit is wanted by many exorcists, so the ancestor helps seal him. Yeon-myeong thinks if the ancestors is like his master, intimidating exorcists to get the job done. What struck our Chad's mind was that Snaky told him that there is a reason for his existence, and if it's as related to awakening memories of his past life. As he was in his thoughts wondering, a guard brings him back to reality and barges into the room, as Yeon-myeong shoves Snaky into his body as the guard tells him to come out immediately. He informs out Chad that in Sichuan near the main house there is an attack by the evil faction. Moving on to that place, we see Fatso in the entrance exam catching his breath. A huge groups of thugs are mocking them by telling where they are rushing off to. He is not aware why esteemed gentlemen from the Orthodox sect have come here, but this ugly red-haired trash tell them that they should have known that Sichuan is the territory of the Black Death Alliance. Old man tells Fatso that he will hold them off while he runs, but Fatso tells him that in his current condition it would be impossible. This red-haired dog is a palace lord and he is here with hundreds of members. In Fatso's current condition it will be hard to handle him. This smelly monkey tells him that since they have reached the capital of Sichuan they must be seeking help from the Tang clan, but their leader has isolated the Tang clan. Blood is daydreaming too much. He tells them that he will capture and offer them to the leader and he might be granted the ultimate martial art, so they should be prepared to lose a limb. That's when our Chad enters the scene. The guards tell Yeon-myeong that the two people are martial artists from the Justice faction, so he figures out that their opponent is from the evil faction. He orders the guard to escort them to the clan since they have come as guests. The Fatso is happy that martial artists from the Tang family are here to help, but there are only 4 of them, so even if their spirit is formidable it's impossible to face against hundreds. Yeon-myeong tells Fatso to step back since his partners is in no state to even stand. Wajin takes care of the injured man and Fatso asks him should they not be helping the ones up front. But Wajin smiles as Fatso blabbers about how there are over hundreds of martial artists. Yeon-myeong tells them that although he appreciates the help he is in no need of it. Moving on to the monkey, he is angry on Yeon-myeong for blocking his way. His guard tells him that he is probably the one who won the Tang clan's competition and returned as the family head. This red monkey mocks Yeon-myeong and asks him if he is going to face them. Feeling sad for him. As for his minions, they are grinning. This dumb retard is so confident that he tells Yeon-myeong that he will uproot them once and for all. Hearing his nonsense, a needle flies towards him, poisoning him. In an instant this monkey falls to his death. Yeon-myeong thought that the nonsense spouted by Trash was too annoying. Everyone present in the scene is shocked by what had happened as the leader lies dead on the ground. Yeon-myeong tells them they don't need to uproot them since he will be the one to do it. The punk gorilla is dead as our Chad's poison needle finished him off. His lackeys are confused when Yeon-myeong threw the poison needle, because it was so fast that they couldn't even see it. Yeon-myeong puts his hands inside his coat and takes out hundreds of needles, and using his internal energy he throws it towards them. The minions saw Yeon-myeong throwing the needles and tells everyone to stay alert. As the one beside him gets killed by the needle, he hears the sounds of hundreds of them falling to the ground, getting one shot by the poison needles. As this side character turns around to see hundreds of bodies. Moving on to our Chad, he rushed out and forgot to apply poison, but surprisingly it's having the same effect as if they were poisoned. As for Fatty, he is getting overwhelmed by our Chad's riz. Snaky manifests itself and tells Yeon-myeong that its poison was seeped into his needles, and there are only few people in this world that can withstand its poison. Yeon-myeong smirks and tells Snaky that it's more useful than it looks, pissing our unlimited poison supplier. We move to the riz-infected Fatty that cannot believe that our Chad has such amazing assassin skills. Dude doesn't know he is the protagonist that you viewers dream of becoming. He guesses that Yeon-myeong might be the one that single-handedly killed the 300 warriors from the Darkness Silent sect. Despite all this fat, his guess was correct. The remaining lackeys cannot believe that they just witnessed over 100 soldiers getting wiped out in an instant. They thought that the Tang clan was declining, but no one mentioned they have a monster like our Chad. One guy with an axe tells them not to worry as it's just one guy. This junior gorilla tells them how if Yeon-myeong is not in the fire realm he won't have enough energy to use that great technique multiple times. Gorilla wanted screen time, so it charges towards our Chad, landing a heavy attack, telling Yeon-myeong where all his bravado went. Gorilla is the only one talking. Let our Chad cooks, as Yeon-myeong grabs onto his axe and breaks it, like your hearts when girls reject you. The junior gorilla is wetting himself as what Yeon-myeong used was the dragon scale he got after contracting with Snaky. The minions gets nervous as they see Yeon-myeong using the 10,000 heavenly flower rain. Moving on to our Chad, he is ready to attack, and Fatty, seeing what our boy is doing, gets nervous as they heard that the Tang family's secret technique was lost after facing the heavenly pervert's attack, which was all a mistake, and their strength is still solid. As for Yeon-myeong, he is done killing every single one of them. Fatty thinks of letting the Tang clan handle the Black Death Alliance, but Yeon-myeong bursts his bubble and asks Fatty if he is still here. Fatty is so scared that his fat will melt and tells Yeon-myeong that his skills are so impressive that he couldn't look away. Yeon-myeong walks past him and tells him that they will discuss it further at the main house. Fatty takes a second look to see hundreds of side characters dead, and by no means they should make enemies with the Tang family. A few days ago on the outskirts of Sichuan, Fatty was eating with Sabak. He tells him that it's a relief that they didn't encounter any trouble from the unorthodox factions, since he heard that after the Tang clan's downfall Sichuan has been overrun by the unorthodox factions. Surprisingly, it's pretty quiet. We move on to the Gen Z old man, but he is serious for some reason. Fatty is confused why he's so tense all of a sudden. A mysterious man asks them if the food is to their liking, since it's a small place that he visits often. Fatty with no neck thinks to himself that he was right beside them, but he couldn't even sense him, so he is quite a skilled guy. He asks the mysterious man who he is. Sabak tells him that it's the guy from the Yu family, shocking him because this guy is the Black Alliance leader, the crippled lizard. He asks them what brings the Taoists of the joint sect to his Sichuan. Dude thinks he is Gu Chanji from I Am a Fated Villain, but he is just a side character. Our arrogant Fatty is nervous as they came to this remote inn to avoid clashes, but because of their bad luck they came across the Alliance leader. Crippled Lizard asks Sabak if he has any business with the Alliance, since he has reached the Fire Realm. Sending him would mean it's serious. Old man tells Lizard that he has no business with the Alliance, and asks him if he came alone as he doesn't see any of his subordinates. The crippled Lizard talks as if he the main character, taunting him by telling old man if he thinks that he can take him down alone, and if that's what he wants he is willing to spar with him. Sabak gets pissed and tells Lizard that he has lived twice as long as him, but this savage Lizard asks him if he is here to pay respect to him. Sabak gets so pissed that he releases his energy and tells him that in a battle between Fire Realm Masters the years of accumulated energy are crucial. And if Lizard is confident enough to handle the energy he has built with his sect techniques, Fatty thinks that Sabak is more hyped than usual, so he might actually start a fight here. All of a sudden both of them get shocked because the lizard releases his energy and tells them that he destroyed multiple sects with his own hands 10 years ago. The only reason that the joint sect survived was because they were far away from Sichuan. If a fight is what it will take him to understand this, he knows a place nearby for a quick spar. Fatty is smart to tell Sabak to not be impulsive and jump into a fight, but he wants to be a protagonist as well and show the crippled lizard that the martial arts of their sect is the best in the world. We move to the present as Fatty tells Yeon-myeong that was how they ended up facing the crippled lizard, but our Chad tells him that it's different from the one that he saw earlier. Fatty explains that the ones chasing them came after this. Moving to his story, the lizard was terrifying as on one side stood our old man and on the other was the crippled lizard. Sabak took his sword out and tells Fatty to step back. As for the lizard, he is ready to face him. In an instant Sabak disappears rushing towards the lizard, attacking him, but he blocks it using his bare hands. Telling this old man that the sword technique is pretty decent, since it's powered by internal energy. Basically old man uses the resonance of the inner energy to drive out other energies. Fatty can't keep up with their speed and thinks this is what a fight between warriors who have reached the fire realm looks like. As they exchange swords, the crippled lizard managed to stop the old man's sword attack with his bare hands, mocking him by telling him how he bragged about his internal energy, but it's not up to the mark. This dumb old hag gets even more pissed and starts using the ultimate technique of the joint sect, releasing waves of enormous energy. Seeing this, the dumb Fatty thinks Sabak is overwhelming the crippled lizard but notices him smiling. In an instant, with multiple attacks at the same time, he blocks the old man's attacks. Sabak comes back to reality, realizing that the lizard is intentionally blocking all his attacks at the last moment. It's as if he is testing his, even though he is from the unorthodox side. Since that's the case, he will go all out, using the full power of his secret technique. As for the lizard, it managed to figure out his technique. The secret technique lands, it causes a huge explosion as strong as an atomic bomb. Fatty is shocked that Sabak used the secret technique of the clan. The old man gets up, showing our Fatty how he managed to defeat the alliance leader. Dude is literally in a dilemma that he is the protagonist. Fatty tells him that all of it is fine but they should leave soon. That's when the crippled lizard tells them that the technique requires more precision. The martial art is fitting for the joint sect, which is one of the major orthodox factions. He is unharmed and explained that the technique is using the internal energy amplification through intent. So even though it's called the demonic sword technique, it's basically a powerful internal martial art. Moving on to Fatty, he tells Sabak that what he is using is defiantly the sect's secret technique, however it's not the usual mixed energy. Lizard acts arrogant, telling them why they are surprised, since if one understands the principles it's easy. So it doesn't exclusively have to be a demonic technique. Sabak moves Fatty to the side as the lizard launches a tremendous attack filled with energy, telling them how he will rename the technique to the divine subduing energy. Can't wait for Yeon-myeong to face him. I think our Chad snake is enough for this lizard. Yeon-myeong confirms it from Fatty if the crippled lizard actually used the martial arts of the orthodox faction. Fatty puts his head down and tells our Chad that he adapted the martial art to his preference. Although the energy he gathered was different, the technique was undoubtedly the essence of the demonic sword art. What's surprising is that the power of the copied technique surpassed the original demonic sword technique. If old man didn't use the last bit of his internal energy to block the attack, they would be dead by now. Yeon-myeong is actually impressed because Sabak was definitely in the fire realm, so to comprehend his martial arts in just one duel is impressive. While thinking to himself, Fatty intervenes and tells Yeon-myeong that they have come to the Tang clan for one purpose. So he requests them to cooperate with them in the great martial arts competition of their sect. The Heavenly Demon Cult is a religious and militant group located in Xinjiang. They were once so strong that they could rival all the 9 great sects and other martial faction. After numerous fights in martial arts world, the orthodox faction is still not confident enough to confront them. The main reason behind it is because the entire faction moves at the command of one person, the sect leader. However, the situation took a change when the sect leader's son, the creepy pervert, emerged with innate martial talent and gained his own personal followers. Because there might be an unintended factional split, the pervert left the clan and led his followers with him, founding the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Cult. This is the reason that has weakened the elite ranks of the sect, making this the last opportunity to eradicate them, but they are worried about the Black Death Alliance to their south. So if they move to the north while their elites are out to take care of heavenly demon cult, they will suffer great losses. The martial power that our Chad displayed earlier was so strong that he could prevent the Black Death Alliance from moving north. So it's his humble request that while the Tang family stops the Black Death Alliance while they eradicate the heavenly demon divine cult. But what he hears shock him because our Chad isn't some loser, so, with a poker face he tells Fatty no. Fatty tells Sabak that their request was rejected. Yeon-myeong told him that he cannot this himself, so he will consult this with the family head in return. Fatty tells Old Hag what to do if they can't persuade them. Sabak tells them to wait for the time being. Fatty tells him that this is not the only problem, but the state of the Tang clan is quite different from what they expected. While they traveled here, they observed that building of the Tang family expanded, their martial prowess has increased greatly. Even the overall atmosphere among the clan members were great, which is completely opposite to the rumors that they were ruined by the mega-pervert emotionless loser. Sabak gets into character and tells Fatty that he noticed it, and figures out that there must be a driving force that revived the clan. So by any means necessary they must bring the Tang clan to their side. While discussing all this, Yuri and her father are here, these two over-smart delusional martial artist. He introduces himself as the head of general affairs of the Tang clan. By the orders of the family head he is here to bring them. After they reach the main house, both of them are shocked as mommy leader introduces herself and asks them if they came here to request cooperation against the heavenly demon cult. She tells them that currently she is the acting family head of the Tang clan. What surprised these two is that she is in the fire realm, which is probably why the Tang clan regained their strength. Although they cannot detect Yeon-myeong powers, but the acting head, our mommy queen, is undoubtedly in the fire realm. Fatty thinks he is the only smart one, telling our mommy that their sect is in urgent need of support, and since they are eradicating evil sects, isn't it right to help in the name of justice? So he requests her to reconsider, but our mommy doesn't respond. She asks Yeon-myeong that he refused them earlier and if he still thinks the same. Yeon-myeong's answers is still a no, shocking the two brain-dead retards, as Fatty asks him what his reason behind the rejection. Trying to convince our Chad that if they don't stop the evil sects the martial world might fall in chaos. Yeon-myeong with a stern face tell these two monkeys that it's understandable that the heavenly demon cult is dangerous, but the Black Death Alliance and the evil faction are separate issues. According to what Yeon-myeong learned from his investigation, the Black Death Alliance does not harass the common people, although they don't collect protection fees. In return they even eliminate the bandits, making them more like the orthodox factions. So in such circumstances they have no justification to attack them first, shocking Fatty, but the old man remained calm. Our Chad gets pissed as he asks them what they mean by acting in the name of justice. When the Black Death Alliance and the pervert and his cult invaded the Tang clan. Since no one from the orthodox faction came to help, literal hypocrites. Our Chad tells him that prioritizing the safety of their own sect is normal, so he can't blame them. But what they are doing is trying to seek help under the guise of eradicating the evil sects. Look at that lump of fat, it's about to leak himself. Fatty clenches his fist since he cannot lift his head because what our Chad is telling aren't wrong. They preach righteousness but only act when their own sects are threatened. The dumbfounded old man apologizes to Yeon-myeong for not considering the Tang clan's position. Fatty is shocked that usually in this case old man would be angry. Well, if he really got angry he would have to carry his body. He tells Yeon-myeong that he was short-sighted and it's natural to refuse when all they do is talk about their own benefits in the name of righteousness. He changes his term, telling our Chad that they are willing to pay a fair price, so now it's not a favor but a cooperation. Since this is the case, Yeon-myeong can't refuse them anymore. Hearing this, Fatty instantly tells them how they should discuss the forces they can deploy. But he gets stopped by our Chad as he transforms into a monster, telling them how much they are willing to pay. Look at him, guys. After they left the building done with their discussion, Fatty lost some weight because they will have to pay several years worth of sect maintenance. Old man thinks that if it can save their sect this is a small price to pay. He tells Fatty that he must be confident to offer such an amount, which Fatty agrees because their martial powers are impressive. Because they are close to the crippled lizard. As for Yeon-myeong, his power are hard to guess, which the Fatty can't believe because those at the fire realm can sense it. Since Yeon-myeong can do it, he is surely the strongest person he has come across. As our Chad overhears all this, getting impressed because the old man realized that he is hiding his powers. Mommy tells Yeon-myeong that it is not entirely about collecting money and there must be a reason why our Chad agreed to this. Yeon-myeong tells her that the Black Death Alliance good deeds to the Taoist, but he cannot trust them. Mommy tells Yeon-myeong that orders has been maintained in Sichuan after all the major sects fell. Yeon-myeong tells her that it's all because of that crippled lizard. The only reason they classified as an evil faction is because they didn't join the orthodox faction. They're more like bandits because they ignore righteousness and only pursue their personal gains. The current order in Sichuan is temporarily maintained by crippled lizard. If things go slightly wrong in their rule, they push out their business competitors and plant spies to invade or bring down other clans. So although their nature didn't change, the current order is only maintained by lizard. If he were to disappear one day, the evil faction under his would go crazy. Mommy finally understood his point, so she asks him what his current plan is. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong smiles and tells her that it's simple, so all they need to do is prevent them from going north. Mommy is not sure if they are strong enough to block the Death Alliance since she is not aware of Yeon-myeong's current strength. Our Chad with a straight face tells her that since they cannot block them directly, he will block them internally. Hearing this, Mommy cannot believe that he is gonna infiltrate the main base. Our mommy, I mean my mommy, never mind, she is nervous how he will sneak in. Yeon-myeong tells her that recently they sent an invitation themselves. Hearing this, Mommy gets confused. Unlike the previous competitions, the gathering is now a tournament where the young master of the evil factions face each other. Yeon-myeong will attend the gathering and confirm their true nature, and if they don't eradicate their evil nature, he will kill every one of them. In some other place inside a carriage, a man is telling someone that when they reach the Tang clan, the person should not do anything to offend the family head. It's that skinny Barbie. This time he bought her niece, and if what he said about Yeon-myeong is right, while his hand keeps shaking, she will do anything to win him over. Well, she is cute and an actual Barbie. She is the young lady Yeon-myeong. We move to the poison hall, where Ijin comes to meet Taeho and asks him if he is here. Since she brought him his meal and herbal medicines, Sabek tells her to come inside. Someone tells me how she looks like a girl. She asks him how he is currently doing and the current situation of his internal energy. He tells her that thanks to her he is now much better. Making a face full of happiness, he tells Ijin all of this because of the medicine her grandfather provided. Hearing this, Ijin is delighted. When he first saw the medicine and the food, he was traumatized because not only did it contain herbs, but also poisonous plants. Look at his face, it looks like he is consuming turd freshly released. Now that was a disgusting remark. What he didn't expect is that after eating it, his power level went over 9,000 and he became a hairy version of Nappa. This even surprised Ijin's grandfather who made the medicine. Because of how fast he was recovering, that hot fresh turd was maybe good. If this goes on like this, he will soon recover enough to be able to return to his sect. Ijin is happy to hear. That's when Fatty tells them that it is very noisy outside and asks Ijin if something is happening. She tells him that it might be because the Jae-gal clan has arrived. Hearing this, Fatty is nervous and confused. The Jae-gal clan and the Tang family have had a close relationship for a long time. That's why they supported them during the recent contest. This time they are here to set up a defensive formation in their outer grounds. Fatty is contemplating about not knowing much about formations, but it will be very costly, and if the Jae-gal clan is well off. Instead of all this, dude should weigh himself first. Sabek asks her if the Tang clan is covering the cost. She directly tells him that the Jae-gal clan is covering for everything with a smile on her face. While the duo of Fat Monkey and Gen Z are confused, she tells them that according to the family head they were very cooperative. Sabek thinks they might have found the weakness of the Jae-gal clan. Now we move on to your favorite skinny Barbie. He is wetting himself from the thought of what our Chad might just do to him. Now we move on to the main hall. Bro, I don't want to move so much, already overworked by self. Anyways, the duo of uncle and niece are outside the main hall, as he asks Yeon-myeong if she will be able to leave a good impression on them, and she assures him. She is then move on to show her huge collection of clothes she brought. If you know can't get demonetized, and how there is not a man who will not fall for her beauty. Looking at her skinny, Barbie thinks that she resembles his sister who was called a beauty in Hubei, so capturing a young man's heart won't be too difficult. Someone tells me who the hell draws those mothers. They all look too good to be a side character. Over a decade ago, the pervert attacked the clan to claim his sister, and because of her sacrifice the clan barely managed to survive destruction. This dude has mental issue for sure. Please be wary that he not the Black Alliance leader, as some might confuse it. Driven by the shame that something is 50 and rotten got to taste her cooking, she killed herself probably because they didn't add enough meat to the dish. So no matter what, he cannot allow such a tragedy to befall the family ever again. If she develops a strong relationship with the Tang clan, they can maintain their lineage. He looks at her and thinks that the future of their clan now solely depends on her. That's when Barbie hears a voice telling them that she heard the J-Gal clan was a great help to them. Both of them are shocked for some other reason, but I would only act this way if I can pair up with our mommy. Now they are even setting up a formation for them, and she as the family head is very grateful. Let's take 10 seconds to appreciate how good the goat mommy looks like. Skinny Barbie figures out that, if she is the family head, then she is most likely our Chad's mother. Like mother like son, they are both blessed with beauty. I care to differ. The real protagonist is the mother, no debate. He was overwhelmed by her presence that he forgot to greet her, so Skinny Barbie introduces himself and apologizes for not being aware of her ascension. But since she is a queen, she gracefully tells him that he was not here when she ascended, which is understandable. She tells him that they had a long journey, so it's sufficient to rest before they should start their work. Hearing this, Barbie in a respectful manner thanks her for their consideration. She asks who the lady beside him is. In a nervous manner he tells her that she is his niece, that he brought to strengthen the bond between the clans. He asks her to greet the family head, but while she is dazed, not listening anything that he is saying, because she got rizzed by our Chad's good look. Dude should thank his mother for that. While she was daydreaming, our Barbie tells him her to pay attention. She gets into character and introduces herself, and she apologizes to Mommy for her late greeting, and congratulates her for becoming the family head. Mommy thinks that she is a very polite child and tells her that in a few years men will be heartbroken over her. Hearing this, she gets shy, taking this as a compliment. Mommy proudly tells her that she was also famous in her youth and she resembles him. If only she was real, never mind. She tells Mommy that she is still so beautiful that when she first saw her, she thought our Mommy was our Chad's sister. In her mind she thinks that our Mommy is a kind woman and compliments her. I completely agree with her in this case. Mommy tells her that since she is the same age as Yeon-myeong, she will get along with him. She starts acting as tears falls from her eye, telling Mommy that no one from her family has even shown her so much affection. In her mind, what she is thinking is if our Chad is also reaction to her story. But gets shocked when she sees our Chad lost in his thoughts. Barbie cannot believe that he ignored such a sorrowful story. Usually men would be tripping over her themselves, but she is confused if he is not interested in her. Moving on to our Chad, he is literally dreaming about our ice waifu. New sister was 6 chapters late. Barbie thinks that he has failed once again, but Yeon-myeong cannot accept that she got rejected since it's a first for her. Mommy tells Yeon-myeong to pay attention as she pulls his cheeks, but Yeon-myeong is determined to impress him. Don't hate her, she is a great character, you will know later on. Now we move on to the Black Death Alliance territory, where everyone is talking about the Tang clan's head. A little girl is running while they say how our Chad is not on good terms with them. On one of the meeting halls, the elders are talking about the budget needed for the gathering, and the second page includes the list of participants. A man is biting a branch to look cool, tells them that it is sufficient reporting for today. He is the leader of the Sin demonic lords. He congratulates the red-haired goblin for handling all this, since it was mostly done by the Void Immortal Hall. She tells him it's nothing, as she is doing her duty as the servant of the leader. The other thinks that the alliance leader threw away the report and went out. Old man tells Masked Man that he has always been a free spirit. That's when someone enters the room and everyone gets shocked seeing the entity. As for that goblin, she was sweating as it's a little girl telling them that she want to go to Sichuan for the gathering this time. She gets on top of her uncle as she asks her what has happened, as she thought it was troublesome last time. She tells him she heard rumors and asks him if the Tang clan family head will be participating. Which is the right information, so she acts cheesy, telling him that all the women in the area are lovesick over him, so she wonders how handsome he is. If the rumors are true, she will most likely make him her husband. Leaf-eating uncle thinks that if her father knew this he would be shocked, as goblin hears their conversation. And the topic is angering her, but she really can do anything. Blood should visit a hairstylist first, but then she make a smirk, probably wants trap our Chad using cute girl as an excuse. While her uncle tells her that there is no one that can stop the will of the alliance leader's daughter. In one of the residences of the Tang family, Mirio is combing the hair of our god-tier waifu. As she tells her how beautiful her hair is even after she was bedridden all this time, as she laughs, getting shy. Last time when Yeon-myeong came here, he made it very obvious that he got bewitched by her. Even I agree, just like you guys who clicked because of the thumbnail. Mirio asks her to share her beauty secrets with her bro, is seriously in need of a makeover. Mirio activates her Power Ranger meme god mode and asks her what she thinks about Yeon-myeong. Hearing this, she gets shy and asks her if she is using martial arts to monitor people's breathing. The troll tells our innocent waifu that when she mentioned his name her breathing changed. Then she gets serious and asks her if she is seriously okay, confusing her as she asks her what she is talking about. Mirio tells Miso that our Chad is going to Sichuan gathering, so she won't be able to see him for a while. Then this troll explains to her in this gathering the most dangerous evil faction will face each other. Hearing this she gets scared as Mirio tells her that it's not the most important thing. What if our Chad were to meet another girl from the factions and fall for her? In that situation, can she handle it then? Bro, look at her face, the art is so good it's killing me. She is unable to come up with an answer. Meme God make another pose and suggest her that they should both go to the Sichuan gathering. Miso makes a frowning face and tells her that what if their attendance makes the family head burdened. Mirio tells her to not worry about it since she has everything planned out. Bro is the ultimate winger, look for her in real life. At the main hall of the Tang clan, Yeon-myeong is bored, as he asks Yeon-myeong that if it's true that she wants to go to Sichuan gathering as his maid. Yeon-myeong replies with an yes and tells our Chad that she heard that the young master from the evil faction will compete for powers there, so she is curious to see how the competition unfold. With a reaction-less face like boss in my old job when I messed up, he tells her that he has been informed that he can bring one guard and one maid. Yeon-myeong on her mind thinks that it's not a pleasure trip, instead she will find a way to win over the family head no matter what. That when our girl enters his room as Yeon-myeong make the face of a junior member, he tells them that he sensed them coming and of course it had to be the girls. Mirio barges in with our queen and tells him that Miso is eager to discuss something with him. She tells Mirio that she is very disrespectful towards the family head. That's when Mirio notices a fox staring at her. Guys, just look at their face, look like JoJo's Adventurer, but it's even more uglier. Mirio asks who she is and Yeon-myeong does the same. Yeon-myeong asks Miso what she is currently doing here, as Mirio was about to tell him when Yeon-myeong is making a face similar to that cat from Pokemon. She tells Yeon-myeong that her sister and she herself want to go to the Sichuan government. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong is shocked. What's funny is the Chad is completely useless. What they plan to do is Mirio become his guard and Miso will accompany them as his maid, since he can only be accompanied by one guard and one maid. Amidst their meeting, Yeon-myeong is dumbfounded what nonsense Mirio is spouting. From her eyes, Mirio has a close relationship with Yeon-myeong, but the biggest concern is that Miso is so beautiful that she is almost as beautiful as Yeon-myeong's mother. No one, I repeat, on one can beat mommy. Moving back to Yeon-myeong, she is losing her mind because if Miso were to accompany Yeon-myeong it will ruin her plan and position. Our Chad shocks everyone in the room, is shocked as Yeon-myeong tells Mirio that he can take her as his guard. As for Miso, he cannot take her with him, since he already has someone in mind for the maid position. Hearing this, the delusional Yeon-myeong thinks if she is the maid, while Mirio tells him that if Miso doesn't go, Mirio will not accompany him. Since that's the case, Yeon-myeong planned to choose another warrior from the clan, pissing Mirio even more. Miso tells her Mirio to stop as she starts getting emotional and then literally starts crying, telling Mirio that if the family head doesn't want it, it's better not to force him. I am sorry mommy, I might get diverted. What the hell was that? Mirio loses her mind, telling the junior meme god to go outside with her since it's time for a lecture. To Mirio, he is an amazing person not just because of his martial art but also because of his judgment and decisiveness. Then as she is his senior when it comes to posting memes, she shows him his true face, telling him how he can be so cluelessness, making it obvious why she is acting like this. She wants to know why Mirio cannot go, and if he doesn't have feeling for her, it's like he is pushing away an opportunity right in front of him. Yeon-myeong shocks her by telling her that it's not a pleasure trip but it could instantly turn into a battlefield, since he doesn't know what might happen during the confrontation with the evil factions. If Mirio were to come along, she might get exposed to a danger that he can't protect her from. Mirio is scared as he tells her who would be responsible if she were to get in trouble. What's more troublesome is that they are going to the Black Death Alliance territory, so he might even have to face their leader. Considering she is still in her recovery phase and is not fully strong yet, it would be hard for her to handle. Moving back to Mirio, she thinks what he said is right, so she has no choice but to agree to her. Yeon-myeong thanks her for understanding his situation. Bro is like the ultra-rare protagonist who is almost perfect. Dude is not a simp unlike others. Mirio sweats as she tells him that she is still going as Yeon-myeong, but our troll asks her that she told everyone that she wouldn't be going either. She gets pissed, telling her that she cannot let a fox guard the hen house. She is talking about Yeon-myeong. As for Yeon-myeong, he cannot talk over his boss. As for the Pokemon kitten waifu, she thinks that someone is talking about her. In some other place inside the Tang family, your favorite skinny Barbie is half asleep looking at a formation. Yeon-myeong surprises the Barbie as he asks him why is he just standing here falling asleep. Barbie is scared, so tells Yeon-myeong that there is no such thing. Skinny Barbie tells him that the defense formation has been fully set up and not he is just making adjustments so it will be finished by tomorrow. Yeon-myeong activates his eye discerning skill to look around the formations placed on the main parts of the Tang family. The skinny Barbie tells our Chad all the key point have been protected with formation. Basically, Yeon-myeong threatened to kill the Barbie if he is not done with the formation a week. Moving to the present, he tells Yeon-myeong that he has enough time to complete. Our Chad compliments him as he tells Barbie that if he tries he can do it, so she should do the remaining tasks like this. Hearing this, the Barbie starts crying because his life is saved. Yeon-myeong is impressed because it's better than he expected. Even if he is not here, they can protect themselves. Yeon-myeong has one more thing to do as he goes to the main hall. He summons a new characters. It's the elder Tang Yeon-myeong. This guy has guts as he tells Yeon-myeong that they are not exactly on talking terms. Yeon-myeong tells him that he heard that with the sword he is skilled, which is why he became an elder. Since Yeon-myeong also uses the sword, he thinks it's ideal to have a conversation. Moving to the elder, he tells Yeon-myeong that what he showed during the competition is beyond his reach. So he is well aware of the gap between them. Yeon-myeong tells him it's obvious that his skill are not even close, but he gets surprised when Yeon-myeong tells him that he would give him some pointers on swordsmanship. But the offer is not for nothing. In exchange, he will have to follow his orders from now onwards. The elder is shocked as our Chad tells him that this opportunity will not come by again, so he should consider this a fortunate encounter. So he raises his hand asking the elder if he will be changing side. The two dandies are done lazing off. Now they will take their leave, thanking them for their hospitality. Fatty thanks them for joining them in their cause, and on behalf of their sect he extends his gratitude. Sabak also thanks them because all his internal injuries have completely healed, and if the Tang clan ever needs help he will come running back. Mommy is back at the scene, as she is grateful for their words. They are going to send some elders and warriors to aid in their campaign against the demonic sect. They bluntly said all the trash the clan was harboring. Sabak puts out his hand telling her that he will send the payment as soon as they return to their sect. He shake hand with mommy. I mean my newlywed wife. Old man should keep his hands off. He then moves on to my son, I mean Yeon-myeong. This hand-shaking pervert wants to shake hands with our Chad to express gratitude. Because if it weren't for him they wouldn't have made it out alive. As they shake hand, this was tells our Mega Chad that he possesses martial powers beyond his years. And before long he might surpass him. What nonsense is this ant talking about? Anyways, he gets owned by the overwhelming powers suppressed by our Chad, making him feel like the ant he is. Bro popped his pants. Just look at his face as he starts sweating. Fatty notices a change in his outlook and tells him why his face has turned pale and if he is alright. Since Ant has to stay all strong and whatnot, he tells him that it's because he is reluctant to leave. With a shivering voice he tells Fatty that they should go back to their sect. What he saw was not an illusion, but it's hard to believe that a human can possess such power. It might just be a guess, but Gen Z uncle thinks that the rise of the Tang clan might not be because of the family head but our Chad Yeon-myeong. As they leave, my wife tells everyone that the motto of the clan is that they will repay kindness twofold and grudges tenfolds. This is the rules that the main family values loyalty above all. Since they have agreed to assist the Fatsos' sect, they must face the battle together. And because of the vigor and beauty of my wife they get pumped up. I married her. In this episode's jokes apart, the group of pigs that are still in the clan are having a hard time contemplating the situation they are in. From the look of it, these losers will try to kill Yeon-myeong or cause a problem for the Tang clan. With everything set in place, she wishes them good fortune in their battle. Later that day, Ijin hand over our Chad a full stock of energy drinks, I mean the fiery poison. Ijin is curious why he always carries this poison only, since there are many other poisons. Yeon-myeong tells her that it's because she is familiar with it and there's no poison like it. Basically what he means is that this is Yeon-myeong's favorite flavor. He bids her farewell since his companions are waiting. She is chilled because it's him, but he gotta make it out alive. Out of nowhere, Snaky manifests itself, getting curious as it is hard to believe if he is really as young as he says. Yeon-myeong asks it what's with a question like this out of the blue. Snaky explains that it is hard to believe that someone his age could possess such martial prowess. Now Snaky starts blabbering nonsense how our Chad has surpassed many veteran martial artists who have roamed the martial world for decades. Still, he is not on the level of the invisible guest yet, but the most supernatural thing was the sword technique he showcased when he recruited the elder. It was so advanced that it was levels above the swordmasters he had faced alongside the invisible guest. Yeon-myeong is smart, so he makes up an answer, telling it that if there are people like the Black Death Alliance leader who can comprehend martial arts at a glance, then why cannot a Chad like our boy exist? So it's best for Snaky to put aside his unnecessary. All Snaky thinks is that our Chad is definitely not a dragon. Afterwards he goes to the main hall, where his group of side characters are waiting while Mirio asks Yeon-myeong where he went. Yeon-myeong tells them that he went to Ijen to get some poison, but he is not aware of the third person accompanying them. The masked dude greets our Chad, introducing himself as Jang Gil, and he is here to guide him and ensure he is safe during his journey. Yeon-myeong with a smile on his face tells him that he will be counting on him. That's when my wife enters the scene asking our son Yeon-myeong if he is going to leave now. Seeing her, the side characters get shocked just like Manhwa seeing their crush, but since our real main character OS chill, she tells them it okay as there is no need to be so formal. She suddenly tells Yeon-myeong that the wind is picking up, so whatever oath Yeon-myeong chooses in life, she will support him, but he shouldn't push himself too hard. Yeon-myeong tell her to not worry since she should be aware whose son he is. Hearing this, my wife gets shy, proudly telling him that he is son of the poison phoenix. Well, he is my son as well from now onwards. She then moves on to the side characters telling them to stay safe and take good care of the family head. Like some robots in charge, they tell her that they will carry out duties. Hearing this, she bids them farewell. Look at her again, this is for sure going to be my wallpaper artist, definitely did me justice. In the heart of Sichuan Tang, we move on to our squad as Mirio tells Yeon-myeong that it really feels like a festival, but it wasn't like this the last time she came. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong asks her if she has been here before. Mirio proudly tells Yeon-myeong that she came here a few times when her dad was still running the trading company. Mirio gets into her character telling him how it was a huge company back then. Once the evil factions took over, the business has shrunk a lot. Hearing all this nonsense, Yeon-myeong remembers that her father mentioned it before. Our Chad thinks that if the clan expands, it would be financially smart to have a trading company, since they cannot rely on the elders' embezzled funds and the medical wing's profits forever. Now it is becoming clear to our Chad he will need to deal with the evil factions. Yeon-myeong tells Mirio to come see him with her father. Hearing this, Mirio asks him what is the reason. Our Rizgod tells her that he is planning to help him start running the trading company. Hearing this, Mirio gets extremely happy, telling him that he cannot back out now that he has said it. Later that day, in some place in the town where a dwarf man is chilling by himself, he is actually dressed because today it is going to be another slow day. His dream is to find someone who knows how to appreciate swords. That's when he hears a voice calling for him, our Chad asking him if the place is open for business since they cannot hear any sounds of hammering. Yeon-myeong, the new Naruto lookalike, tells him that he is here to look at swords. Little man thinks that our Chad has an unusual look about him, so we welcome him with open arms, telling him that the swords are inside so he is free to take a look. He showcases his collection, trying his hardest to not brag about how good they are compared to other shops. Mirio asks him why he is in need of a sword. According to Yeon-myeong, it better to carry a weapon even if it is just for show. Yeon-myeong analyzes the sword by tapping on it. The quality of the blade is in excellent condition and even the level of sharpness is impressive. Yeon-myeong tells Shorty that he has a right to boast, shocking him, because he cannot believe that he knows how to evaluate swords. Although the sword lacks beauty, the sharpness make up for it, which is proof that the forging and tempering was done with great precision. Shorty cannot believe that Yeon-myeong analyzed sword just by tapping it and glancing at them a few times. Yeon-myeong tells everyone present to pick one sword that will suit their taste. Hearing this, Shorty gets inside, telling Yeon-myeong to wait right there and not move. After a while, he brings in a huge case and drops it to the table, telling our Chad to open it since it's been a while he has met someone who appreciates swords. Opening the box, Yeon-myeong is shocked because this is the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword that the blacksmith showcased is shiny enough to reflect the image of Yeon-myeong. As for his sidekick Mirio and Yeonjiang, they are amazed by how extravagant it looks. Yeonjiang is someone who has no expertise when it comes to swords, but even she can tell in a glance how amazing the sword is. The Shorty tells them that the sword was not crafted by him but his master, who was an expert in his work. Unfortunately, he passed away from illness, so he took over and relentlessly worked on the sword and finished it. While telling this, he is very proud of this achievement, and asks Yeon-myeong what he thinks of this sword. He can proudly say that the sword is worthy of being called a masterpiece. Even to the eyes of our Chad, this is an amazing sword that it is good enough to be on par with the sword he used in his past life. He can feel the sharpness radiating from it constantly. Yeon-myeong tells Shorty that it is a brilliant sword, however he doesn't need a sword of this caliber. This shocks the blacksmith, so he asks Yeon-myeong if the sword didn't meet his expectations. Yeon-myeong sighs and tells him that it's quite the opposite. He should be proud of the sword he has created, and our Chad is thankful that he showed it to him. This is the reason he thinks that the sword ID too much for him. The real reason is that a sword of this quality would only draw unnecessary attention because of how well it's crafted, so a simple sword suits him better. Yeon-myeong tells Shorty that he will pick the one that he picked up earlier. Hearing this, the blacksmith gets disappointed, telling him that if that's what he wants he has no choice but to comply. That when a group of brain-dead nonsense third-class characters enter the scene, I guess even trash needs to be given screen time. Seeing them, the Shorty makes an unexpected reaction as if he is scared, calling the man in front young Master Yun. He is pissed because he ordered Shorty to bring in the best sword in the shop, yet he deceived him and hid such a masterpiece from him. We will call this retard him Rotten Ginger cause his face resembles one. This ginger cannot fathom that a mere blacksmith dare to mock him. This ginger has too much spice because he is clearly deluded. Shorty is nervous as he tells him that it's clearly a misunderstanding, while our Chad is hearing this nonsense shown by a one-chapter character. Yeon-myeong is a bit confused because in between a bunch of ants there is a strange aura coming from few of them, which is strange to our boy. Seeing this, Snaky manifests items telling Yeon-myeong that he felt something wrong, and his suspicion was right, it is clearly demonic energy. Snaky has faced them few times with the invisible guest, as he asks Yeon-myeong if this is his first time seeing them. According to Yeon-myeong, this is his first time seeing one in person, as he has only heard about them. He asks Snaky what these demon pests are doing in Sichuan, but Snaky is unaware but suggests that he can just capture one and interrogate him. This gingers is not only rotten but dumb as well, as he orders Yeon-myeong to step aside because he is going to kill the blacksmith, and if Yeon-myeong does not move he will kill our Chad first. Trash literally unlocked first-grade nonsense. Yeon-myeong gets pissed, telling him that his mouth is too foul for a brat. This pisses of the ginger, but who cares? With a finger flake he knocks this ugly ginger out. All this talk and bro is this week. Seeing him fall to the ground, his guards make a reaction as if an old granny has been killed. Yeon-myeong tells Ginger that at his level, no matter how good he is with the sword, he won't be able to use this sword properly, so he should come back after 20 years of training. Seeing our Chad acting cool, Mirio is shocked, as for Yeonjing she is acting as if she fell from the sky. One guard starts barking like a dog, telling Yeon-myeong that how dare he lay hands on the grandson of Nam Jin-soon, the lord of Hyunyang sect, which is protected by the Black Death Alliance, warning Yeon-myeong to not expect to live after what he did. Can we move forward? Just how much nonsense can this side character spout? This nonsense pisses Yeon-myeong off as he tells them that he doesn't care about his status, and asks them what's their connection to the demonic sect. Hearing this, they all make mixed reaction, as there is one in between them that looks like the boss who will be one shot by our Chad. Yeonjing asks Yeon-myeong where they came from, as she and our so-called guard Mirio is scared. We then move on to the ginger as he looks back nervously. This third-rate copy of Bayan this he is something, as he is angry that Yeon-myeong called their sect with a slur, and if our Chad doesn't value his life. The guards tells this was to stay behind them, but instead their head goes flying around. Seeing them dead, the ginger now loses all its flavor, falling to the ground. Many demonic soldiers pop up from the ground as the leader tells them that from now onward they, the Heavenly Moon Brigade, will be taking care of this ginger. The rest of his previous guards gets killed. The ugly punk is amazed by the fact that Yeon-myeong saw through their concealment that was perfect. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, he doesn't care, as for his subordinates all of them are crying, and his useless guard Mirio is amazed by just what is happening, but what shocked all three of them further is when Yeon-myeong tells them that with the stench of the demon turds reeking from a mile away he could see them from a mile. Yeon-myeong should switch professions and become a roaster, since he tells him that if he was trying to hide his identity, the least he should do is cover his face properly. Mirio thinks that he has gone crazy to roast someone on their looks. As for the bald head, he is holding himself from attacking, telling Yeon-myeong that even after seeing every one of them getting killed he still doesn't feel the sense of urgency. Yeon-myeong asks Shorty to lend him a sword, and he takes a hold of the masterpiece, as Yeon-myeong tells him that if it's urgency he is talking about, it's them that should worry about it instead. Our roaster Yeon-myeong tells them that from where he is standing, them and the ones they killed are all same to him. This pisses Bald Head so much that he orders his minions to escort the young master, as he is seriously going to kill out Chad. Yeon-myeong wasn't wrong when he called him ugly dude. Looks like the fresh turd my dog just released while I was writing this script. One of turds grabs onto Ginger, but Yeon-myeong gets surprised when the young master does not recognize them at all. According to Yeon-myeong's observation, this brat probably is not aware of their identities. That's when a voice curses our Chad. It's that ugly fart that is pissed and attacks our Chad for ignoring him. With no reaction, his face Yeon-myeong blocks his attack, and because of the strong exchange of sword a mini explosion occurs. Ugly fart thought that he was faster, but still he got knocked back, as he stares at our Chad, who was unfazed even after the exchange of their swords. All of a sudden his world starts spinning and he thinks of counterattacking, only to find himself dead, while all his subordinates watches his head rolling around. Mirio and Yeonjeong are shocked to witness what just happened. Ginger has almost turned into a paste. While Yeon-myeong is standing in front of the headless body, bro has immaculate drip. According to Yeon-myeong, after swinging the sword, he can definitely feel that it is a masterpiece. The weight distribution between the hilt and blade is near perfect, and it's razor sharp without a drop of blood staining it. He tells Shorty that it is truly a masterpiece, and he is who carried his legacy as someone amazing as well. Hearing this, Shorty starts to tear up. In a flashback we can see Senior Shorty making this sword, telling Junior Shorty that every valuable object will eventually find its rightful owner, so the sword he is crafting will find its master someday. So no matter what happens, he must give this sword to the person who can appreciate its worth. Looking at out Chad, he thinks that he has finally found its rightful owner. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, he asks them if any of them wants more, and suggests them to all attack at once. The next moment this group of nonsense charges towards our Chad, telling him to not underestimate them. Yeon-myeong smiles at them and with a single slash he rips through half of them, then like dancing in water with a set of extremely delicate and fast movements he kills them all with single consecutive strikes. Seeing this, Ginger has decides to turn back into a human. Shorty is also short of words. The girls are shocked and Mirio is getting tired from being surprised, and it's amusing that she was not aware when our Chad learned swordsmanship. In some other place where someone is walking with his two legs, this is the nonsense most narrators use to make the video unnecessary long. The person who is walking thought to himself that everything is going smoothly and effortlessly. This pizza face thinks to himself that the losers from the Black Death Alliance, these bastards, is completely unaware that he is from the heavenly demon divine cult. By the way, he is the second son-in-law of Black Death Alliance Hyunso, Nam Jin Soon, but we will call him Pizza Face. Blood is so delusional that he thinks about how his son has the talent befitting the bloodline of the Yun family. This Pizza Face with no sauce is so proud that he thinks that among his peers there is no one who can match him. He clenches his fist in delusion, confident in his pimp son that in the Sichuan assembly, if he can showcase his amazing strength and get into the Black Death Alliance leadership, it will be the first step towards weakening their powers. What a joke! As he smiles, he thinks that by the time they realize what's happening, the demonic path will already have arrived in Sichuan. This Pizza Face is delusional like you guys. In case of you guys you dream about having a girlfriend. A one-armed ant breaks into his pipeless delusion. Pizza Face asks him isn't he one of the member of the Heavenly Moon Brigade who was supposed to guard his son. The one-handed ant tells him that his young master is being attacked by an unknown entity. Hearing this, Pizza Face starts melting, about to lose his mind. We now move on to our Chad, who is busy chopping these trash-like vegetables, showcasing his drip. Showing his cooking to the side characters, they are all dumbfounded, especially Mirio, as she thinks that who is going to take care of this mess. Wondering to herself that if she brought her sister she would have likely passed away for sure. She asks Yeon-myeong why he let one of them escape as he can bring in reinforcements, but Yeon-myeong tells her that he knew that already and purposely let him go. He points his sword towards Junior Pizza Face, telling her that an idiot like him who was not even aware of the demo cult, so there must be someone who hired those ants to protect him. Junior tells Yeon-myeong that he is misunderstanding and he is not from the demon cult, he does not even know who they are. Yeon-myeong stops his blabbering, telling him to shut up as soon he will figure everything out, when the guys are coming here right now. The side characters as always get shocked as a loud scream calls them out. Outside, Pizza Face has arrived with a colony of ants, warning whoever did this to release the hostage and he will spare his life. Making his Pizza Face a bit stretched, he warns them that if they don't comply he will rip them to shreds and feed it to the beasts. Bold word from a pizza. Yeon-myeong enters the scene with Junior Pizza Face and places his masterpiece pizza cutter on his neck, telling Senior Pizza what he can do about this. Shocking obsessed side characters are again shocked, thinking who the villain is right now, considering the way Yeon-myeong is behaving. Mirio the overthinker thinks that their number is way too much. Just a question, was she not aware that during the test Yeon-myeong slayed over 300 martial artists? Anyway, she stares at Yeon-myeong, thinking what his plan might be. Pizza Face barks at Yeon-myeong, telling him how dare he, messing with them without knowing their powers. Yeon-myeong tells Pizza Face that he is from the demon cult, he can sense the sinister energy coming from him, which is the impure demonic energy. Yeon-myeong has figured out that he has hidden his identity and come to Sichuan to stir up trouble. He activates his heaven-obliterating eye, telling him that the Black Death Alliance most likely is not aware of this, because they won't let it slide if they found this out. Hearing this, Pizza Face starts melting as if he is put in an oven, thinking to himself how Yeon-myeong recognized the suppressed demonic energy. What's more surprising is the fact that our Chad is unharmed after facing the Heavenly Ant Brigade. Pizza Face clenches his teeth, thinking that Yeon-myeong is very dangerous, so he uses the name of his family and commands the Heavenly Moon Brigade to use the reverse blood demonic technique. Hearing this, Mirio and family get shocked. They are going to suffer from trauma by how many times they got shocked. She tells them that the reverse blood demonic technique, it is the technique the Heavenly Brilliance pervert used when he invaded the Tang family. The ant starts burning in fury, looking like carrots. Hearing the family name, Yeon-myeong asks him if they are related to Heavenly Pervert. Pizza Face tells him if that's all he has to say before he dies, I can guarantee the next scene is one of the most badass scenes in Manhwa, almost close to Northern Blade actions. Yeon-myeong tells him that he has no personal grudge against him, but his family destroyed something that's his. Hearing this, Pizza Face has evolved to Pizza Turd, laughing and telling our Chad that his brother has destroyed everything, the Jae-gal family, the Myeong family and even the Tang family. Hearing this, Mirio gets angry, ready to her killed and be a burden, but stops her, because if they intervene they will only end up getting themselves killed. So right now they have no choice but to trust our Chad. Pizza Face orders evolved Chicken Wings army to kill our Chad. Snaky manifests himself, telling Yeon-myeong that they look pretty fired up and if he has any plan. Yeon-myeong activates protagonist's Riz, just wait for the next scene. He gets into position and says the word eliminate, swing his sword and the entire world becomes colorless as the army charges him. What a masterpieces! In the next moment the world is painted red and every single one of gets sliced in half except Pizza Face. The side characters does their regular drill, becoming shocked, staring at the painting our Chad drew with blood. Moving on to Pizza Face, he thinks this is impossible when all 70 of the ants were using the reverse blood demonic technique. Even a master at the peak realm would not be this overwhelmingly strong. This is just like what happened at the cult. In a flashback, when Pizza Face was still uncooked, he witnessed the left guardian of the demon cult and the right guardian of the demonic cult beaten to pulp, and this concluded the invitation ceremony of the vice leader of the Heavenly Demon Church. The victor was the Heavenly Pervert. Bro thinks he has Riz that he never wears clothes, lifeless noob with a pea-sized machine. His brother, whose martial prowess which overwhelmed the left and right guardian at their peaks, the overwhelming pressure he is feeling is one that he has not felt from anyone since that day. The overpowering aura is excluded from our Mega Chad, my son Yeon-myeong. For the first time I have seen a sensible one-chapter character, getting on the ground telling Yeon-myeong to spare him. He changes his prospect and tells him that he will give up his life so he should just spare his son. He is not aware what grudge he has against his family, but the junior Pizza is different from him, an ordinary kid who doesn't even know what he is involved in. Yeon-myeong with a cold voice tells him that if he really is ordinary. Telling him that this trash tried to kill a blacksmith just because he didn't give him a good sword. The trash tried to bark, but enough screen time of this dandies as Yeon-myeong silences him for good. Right before the eyes of the Pizza Face, now he is evolving into something I cannot describe. Yeon-myeong asks him if he is angry, but the families of the people they have killed must have felt the same. So Yeon-myeong doesn't feel sorry for him, so he has no intention of sparing anything related to the Heavenly Demon Cult. Pizza Face has turned into Pizza Turd, as from his eyes our Chad finishes him off. We then move on to the next scene inside the shop, where Yeon-myeong is kinda in a tough spot because the blacksmith just gives him the sword, and as always the dup is shocked. Shorty tells him that he weren't here, he would probably be dead, so he should consider this sword as a payment. He gets emotional, telling Yeon-myeong that his master wanted a rightful owner for this sword, so he should be satisfied even if it is given away. Yeon-myeong is getting shy and the two reacting puppies are cheering him, congratulating him. Yeon-myeong decides to take the sword. Just look at that troll's face, he tells Shorty to give him a scabbard because of how flashy the sword is. Snaky manifests himself, thinking that Yeon-myeong is much more impressive than he thought, for a Tang family member to use a sword like that. If anyone called him the Sword King, when Yeon-myeong grows up he will undoubtedly be the strongest martial artist in the world. Huge crowd has formed a line in front of a huge gate. One the nobodies tells his friend to look at the direction he is pointed. He actually pointed towards our Chad, telling if he saw someone like him among the successors of the Sichuan sect. This turd assumes that both his guards are women, so he must be a womanizer. These retards are getting unnecessary screen time, as the first nobody tells his friend that the Sichuan assembly is a major event, so what's the point of him coming here if he is going to act like this? Second, nobody assumes that our Chad's martial skills are trash. Why are we wasting time on this brainless ants again? What they are worried about is that the women are all going crazy and the first loser thinks that he has already lost even before fighting. Our Chad has such good looks that even the judges think to themselves that they have seen many young martial artists, but none of them can match our Chad when it comes to looks. One of them asks our boy which clan or sect he is from. Hearing the name the Tang clan, they both gets nervous and shocked as our Chad intercedes himself as Tang Yeon-myeong, the young master of the Sichuan Tang family. We now move on to some other place where the half-naked turd that is set on killing our Chad. She is informed that Yeon-myeong has registered his name on the participant list early this morning, and then he went straight to his quarters. She smirks, thinking to herself that it's alright for our Chad to rest for now since she will kill our Chad and avenge our grudge. In a flashback we see her on the ground crying while holding a book in her hand. Where she is now is a frequent hangout for bandits and they at people who are alone. Thankfully she was saved by senior aunt. This was the first time she met him. She was surviving as the concubine of a high-ranking military office, but she was nothing more than a plaything. The one day this old hag died suddenly in an accident, this ugly trash had an hobby of collecting martial art manuals. Wanting a new life, she grabbed one of them and ran away. That is how she ended up meeting gray-haired gorilla. After a while he taught her martial arts and they grew close to each other. He was originally from the Wudong sect and they instilled the basics to defend herself. After mastering her basics she started practicing the manual she had stolen. It was Red Lotus Flame Art, but misfortune won't leave her alone as from that point onwards, her body began to weaken day by day as she had contacted an incurable disease. Realizing that she doesn't have much time left, she left gray-haired gorilla, because she didn't want him to see her in a pitiful state. A lot of time passed and she learned that gorilla had become the head of the Darkness Silent Sword, and was quickly gaining power. On the other hand, she was dying and the constant pain made her wish that she just end her life, but her regrets won't let her die and her last wish was to just see Grey Gorilla once. That's when they found her out with Black Lizard tagging alone. He tells him that she is the one that possesses remarkable talent but can't understand why she is on the brink of death. Black Lizard tells him that she learned the martial arts of both yin and yang, so her vitality and energy conflict with each other, so it's natural that her body is dying. Lizard tells her that she should recite the formula of the martial arts she has learned. To her this was a stroke of fate, and like she was hypnotized by his words she spoke it with all her will. After listening to the entire formula, Lizard took less than half an hour and created a new version of the Red Lotus Flame Art. She was shocked that he altered it in such a way that a woman could use it with her yang energy. He tells her that if she reaches a high level the accumulated internal injuries will naturally heal, so she should just keep practicing. The person who saved her was no one other than the Black Death Alliance leader who ruled over Sichuan. To show her loyalty for saving her life, she established the Transforming Heart sect and joined the Black Death Alliance. Since Gorilla was also a part of the Black Death Alliance, she thought that she could rekindle their old relationship. He clearly rejected her, telling her that he found her because of her talent and not for any other reason, so she shouldn't get caught in old feeling anymore. He had drifted far away from than she has imagined, but she cannot blame him since she left him first. Let's take a second to make sure we are in the right story. What's this third-rate romance story anyway? She didn't lose hope that it'd come again. She suppressed her feeling, hoping that one day he would understand her sincerity. Then one day she heard the news that the Darkness sect was annihilated by our Chad. That day she made up her mind that she will kill the young master of the Tang family, our Chad. Moving to the present, she just wants to track down Yeon-myeong and kill him right now, but he is someone that has surpassed the peak realm, so even with her Red Lotus Flame Art it would be hard to kill him. She smirks, holding herself a little longer as she has made a plan at the upcoming Sichuan assembly, which he will never be able to escape. She falls on her bed making an ugly face, waiting for the destruction of our Chad. Her story was sad, but now she can die since she has half the chapter for herself. We move on to another manner where our Chad is meditating. While he was doing so, Snaky manifests himself. He thinks that Yeon-myeong is a monster. He has been disrupting his mental training for over an hour, but he didn't even move an inch. It is hard to believe that it is the focus of a kid. He would believe that if it was an old master who had rejuvenated. he cannot figure out what exactly he is doing. In his mind realm he is currently facing his master in a one-on-one duel. They both get ready to attack, positioning their sword into a similar stance. They both attack at the same time using the skill eliminates as a huge explosion occurs because of their class of swords. As the bright light fades away they are both unmatched until Yeon-myeong gets split in half. Yeon-myeong expected this, that it is impossible to full manifest the eliminate technique with the green heart poison technique. Even though he cut down 70 people with the eliminate technique, it was only a degraded version that couldn't display even half of its powers. If it was in its full powers it would have split the entire area in half. In his past life he used a mental technique called the destructive force. Only by mastering this he can truly unleash the power of the eliminate technique. Destructive force has a nature that weakens the body, causing ordinary people to die suddenly, but only Yeon-myeong and his master were born with the talent to control power, were capable of using the technique. Now that he has reached the peak realm and his body has become stronger, if he mastered destructive force he could quickly gain the martial prowess of his past life. Yeon-myeong wonders to himself that he has become too attached to the sword, making him question this. Although the technique is degraded, he still managed to manifest the essence of eliminate with his current strength. The reason that it is so weak is because the current mental technique doesn't align with his swordsmanship. He thinks that he can modify the green heart poison technique to align with his swordsmanship. Yeon-myeong suddenly wakes up to see his face marked and our troll is drawing on his face. Yeon-myeong tells her to stop but she won't. Mirio gets shocked, asking Yeon-myeong if he was sleeping, which Yeon-myeong doesn't agree, asking her if they are ready. Mirio says they have been waiting for him. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong tells them to head out. Yeon-myeong asks Mirio how long she is going to treat Yeon-myeong like her friend. Mirio tells her why would she care when Yeon-myeong himself can't say anything. Then they both start fighting with each other, making Yeon-myeong fall in a tough spot. Yeon-myeong tells her that Yeon-myeong is not wrong. Hearing this, Mirio gets pissed, asking him if he is siding with her. But that doesn't mean she has to tiptoe around those guys from the unorthodox sections. They both agree on this and Yeon-myeong tells her that there's no need to worry about dignity in front of a pile of corpses. But before all this she attacked Yeon-myeong. No, now she has to pay her back tenfolds. At the heart of the Black Death Alliance, people are waiting for the competition to commence. With music being played by women who all look the same, guest artist became lazy. Then we move on the horrible bangs women. She explains the rules of the Sichuan assembly. It's basically a place where one either takes or loses their interest. I will keep it short. This disposable character got too much screen time already. Power struggles are sorted in this competition, and by the tradition even life and death duels are permissible. Little Shoddy and Old Man Rabbit are excited. I named him Rabbit cause he looks like a nice guy. The stakes are all written in a contract that's sealed and the winner will claim it. These rights are granted for 5 years and anyone challenges the outcome, the main sect will validate the results. If someone were to break the rules it will be considered an insult to the alliance, as such they will pay an appropriate price. Hearing this, the nobodies get shocked. The author should give these disposables less screen time. We have yet to see our Chad. She concludes the explanation and then tells everyone that in this year's assembly they are being graced by the distinguished swordsman, who is the sword of the 9 rings, our branch-eating rabbit. Hearing this, everyone is shocked and nobody spouts out that the sword of the 9 rings is one of the 6 Grand Masters, which is the strongest force in the Black Death Alliance. Fatty beside Yeon-myeong is amazed to meet Rabbit, since it's been a dream to meet him once. We now move on to our main Chad. What surprises Yeon-myeong is that Rabbit has reached the Fire Realm. Rabbit introduces himself and tells them that he has come to the assembly with the leader's daughter Yeon-hui. He expects to see good performance from all of them. As such, Horrible Bangs announces that Rabbit will oversee every life and death duels. If there is anyone that seeks a life and death permission, they must first ask for the master's permission. As she was about to end the speech and nobody raises his hand, asking for Rabbit's permission, challenging our Mega Chad to a duel. Life and death duel. Blood thinks just anyone can fight him. Bro should be grateful that he is a one-chapter character. Anyways, we will call him Nobody Number 1. He is the son of that gray-haired gorilla. From his appearance and that he is carrying 2 swords, Rabbit figure out that he is from the Great Darkness Silent Sword sect. Rabbit thinks to himself that it is probably revenge that he is after, but it would be difficult since he heard that Yeon-myeong is the one who defeated gray-haired gorilla, who was quite strong in the alliance. Nobody Number 1 greets Rabbit as the successor of the Darkness Silent Sword sect. he wants to avenge his father who was killed by the young family head of the Tang clan. Hearing this nonsense, Mirio gets pissed because since they were the ones to attack them first, Yanjiang tells her to keep quiet or they will hear her. Since he is determined, Rabbit allows the duel and tells Yeon-myeong to step on the stage. They both get onto the stage in the same time, and as they come face to face to kill one another, it is now confirmed that he is one chapter character. While everyone looks at Yeon-myeong, instead of talking about his skills and strength, all the women are bothered about his looks, including the clan leader's daughter. Rabbit, seeing her reaction, thinks that she is practically glowing with excitement. He thinks that it will be quite a disappointment if Yeon-myeong loses the duel. Blood must realize that even without plot armor he can one-shot him. He states that no one except the combatants, their guards or attendants, can interfere in the life and death duel. Moreover, there are no restrictions on attack methods and they are free to ignore the opponent's surrender since it is a life and death duel, asking both of them if they are ready. Lifeless nobody in our chat agree to the conditions. Since they both represent their sex, they are permitted to have their guards and attendants present. Rabbit asks Yeon-myeong if he will not bring his gurs with him. Yeon-myeong with his straight face tells him that he bought a guards but instructed them to not interfere, because it's whether one person or three, it won't change the outcome. Hearing this, nobody number 1, number 2 and 3 all get pissed. They are uglier than by dog's feet. Hearing this, Rabbit finds it quite bold as he announces the fight to start. All three nobodies take out their sword but Yeon-myeong remains unfazed. With some gestures, nobody 1 instructs his lackeys. They pretend to be some copy character of Black Myth Wukong, since these retards looks like monkeys. The sword energy they were excluding makes everyone shocked, because it is the signature dark sword energy of the great silence sword sex master. As Trash gets ready, nobles 1 and 2 charge towards our Chad with their ugly face. His plan is that his men will grab his attention, and the moment he finds an opening he plans to tear our Chad Yeon-myeong with his trash martial art technique. But he gets shocked for some reason, because instead of attacking our Chad, they both crash to the ground, silencing everyone as they stare at what has happened, including the Rabbit and horrible bangs. They can't figure out what happened and why they collapsed, until they notice that they got feathered needles stuck in their necks. Rabbit is surprised because the needles were so fast that it was hard even for him to see. Yeon-myeong opens his mouth and asks him how long he is going to stay in a stance since he is getting bored. Hearing this, nobody number 1 gets so pissed that he tells Yeon-myeong that he is going to kill him. He pushes his feet forward and charges so fast that the ground breaks, charging with 2 swords ready to one-shot our Chad. As he slashes, his sword disappears, shocking the disposable character. He notices that Yeon-myeong is standing behind him, telling him that among the people who attacked the Tang clan during the competition, there were 2 people who used sword energies like him. Yeon-myeong injects a needle on high and tells him that one of them was his father, the previous head, and the other was the spy. But compared to them, he falls far short of either of them. Hearing this, he starts crying as rage boils inside him. Don't tell me he is going to turn Super Saiyan Broly. As Yeon-myeong was leaving, thinking to himself that they were the one that started this, but they all blabber about taking revenge. Moving to the useless crowd, they cannot believe that the battle ended so fast. One of them thinks that the skill gap is really big, or the successor of the Darkness clan is just lacking. Nobody is enraged, not because he cannot avenge his father, because he is weaker than his stepbrother. That's when an ant shouts that the battle is not over, as nobody's sword turns pitch black and he launches a final attack on Yeon-myeong. This surprises our Chad, and nobody will prove that he is better than his stepbrother and survive one more chapter. But Yeon-myeong breaks his bubble as he grabs onto the sword with his bare hands, shocking the nobody who wanted a bit more screen time. With his fist he shatters the sword into pieces, shocking Rabbit and his niece with the ugly bangs about to cry. The same goes for the crowd, but this time the duo of retards are not surmised because they saw this way too much. As such, the nobody could not survive even this chapter and dies. Rest in peace, you will not be remembered. Yeon-myeong intended to take it easy on him, but it surprised him that even after being hit by his poison needle, that numbs hearing and paralyzes the body, and exhibits such a skill while facing his death. Rabbit attracts Yeon-myeong's attention as he finds it remarkable that our Chad showed him a blade technique at a crucial time like this. He heard that the Tang clan trains their hands to handle sharp weapons or wear gloves, but he didn't expect them to block a sword energy with his bare hands. If Blood saw Yeon-myeong's sword skill, he would beg to be his disciple. Yeon-myeong thinks to himself that he blocked it because of the dragon scale armor, but there is no need to reveal it, so he tells him that the clan has that sort of thing. Rabbits find it a fine display and acknowledges the fight, announcing our Chad as the winner. Additionally, he is free to continue more duels or stop if he chooses. Like the chat, Yeon-myeong tells him that he will continue. However, he shocks the rabbit by asking him if the Sword of Nine Rings permits. It wouldn't matter if everyone under the Black Death Alliance attacks him at once, the result will be same either way. Just to make it clear, he is not only talking about the participants but everyone under the alliance. We move on to the stage where our Chad is standing on the arena with the overconfident nobody lying dead on the ground. One loser from the crowd tells Yeon-myeong that he has gone crazy to ask them all to come at him at once. Another ugly rat tells Yeon-myeong that he is getting too arrogant just because he defeated one opponent, he is acting all high and mighty. These retards are dumb enough to tell our chat that Yeon-myeong is not someone special, as he is the young family head of a fallen clan, and these ants will show our Chad what real power is. Delusional is the only word I will say. That when a voice grabs the attention of Yeon-myeong, as it's the ugly bangs that tells Yeon-myeong that although life and death duels are permitted, the Sichuan assembly is not a brawl for street thugs. Chick should first fix her hair then talk big. She says how this is an official event where representatives of each sect showcase their martial skills. So as the organizers of this year's assembly, they cannot allow Yeon-myeong to ignore the rules and act on his own whims. Just how did this one chapter character survive at least 4 to 5 chapters? Rabbit intervenes, telling her that there is no need to be this strict, as he is curious to see how far our bold Yeon-myeong can go, but considering the spirit of the Sichuan assembly, if things were to go south he will step in to stop it. Since she cannot disobey her superiors, she make a face as if she will break her teeth, as announces that since the Grand Master allows it she will not say anything. Rabbit tells Yeon-myeong that the Tang family's assassination techies are specialized for large-scale destruction, so a large disorganized attack will only cause confusion. So he will limit the number of participants on the combined attack to 3, and Yeon-myeong may choose his opponents. If these conditions are unsatisfactory he can speak now. Yeon-myeong with a smirk turns around to tell Rabbit that he accepts all his terms. A few moments later Rabbit is shocked, blood went from a Chad to a cat. He made the wrong judgment because he thought that after facing Yeon-myeong for a few rounds, the participants would figure out how to counter his feathered needles, and gradually break through the assassination techniques, giving them a chance to win. But it was all a dream, as in less than an hour over half of the third participants lost their lives. What's surprising to him is that Yeon-myeong only used his feathered needles and the blade catching technique, yet none of the challengers could even put up a fight. He is now concerned because, judging by Yeon-myeong's internal energy, she should not be so strong, but he cannot understand how there is such an overwhelming skill difference. At the current rate the entire Sichuan assembly will be jeopardized, as the remaining participants are quitting, running away with their lives. That's when another one-chapter character gets introduced, as everyone is running this trash stands as if he is some overpowered protagonist. Entering the arena with a loud stomp that shatters the ground, garnering the attention of the running participants as well as Rabbit and the 2 trolls. The is from the Rising Phoenix sect and challenges our Chad. He tells the others that there is no need for the others to step in, as his guards and he himself is enough for Yeon-myeong. Big talks coming out from a mummy. He mocks Yeon-myeong by telling him that his little whining streak ends. Whatever his name is, we will call him Banana Peel. Rabbit is impressed that instead of running away like the others he is stepping up to challenge our Chad, which was expected from the Rising Phoenix sect. Rabbit asks Yeon-myeong if he has any objection or he wants to continue the life and death duel. Yeon-myeong says that he has none, but thinks to himself that this Banana Peel has a very unusual body, that even in his past life he never saw something like this. Since Yeon-myeong accepted the terms, the life and death battle will continue. Without wasting any time, Yeon-myeong throws his needles at super fast speed. The 2 frog-like guards uses their body to block the needles. Yeon-myeong notices that instead of dying, the needles break after colliding with their body. Senior troll Mirio gets shocked that the feathered needles bounced off, that when Yeon-myeong notices that their skin has dried and cracked like a tree bark. Disgusting to think they copied one of my favorite character Groot into a third-rate villain. Rabbit thinks to himself that the withered tree divine art causes the practitioner's body to wither like an old tree. In exchange their skin becomes as hard as a bark and tough enough to withstand even sword energy. Additionally, their muscles and bones denser, increasing their strength. So now, according to the Rabbit, our Chad might be in trouble. As the Banana Peel tried to strike our Chad, in less than a second dodges his attack and gets behind him. His movement was so fast that for a second even the Rabbit couldn't keep up with his movements. He wonders if Yeon-myeong really mastered a high-level movement technique. As for Yeon-myeong, he is behind one of the lackeys ready to strike with a needle in his hand. Our Chad shoves the needle right into his head. because of it being soaked with poison. Lackey number 2 gets pissed and charges towards Yeon-myeong for harming his senior brother. Yeon-myeong grabs on his mouth and tells him that he will test if his tongue is as tough as the rest of his body, but unfortunately the trash died. It looked like Yeon-myeong was too rough with his new toys. Yeon-myeong notices that a fist was aimed towards him, but in a millisecond he dodges the attacks, surprising Banana Peel. This time Yeon-myeong uses his internal energy to launch a palm attack. Using internal energy, Yeon-myeong wanted to break his body but his hand fended off. The trash tired to attack Yeon-myeong, but instead our Chad grabs him by the neck. With a smile on his face he says that he will give him brownie points for his body being tough. But if that's all he had to show, he must have been delusional to think that he could beat our Chad just relying on his tough skin. It's as if our Chad is mocking him, telling him that he has nothing else to show him. Surprisingly the retard starts laughing, telling Yeon-myeong that he must be dumb to think that toughness is the only thing he has. He has been waiting for a moment, when our Chad would get hold of him. Yeon-myeong remains quiet, not answering him. Banana Peel goes crazy as a green aura excludes from his body, telling Yeon-myeong that this is the true essence of the Withered 3 divine art. In a flashback that we don't want to see, his father explains to him the true power of the Withered 3 divine art, but it cannot even be revealed to the word, and if he were to use it he must kill his opponent. Banana Peel thinks this is the right moment as he uses the ultimate move. As the aura starts surrounding our Chad, he barks about how he will absorb all his internal energy. Yeon-myeong sighs and tells him that he better stop what he is doing or else he will be doing something unusual. But the Banana Peel has lost its mind already. I feel bad for him. I mean, Yeon-myeong has an almost infinite internal energy, so blood is gonna explode. We start with another flashback where the father of Banana Peel was wandering to increase his powers. He encountered a potato in Tibet. The senior potato recognized junior potato's potential and taught him the martial arts known as the Withered Tree Divine Art. Although the technique's advanced form has been lost and was limited to external applications, this martial art was perfect for junior potato because he specialized in catching blades with his hands. However, this guy wanted true mastery and joined the Black Death Alliance. After Lizard looked through the martial arts, he figured out that the lost part was not very difficult since every martial arts name holds the essence of its technique. Moving to the present, the Banana Peel proudly states that the name wasn't simply given because the body withers like a tree. It's because the dried out outer shell and the internal energy are tied to the dantian-like roots, transforming the body into a true withered tree, allowing the user to absorb the opponent's energy like a tree drawing water from earth. He laughs like me when I make a viral video warning Yeon-myeong that he will drain him dry. That's when this ant notices something weird. Nothing seems to happening to our Chad at all, making him question himself how this is possible. All of a sudden he notices that his arms is melting, making him wonder what's going on his arm. This ant starts crying, asking Yeon-myeong what he did to his body, as Yeon-myeong look at him with a big smile on his face. Another flashback occurs. This one is important. In Yeon-myeong's past life, regardless of the affiliation with all the sects, there were 3 individuals who are considered the most dangerous in all of the marital world. They were called the 3 vicious starts of chi absorption. As their name suggests, they used the chi absorption technique which drained their internal energy. These 3 ugly rats roamed around together using the technique to anyone they came across. 2 of the 3 ants reached the flame reel, making them nearly impossible to subdue, but in the Alliance Hall, 3 heads were present which belonged to the ants. The person who did this demanded his reward for killing them. They asked the person if he single-handedly took all 3 of them down. It was no one other than Yeon-myeong's master. Basically, he was testing a new sword technique, but they were so weak that they died and couldn't even survive a single stroke. Yeon-myeong's master once told him that they tried to absorb his internal energy but they couldn't handle his weakness chi and died. Yeon-myeong thinks of that since ordinary martial artists cannot withstand weakness chi, which has a nature of decay. In this life he has yet to master weakness chi yet, but that doesn't matter. With a smirk on his face, Yeon-myeong tells him that he warned him to not do anything foolish, asking him if his family did not teach him not to consume just anything, since Yeon-myeong's internal energy is no different than pure venom. Since his arms are hurting, he uses venomous chi and burns him to ashes in front of everyone that is shocked, including our rabbit, while Yeon-myeong is busy cleaning his hands. Rabbit is worried that if this continues they will lose to many men and orders Bangs that they need to stop it now. That's when he notices that she has held little waifu hostage, telling him that they must continue until Yeon-myeong is dead. Rabbit cannot believe just what is happening. Bangs tells him that Yeon-myeong's skills had far surpassed what she had expected. so she tells the sword if the 9 rings to kill the young Lord Archad. Yeon-myeong sighs when he diverts his eyes to see that the atmosphere at the stage has suddenly shifted. Rabbit asks her that how can she take Yeon-hee as hostage, and the kind of grudge she can have against a junior disciple. He gets shocked when she tells him that Yeon-myeong is no ordinary junior disciple and of the death of the white-haired gorilla is insignificant to him. To her that gorilla's death was no small matter, so she must avenge him no matter the cost. In this life I want a girl like her who love me even after I am dead, even if this means that she has to repay kindness with vengeance. Rabbit with an enraged face asks her if she volunteered to oversee the Sichuan assembly because of this reason. She warns Rabbit that he is aware of her flame techniques so she can easily kill a fragile girl like our waifu as she inflicts a small wound on her. Mirio asks Yeonjian why they are fighting each other but she has no idea. With an extremely enraged face Rabbit releases his aura telling her that if she is confident that he cannot cut her head from this range. Under the pressure she tells him that as he has reached the fire realm he certainly can, but if he loses his temper and swings recklessly, he might leave a scar on the our little waifu. Since Rabbit is in a tough situation he puts his sword back and tells her to wait, as he will kill her after dealing with Yeon-myeong. With a cold look she tells him that once Archad is dead she will gladly accept her death. The bystanders cannot believe that to stop Yeon-myeong one of the 6 grandmasters have to step in personally. As they come face to face, Yeon-myeong tells him that he had not planned on fighting him today. In response he apologizes to him since it's a shameful situation, but he has no choice, since she has something that she must prioritize over her own life, so we hope that Archad understand. Rabbit will end this quickly and make it painless. Blood is talking like Yami except one has a cigarette, the other has a branch. All of a sudden like retards the ants stars playing music which surround the entire arena. Yeon-myeong thinks that music at this time is odd and there is something wrong with the melody. Rabbit gets even more pissed asking Bangs just what is it that she is doing. Using the sound technique which is not only harming them but also the innocent heirs of the other clans as they all quiver in pain. She blocks our waifu's ears and tells him that it does not matter since she is helping him, assuring him that Yeon-hee will not be affected so there is no need to worry. Rabbit tell her that just how much shame will she bring since all of this is not necessary. Just look at our troll's face, man, that got me. Bangs tells him that if she wanted to stop she wouldn't have started it, as everyone even Mirio was barely holding on. With a psychotic behavior she tells him that Yeon-myeong must experience the terror of death, so he should hurry up and kills Archad. Sorry sister, but that overpowered troll is probably picking on his nose. Yeon-myeong thinks that they are being too loud, shocking the rabbit. He uses his whirling frenzy dance and throws his spinning blades, as they fly across the musicians breaking their instruments, shocking the ugly Bangs and overshocked Rabbit, as their head went flying everywhere. While Yeon-myeong calmly collects his rings, dude need to stop his ultra instinct like Riz. While they were still as shocked at what just happened, Yeon-myeong asks him that he has taken care of the annoying sound so he should finish what he started. Blood has got tear look even when he is speaking. Rabbit stands on the stage with his sword out, witnessing hundreds of dead bodies lying all around the stage. He is not nervous and confused at the same time, wondering if the Tang clan had such martial art, because of how destructive the technique is, which is fitting for the Tang clan's goal of mass killing. And such a technique was easily demonstrated by Archad. This delusional Rabbit thinks that if Yeon-myeong continues to grow like this he will certainly pass his level, as he thinks if it is really necessary to kill a prodigy like Yeon-myeong, Archad is pulling out his sword which stuns him. Rabbit with a confused look asks what he is doing and guesses if Yeon-myeong is planning to face him with the sword, while he points his towards him ready to barbecue it today. Rabbit is not again confused. Blood got confused so many times in a single chapter, he thinks that Yeon-myeong does not realize his position, while it's the other way around. Delulu Rabbit thinks that Yeon-myeong is now in a position where his best technique would be lacking. Yeon-myeong gets straight to the point and tells him that his hidden weapon skills are nothing but cheap tricks in front of his sword. Blood is such a troll that with a straight face he tells him that he wants to learn a thing or two from Rabbit, while bro is the sword god himself. Rabbit sigs telling Yeon-myeong that he is beyond audacious at this point, he is outright absurd, but since they want to make Rabbit a nice likable character, he tells Yeon-myeong that he likes his spirit, so he will let Yeon-myeong make the first move. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong smirks while Snaky manifests itself asking Archad if he is planning to go all out. Yeon-myeong tells Snaky that since his opponent is a master of the fire realm, he will go out in this case. Huge vibrations start occurring in the entire area as Rabbit gets overwhelmed by immense pressure. Yeon-myeong release a few of his seals, releasing an energy strong enough that it lightens up the entire arena, causing strings winds that bangs is flying out, and every one of the ants and our troll who never saw Yeon-myeong's energy is dazed. Rabbit thinks that it is impossible for a human to possess this much internal energy. The terrifying part is that he didn't sense Yeon-myeong hiding this much power at all. Well, Rabbit is different from those ants, and he immediately realizes that Yeon-myeong is far beyond his level. As Yeon-myeong transformed into a Super Saiyan Green tells Rabbit that he is ready for the lesson. Rabbit is scared and cannot believe how Yeon-myeong managed to reach such a level in such a young age. The presence Yeon-myeong is currently radiating is similar to the one that he felt from Lizard. Yeon-myeong asks him what he is doing since he allowed Yeon-myeong to strike first. Rabbit is in a tough position since he dug his own grave at this point. He tells Yeon-myeong that he was unaware that Yeon-myeong was hiding his strength, but he cannot back out now, since Yeoni's life will be in danger. But the problem is that if Rabbit fights with his full power, one of them will be sure to die, so he cannot just sit there and take his attack, sincerely apologizing for it. Rabbit thinks that if he were to drag this battle long enough he will eventually lose, so he will end this quickly using the technique Black Lizard taught him. In a flashback we see that when Rabbit reached the Fire Realm, the flow of his energy entering his body felt different. Lizard congratulates him for breaking the wall of his talent and reaching the Fire Realm. According to Lizard, even though his meridians reached a state where they are full connected and he managed to reverse his aging, yet the scars on his face remains. Rabbit tells him that his abilities are still lacking, but he should be grateful for what he has achieved, and he finds the rugged look more manly. Lizard's laugh, remembering the face he made trying to look fierce. Well, now no matter what happens I don't want them dead, this is wholesome. Rabbit tells him that instead of congratulating he is here mocking him. But that is not the case, as Lizard tells him that since he has undergone full transformation, he will guide him to a new realm. His transformation into a stronger body and skills are impressive, but his sword techniques he has been using are limited. Since he has now become physically strong, he will teach him the technique of the strong sword. According to Rabbit, softness controls strength. True strength is derived from flexibility. The subtleties of softness that he has learned from the illusion sword can be transformed into the strength of the strong sword. Whatever that meant, my mind got messed up reading all this. Seeing him perform the technique, Yeon-myeong is shocked as Rabbit prepares his technique called the All Path Lead to One Sword. He has just recently started mastering this technique, so it is not perfect yet, so his plan is to finish this fight in one strike. Yeon-myeong, impressed, tells him that that Rabbit would use the chaotic illusion sword technique since he is from the sword technique, but he didn't expect that he would be able to pull off even a rudimentary version of the strong sword. Rabbit is shocked and getting nervous, asking Yeon-myeong how he knows about the strong sword. Our Chad's sword starts glowing. That instead of shocking Rabbit, shocked him because he has not fully mastered the strong sword technique. Yet Yeon-myeong is wielding a completely perfect version of it, as strong blue energy starts radiating from his body. In a flashback we learn that swordsmanship has always followed one of the following principles, which are heaviness, speed, breaking, illusion, scattering, severing and sharpness. Each of this technique created by mastering one of these principles. Yeon-myeong's master told him that among all of them mastering strength is extremely rare, as an ordinary body cannot withstand the force of its own sword technique. There is a cheap copy path where flexibility can lead to strength, but that's what ordinary people try. As for the one Yeon-myeong is aiming for, it comes from the breakthrough to the extreme end of decay, which is called the ultimate strength. Moving to the present, Yeon-myeong is radiating constant energy, thinking to himself that his body is different from his previous life. The memory of using the strong sword remains. Although it's been a while since he has used strength, so controlling his powers might be a little tricky. So Rabbit must brace himself, while Rabbit is now in a tough position. Hearing this, all the nobodies, bangs, and our trolls are shocked. All their purpose is to get killed or get shocked. As they both charges towards each other, swinging both of their sword enveloped with sword energy. As the battle continues from the manors, the elders can sense powerful aura from the direction of the gathering. One old beggar thinks that one of the 6 grandmasters released his energy to inspire the young prodigies. But Senior Tree thinks that it's too much inspiration, that he can feel the energy from this far away. Beggar tells Tree that it's none of their business what happens, since the assembly should last at least 10 days. Tree tells everyone to keep their cups down since the energy is intensifying. All of a sudden a huge power blast to the sky, literally releasing energy waves. In some other corner of Sichuan, Lizard was chilling by himself when he notices the energy waves concerned what his brother is up to. At the arena, as they both continue their battle, Rabbit drops his plant and spits out blood. Realizing that he died in a single exchange of swords, rest in peace Rabbit, you will be remembered. Even in his dying moment he is concerned about the safety of Yeon-hee. Witnessing what has just happened, Bangs is out of words. The people that were in the main clan all rush into the arena to figure out just what had happened. They get shocked when they see that Rabbit, who was the Sword of 9 Rings, was defeated, as he coldly stands with his broken sword. Since these people are unaware of just what has happened, they ask Bangs for an explanation. The psycho starts barking that our Chad, the young head of the Tang family, killed Rabbit. As more people enter the arena, they figure out that the Tang clan is the one that annihilated the Silent Sword sect and the Heaven and Earth sect. The biggest problem, however, is that Yeon-myeong doesn't even look like an adult yet. He managed to kill one of the 6 grandmasters. The crazy bitch has gone mad as she tells everyone that Rabbit was killed trying to protect Yeon-hee, so if they cannot avenge Rabbit or protect Yeon-hee, the sect leader will be seriously angry. Hearing this, all of their faces turn serious as they all get nervous. Psycho Bangs orders them to kill the young family head this instant. All of them think that something is off about what she said, but what she said is the truth, then all their lives are at stake. As they all charge at our Chad, one of them tells other that since Yeon-myeong defeated the Sword of the 9 Rings, it won't be easy to defeat him, so they all charge towards him all at once. Mirio gets shocked just by the sheer number of attackers. As for Yeon-myeong, she is tired of being scared and shocked. As thousands of them charge towards Yeon-myeong, he puts back his sword, telling the dead Rabbit that if it was not for the tricks Bangs played, this would not have happened, which is unfortunate. His swordsmanship was impressive, but the outcome was already decided by the difference in the refinement of their skills. Still, he earned our Chad's respect because he died without letting go of his sword, which is the death of a true swordsman. Our Chad takes his sword and tells him that although he was his enemy, in honor of such a great swordsman, our Chad will make sure that his journey to the afterlife will not be boring. The trashy Bangs agitates the bunch by telling them that Yeon-myeong is holding Rabbit's sword. Yeon-myeong throws his sword in the air and uses his internal energy to break it into shards. The charging ants gets hit by them until they realize that they are being hit by sword shards. One granny tells Yeon-myeong that he is doing cheap tricks now and tells Yeon-myeong that he is delusional if he thinks he can stop 2,000 of them with just sword shards. Well, Blood is the one using cheap tricks since they are literally ganging up on our boy. Yeon-myeong tells them to deal with such ants, it is more than enough, telling that even though they are tiny fragments there is no need to be scared. As he splits her in half, in a matter of few seconds these ants are getting chopped by vegetables. Using Yeon-myeong's internal energy, he is using a cheap version of the 10,000 flower rain, as a tornado of sword shards surround him. The dead tree and Murram Albert Einstein are panicking, telling everyone that his must be the Tang family's secret technique. As the assault continues and bodies flying everywhere, a guy tells everyone that this must be the 10,000 flower rain. Hearing this, Woodface cannot believe that a technique that was long lost resurfaced again. Snakey manifests itself and tells Yeon-myeong that they are dumb to think that this is the 10,000 heavenly flower rain, as they have never even seen it with their own eyes. Yeon-myeong calls for Mirio, while Yeon-myeong is making sneak peeks. Our Chad tells her that he will keep them from getting near her, but if a few slips through she has to handle it. Mirio, sweating like a dog in heat, tells Yeon-myeong that she must keep her urn as his bodyguard and assures him to not worry as she won't get in her way. Instead, this troll tells Yeon-myeong to raise them straight to hell, as our savage tells her that she doesn't even need to say it, as that's exactly what he is going to do, increasing the intensity of his attacks. It intensifies so much that the blades become an ocean that is sinking in their body, chopping them like vegetables. Since the number is so overwhelming, Yeon-myeong attacks them with his hands and Albert Einstein gets chopped in half like the rest. That's when a few of them notices Mirio and her sidekick wearing the Tang family outfits. Since they cannot take care of a monster like Yeon-myeong, they plan to capture them and offer them to the sect leader. Mirio is nervous as in a flashback she is surprised that Yeon-myeong is offering to cure her dead vein syndrome. Yeon-myeong tells her that soul energies are also blocking her meridians. Mirio thinks if it's just like her sister she has to get naked, but Yeon-myeong tells her that there is no need for that. Look at that troll's face, as Yeon-myeong is flustered because he imagined it. He tells her that the main reason he is doing this is because Mirio is extremely talented in martial arts, that she is as strong as the Baungi Brigade even though she is suffering from the dead-eye vein that she is unaware of. If they cure her syndrome and unblock her meridians, her strength will be on the level of a clan elder, as she outright slaughters all of them in a matter of seconds. They cannot believe that even his lackeys are extremely strong. Yeon-myeong thought they were kids, but they are stronger than clan leaders. Mirio tells her to stay behind her as it's hard to protect someone. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong starts crying as she has been neglecting her training, so in her current state she is completely useless. All she can do is watch from the back as Mirio continues to slaughter them. Woodface tells everyone that they need to stop the wind pressure from Yeon-myeong, as no matter how strong he might be, there is a limit to his internal energy. Even if they take damage, they will surround Yeon-myeong, trying to overwhelm him. Seeing their determination, Yeon-myeong gets shocked as they are letting themselves get torn to shreds. With the help of a few thousand, they manage to weaken the wind pressure. Yeon-myeong thinks to himself that despite the favor he has shown, they are still willing to risk their life, wondering what kind of person their sect leader is that they have to go so far. Since now is not the right time to think about it, Yeon-myeong uses his sword, and with a few moves he slaughter over 1,000 of them surrounding him. Bangs cannot believe that Yeon-myeong literally slaughtered a few thousand with just a swing of his sword. She realizes it was not luck that he overpowered a Fire Realm Master in a single strike. She has realized that number means nothing in front of him. She tells everyone to stop telling them no matter how many of them attack him they cannot win, so they should back off and save themselves. She apologizes to Yeonhee and tells her that she will pay for her sins one day. She tells Yeon-myeong that it's enough since even 1,000 lives won't be enough to stop him. So in order to kill her she need to use the sect leader. Although she didn't want to do it to witness his death, she has no other choice. Her eyes starts glowing. Yeon-myeong wonders what is happening as he uses the Inferno Lotus technique on the little girl, as she starts burning. In front of everyone, resent at the scene, as no one will be alive once the sect leader arrives, as she will be waiting for them in the afterlife. Was outright dumb. I mean, Yeon-myeong can just one-shot her with a poison needles, instead he is killing like a retard. These rabid dog has gone crazy burning the girl. The side character are in disbelief but asking her if she is not aware of the consequences. She starts crying, telling them that if it's for white gorilla she can go to any lengths. At this point, this rabid dog and her one-sided love is getting on my nerves. This hypocrite literally tells them that it's regrettable that she can't do more because of her lack in power. She takes out a knife from her dress, regretting that she cannot witness the death of the Yeon-myeong. As she tries to kill herself, thinking that the Lord will seek vengeance on her behalf, at that moment Yeon-myeong rushed to her and literally chopped both her hands. Then he moves to little girl and starts absorbing the fire and destroys it. Then he tells her that not only did she harm innocent people but also tarnished the honor and sacrifice of Rabbit. But since she trampled on the pride of someone who earned his respect even as an opponent in a death duel, you see, Rabbit had to die or else he would have killed Yeon-myeong. Moving to Yeon-myeong, he clearly tells her that it's stupid of this dog to expect a peaceful death. Lying on the ground, this dog is feeling the pressure, though Yeon-myeong thinks that although he said it, it's not for him to decide but the lizard. No matter what happens, he cannot worsen the situation any further. This rabid dog tells Yeon-myeong that the Lord will never forgive him. No matter what happens, and all of it would be pointless since he is going to die by the Lord's hand today. Yeon-myeong is losing his temper, thinking of ripping her mouth apart. That's when a figure falls from the sky, releasing an internal energy so great that even shocks Yeon-myeong. As for the rest of them, they all stand as if time stopped. Rabid dog starts barking as he sees her lying on the ground. Instead of listening to her, he sees Rabbit standing still lifeless, but the next he looks on the side he finds his daughter burned, barely breathing. Seeing this, his easy starts glowing as he becomes emotionless. Yeon-myeong realized that the subordinates charged to fight him to death not because of their loyalty but because it would be better of die fighting than to face such wrath, as unbelievable amount of killing intent releasing from him. It's so much that side character cannot move and Mirio drops her weapon, thinking to herself if he is even a human. For the first time this bum gets nervous, thinking that the girl will not be able to withstand such an overwhelming force, so he will actually have to get serious about facing him. He moves past Yeon-myeong as if he couldn't see him. Don't get me wrong, Yeon-myeong is not weaker than him, it's just that he was taken aback. Yeon-myeong thinks if he is ignoring him but realizes that he is going towards his daughter who was barely breathing. Dog again starts barking, telling him that Yeon-myeong killed Rabbit and did this to his daughter. Telling him if he is not hearing the cries of vengeance, so she requests him to kill Yeon-myeong right now. Come on, this Rabbit is talking way too much. The leader covers his daughter in his coat and walks away, ignoring the dog. She tells him to fight, barking about why he is leaving the scene. He tells her that everything is meaningless. Hearing this, dog starts barking again, talking about avenging the dead, As she continues barking, he remains quiet, but Yeon-myeong had enough, so he shoves her into the ground, telling this dog to shut up since even his patience has its limit. So he warns her that the next time she does this he will rip her tongue out. Yeon-myeong didn't think things would escalate so much. The original plan was to kill of the air and draw attention to himself so that they divert their attention from the joint sect, which is busy fighting the demonic cult. It will change completely once the daughter of the leader is dead, as he ties a leash on the dog. Now the situation has gone beyond justification and became a personal vendetta. Mirio asks Yeon-myeong if he is going to chase the Lord down. Yeon-myeong tells her that if he doesn't, the Tang family might be in danger, so he needs to see this though. Mirio tells him not to since the Lord is so strong that he even overwhelmed the heavenly pervert. Yeon-myeong tells he is not going there to fight, since if he has any reason left he won't kill someone who came to talk. Mirio asks him what will happen if they fight. Yeon-myeong clenches his fist, telling her that he will risk his life if it threatens the main family. Keep in mind, Yeon-myeong is not even 1% strong as he was in his previous life. In the main hall of the Alliance, the doctor informs the Lord that they did everything to save his daughter, but the flames penetrated deep inside her body, so it's impossible to remove it considering her frail constitution. Hearing this, the Lord goes blank for a second, remembering flashback about Rabbit and his daughter. We shift to another scene where Lizard was young, holding the kid, as the previous leader of the Alliance was taking his last breath. Telling Lizard to take care of Yeonhee as his own daughter. Since that time something inside has changed, and to recover from the pain of loss he becomes stronger. Since he thought that if he was invincible no one close to him would lose their life. He guided all his brother to the fire realm, and gained the loyalty of power-hungry martial artists and build a very powerful force. But all of it was pointless, as things like this can happen in places he cannot reach. Now he feels what his daughter felt when her straw doll was broken. From the grief he is feeling he can tear apart the sky. As he transforms, not able to control the overwhelming anger he is feeling, his hands change and he finds everything meaningless, but he won't repeat the same mistakes. And has gone crazy thinking of eradicating anything that can possibly bring harm to his people. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, he is busy dragging the rabid dog that is suffering from rabies. As Yeon-myeong was on a walk with his crippled dog, Snakey manifests itself and asks Yeon-myeong if he knows that dragons are real. The question took Yeon-myeong by surprise. He asks Snakey that from what he knows dragons are just mythical creatures, which he clearly doesn't. Usually it is a name given to prodigies who cause an uproar in the martial world. Snakey tells him that he is not talking about some human nicknames but in species that's known as dragons. By surprise, as he asks Snakey what he is trying to imply, Snakey tells him that what he is trying to say is that the Black Death Alliance leader is not a human but he is someone that he would call a dragon. The art has improved again and Snakey looks crazy majestic. Yeon-myeong makes a face similar to Mirio, asking what the hell it is saying. Snakey then starts to explain in detail. He tells Yeon-myeong that dragons don't start out in their full form. They are born when the energy of the heaven and earth comes together, taking the shape of a human child. As they live through experiences, they transform into a true dragon. Most adult dragons sleep for hundreds of years, but when they wake up they cause chaos. They are so strong that they can easily destroy nation with a simple release of their energy blast. Yeon-myeong asks him what proof does he have that the Alliance leader is a dragon, since he might be saying this because of his overwhelming presence, which sounds more like a baseless speculation. Even Snakey is tired of this retard that he asks him if he that delusional, because Snakey is a supernatural being and yet he still denies the existence of dragons. He asks Yeon-myeong if he remembers that he once served the Tang family as a familiar. Snakey asks him what makes him think that the ancestor kept him around. Humans cannot distinguish dragons because their fundamental energy is entirely different, but as Snakey is a supernatural being he can sense a dragon's energy. That's why he made Snakey his familiar and together they fought and hunted down dragon that would cause harm to the world. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong is taken back, as he wonders how the ancestor hunted dragons. The more he hears about this the harder it is to believe, but hearing it from a 1,000-year-old supernatural being, it gives a lot of credibility. Yeon-myeong wonders just how strong was the ancestor to be able to hunt dragons. If Yeon-myeong were to unleash his sword skills from his past life perfectly, he would have defeated anyone including a dragon easily. Yeon-myeong out of curiosity asks Snakey that just because they are dragons doesn't mean they have to be killed. Snakey tells him that not all dragons are evil. There was a rare case of a dragon turning good known as the Azure Dragon, Originally the role of stopping the evil dragons fell to the Azure Dragon, but the ancestor not aware of it thought that all dragons are evil, so he fought and killed the Azure Dragon. After that there was a lot of conflict with the hunters who used to work with the dragon to capture evil ones. The ancestor evidently realized the mistake and decided to hunt evil dragons, to make up for the killing of the Azure Dragon. Yeon-myeong got a rough idea of what had happened. Snaky in a boastful tone tells Yeon-myeong it was even before he was partnered with him as a familiar. Then Snaky gets serious telling him that he said was not the point, as he mentioned earlier dragons aren't born knowing they are dragons, they live as humans coexisting with them and even form attachment to people around them. As they live and grow they are influenced positively so that they can become good dragons like the Azure Dragons. But if negative emotions were to dominate their personality they can easily become an evil dragon. Yeon-myeong gets nervous asking Snaky that since negative emotions can turn a dragon evil. Snaky tells him it is exactly what he is thinking, that leader of the Death Alliance lost his sworn brother and daughter overnight. Currently he is in the verge of turning into an evil dragon right in front of their eyes. A voice grabs the lizard's attention, an attendant tells him that the young lord of the Tang family is requesting to meet him. The lizard in anger crushes his chair as the attendant tells him that he is here to clear up misunderstandings. The leader says that since he is here to talk let's hear him out. As Yeon-myeong enters the room with a firm face, the lizard tells the attendant that Yeon-myeong is desperate enough that he entered the lion's den himself. Looking at the leader Yeon-myeong is confused if he not a human but a dragon. Yeon-myeong first expresses his regrets for what happened at the Sichuan assembly. Then he explains that the rabid dog took the leader's daughter and used her to blackmail the 9 rings into a life and death, so he had no choice but to kill him. Before Yeon-myeong could finish using his ki the lizard pulls the rabid dogs from his hand and grab her by the neck. As she coughs blood the lizard tells him that she seems to be at ease. As the trash tries to explain her story he slits her tongue to shut this retard up. He tells her why is she so afraid, telling her that his daughter must have been as scared when she couldn't say anything before her death. Using the same technique she used her burn her. As she falls to the ground he tells her that he is not dumb, that he wouldn't recognize the traces of flames on her body, and she is the reason he lost his brother. The burning won't kill her immediately, instead it will cause her double the pain his daughter went through. Yeon-myeong is surprised that he managed to figure all this out just from circumstances, so he might have a way to talk this through. He tells Yeon-myeong that since he is the next lord of the Tang family, he will tell him why he has not destroyed the Tang family until now. That is because his daughter, despite her appearance on the outside, suffered from an incurable disease and couldn't practice martial arts. Even learning the basics would make her cough blood, even the best medicines in the world were useless, so though that the Tang family's poison might be able to save her, he means to say using poison against poison. But since she is no more there is no more reason for the Tang clan to exist, so once she was cured he would have destroyed them anyways. Yeon-myeong tells him that he is still not backing down and all of this will prove that he is just getting played by the roasted barbecue dog. He sighs and tells him that if he thinks that he was being manipulated, but it was Yeon-myeong who brought her here to try and dodge his wrath. Lizard thinks that it is pathetic to think that he would get away with a few words. Yeon-myeong asks him what he means by it. It doesn't matter to him who is right or wrong, since the death of his loved ones are connected to them, he won't stand for it. So everyone including Yeon-myeong and his family will die until his anger is satisfied. From now onwards it will not be a punishment by the alliance but a personal revenge starting with the Tang family. Yeon-myeong takes out his sword thinking that there is no way to avoid a fight. Yeon-myeong gets shocked and nervous when he tells him that everyone from the alliance including the 6 grandmasters are all headed towards the Tang family. Once he is done with our chat he will catch them up using the light foot technique. Hearing this Yeon-myeong attacks him and a huge explosion occurs. Yeon-myeong starts overthinking that his family is in danger so he will have to quickly get back. The lizard shocks Yeon-myeong by blocking his sword with his hands, telling him that after losing his eldest brother he destroyed every righteous sect that accepted his death with his own hand. So if Yeon-myeong killed a rabbit you all are yapping, but he raised kids, adults, everyone just because he wanted to. Anyways, he tells him that this time it won't be just the Tang family, he will wipe every faction on the Central Plains to eliminate future threats. Back at the Tang family manor, Mommy was enjoying her tea but she sighed because she cannot stop thinking about how Yeon-myeong is currently doing. That's when someone barges into the room telling her that there is trouble. She gets shocked by the sudden appearance. It's no one other than Woo Jin. He is gasping as if he rushed with all his might, telling her that they are currently under attack. Hearing this, Mommy gets alerted as her eyes become more focused. Wu Jin explains that a huge number of Black Death Alliance warriors have invaded the Tang family and currently they are trying their best to hold them back. Hearing the mention of the Black Death Alliance, Mommy is worried if Yeon-myeong is okay, but now she has to deal with the invaders first. Back at the main hall of the Alliance, Yeon-myeong is landing multiple sword strikes in a single second towards the lizard. Yeon-myeong finds it hard to believe, but he is using lethal moves in every single strike using his strong sword, as he lands a very strong strike. The strike was so strong that it split the building in half as wall fall like crumbs. The lizard got injured realizing that his brother was outmatched from the very start, because the technique is even superior than the sword technique he taught his brother. Also because of Yeon-myeong's unfathomable internal energy, he is able to land continuous strikes without slowing down. Yeon-myeong is surprised that the lizard managed to block every single one of his strikes, and even now he is trying to analyze and measure the power of his sword techniques. Since that is the case, Yeon-myeong thinks of moving at the speed that his eyes won't be able to react, as Yeon-myeong lands a few more blows, but the lizard is effortlessly blocking them. Using his palm techniques, as Yeon-myeong changes his grip holding the sword in a different way, the lizard observes the change, while Yeon-myeong is focused landing multiple lethal strikes with greater intensity. As the strikes becomes faster with every single strike, the lizard gets pushed back. One of the strikes injure him and he thinks that he couldn't block all of the strikes, but there is something off about his technique. It's like Yeon-myeong's sword is running along a path that is perfectly optimized for killing his opponent. Hearing this, he gets surprised that lizard might have analyzed his sword path already. Lizard gets close to him and tells Yeon-myeong that to be able to pull off such an advanced technique at his age is unprecedented, so the secrets might be something related to the look in his eyes. As he tries to attack Yeon-myeong's eyes, our boy used his sword to push him, creating some distance. Mid-air, that lizard lands a strong kick making Yeon-myeong fly, but he digs his sword on the ground to slow down the momentum, barely stopping him from getting injured. Using his footwork, he gets back to his feet but gets shocked because the lizard is not giving him any time to counterattack as he charges straight towards him. Yeon-myeong lands a blow using his sword and lizard attack with his palm. As their attacks comes in contact, a huge energy wave form, breaking the room and leaving the floor in crumbs. Amidst this, they continue to attack each other at a speed that we can only see the reflections of their attacks. As they continue assaulting each other, Yeon-myeong is pushing the lizard. When he notices the lizard smiling, Yeon-myeong gets pissed. It uses a stronger attack and lizard, finding it fun, follow the rhythm as they again becomes beams of light fighting and destroying the manor further. They are so evenly matched that they get pushed back at the same time. The battle was so intense that it split the roof in half. From the large crack, moonlight grazed the arena, as they both stand against each other. As the whole building falls down, they starts glowing because the moonlight. The lizard finds it incredible, because he never thought that the fight would be this even, and someone like Yeon-myeong can be called a swordmaster. He thought he had grasped the principles of martial arts and reached the pinnacle, but he needs to rethink things because of its Yeon-myeong. He can use him as a stepping stone to level up further while smirking. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, he is in a tight position because the lizard is the real deal. Even under such relentless pressure, he is respond to all of his attack and even studying them closely. It's as if he has found something interesting and he is slowly starting to enjoy this. The problem is that the longer this fight drags on, the more it will work against him, so he will have to end this quickly. Yeon-myeong tried using the venomous azure light technique, but it's still not able to use his sword skills properly. He has been holding him back, suing the strong sword, but it's straining his sword. Yeon-myeong thinks it's a miracle that the sword lasted this long, but he has no idea it can hold till the end. Lizard closes the distance, grabbing Yeon-myeong's face and tells him that he is arrogant enough to look away from him. As he uses the Black Death Palm technique, seriously hurts Yeon-myeong as our Chad spits blood, but he manages to block the relentless palms by putting his sword in between the attacks and launch a strike. The looks in his eyes shows that if he is not serious, he might die. Yeon-myeong splits something but gets surprised as Lizard used the coat of camouflage to escape the attack. From behind the coat, he tells Yeon-myeong that recently he had quite the enlightening experience. He aims his finger towards Yeon-myeong as it makes Yeon-myeong very nervous. The lizard uses the subduing righteous divine art that he copied from the Gen Z monkey. For a second the arena remained calm, but the next second it creates an extremely strong explosion. Lizard tells Yeon-myeong that even he won't be able to withstand the subduing divine's art, since it's a martial arts based on the supreme method of amplifying true energy. But all of a sudden Lizard starts breaking character as he realizes that the amplified energy is gradually fading. From the cluster on energy, 2 long strikes creates rifts, engulfing the energy in an instant. The strikes was so strong that the entire filled with its energy as Lizard cannot believe what just happened. Yeon-myeong flying in the sky uses a simple strikes, but this time the sword was so lethal that the lizard was taken aback as the sword strike razed the ground. The lizard gets seriously injured, unable to figure out what sword technique he is using. Yeon-myeong falls to the ground, laughing to himself because at the brink of dying he finally figured a way out to unleash a part of his original sword technique. As the lizard is still surprised by what happened, Yeon-myeong tells him that he wanted to use him as a stepping stone to reach a higher level, but it won't be happening today since he is going to die here today. Moving to Yeon-myeong, the last strike he landed was so strong that it split multiple mountains in half. While holding the sword, Yeon-myeong reflects that he thought of this method on the fly, but luckily it worked for him. Essentially, if he can reach a state of mastery where he is able to imbue powerful intent to alter objects of nature, then, according to theory, he might be able to change the energy of his true energy. The reason he is unable to use his true sword skill from his previous life is that it causes overwhelming strain on his body, which leads to complications. However, if he can turn the iron essence within the force into poison, he could unleash a part of his true sword technique, as his body is able to absorb every kind of poison. This part is very important for the future, so keep it in mind. Because of this technique, he is able to unleash a part of his skill without worrying about his blood vessels deteriorating. While discussing all this, Yeon-myeong is overwhelming the lizard. The lizard, growing frustrated, grits his teeth tightly and asks Yeon-myeong if he really thinks he will die. Yeon-myeong notices something different and becomes more cautious as the lizard sits on the ground, releasing energy strong enough to shatter the ground, causing Yeon-myeong to lose his balance. Shocked, Yeon-myeong's face fills with surprise. Now quite injured, the lizard speaks to Yeon-myeong in a menacing tone, saying, "How dare you stand before me?" With energy radiating from him after destroying the ground, the lizard leaps into the sky, releasing black energy from his hand and launching dark, black moves aimed at Yeon-myeong. Yeon-myeong lands multiple sword strikes, dodging the attacks and gradually getting closer to the lizard. As he approaches, the lizard makes a cheap move. Rubble from the destroyed arena blocks Yeon-myeong's vision. Overwhelmed by the rubble and the intense energy, Yeon-myeong realizes he can't get closer every time. Out of the dust, the lizard charges toward Yeon-myeong, wielding dark energy and a sword-like skill aimed at him. Yeon-myeong blocks the first strike with his sword, but it's so powerful that he has to give his all just to stay steady. The force of the strike sends him airborne. He manages to land on his feet, but without allowing him a break, the lizard charges forward with lethal intent. Preparing his palm to end the fight immediately, the lizard launches a powerful strike. Yeon-myeong, seeing the attack, realizes that if he can't counter it, he will lose his life. As they exchange moves, the scene darkens, and huge explosions erupt from the impact of their attacks. Yeon-myeong manages to block the strike as the lizard's palm is obstructed by the sun. The lizard taunts Yeon-myeong, claiming he'll die today and that the Tang family will perish. Exhausted but unfazed, Yeon-myeong laughs, which shocks the lizard. With a grin, Yeon-myeong tells the lizard that he's underestimating his family. They are not weak. As the young lord, Yeon-myeong has trained them thoroughly, and the factions are now on equal footing. Mommy is serious as she launches her poison blades, and Yeon-myeong tells the lizard that he is not the only one with masters from the fire realm. The poison needles slice through their targets like butter, and with fierce determination, she commands everyone to fight with their lives on the line until the young lord returns. Motivated by their leader's words, they charge toward the enemy with intent to kill. Returning to Yeon-myeong, he boldly declares that the Tang family won't fall today. Instead, it will be the lizard who perishes. Yeon-myeong absorbs a great deal of pain, releasing a sword strike strong enough to move the lizard's palm and immobilize him. Shock is evident in the lizard's eyes as Yeon-myeong, now empowered by accumulated poison, charges toward him, his sword radiating energy. As he closes in for a fatal strike, the lizard, realizing the danger, goes berserk, barely managing to counter the attack with his arm. In fury, the lizard accuses Yeon-myeong, claiming that it was because of him his brother died and dismissing his daughter's death as an issue of the evil sect. Lizard, with his false sense of justice, charges toward Yeon-myeong, landing a strong blow as Yeon-myeong is taken aback by his words. The palm attack is so powerful that Yeon-myeong crashes to the other end of the arena, causing a huge explosion as he spits blood from his mouth because of the fatal blow. Snaky manifests, urging Yeon-myeong to snap out of it and focus on the fight. Since Yeon-myeong is unresponsive, Snakey feeds him his concentrated poison, thinking to himself that if Yeon-myeong dies, his own spirit tied to him will also perish. Due to the increase in energy, Yeon-myeong wakes up. Meanwhile, Lizard is in the sky, ready to finish him off, but Yeon-myeong rises to his feet, prepared to face him again. Something serious happens. Yeon-myeong is shocked, and every snake is growing nervous for some reason. Lizard announces that he sensed Yeon-myeong's sword technique can weaken the power of the subduing righteous divine art. Lizard has managed to figure out Yeon-myeong's sword technique and, with a strong attack, makes Yeon-myeong realize he is in big trouble. As they both release sword strikes aimed at each other, the scene shifts. The Alliance's forces are still getting killed as Mommy flies through the sky, taking out the strong ones. They're currently in a tight spot because, even with half of the Tang family warriors deployed to support the joint sect, the enemies within her range clearly outnumber them by more than twice. On top of that, a man is slicing through the Tang family members. Mommy thinks that, at the very least, he is at her level or even a level higher, since he is one of the 6 grandmasters of the evil path. She realizes she'll need to step into the battles to prevent her warriors from getting hurt. Suddenly, her attention shifts, and even the bald Barbie stops dancing. They witness 2 radiant strikes in the sky, as if a star is descending to Earth. Mommy is filled with fear because the resurrection seems to be coming from where Yeon-myeong is battling the Alliance leader. Yet she can't comprehend if this is actually a battle between humans, as ripples even form in the sky. She prays that Yeon-myeong remains safe. Yeon-myeong is shocked and furious because the technique Lizard used was the Annihilation Sword Strike, and it's on par with the one he realized. Even though Lizard is not human and his body can withstand the weakening effect of his sword strike, Yeon-myeong reflects that Lizard was able to recreate his sword strike in the middle of the battle as he flies in the sky, ready to destroy everything. Lizard tells him that battling strong opponents gives him a rush, and he managed to figure out Yeon-myeong's sword technique from his sword. But he says it's all meaningless, even if Yeon-myeong masters the principles of martial arts or invents new techniques, because there's no point if everyone he cares for dies. The Lizard has gone completely mad as he forces himself onto a dragon. Yeon-myeong is both enchanted and infused with energy as Lizard declares that he'll use his powers to kill everyone and become the new law. Bro got too much screen time, and now he's deluded. As Lizard flies in the sky, releasing endless killing intent, he tells Yeon-myeong he will be the new ruler of this world. Enough yapping from this third-rate Frisia, he won't survive the next chapter for sure. With the calm scenery, it's basically the calm before the storm. As I said, the sky turns as bright as the sun, forming a star with the collision of 2 sword strikes. As their battle intensifies, the destruction they are causing is devastating. Lizard managed to overwhelming Yeon-myeong, as currently he has the upper hand. Yeon-myeong getting pushed back barely hold his ground as his sword starts breaking down, by the Lizard who is grabbing it by the hand. All of a sudden Yeon-myeong loses his grip and gets swayed, giving the Lizard the opportunity to throw him right through a mountain. The impact was so great that it made a hole on the mountain, and it shows that Yeon-myeong is clearly hurt. But our boy is not ready for what's going to happen to him, as Lizard literally uses the subduing righteous divine art as a dragon's breath. Bro is deluded thinking himself to be a dragon already, look more like a mountain goat. The breath aimed towards Yeon-myeong lands a direct hit on the mountain. Yeon-myeong is surprised that crazed Lizard is not even the realm of martial master anymore, instead, it is in a realm above him. If he was even a second late he would have lost his life, as we see the mountain split in half by the burp Lizard aimed towards Yeon-myeong. Yeon-myeong grips his teeth, getting his mind in place because that fake burp threw him off for a moment, so he need to counterattack quickly. That's when he realizes that Lizard is missing. Snakey manifests itself telling Yeon-myeong to look up in the sky. Our boy cannot believe just what he is seeing above. Arrogance has gotten into Lizard's head as he flies into the sky. Yeon-myeong is ready to face him with his sword that barely in place. Lizard manifests 2 dark snakes on his palm, and tells Yeon-myeong that this is his venomous martial arts, the Black Palm technique. This the legacy his brother left him, but originally it was a crude martial art that even calling it third-rate would be generous. As this mountain goat flies his snake and tells him that it makes sense, that it was trash since it was created by a low-life from an evil sect. Who has never learned proper martial art. I mean, dude is literally berating his brother. If they didn't fight, dude would eventually end the Tang clan someday. As the snakes flies inside the murky cloud, Lizard says proudly that he modified the technique again and again, turning it into a technique worthy of his name.
all while Yeon-myeong and Snakey are blankly listening to him and his speech.
The murky clouds turn bright for a second, the next moment the snakes pierce through the sky as a dark figure descends.
Yeon-myeong is shocked and what the hell is going on, the snakes now engulfing the entire area charge towards Yeon-myeong.
Our boy thinks that humans who have transcends could do something like this. Basically he did meet one since our boy was stuck in the mountain.
Mountain Goat tells Yeon-myeong that this is the Black Snake Palm, which is his ultimate technique. Yeon-myeong is in a tough situation as he starts sweating, while Lizard is ready to see if Yeon-myeong can withstand it. Snakey warns Yeon-myeong that even for him, if he were to take the attack straight on, it would rip his body to shreds. So the best piece of advice is to run away, but Yeon-myeong tells him to gather his venomous energy. Snakey gets shocked for a second and then proceeds to tell Yeon-myeong that he has gone mad to take that attack directly. But Yeon-myeong tells him that if that strike were to hit the ground it will shake the entire terrain. He tells that countless people in Sichuan can die, so there is no choice but to break through it. Yeon-myeong tells him that he has a way, so he should just pass him the venomous energy. Snakey is confused where Yeon-myeong is getting his baseless confidence from. Snakey doesn't care and just transfers his venomous energy to Yeon-myeong. By converting this he can use some skill from his past life. Yeon-myeong thinks that if the snake flying is technique then he can counter it with his true power, but to neutralize something this overwhelming, just using annihilation won't be enough, so he will need to use a stronger technique, and in a single strike he will pierce the core and take down the lizard altogether. But he is not sure if his body can withstand it, and last but not least his sword that might break any time. As the snakes approaches Yeon-myeong he gets ready, leaping into the air. The technique he is using was inspired by the image of the red sun against the blue sky. In a single strike as he lands the attack, which is a perfected martial art of piercing. Moving on to Mountain Goat, he is up in the sky looking at the mess the snakes caused. As he stares down, we see a flashback, where a thief was caught eating raw rice. As he gets shocked a voice tells him that he was the one who was stealing grain from the villagers. The boss tells him that a kid at his age is already stealing is hopeless. That's when Rabbit tells him to take a look at his condition. After taking a second look he sees that the boy is malnourished. As he hides behind the log staring at each other they don't know what to say. Rabbit tells him that at this rate people will think that the Black Death Alliance is a foster home. Old Man sighs and tells the kid that he is eating in the wrong manner as he gets surprised. Kind Old Man tells him that he doesn't need to steal and can fill his stomach all he wants. Such a nice guy, and Lizard called him a third-rate loser, wants him dead now no matter what. Old Man asked for his name and we move on to the present, as Lizard tells to himself that he had no name, but Old Man made him a part of his family, giving him a name. He even became his teacher, teaching him the Black Snake Palm as a means of defense, although it was trash. This trash is hella disrespectful, calling the martial art trash every 5 seconds. When he died he left his daughter to him, so he wanted to become a support just like him. Bro clearly wanted to play hero, anyways he thinks that all of it is the past. And now his goal is to eliminate everything related to his daughter and brother's death. Sad it has to end as from his dark lard of snakes a flash emerges, a bright light in the shape of a cross that rips the snakes apart. Mountain Goat is shocked on how Yeon-myeong managed to withstand. Instead Yeon-myeong charges towards him with his sword. He uses the sky-piercing sunset, ripping half of Lizard in a single strike. As Lizard tries to take a look at his injured arm, moving on to Snakey, he is scared at this point because Yeon-myeong managed to pierce right through such a grand attack. Moreover, he used a sword technique that even in his previous master's era, it would be considered an impossible art. I mean, man's martial art or son strong, his body cannot handle it. Even the sword is done for his Yeon-myeong thanks the demon slaying sword for serving him. The problem is that with one arm he still couldn't defeat this annoying Lizard, so if he wants to finish him, now is his only chance. He wanted to use his sword longer, but the sword couldn't handle another technique. Yeon-myeong leaps in the air, putting his hand on his jacket. Taking out his dagger he attacks Lizard, telling him to settle it once and for all. Lizard gets shocked that by the sudden increase in energy, the attacks was so strong that it caused a tornado engulfed in bright blue energy. As they exchange move, Lizard and unable to fight back, Yeon-myeong launches multiple attacks in an instant. As Yeon-myeong attacks at him, Lizard is unable to figure out how he is able to use a mere dagger to break through his defense. Hypocrite grits his teeth, telling himself that he cannot fall here without even getting any revenge. Mountain Goat screams like crazy, shouting like a retard.
Yeon-myeong sees that he is agitated and notices an opening. Taking opportunity of this, he lands a strong strike.
In an instant, time slows down as Yeon-myeong chops his other arm as it falls to the ground.
Even after losing his arms, he is still overwhelming Yeon-myeong. Our smart kid literally used the broken sword to chip away his chi, in simpler words, break his defense.
Or else they would be back to square one. As Lizard tells him that he has not fallen yet, Yeon-myeong starts glowing green, telling him that this is the price for meddling with his family.
Yeon-myeong uses the skill Venomous Force, make a huge hole right through his chest.
Yeon-myeong managed to blast a hole through Lizard.
Lizard is flabbergasted and unable to understand what just happened, as he is unable to figure out what technique her just used.
Whatever Yeon-myeong used is slowly decaying his body. Yeon-myeong intensely stares at Lizard. Snaky, hiding behind him, asks Yeon-myeong if he just created this technique in the middle of the fight.
Yeon-myeong explains it to us that, in the past, he used the intent of the fire dragon poison to create the blazing Venomous Force. This time he used his untamed power to convert it into Venomous Force, launching a strong strike. Yeon-myeong outs his weapon back in size in relief that the battle is finally over. He feels sorry that this was the outcome.
As he turns around ready to leave, Yeon-myeong, out of breath, tells him that he should have never dared to attack his family.
Lizard tells Yeon-myeong if he has the right to say something like this as he collapses, falling to the ground. Yeon-myeong leaves his body behind, leaving for the Tang clan. Lizard, seeing him leave, grits his teeth, telling himself that he cannot die. In fact, he refuses to die before he avenges his loved ones. Enough of his yapping, bro should quietly leave the story. With killing intent in his eyes, he tells to himself that no matter what, he will kill Yeon-myeong today. All blood covers his eyes. He swears to bring peace to their spirits.
Yeon-myeong checks his body and thinks he is lucky that he got through the fight without losing a limb.
It wouldn't even be surprising if he got disabled after the fight because of the techniques he was forced to use.
Yeon-myeong tells Snaky to give him some more venomous energy. Hearing this, Snaky this he is relentless.
He gets angry, telling him that venomous energy doesn't just pop out whenever he wants, since he squeezed out everything he has.
Yeon-myeong makes the troll face, asking Snaky if he wants to go back to the jar. Hearing this, Snaky tells him that it not like he said no, he just need a bit more time to produce it.
Yeon-myeong grabs him by the neck, telling him to stop lying and spit it out, while the half-turd lizard, now a dragon, tries to eat Yeon-myeong from behind. Yeon-myeong notices a presence from behind, turning around rapidly.
Lizard crashes into Yeon-myeong, although he managed to block the blow with both of his hand. Lizard has transformed into a ugly trash with yellow unclean teeth. Yeon-myeong cannot believe that he survived the venomous force which hit through his cheek, yet he became a dragon already. But Yeon-myeong realizes that he not as strong as before, realizing that he might not have fully transformed into a dragon yet. Although he can handle him, he didn't receive the venomous energy from Snaky yet. As Lizard stares at his, Yeon-myeong thinks that he won't be able to hold for long. Snaky gets pissed, telling Lizard that he is practically dead, as Snaky gets back into his original form, manifesting behind Yeon-myeong. He gets ready to launch a strong venomous breath, but Yeon-myeong tells him to stop. Yeon-myeong, starting at Lizard, realizes that Lizard is dead, since he has reached his limits. As Lizard dies, he apologizes to his loved ones for not avenging them. Come on bro, he avenged them by killing that ugly trash with bangs already. Hearing his cries, Yeon-myeong breaks character. Now he will have an amazing character development. As his body fades away, Yeon-myeong and a now larger Snaky stares at what is happening in front of their eyes. Yeon-myeong, with a serious tone, wonders if the battle is finally over, when a huge object hits his head. Seeing the object, Snaky sigh. Bro looks so classy, while Yeon-myeong is quivering in the ground. Yeon-myeong, with tears in his eyes, wonders what this is, since it's extremely sturdy. It looks like a horn to Yeon-myeong when Snaky tells him that it's a dragon horn, which must have come from the death of the Black Death Alliance. Snaky becomes smaller, telling Yeon-myeong that it's great that they got the dragon horn, which is imbued with the dragon spirit. So it will make a perfect refining material that can withstand that venomous force Yeon-myeong used earlier. Snaky realized that Yeon-myeong is not answering, so he asks him what is the reason behind his silence. Yeon-myeong tells Snaky that if they met under different circumstances, maybe they could have talked about martial arts instead. Snaky asks him if he is feeling sympathy for him now. Hearing his cries for revenge, Yeon-myeong felt guilt. Because Yeon-myeong realized that he had the power to save the little kid, but he thought that it was a matter of the evil sections because he didn't try to understand the reason of conflict,
and know that it was just some disagreement among themselves. The reason he didn't take action was because he thought that Rabbit, who was a master of the fire realm, could easily disarm the trash and rescue the child. The lizard also thought the same, that if things went south, Rabbit could have easily resolved the problem. Yeon-myeong believed that he could resolve it whenever he wanted, but the complacency caused a powerless child to lose her life.
Snaky with a pissed look tells Yeon-myeong that he is getting sentimental after crossing blades, since Yeon-myeong has to understand that the Black Death Alliance and the Tang family can never coexist. Yeon-myeong sighs, telling him that if he was more wary of her flame art he could have done something. Snaky tells him to stop dwelling, since it's human nature to make a mistake. Even his ancestor judged the Azure Dragon as evil and slayed the benevolent dragon, even if he didn't know that the death could have easily overthrown the entire continent into chaos. So after he hunted it down, he took its place and hunted down the evil dragon. Snaky tells Yeon-myeong that reflecting why he failed is good, but dwelling on regret will not help him, but the kind of person he will become after today's failure. As they rush towards the Tang family at full speed, Yeon-myeong asks him what was the form earlier, and if he did it from the beginning it would have been much easier. Snaky gives him a stare, telling him that he is grieving for helping him. Snaky used every ounce of his venomous energy to keep him alive, so he could not use that form. Yeon-myeong with a meme-like face tells okay. Hearing this, Snaky call his ungrateful, telling him that he should at least say thank you for all the trouble. Yeon-myeong tells Snaky thank you. Hearing this, Snaky gets shocked for a second, his face turning normal. Yeon-myeong tells him that when he briefly lost consciousness after the Alliance leader's attack, at that time Snaky used his venomous energy on him. Without him he would have taken a fatal wound right there, so he wanted to thank him properly later, but instead he ended up interrogating him. So he thanks him for all the help. Hearing this, Snaky blushes, thinking to himself that though Yeon-myeong was a rigid, inflexible guy, because his previous owner told him that he shouldn't expect gratitude for doing what's, since he is a tool and his only job is to distinguish between them. Snaky asks him if he gotten soft from all the beating. Yeon-myeong asks him if he want to go back inside the jar, and Snaky tells him that he is just joking. Moving to the Tang family, hundreds of dead bodies are on the ground. Meanwhile, Mommy is facing this bald Pokemon. As they clash sword, they are equally matched, as Mommy attack HM with multiple weapons. The Pokemon swings his sword, making Mommy lose balance, but she regains her posture immediately. She turns around wondering where the other Grandmasters are, since she has to finish before they join up. Bald Pokemon tells her to pay attention and lands a blow from the back, crashing Mommy into a house. She is severely injured. "This trash hurt my wife, I am gonna knock the hell out of him." He tells injured Mommy that if she is worried about the other joining this fight, there is no need to worry, since they are busy clearing the formation masters, which is making it hard for them to enter, so once they break the formation several more troops will arrive. And their trump card, who is now a horn, will arrive shortly after finishing Yeon-myeong. Since they will take time, he will take the honor of killing Mommy, as he gets ready to swing his sword. Mommy closes her eyes, and as she opens it she sees that one of the guards sacrificed his arm and managed to block the strike. Mommy tells him why he is doing this. As for Pokemon, he can't understand what he is doing here. But since he stopped his momentum, he will kill him first. He did this because all this time he served disgraceful elders, so now he can die with some dignity. All of a sudden Baldy stops, sweat dripping from the open field on his head. He realizes an immense pressure behind him, turning this Pokemon into a bald Barbie. Because of the overwhelming pressure, everyone present turns around, see the person. It's Yeon-myeong, who is releasing a killing intent. Bald Barbie is scared, thinking what Yeon-myeong is doing here instead of his leader. He looks around to see head rolling around. As he stares at them with disbelief, Yeon-myeong tells him that these scums were calling themselves the Grand Masters. He asks Baldy to take another look and see if anyone is missing, since he wiped out everyone that tried to break the formation. Yeon-myeong grits his teeth, telling Baldy that he would love to kill him, but like the other he will give him a chance to retreat. As his body overflows with poisonous energy, he tells him that if he doesn't do so he will meet the same fate as them. Baldy asks Yeon-myeong what he just said, is bro dumb or what? A second ago Yeon-myeong threw 5 heads of people who are in the fire realm. Baldy realizes that something must have gone wrong, figuring out that the incredible wave of energy from earlier was caused a fight between Yeon-myeong and Lizard. But he is in denial that Lizard can never lose to someone like him. Again his delusional talks.
Baldy starts to return to reality. He sweats like crazy as Yeon-myeong tells him that Lizard had terrifying power, but in the end he surpassed him and personally finished him off. Baldy's face turns dark. Trembling in fear, he realizes that Lizard was actually defeated by Yeon-myeong. He drops his large blade and commands every one of his people to stop fighting. The fighters stop fighting, waiting for Baldy's orders. He with a heavy heart tells them that Lizard has fallen and passed away. Hearing this, summon warriors AE in shock, and one cannot believe that the supreme master of the unorthodox path was defeated by the young lord of the Tang clan. Baldy explains that the fact Yeon-myeong survived Lizard's ultimate technique and killed all of the 6 Fire Realm Master excluding himself, is a proof that he is match for Lizard. Hearing this, every single one of the minions from the Black Death Alliance start shivering. Baldy as the commanding officer orders them to fall back and abandon their weapons. Hearing this, most of them run for their life. Yeon-myeong asks Baldy if he is not going to flee. Baldy is aware that he has no hope of survival since his brother lost as well. He grits his teeth in anger, telling them that his sworn brother and sister lost their lives. So even if he is sure to lose, it's his duty to draw his blade. Yeon-myeong hearing this respects his decision and takes out his dagger, telling Baldy to start his attack at once. Baldy remember that he has no point in existing, all his loved ones are dead. I wanted to support this guy but he hurt my wife, so no sympathy for him. Baldy raged uses his everything to attack Yeon-myeong, Mommy and everyone from the Baongi brigade stand still and rips apart Baldy in an instant, the strike so fast that no one could understand what had happened. With this, the reign of the rulers of Sichuan came to an end, in a single day by the hand of a single person. A few hours later at the main hall, Yeon-myeong summons the guard that lost his arm. He asks him how he is feeling after losing an arm. The one-handed guy tells him that he was trained to use both of his hands interchangeable, so it doesn't bother him too much. Yeon-myeong understands the situation but tells him that it's not the reason he called him here for, but because he heard that he lost his arm trying to save his mother. So Yeon-myeong wanted to thank him properly for that. One arm tells Yeon-myeong that he did this because it's his duty as a martial artist of the Tang clan, and he sought no rewards. Yeon-myeong sighs, telling him that it was impressive, although they have not been in the best of terms. But merits must be rewarded. Yeon-myeong asks him if he has ever thought about learning the sword. Hearing this, the one-armed guy starts shivering, as Yeon-myeong explains to him that it must be difficult with one arm to throw daggers or handle poisons. So Yeon-myeong decided to teach him a left-handed sword technique. Yeon-myeong assures him that if he follows his guidance, it is guaranteed that he will become stronger than when he had both arms. The crippled guy thanks for this opportunity, but Yeon-myeong tells him that he is the one indebted to him. For now there is work that needs to be taken care of, so once he is recovered Yeon-myeong will start teaching him. As the Tang family is surrounded by the formation created Manhwa Gal clan, Skinny Barbie is exhausted because he had to hold that many people on his own. He starts crying because it is a hassle, and that blames Yeon-myeong for it. But Barbie starts crying the moment he hears Yeon-myeong's voice from behind. Barbie tries to pretend, telling Yeon-myeong that he is so glad that Yeon-myeong managed to return safely. Yeon-myeong tells him to stop the formalities. Barbie starts crying and apologizes because he misspoke earlier, but he didn't get scolded because Mirio and Yeonjeong said that he worked tirelessly to maintain the formation and hold back the enemies. Barbie closes his eyes appreciating himself, but in reality he wanted to run away, but Yeonjeong forced him. She told him that in the time of crisis he should be focusing on solidifying alliances. Even Mirio went outside despite her fatigue to buy time for them. Barbie tells Yeonjeong that if what they said is true and Yeon-myeong is facing Lizard, his chance of survival are very slim, but Yeonjeong shut him up, telling him that she believes in Yeon-myeong. Our Chad is now more emotional person thanks him and tells him that they will support the Gal clan's recovery. Hearing this, Barbie gets stunned, thanking Yeon-myeong. As our boy takes his leave, he tells them that he will take care of things from here on. Barbie is stunned to hear such warm words from Yeon-myeong, and it seems like his personality has taken a big turn. Before leaving, Yeon-myeong tells him that next time if he thinks about deserting them during a crisis he will face repercussion. Hearing this, Barbie's fake beard falls to the ground. Yeon-myeong thinks to himself that he has resolved most of the matters, but there is one important thing left. 2 days later, the squad accompanied by Yeon-myeong enters the Black Death Alliance fortress. Woojin is shocked to see that a place like this existed beneath the fortress. With the treasure that is left here, the Tang clan can easily survive for decades. The treasure are so much that they look like ants in front of it. Woojin figure out why the alliance never expanded beyond Sichuan. because Lizard, who ruled over the unorthodox sects, did seek expansion because he had everything he wanted in Sichuan.
Yeon-myeong thinks that when recruiting followers he likely demanded treasures collateral for martial arts.
But according to Yeon-myeong, he was not greedy, it was because too many people wanted his guidance, as such treasure was likely the bare minimum.
Yeon-myeong orders Wajin to take care of this place and move all the treasure to the main family.
As Wajin agrees to it, Yeon-myeong decides to go deeper. Inside he finds a library, but there is not a single book in sight.
Yeon-myeong finds some books with snake sign on it. Yeon-myeong picks up one of them and thinks that it might be one of Lizard's martial arts.
As Yeon-myeong reads it through, Lizard states that he learned after living in Sichuan that he should repay kindness twice over and grudges tenfold, so he destroyed the Azure Fortress sect. He not only destroyed those who tried to raise against them, but he also studied their martial art to counter them, just to humiliate and mock them for the martial art them once stood by. The other manuals contain all the counter techniques of the martial art. Yeon-myeong is astonished that Lizard managed to dismantle all of them in just few manuals. The current place they are in was once the fortress of the Azure sect. But due to simple arrogance, Lizard destroyed everything and just kept his martial arts. After the battle with the Black Death Alliance, the Tang family started restoring order to the chaotic Sichuan. Meanwhile, a war broke out in Qinhui between the demonic cult which seek to advance into the Central Plains. The only one that tried to stop is the Kunlun sect, and currently they are having a ferocious encounter with them. They are currently being led by one of the elders, known by the name Demon Immortal Gakun, but we will call him Scarred Face. He is a master of the fire reel, known for his ruthless techniques, and he is currently acting as a cornerstone in holding back the demonic cult. However, the demonic cult has an endless number of forces, so much so that they can rival the 9 sects combined. Look at this turd, he looks like a retarded version of All Might from My Hero Academia. We will call him Frog from now onwards. Because of their large number, they were turning the tide on the Kunlun sect until Gen Z arrived with reinforcements along with the Tang clan. Look at Fatty, he really need to go to the toilet. Because of the strong masters from the joint sect and fire reel masters, they had no choice but to retreat temporarily. The united force of Gen Z Uncle and Scarred Face from Kunlun was so strong that the balance of the war began to shift in favor of the righteous factions. But something had to happen. Since things were going too smoothly, one of the elders from the Tang clan betrayed them, poisoning the ones that went against their idea of betraying. As Snoop Dogg was poisoned, he tells the elder that he is worse than the weed he smokes. The hairy dog poisoned him and stands with his 2 half-crippled lackeys as if he is some big shot. Hairy Dog barks and grits his teeth and apologizes that he did so because there is no need for 2 leaders in one group. Moving to the Tang clan, in one of the quarters we can hear loud hammering of metals. It's Mini Chad, who is busy welding something into a weapon. As he keeps his full concentration on making it, he remembers what had happened earlier. Yeon-myeong approached him earlier and offers him to work as a smithy of the Tang clan. Hearing this, Mini Chad was shocked, having a hard time digesting the offer. Sweat dripping from his face, he tells Yeon-myeong that he would be honored, but there is a problem. He is curious about what happened to the demon-slaying sword he gifted him. He gets shocked and surprised, asking Yeon-myeong to elaborate him a bit more. Yeon-myeong, getting nervous, tells him that the sword broke. Hearing this, Mini Chad turns into Mini Barbie. His eyes starts to swell up. Although it saddens him to see his master's final masterpiece destroyed, the demon-slaying sword fulfilled its purpose to the very end. And he is proud that after all it managed to send the Black Death Alliance leader to the afterlife. Yeon-myeong told him that a sword of such caliber could have been made by someone like him. That is why he personally came to recruit him. Before he can start crafting, Yeon-myeong would like to show something interesting. Later, in Tang family manner, Yeon-myeong shows him the horn of Lizard. Seeing this, he is in shock. Yeon-myeong tells him that explaining this would take a long time, so he summarizes that it is the horn of a mythical beast. Yeon-myeong asked the Tang family smiths to forge a sword with it, but no matter how high the temperature of the furnace was, they couldn't melt it, so Yeon-myeong was wondering if Mini Chad can handle it. Mini Chad looked confused and troubled at the same time, so Yeon-myeong asks him if anything is wrong. Mini Chad apologizes to our boy and tells him that he was lost in thought for a moment. Mini Chad explains that since the horn is of a mystical beast, so it carries spiritual energy, so it cannot be forged by ordinary methods. The only way to forge is this, by reimagining it. Yeon-myeong is confused by the answer. Mini Chad explains that this material needs to be forged with cold and not heat, although it may sound absurd, but at the end of the day a mystical beast is ultimately a living creature.
Yeon-myeong is shocked as Mini Chad continues that if it is exposed to extreme cold it might react as if it is experiencing extreme heat. Basically in their world operates within the principles of yin and yang. Yeon-myeong is more shocked as Mini Chad says that just as Yan Metal Blade is tempered with its opposing element fire, a yin attribute like this horn might respond to its complementary element cold.
Yeon-myeong thinks about giving it a try, so he will now infuse the horn with cold energy that he collected from Miso. Remembering about her, he thinks that after returning he has not met her once, so he will check on her once he is done with this.
As Yeon-myeong starts injecting cold energy into the horn,
the cold energy is so strong that it freezes half the room, shocking Mini Chad.
He cannot believe that it's actually happening. Snaky manifesting itself tells Yeon-myeong that it seems to be reacting.
After Yeon-myeong is done freezing the horn, he tells Mini Chad to strike it with hammer, telling him to be careful not to touch it bare hands. Mini Chad take him hammer and gives it a try. To him surprise, the horn actually deformed, making a dent on the horn clearly visible.
Yeon-myeong tells Mini Chad that he will leave the rest to him.
Mini Chad tells him that the horn is too small to be made into a proper sword. He tells Mini Chad that a dagger of this length will be more than enough, since to him the length of the blade is not particularly important. Moving to the present as Mini Chad hammer the horn with dedication, he thinks that the demon-slaying sword has served its purpose. Now it's his turn to forge a blade that will take its place, as his eyes gleam with determination while hammering the horn.
We now move to Xinjiang. There we see Frog enjoying a drink. Blood thinks he is special.
He tells a white turd that she never ceases to amaze him and it's more than enough.
Even a Manhwa character got laid. What about you pathetic lives?
This white turd is disappointed that Frog compared her to another woman who ruined her lord and country. She tells him that she is fully devoted to Frog and the divine cult with body, which is obvious in her soul. This old frog laughs, telling her that he was wrong and tells her that there is something important she has to do for him. Hearing this, her eyes gets wider as he tells her that she should be aware that the cult is currently at war with Kunlun, which is the obstacles they had to face in order to reach the Central Plains, but they still haven't broken through. Kunlun's strength is formidable, but the real problem is Scarred Face, who is a master of the Fire Realm. After Taeho joined forces with them, it has been hard for them to break through. Even though they seem strong and perfect, there is always a problem if things are going too smoothly. The ugly hairy dog from the Tang clan has sought contact with their cult, and especially asked for her help. Hearing this, she gets shocked that they want her help. This is one of most beautiful characters that got wasted. Damn, she looks fine, but she chose the wrong side. Her medical skills are so good that it even reached Sichuan. Not long ago, the head of the richest merchant group offered a fortune to cure his son's incurable disease, but it didn't work. However, she managed to heal him in a single day, which is why he is now one of the most loyal supporters of their cult. Hearing this compliment, she laughs. Again, this is too much potential to be wasted. He tells her that even the Tang clan needs their help. Bro is unaware that is a rabid dog and not the clan. She winks one of her eyes and tells him that the cult leader commands that she will do whatever is needed, asking him who it is that she will be treating. They requested to heal the arm of the elder's grandson, which is permanently paralyzed. Even if Bro gets healed, he is so weak even Mirio can kill him in one strike. She gets close to him and asks him in return what is it that they will be receiving. She gets shocked when he tells her that they will be offering the 10 poisons of the Tang family, which can even kill Fire Realm masters. But she gets serious and asks him if that's all they are offering, and he agreed to it. Frog elaborates that he agreed not because of the poison. He plans to use them kill the 2 Fire Realm masters currently opposing them, as he excludes an evil smile, telling her that by killing them he will have a secure path to the Central Plains.
Yeon-myeong is gonna one-shot him, mark my words.
At the main house of the Jaegal family in Hubei, someone sits on a chair with dead bodies lying everywhere. He says that there is no safe place even in the Central Plains. Even though they were under Wodong's territory, they were way too careless. As this guy battered in blood drink alcohol, he tells someone across the room that he heard that the Black Death Alliance leader is dead. What shocked him is that the one who defeated him belonged to the Tang family. His guide, who was wearing an eye patch, tells him that according to this intel, the person who killed him extremely skilled in poison, hidden weapon, and he could wield swordsmanship effortlessly, wielding sword force. This blue-eyed pervert tells him that this wouldn't be enough to defeat the alliance leader, so our Chad probably reached the level where he can use the strong sword techniques like him.
Every cannon fodder wants screen time just because his eyes are blue blood thinks he is the Gojo Satoru.
He puts his cup down thinking that he might have overestimated the alliance leader. He finds the death pitiful, he wanted to be the one to kill him, delusional lizard in his dragon form would one-shot him any day. Although his dream of killing him failed, at least the troublesome foe that he had to inevitably clash with someday is now eliminated. Now this pervert thinks that he has rested enough, so he will start his killing spree again. He asks his dog about the Myeong clan's location. He says that it has been confirmed that they have been growing their power while disguised as a merchant guild. The dog shuts up all of a sudden, getting more focused. He tells Pervert that something is approaching their way. The pervert thinks that they are quite fast. Judging by the aura, he thinks it the backup forces of Wudong. He tells Dog to take care of the Myeong clan and he will be the one handling the Wudong forces. At the night he stares at the bright moon, shouting that the era of the demon-ruled world will begin. Moving to the Tang residence, Yeon-myeong is sweating hard practicing her martial arts. As she performs the martial arts with perfection, moonlight grazes her fan, radiating in divine aura. Okay, that sounded chessy. She thinks that all of her muscles are about to snap, but she will go on no matter what happens. She forced her uncle to teach the clan's martial art to her. As she trained it with persistence, she remembers how tough it was to convince him. At the Sichuan assembly, all she could do was just watch, so she felt a deep sense of helplessness. The character development is cooking. She continues to feel pain practicing the martial art. She thinks to herself that she never wants to experience it again. As she prepares to practice one last time, someone enters the scene calling for Outgirl. It's Barbie, but his face is grim. Yeon-myeong, seeing his face, asks him that he was supposed to be bussed today, so what is he doing here? He puts his hand on her shoulder, telling her to stay strong about what he is going to tell her. She gets nervous, asking him what it is he is talking about. The shock shocks her to the brink. Her world turns around as she learns that the Jaegal family no longer exists. Tears falls from her eyes as she cannot believe what just happened. Barbie explains that the pervert who had previously wiped out 3 of the 5 great families, with his appearance in Hubei, the scene has shifted dramatically. The Wudong Swordmaster tried to stop Pervert, who launched a surprise attack on Jaegal family. Pervert warned Wudong that if they go in his way, the Wudong itself would be erased before sunset. So all they could do was stand by as the Jaegal clan was annihilated. Yeon-myeong cannot believe that no one could stop the pervert as he read the letters. He tells Yeon-myeong and Barbie that he knows about the tragedy that happened. Barbie says that Yeon-myeong's decision was correct. If they fled from the Black Death Alliance, then they would have been completely wiped out. As he and Yeon-myeong shakes, he thinks it's heaven's mercy that they are still alive. As Barbie breaks character, tears dripping from his eyes, that the fact their clan doesn't exist anymore is painful. Yeon-myeong remains quiet and finally speaks, telling him that they have not lost everything, shocking Barbie. He elaborates that they are members from the Jaegal clan and the Tang clan, and if they are alive, it's possible to rebuild the family, so Yeon-myeong is gonna get another wife. He tells Barbie that he is yet to fulfill his promise and keep his word, so he will do everything in his power to help rebuild the Jaegal family as quickly as possible. Yeon-myeong tells him that he doesn't need to be a liar and lose hope either. Barbie agrees to him. Yeon-myeong thinks that there is something going on, that everyone is causing sudden movements, so he decides to prepare on their side too. A guard enters the room, telling Yeon-myeong that a guest from Wudong sect has come requesting to see him. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong gets pissed, unable to control her anger. Yeon-myeong thinks what the Wudong sect is doing in a time like this, allowing him to enter. He tells them that they are grieving deeply, so they should rest for now, since Yeon-myeong will hear what he has to say. Yeon-myeong wonders if the guest from Wudong is a visitor or a troublemaker, which he will figure out. As the nobody enters the room, introducing himself, he says that he is here to ask for the Tang clan's support. Nobody asks Yeon-myeong if he is aware of the chaos that is happening in Hubei. Yeon-myeong tells him that he has heard something about the pervert resuming his activities. Nobody says that in a short time pervert wiped out the Jaegal clan and the Myeong clan. Amidst all this, they learn that Yeon-myeong managed to annihilate the Black Death Alliance. This retard tells V that as a martial artist of the righteous sect, he requests Yeon-myeong to use his strength for the greater good. So they want Yeon-myeong to lend his strength to drive out the pervert. Yeon-myeong tells him that he doesn't like the attitude of people who come begging, so he will refuse the offer. Hearing this, the nobody is dumbfounded, not able to understand his answer. He asks Yeon-myeong for the reason and tells him that the Tang family also suffered great losses because of the pervert. Then he play the victim card, telling Yeon-myeong that by the rules of their family they repay grudges tenfolds. Yeon-myeong tells him to mind his words, as he releases killing intent, telling him that the Wudong clan that stood by while his clan was annihilated dare invoke family principles to him. Because of the killing intent, nobody realized that he was a side character. Yeon-myeong sighs, telling him that he has no intention of watching idle while the pervert continues his rampage. However, even under Wudong protection, the Jae-gal family was wiped, as they avoided direct confrontation with the pervert and let the rampage go on. Hearing this, nobody starts sweating at a loss of words. Yeon-myeong says that he is hypocrite for throwing his family's principles back to him, which is unpleasing. Nobody remains silent. They, in a scared tone, says that the current state of the righteous sect is a complete mess. In the past, the martial alliance base in Wuhan has collapsed. Taking advantage of this, the Heaven's Brilliance Force took its place. Now a demonic faction is openly operating in the heart of the Central Plains. A critical factor in this was the simultaneous attacks. While Lizard annihilated the 3 of the 5 great alliances, Pervert bullied the Martial Alliance. Yeon-myeong thinks of himself that even now the righteous sects are focused on guarding their own territories, so even if they manage to drive out the pervert, there will be no one to manage the disarrayed righteous forces without a central leadership. Without a common enemy, they will just fight among themselves. Yeon-myeong sighs, thinking himself that the Murim Alliance is worse than the Black Death Alliance. That's when an idea pops out. He thinks that he can manage the righteous sect himself. Yeon-myeong tells nobody that they must re-establish a central leadership to replace the fallen alliance. Nobody gets overexcited, thinking that it's a good idea that he will cooperate with them. Yeon-myeong gets up, telling him that not now, since he will have to assist to the joint sect in attacking the demon cult. However, someone will need to watch over them if something bad were to happen. Before nobody could finish, Yeon-myeong says that in the center of Sichuan they will establish a new martial alliance. After Yeon-myeong declared the formation of a new alliance, the creation of the second Murim alliance progressed swiftly. Under Barbie's leadership, the buildings were constructed with remarkable speed and flawless precision. Even before the public announcement, the general administration Swifts had strategically purchased land, causing property prices in Sichuan to skyrocket. Witnessing this, they laughed heartily, like infants delighted by a bottle of milk. A few days later, the Second Righteous Faction Alliance was officially established and named the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Shortly after its founding, the Righteous Heaven Alliance began an extensive recruitment campaign, sending letters inviting heroes from across the world to join them in Sichuan. Yeon-myeong is stunned to find an enormous crowd gathered to join the alliance. Barbie bows, confirming the validity of Yeon-myeong's growing reputation as they stand before thousands eagerly awaiting the young lord's address. Yeon-myeong had not anticipated such rapid escalation. Barbie explains that even the 6 sects and the 3 noble families, along with smaller sects, have arrived, drawn by Yeon-myeong's fame. He elaborates that Yeon-myeong is the renowned young lord who restored the fallen Tang clan and expelled the Black Death Alliance, solidifying Sichuan as the heart of his influence. What's more surprising is that they've even given Yeon-myeong a title. When he asks what it is, Barbie reveals it to be the Venomous Sword Dragon. Although slightly embarrassed, Yeon-myeong admits to himself that the title suits him well. Barbie suggests it's time for Yeon-myeong to officially declare himself the leader of the alliance, pointing out that no one would object since he founded the Righteous Heaven Alliance. However, Yeon-myeong remains cautious, thinking aloud that some ambitious individuals might challenge his position. Barbie shrugs it off, but Yeon-myeong notes that the alliance's primary mission of eradicating demonic forces means not everyone will share the same noble intentions. He suspects some have ulterior motives and believes he must first establish his authority to ensure loyalty. As Yeon-myeong steps onto the stage, a man steps forward, an ambitious challenger seeking attention. Barbie, sweating nervously, is baffled by the accuracy of Yeon-myeong's prediction, as though he had foreseen this moment. The confrontation begins after the entry procedures are completed. Representatives of the major sects approach to meet Yeon-myeong, but among them, a bald man, a martial master who seems desperate for recognition, demands a duel. The challenger, eager for the spotlight, claims that while Yeon-myeong is remarkable for his age, no one has witnessed him defeating the leader of the Black Death Alliance. To prove his worth, the challenger insists on a duel, even putting the leadership position on the line. Barbie observes the situation with disdain, recognizing the challenger's true intentions.
In an era of relentless conflict due to the rising demonic forces, Sichuan, once free of invasions under the Black Death Alliance leader's control, has now become unclaimed territory. This power vacuum makes Sichuan a prize for anyone ambitious enough to claim it. Barbie realizes that whoever secures the leadership of the Righteous Heaven Alliance will inherit not only the legacy of the Black Death Alliance but also the loyalty of countless disciples and sects within the region. It's no wonder someone would risk challenging Yeon-myeong for such a reward, though Barbie hopes the duel will teach them their limits.
The bald martial master introduces himself but shall henceforth be known as Bald Turd. He arrogantly tells Yeon-myeong to treat the duel as a genuine fight, mockingly addressing him as the venomous sword dragon. Bald Turd goads Yeon-myeong further, instructing him to use all his skills, poisons, hidden weapons, and martial arts so that he won't have any regrets after the duel. Yeon-myeong humbles the bald challenger with a calm yet sharp reply, expressing his gratitude for the challenger's concern but declaring that he will only use his sword in this duel. He reasons that employing poison could lead to unnecessary accidents. The bald man's face twists in irritation, clearly displeased with Yeon-myeong's nonchalant response. Barbie steps forward to begin the match, asking both participants if they are ready. With both nodding in confirmation, Barbie announces the duel as a match between the bald challenger and Yeon-myeong, the young lord of the Tang family, famously known as the venomous sword dragon, with the position of the Righteous Heaven Alliance's leader hanging in the balance. The bald challenger, oozing overconfidence, warns Yeon-myeong that accidents can happen during a duel. He acknowledges Yeon-myeong's exceptional progress for his age but accuses him of being overly arrogant. With a heavy stomp on the ground, the challenger demonstrates his power, causing the ground beneath him to crack. The audience is stunned as the bald man's body radiates an intense aura. His junior followers murmur in awe, realizing that he is using the pinnacle of Shaolin martial arts. One spectator explains that this isn't an ordinary indestructible Vajra body but the ultimate martial art created by the first founder of Shaolin, a technique that has never been defeated. The bald man's voice booms as he taunts Yeon-myeong, claiming that his poison, weapons, and martial arts will never penetrate the indestructible Vajra body. He declares this duel as a challenge for Yeon-myeong to surrender his leadership, but his bravado only amuses Yeon-myeong, who inwardly laughs, surprised that such a test would come so soon. The scene shifts to a flashback in the main hall of the Tang family. Yeon-myeong discusses the alliance headquarters with the family accountant, confirming that he plans to establish it on Mount Chonseon since the Black Death Alliance's collapse has left the land vacant and ideal. The accountant suggests purchasing all the surrounding lands to solidify their position. Suddenly, Mini Chad bursts into the room, apologizing for the interruption but unable to contain his excitement. He presents Yeon-myeong with a box, revealing a dagger with an exquisite, radiant luster. Barbie is stunned, and an elder of the Tang family praises the craftsmanship. When Yeon-myeong asks if the dagger has been named, Mini Chad excitedly explains that its brilliance and cold aura inspired him to call it White Snow Dragon Fong. As Yeon-myeong holds the dagger, it radiates a pure white energy, a reflection of its power and precision. Returning to the duel, the crowd's skepticism grows as they mock Yeon-myeong for relying on a mere dagger to face the legendary indestructible Vajra body. The bald challenger, enraged by what he perceives as stubborn arrogance, charges at Yeon-myeong with his massive body, determined to teach the young lord a lesson. Their clash sends shockwaves rippling across the arena. The spectators gasp at the sheer force of the collision, with some commenting that even martial artists in the fire realm would struggle to endure such power. However, their astonishment turns to disbelief when Yeon-myeong effortlessly blocks the attack with a single hand. The bald man's confidence falters as he realizes his immense power has been stopped cold. Yeon-myeong, analyzing his opponent's technique, notes that the bald man's inner energy flow feels slightly different, more auspicious than typical Shaolin martial arts. Drawing upon the Tang family's records, Yeon-myeong recalls that to dismantle a sect's martial arts, one must disrupt its foundational principles. Shaolin techniques, rooted in the smooth flow of energy, can be neutralized by breaking that flow. With a calm yet decisive strike from the White Snow Dragon Fong, Yeon-myeong disrupts the bald man's energy, effortlessly deflecting his attack. The bald man stumbles back, his confidence shaken. Yeon-myeong doesn't stop there. He launches a series of precise strikes, each aimed at breaking the bald man's armor and energy flow. The indestructible Vajra body, hailed as unbeatable, begins to crack under the relentless assault.
The crowd watches in stunned silence, unable to believe that Yeon-myeong's dagger is overpowering such a legendary technique.
Even the bald man himself is left in shock as his defenses crumble. One observer in the crowd, his eyes narrowed in scrutiny, recognizes the elegance in Yeon-myeong's swordsmanship and begins to suspect its origin.
Meanwhile, the challenger's resolve is completely broken as he falls to his knees, acknowledging Yeon-myeong's superiority.
The crowd erupts into whispers, with some finally admitting that the rumors of Yeon-myeong defeating the Black Death Alliance's leader weren't exaggerated. The mysterious observer's gaze lingers on Yeon-myeong, his thoughts filled with questions about the young lord's true power. As the duel concludes, Yeon-myeong stands victorious, his strength and authority undeniable, leaving no room for doubt about his right to lead the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Under the tranquil moonlight at the Righteous Alliance headquarters, Yeon-myeong gazed up at the stars, his demeanor exuding a sense of feigned calm and introspection. The serene night was interrupted by a familiar voice.
Turning around, Yeon-myeong saw Barbie approaching.
Feeling a tinge of awkwardness, Yeon-myeong admitted that being addressed as Lord of the Alliance instead of Young Lord felt rather strange. Barbie smiled and reassured him that he had proven his worth before countless martial artists, solidifying his status. He encouraged Yeon-myeong to get used to the title, as it was now a part of his identity. Transitioning to a more serious matter, Barbie informed him that someone from the Morong clan had come seeking an audience with him. Intrigued yet puzzled, Yeon-myeong asked if the Morong clan wasn't one of the sects destroyed by Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord and mentioned that he had no apparent ties to them. Barbie, thoughtful for a moment, explained that the individual had insisted on meeting Yeon-myeong urgently, leaving behind a cryptic message that mentioned sword ghost, Herculean body, and force technique.
The mention of these terms caused Yeon-myeong's eyes to widen in shock.
Without hesitation, he agreed to the meeting, sensing an urgency behind the visitor's request.
Later, in the quiet of his room, Yeon-myeong met the visitor, a red-haired man who introduced himself as Morong Hui.
Hui's demeanor was both respectful and determined as he explained that he had come to ask a question, even at the risk of offending Yeon-myeong. With careful words, Hui remarked that the swordsmanship Yeon-myeong displayed during his duel bore an uncanny resemblance to the techniques of the sword ghost, a legendary swordsman hailed as the greatest of his time, 2 centuries ago.
We questioned how someone from the Tang clan could wield such extraordinary techniques. Yeon-myeong, maintaining a composed expression, countered with his own question: how had Hui recognized the techniques, and how was it possible for him to identify the force technique? Observing Hui closely, Yeon-myeong's sharp eyes discerned something remarkable. Hui's body was far from ordinary. It was clear that no average human could have attempted such cultivation without significant risk. Hui, astonished by Yeon-myeong's insight, confessed that Yeon-myeong's mastery of these techniques confirmed his connection to the sword ghost. Hui then delved into the history of the sword ghost, revealing a truth that left Yeon-myeong stunned. The sword ghost, he explained, was once a member of the Morong clan. Born as the illegitimate son of the clan's leader, he endured years of ridicule and neglect. Yet, despite his hardships, he demonstrated unparalleled talent, mastering all of the clan's sword techniques before turning 20. His brilliance caused discord within the clan, as it disrupted the line of succession. Disillusioned by the infighting and the lack of familial affection, the sword ghost chose to leave the clan. 10 years later, he rose to prominence, earning the title of the sword ghost. In an effort to bring him back, the elders of the Morong clan sought him out, but he refused their pleas, stating that his sword was still incomplete. Decades passed without any news of him until the clan discovered his tomb, inscribed with the words "Sword Ghost's Mausoleum." Beside the grave, they found texts documenting his unparalleled techniques. Desperate to harness the power he left behind, the Morong clan began cultivating the force technique detailed in the texts. Yeon-myeong, his voice edged with sharpness, pointed out the recklessness of attempting the force technique without possessing the Herculean body, as it would inevitably lead to death. Hui clenched his fists, his expression a mixture of pain and determination, and admitted that the strain on his body had been immense, yet he couldn't abandon the cultivation. He believed the sword ghost must have left behind a way to overcome its dangers, but before they could uncover it, disaster struck. Hui's voice quivered as he recounted the harrowing attack by the heavenly pervert. The assailant didn't target their wealth or possessions but instead interrogated and slaughtered everyone, clearly searching for something. As Hui trembled with rage, Yeon-myeong's expression darkened, his mind racing.
The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning: the heavenly pervert had been hunting for the martial arts techniques of the sword ghost.
This revelation sent a chill through Yeon-myeong, confirming the grave dangers surrounding the legacy of his master.
Under a darkened sky, the scene shifts to another battlefield where a man, sword in hand, confronts a sinister figure known as the pervert. The pervert sneers, reminiscing about how it had been over 10 years since his failed attempts to annihilate the Namgung clan.
Yet today, he declared, he would succeed.
Standing before him, the Sword King, Namgung Jangshan, regarded his adversary with calm confidence. "The defeat you suffered that day must have left a deep wound," he remarked, noting that the pervert was now wielding a sword. The pervert, unbothered, admitted that the loss had taught him the nuances of swordsmanship and that he had acquired extraordinary martial arts techniques along the way. The Sword King sighed, descending gracefully to the ground, and questioned how the pervert expected to face him with merely 10 years of sword training. Smirking, the pervert revealed his intent to test whether the Sword King's martial arts or those of the Sword Ghost were superior. As the Sword King instructed him to attack, waves of immense energy clashed, tearing rifts in the space around them.
Meanwhile, at the Righteous Heavenly Alliance headquarters, Yeon-myeong reflected on the revelation that the pervert had stolen the Sword Ghost's martial arts.
Yet, he struggled to understand the motive. As the young lord of the demon sect, the pervert would have already mastered the pinnacle of their techniques, the heavenly demon divine art.
Why, then, had he abandoned it to pursue the Sword Ghost's methods? There had to be a reason.
The red-haired Morong Hui interrupted Yeon-myeong's thoughts, asking if he had any personal connection to the Sword Ghost. Yeon-myeong replied that he had never met the Sword Ghost directly but recounted a memory from his childhood.
While being bullied, a phantom sword had appeared to protect him.
"That's the connection," he said nonchalantly. Hui was baffled, unsure of what to make of the story, but Yeon-myeong speculated that it might have been a martial art left behind by the Sword Ghost. Hui then reminded him that only those with the Herculean body could master the Sword Ghost's techniques.
Did Yeon-myeong possess such a body?
Yeon-myeong explained that he wasn't born with the Herculean body but had adapted the techniques to align with the Tang clan's cultivation methods. As a result, his version of the martial art wasn't complete. During a past battle with a lizard-like foe, he realized his clan's method could harmonize with the Force technique's properties, but only because his martial skill had surpassed the Fire realm. For anyone else, it would be too dangerous to attempt. Hui, standing in disbelief, admitted that he had come seeking a way to overcome the Force technique's limitations. Yeon-myeong advised him to abandon his current cultivation method entirely. Disheartened, Hui struggled to find words. As Yeon-myeong watched him, he reflected on his past life. Back then, he knew little about the Sword Ghost but never imagined he would learn so much about his master's origins in this life.
A flashback revealed a conversation between Yeon-myeong and the Sword Ghost.
His master had once said that before he took up the sword, his life was meaningless. Thus, he adopted the name Sword Ghost, as he hadn't yet defined himself. He had also given Yeon-myeong the name Yeong but, even on his deathbed, refused to reveal his own true name.
Snapping out of his thoughts, Yeon-myeong asked Hui if he knew the Sword Ghost's real name.
Hesitant at first, Hui revealed, it might sound like a coincidence, but the Sword Ghost's name was Morong Yeon-myeong.
Hearing this, Yeon-myeong sighed and then smiled faintly.
As Hui prepared to leave, deciding to follow Yeon-myeong's advice and abandon the Force technique, Yeon-myeong stopped him. "No matter what," he said firmly, "we are comrades who have practiced the same martial arts.
I cannot let you leave."
Yeon-myeong declared that he, too, wished to overcome the Force technique and take revenge on Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord, the very reason the alliance was formed. He invited Hui to join the alliance, promising to modify the martial arts to suit Hui's body. The overconfident turd who pretends be strong lost to as his broken-down sword is on the ground.
He has been defeated completely by the pervert as he lies on the ground with no way to move.
As he was about to die, he tells himself that it was his mistake that he let him escape 10 years ago. As the ugly pervert looked towards him, body laughing to himself, he reveals that he held back earlier, that it would have been a waste to kill him with his fist technique. As expected of the Sword King, he managed to endure this much that he got half naked to flex his muscles. He smirks, telling himself that the biggest wall in front of him has crumbled. Our Chad is probably gonna bury him in seconds. With the Turd's death, the advent of the demonic world has drawn closer. Overnight, the fall of the Namgung clan has been wiped by a naked pervert. The news spread rapidly to the Manhwa and Mount Zhongnan. This news even reached the Wudong and Shaolin, warning all the righteous factions of the danger. The news spread far and wide as we move on to Barbie calling for our Chad. As for Yeon-myeong, he was busy training the 2 minions he picked up who he wanted to train. Yeon-myeong was laid back until Barbie break the information to our boy, completely shocking him. Our Chad holds a meeting informing them that in a span of few days not only did they destroy the Yeon-myeong family, but now they have also destroyed the great Namgung family. Thinks that pervert alone cannot defeat this many people, so he asks them as there are other masters who have reached the fire reel besides the heavenly pervert. One of the people present tells our Chad that according to his intel, all the Fire Realm Masters are assigned to the 3 demonic houses. Yeon-myeong with a skeptical look asks him what the demonic houses are. He explains that the demonic houses are the families created by the heavenly pervert after overthrowing the existing clans. They are now called the Guizhogwa family, the Fujianlu family and the Shanxihua family. To be precise, they are families that voluntarily submitted to the Dark Lord and were reorganized. The Shanxihua family, which have 2 Fire Real Masters assigned to it, they were likely positioned with Mount Zhongnan and Manhwa in mind. So including the heavenly pervert, there are at least 5 Fire Realm Masters, so in his opinion there was likely no joint attack, so it was all done by pervert. The Sword King has mastered the mysteries of weight, so once inside his domain, even formidable warriors can't move due to the overwhelming pressure. Moreover, even without his domain, he is the greatest swordsman of this era. A simple joint attack by 5 Fire Realm Masters won't determine the outcome against someone like him. In other words, the pervert must possess martial prowess to face the Sword King alone. Yeon-myeong thinks the situation is a lot more dire because they have 5 Fire Realm Master and that overpowered pervert who defeated the Sword King. Given that this might not even be the full extent of their forces. The original plan was to help Kongtong and Kunlun deal with the demonic sect first, and then join forces to take down the heavenly pervert. He thinks that if the battle against the demonic sect have solidified, they should have strike at the Dark Lord first. So they need to hold out while they faced the heavenly pervert. Losing the initiative made things complicated from the start. He thinks that they should efficiently distribute their forces. A voice breaks his concentration. Everyone present is waiting for the order our Chad has to give. Since he cannot show them any indecisiveness, so he tells them that as the alliance leader, before he can finish, a person barges into the room, informing them that something terrible has happened. Seeing him, Yeon-myeong is shocked because he is from the Taoist from the Kongtong sect. The injured man sighs as one of the asks him what he is doing here since the war with the demonic sect should be in full swing. He asks our Chad if he is the leader, and our Chad confirms his answer, telling him to catch his breath and speak slowly. Yeon-myeong asks him what has happened to the Kongtong and Kunlun. The man begs for help as he elaborates that the Gen Z Uncle Taeho and the demon immortal have fallen victim to an unknown poison. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong's face turns grim as he cannot believe what went wrong. He remembers that he gave poison to one of the elders, telling them that it is the killing bird flower, one of the 10 poisons. He gave in this case because the demonic sect has masters in the fire realm, so they must be prepared. But our Chad warns him to keep this a secret from the 2nd and 5th elder. The Sword Elder is confused why he must do that. Yeon-myeong tells him that although they are quiet for now, they are plotting something behind his back. Yeon-myeong knows that he will follow his commands since he made a promise to him, but it's different for the other elders. So he must never let the poison into the hands of the other elders. The guard starts shaking as Yeon-myeong releases his poison intent, asking him what happened to the forces sent by the Tang family. The killing intent becomes so great, waves of energy blow through the room. The new guy cannot fathom how a human can exude such killing intent. Snaky manifests itself, telling our Chad that his killing intent is too thick. If it goes on, he might suffocate everyone present. As everyone catches their breath, he suggests he rein it down a bit and listen to the situation first. He apologizes and asks him to elaborate the situation to him. The man, nervous because of the sudden shift in attitude, starts explaining. Since some mountain with a complicated name is a rugged place for ambushes, the Tang family was assigned to guard the rear. They lost contact with the Tang family and went to check only to find the Tang forces completely wiped out. They suspect it was a sudden attack by someone at the Fire Realm. As Yeon-myeong controls himself, Snaky tells him to keep himself together and listen to the whole story. As our Chad grips his fist, he is still not convinced, so we can just listen to him for now. He asks the messenger how the demon immortal and Taeho got poisoned. After the Tang family forces were wiped out, the demonic sect launched their offense, which included the left and right envoys who are masters of the Fire Realm. To stop them, there was the demon immortal Taeho, who personally entered the battlefield. The battle between them was evenly matched as they fought fearlessly. To be precise, because of the demon subduing power of Taeho, they were gaining the upper hand, pushing back the demonic turds. But at the moment a variable appeared. Yeon-myeong wonders what that might be. As they were having an intense battle, someone had intervened, and the two of them got poisoned by one of the 10 poisons of the Tang family. The person who did this to them called himself the Poison Demon. Even this white-haired gorilla will get a few chapter a cannon fodder dreaming big because of some limited poison. This part starts an underground facility of the Heavenly Demon cult, shortly before the full-scale war between Kunlun, the joined sect, and the demonic cult. The white-haired cripple, now a mummy, is chained. He thinks to himself where he is. He thought he was going to get his arm treated, since these demonic turds made conditions with his grandfather, but they might be up to something shady. Just look at the way he is tied to the wall. All of a sudden he notices something. The white-haired girl is happy that the kid woke up, trying hard to remember his name. She introduces herself as the demon healer who will be treating her, and she goes by the name Soyeon. This name reminds me of something only cultural people know. Since the white-haired gorilla is a turd, he tells her that he didn't expect the famous demon healer to be such a young woman. As she checks his hand, she tells him that if he doesn't trust this big sister, since she is going to take good care of him. All the veins in his hand are completely wrecked, so most conventional methods won't even make a dent. She asks him if he's seriously pissed off the person who did this to him. Remembering about the incident, he blames Yeon-myeong about how he should be the one having the grudge. Since our Chad stole his position that was rightfully his, and once he fixes his arm, this delusional ant will kill someone who was at pinnacle of martial arts. She tells him that it won't work, so she need to cut it off. She can reconnect his veins and connect his pathways so he can regain his martial arts, but his aptitude is too low. So rather than fixing it poorly, letting her cut it off will make him much stronger. This Barbie starts crying and thinks that he cannot give up after coming this far, so he asks her if there is any other way. She tells him that there is a way, but he will have to learn demonic arts and could get a normal arm. It will even improve his lacking aptitude. He thinks that it would be odd for a member of the righteous Tang clan to learn demonic art, but he asks her it is true that he can learn demonic arts, it will heal his arms. She smirks, telling him that it's not just any martial art but conditional if he learns the immortal demonic art. She explains that if he masters this art, he will gain incredible regenerative ability that will allow him to regrow even if his head is cut off. With the help of it, regenerating his arm is easy, and his physical aptitude will also improve significantly. However, the problem is that the immortal art is not something just anyone in the cult can learn, so just taking out 2 experts with 10 poison doesn't cut it as payment. She grabs his face and tells him that he must abandon the Tang clan. He starts crying like a baby, telling her that he has already abandoned the clan. She tells her that it doesn't apply to him, so he must sever all ties with the Tang clan, including his father and grandfather. It's a top-tier martial arts even within the cult, so they cannot just anyone who could influence his will to remain in this life. If he wants, she can send him to his family, but little does he know that she already killed his family. He smirks, telling her that if that's all it takes, he has endured until now by clinging to the thought of revenge, so the opportunity is right in front of him. He smiles like a ugly mummy, telling her that he has already abandoned the Tang family name, so why would he not abandon his family too? Moving Tati present, we move on to the battlefield. White Turd is having difficulties because the energy imbued with Taeho's attack is interfering with his recovery. Normally he would have regenerated and returned to the battlefield, on top of that without taking the pain suppression pill. The pain of regeneration process would destroy his mind and drive him insane. He managed to poison several 4 realm masters with the blood from his severed hand, but it's frustrating he cannot do it anymore. He grits his teeth, telling himself that he must become stronger until he kills our Chad, bro is trying to kill someone who drinks poison as an energy drink. He plans to master his arts and repay him for the humiliation with the immortal demonic art. In a flashback we see the white gorilla tied as she congratulates him that his arms have fully healed, telling him that it's unexpected that he had a talent for demonic arts. Praising the cult master that he did the right thing giving him permission to learn the immortal demonic art. White gorilla thinks to himself that he never imagined a martial art like the immortal demonic art could exist. He thanks her praising that it's all because of her that he is now all healed, but wonders why he is tied up. She smiles like a psycho pulling out her needles. She tells him that his basic aptitude is lacking, even though the demonic art suited him, but if he stays like this it will only amount to as much. The true strength of the immortal demonic art is its ability to modify the body without worrying about side effects. Because of this its creator the immortal demon even dared to challenge the cult master for leadership. Hearing this the turd gets shocked that he dared to challenge the cult master, and even warns him not to follow the paths of the immortal demon. In the end he was killed by the cult master with ease. The curious puppy asks him that his body was invincible even capable of regenerating if his head was cut off. But how could he have died? She explains that the immortal art is ultimately a martial art that relies on controlling demonic energy, that's why it's useless against the cult master who dominates demonic energy itself. She sits close to him and this ugly frog starts blushing asking her what she is planning to do to him. She says that right now his immortal demonic art is only at the level he can reattach limb which a mere third-rate proficiency. At his current level he is like a scarecrow ready to get stabbed around. Looking at the thing in her hand he asks her that why she is carrying the killing evolution needle that his grandfather was crying, asking her what she is going to do. She tells him that she is going to modify him as she stabs needles onto his face. As he quivers in pain she tells him that the fastest way to master the demonic art is being injured and brought close to death. While she is at it she will also fix his lacking capabilities. She bites her lips telling him that the Tang clan has something called the Realm of Poisoner. A state where even a single breath or drop of blood can kill dozens. From now onward she will be feeding him poison, so even if it feels like dying he has nothing to worry about since he won't die. By continuing to be poisoned and regenerating his body can be modified to take on properties similar to poison. So he must repeat this until he becomes an immortal poison master. Moving to the present this deformed gorilla vomits a puddle of blood. What he released is pure venom which has not yet adapted to his body, as he wonders if this is even possible. Every time he vomits blood his insides twist and he can never get used to it. A attendant grabs his attention, as he turns around asking him what it is that he wants. He says that they have managed to capture some of them fleeing who are from the joint sect and Kunlun members. Asking him what to do with him, this ugly mutt tells him that Kunlun and the joint sect are doomed to annihilation anyways, so there is no place back for them even if they are released. He orders him to kill them and leave no hope for those who stands against them. Moving to another scene we see our Fire Realm Masters and a small group carried by Fatty. They are being chased by the demonic cult and if they gets caught they are doomed. Fatso thinks that the Poison Master changed the tide of this battle. The messenger they sent to Sichuan better not be late. That's when he notices someone ahead. The figure disappears instantly, as the other guy asks Fatso why he stopped. As they turn around the guard says he will buy them some time so they should keep running. As Fatso was crying Yeon-myeong greets him telling him that it's been a while since they last met. In a flash without wasting any time out Chad uses sword energy. In an instant he runs through them killing them before anyone could even react. Taeho cries realizing that our Chad has come, stand among the dead body wondering if Fatso is doing alright. After taking a closer look at them, Yeon-myeong comes to the conclusion that both of their conditions are not good. He must take immediate action. Fortunately, besides poisoning, there are no other external injuries, so he can handle it at his level. As time is of the essence, he must start the detoxification right away. Fatso cries, telling Yeon-myeong that he is fortunate that the young sect master came to assist him. But for that reason, he tells him that he must hold them off until detoxification is complete. Fatso is shocked because the people who are leading them are the Fire Realm Masters of the demonic sect. Looking at them, Yeon-myeong thinks that they must be the Fire Realm Masters of the demonic cult.
Yeon-myeong says that he needs half a minute to detoxify them, so they must buy him some time.
Hearing this, the old granny tells them that the support from the Tang clan has arrived.
She gets ready, telling him that they will not give them any time for detoxification.
As they charge, telling Fatso that they will kill them right here now, Fatso cries, telling them to forget about half a minute and just fight with their lives on the line.
Yeon-myeong is not dumb as he says that he will leave it to Baldy.
A figure flies across the arena with extremely fast speed, causing a huge explosion as he stops both the demonic masters at the same time, planning to hold them off with all his might.
Just before Yeon-myeong departed from the Righteous Heaven Alliance headquarters, Yeon-myeong says that he won't be sending forces to Xinjiang.
Our Chad confirms his question, stating that dispersing forces ambiguously would instead create a favorable situation for the enemy.
Yeon-myeong tells them to think about it for a moment, asking them if he can oppose the Dark Lord with the remaining personnel after sending troops to Xinjiang. The messenger asks them if the joint sect and Kunlun are going to get abandoned. Yeon-myeong says of course not, since losing Kongtong and Kunlun, which have masters of the Fire Realm, would be a significant blow both morally and practically.
Therefore, he will go to Xinjiang directly with a special detachment. While he is gone, he entrusts the control of all Righteous Heaven Alliance forces to military commander Barbie. One of them says that if the Alliance leader, who is the pillar of the Alliance, leaves the front line, the members' morale will drop.
Another adds that the Alliance leader is their greatest military strength.
Yeon-myeong explains that this is the best way to deal with both sides without dispersing their forces. Since two masters are suffering from poison, he should step forward since he can perform detoxification.
That's when old Baldy tells him to take him along.
Although our Chad's martial powers are unfathomable, they should prepare for sudden attacks during the detoxification process. Moving to the present, the duo is relentlessly attacking the old man, but he fends them off with a move as he sends both of them flying.
They experience the Shaolin's secret technique, the Vajra indestructible body.
Granny thinks that it is indeed a great master who has earned his reputation.
There's no way they can break through that in just half a minute.
The old hag tells her that's not all, even the fleeing Kunlun and Kongtong have gained morale and are holding their ground. It is as if they truly believe that the young master can detoxify them. The old man says that first, they should break through the Vajra indestructible body of the great respected master.
What is the Baldy waiting for, not attacking them, and how can 30 seconds be this long?
The old man tells the envoy to buy some time and he will refine the demon energy technique. She is a bit nervous thinking about the techniques he is about to use.
After a decade, the old man says that he won't allow them to do anything. The granny uses a technique while the old man is trying to do something. Baldy gets shocked as pitch-black flames surround the area.
She tells him to come on her, and she will burn the area to the ground. The old man stands still as the flames surround his indestructible body. Moving on to Yeon-myeong, although he successfully absorbed the poison with the poison absorption technique, because time has passed since they were poisoned, both of their blood vessels are severely damaged. Especially Taeho is in such a state that returning to the front line is impossible. As for the poison energy, which he didn't hope came true, it is undoubtedly the energy of one of the 10 poisons of the clan. Considering the agreement he has with the elder, the possibility of him being a traitor is extremely low. Since those guys are traitors, he wonders what the identity of the so-called poison demon is. He heard that even the blood from the arm cut off by Iho was filled with poison energy. He wonders if it could be these guys who colluded with the demon sect to create an existence at the level of poison mastery. He has a bad feeling about this. For now, he must finish the emergency treatment and join Baldy. That's when he senses something ominous. He wonders what this is, as something ominous is aimed toward Baldy. He cannot believe that there is such a ferocious energy. The energy is more of a monster than of a human. The man says the dark evil demon sword. The dog barks, saying that he has refined the demonic energy to its extreme limit, allowing an evil god to reside within the sword itself. Bragging that a mere Vajra indestructible technique cannot resist the power of this evil god. The Baldy gets shocked for a second.
Taking the opportunity, the granny also launches an ultimate attack. Trying to stop one of the attacks, he notices that the old man is using the flashy sword. The strike instantly rips one of his hands. Yeon-myeong is in a tough spot because there is not much time until their full recovery. If he were to stop now, these two people will become uncertain. Only he is steady while everyone is fighting with their lives on the line. Baldy tells our Chad to focus, telling him that he has just lost an arm. If it's for their sake, he can endure more than enough. The old couple are bragging that it's just the beginning, telling him that they will tear him to shreds. Snaky manifests itself, detecting the energy. Seeing the old man's energy, he can say without a doubt that he is not a spirit master. But he cannot understand what such an evil spirit is erupting from his sword. This part starts with Fatty gasping because he has burned too many calories. He never thought that half a minute would take this long. There's no sign of the enemy numbers decreasing. Although Baldy is holding on with one arm, even he will soon reach his limit. Everyone is exhausted from fleeing all night. Right now, he can barely hold his sword. Fatty takes deep breaths, wondering if half a minute has passed and if they can endure until both the deadweights are detoxified. As a large group of people charges towards them, Yeon-myeong enters the scene, telling Fatty to step aside since he will be handling it from now on. Hearing this, Fatty cries, thinking if Sabak and the demonic are dead. Yeon-myeong tells him that contrary to what he expected, they were able to successfully break free from the poison quickly. Yeon-myeong takes out his dagger and says that it's all thanks to everyone who risked their lives to hold out until now. So now, he will quickly put an end to this. Moving to the side characters, the white-haired turd thinks that it's impressive that he held out even after losing an arm. However, once he dies, the entire momentum of the Righteous Alliance will be crushed. All of a sudden, a single clean strike rips through the domain they created. The white monkey gets shocked by what just happened as he realizes something is wrong. All his subordinates get split in half from the single strike that our Chad launched. The granny didn't realize that there was someone so skilled among them, as the monkey tells her to be careful. Everyone present is shocked as Yeon-myeong apologizes and asks him if he arrived too late. As for the old couple, they are in disbelief. Then they get serious, realizing that since he is here already, it means that they have completed the detoxification. Yeon-myeong thanks Baldy, saying it's all because of him. Baldy responds that fortunately, their desperate resistance was worth it. Yeon-myeong gets lost in thought. A flashback starts when Baldy acknowledges our Chad as the alliance leader. He wants to make amends for his shameful words and actions by exterminating the demon path within the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Yeon-myeong thinks that he is a person without flaws in both character and ability. But it's unfortunate that he lost an arm here even before the fierce battle with the Dark Lord. The energy he can sense from them doesn't match Baldy's internal energy. If that's the case, they must have something that can neutralize Shaolin's Buddhist secret techniques. Our Chad gets angry because he thinks that he might have judged too quickly by only looking at their energy. He had promised himself not to make such misjudgments again. Yeon-myeong tells everyone that the loss is great. Hearing this, the oldies cannot understand what he means. Yeon-myeong, with a serious tone, tells them that to make up for Baldy's lost arm, just killing two of them is far from enough. Releasing extreme killing intent, he charges toward them with subtle movements, landing a few quick strikes. The granny cannot believe that they, who are Fire Realm masters and considered the clan's greatest fighting force, are being pushed back by a mere youngster with a mere dagger. As the white turd gets ready to attack, he didn't expect that an expert like our Chad existed among the righteous faction because they cannot figure out his identity. As for our boy, he is not giving them even a second to breathe. If they lose concentration for a second, they will die. Yeon-myeong launches a basic powerful strike that splits their flow of attack. The ugly granny realizes that they must admit that ordinary techniques are meaningless against our Chad, so they will have to fight using their absolute techniques. The granny shouts, asking our Chad if his momentum still remains after stopping this. Her hands glow red as she uses the ultimate technique, the Demon Fire Great Sun. Monkey asks her if she intends to blow the entire place up. Yeon-myeong analyzes the strike, telling himself that if something like this strikes down, the entire area will become a wasteland. Yeon-myeong, not giving her any time, uses a sword technique as internal energy wraps around his dagger.
Using the piercing technique, she turns into dust before she could even complete all the dumb dances she was doing mid-air.
The white monkey opens his mouth in disbelief.
As for the granny, she is done for. The shocked monkey thinks who exactly he is and if there is someone like him, a 1 in 1,000 years genius comparable to the small sect leader. These dumbos just compared that pervert to our Chad, which is disappointing, but that's for another time. Yeon-myeong tells him that although there's no need to explain to those who are about to die, he will specially tell him. Our Chad introduces himself as the young lord of the Sichuan Tang sect and the alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Hearing this, he realizes that he faced the alliance leader, the venomous sword dragon. Before he could finish thinking, he gets split in half, and here comes the end of the old couple with too much screen time.
Yeon-myeong moves on to Baldy, asking him how his arm is.
He tells him that it's fine and he stopped the bleeding, but that's not important. He says that breaking the demon sect's power by defeating both the left and right commanders makes him feel the loss of one arm worth it.
Yeon-myeong tells him that he should have been more careful when dealing with the situation.
He tells our Chad to not blame himself too much, preserving the lives of two masters was more important. As he reconstructs an arm with true chi, he says that even though he has lost an arm, until they finish the demonic path, his spirit will not falter.
Yeon-myeong tells him that his confidence reassures him.
He thinks to himself that even though they call them the fallen righteous sect, they're fortunate to have someone like Master Baldy.
However, the problem is that the ominous energy hasn't subsided since earlier. Usually, when life ends, its energy dissipates.
Yeon-myeong agrees, telling him that even though they're dead, their killing intent seems to remain.
He tells our boy that they should eliminate the energy before they leave. Yeon-myeong asks him how this is possible.
He says that Shaolin's Buddhist secret techniques have the power to purify impurities, so they can easily eliminate ordinary demon energy. He goes down, getting ready to purify it and return. Snakey nervously manifests himself, telling him to stop the old man before he touches the energy. The energy is coming from the sword, not the corpse. As Baldy comes in contact with the sword, huge waves of demonic energy release from it, temporarily paralyzing him.
But Yeon-myeong grabs his shoulder and pulls him back. Our Chad asks him if he is doing fine, and he responds that it's all thanks to Yeon-myeong.
Our boy senses something and looks at the corpse, seeing that he's struck with all his energy force, but it won't disappear. Baldy explains that the moment he brought his Buddhist energy to the sword, that demon-arousing energy devoured the true energy instead.
A strong vengeful spirit, it's the Buddha-killing energy.
From the sword, something ominous starts to emerge, shocking everyone present. Snakey tells our Chad that he had thought it was strange but couldn't be sure, but now he is certain.
It's a Kimimoryo. However, this isn't an ordinary one.
A normal Kimimoryo is born from a single grudge accumulated over a long time. This one was created by binding hundreds or thousands of grudges and sealing them into the sword.
In other words, it's an artificially created Kimimoryo.
Except for our Chad and the Tang clan ancestor, shaman practitioners handle Kimimoryos as familiar spirits.
Even though shaman practitioners were forbidden from forcefully creating Kimimoryos.
However, occasionally there were those who broke the taboo and created Kimimoryos by binding grudges.
So what he means is that someone in the demon sect is continuing the shaman practitioner's lineage. Moreover, it is someone who breaks taboos and uses any means necessary that are against heaven. This concludes this part.
Make sure to like and subscribe for another part. This part starts with the crawling ninja turtle coming face to face with our Chad.
This ugly turd starts making weird noise and in an instant it closes the distance,
attacking our Chad with its claws slightly grazing him.
Yeon-myeong grabs onto the dagger, landing multiple simple strikes at it from all sides.
Our Chad expected the outcome already as he cannot feel it being cut. He thinks that it might be because it's made from grudges. The weird thing about this ugly turtle is that it ignores the physical attack it receives, yet its own physical attack works. Snakey manifests itself, telling our Chad that it's natural that his attacks don't work. After all, every evil spirits are essentially a though form, so he suggests our Chad that he should leave this ninja turtle to him.
Our Chad asks his Pokemon if he has a way. Hearing this, he gets overconfident.
Releasing fog, he tells our Chad that he seems to have forgotten since he is using Snakey as a poison energy supplement. As the entire area gets surrounded by fog, Snakey says that he is an evil spirit who has lived for 1,000 years.
Yeon-myeong's buddies are confused as the fog is so dense that they cannot see anything properly.
The ugly ninja turtle cannot understand anything since it's stupid like all of us.
Yeon-myeong tells Snakey to finish it quickly since many eyes are watching them. As for him, he gets out of our Chad's body.
This time he is in his real form, telling our Chad that he understood what he meant. Snakey is so large that in front of him the ugly ninja turtle is an ant. Snakey tells this turtle that for a newly born creature its level is impressive, but he is no match for our Snakey who has accumulated power for over 1,000 years.
So this ninja will also become nourishment for Snakey's power.
Without wasting any time, our Pokemon devours the spirit in a single bite.
Afterwards the fog faded away as Snakey munches on his meal. As for Baldy, he asks Yeon-myeong if he is doing alright.
Our Chad is nervous, telling him he is fine. As for Snakey, he is still digesting the turd he consumed.
Fatty praises our Chad, telling him that the fog just now was our Chad's energy technique.
Our nervous Chad tells him that it's similar to an energy technique, which he thinks he should be vague about this. Baldy tells him that he cannot understand what the demon turds created, and he has never seen such a horrifying entity in his life. Yeon-myeong tells him that this might not be all of it, so he requests him to take all of them and return to the Alliance headquarters.
Hearing this, Baldy and Fatso get shocked, unable to comprehend what is happening. Baldy asks our Chad if he planning to go to the demon sect's headquarters alone.
Fatty tells Yeon-myeong that he managed to eliminate their key forces, so he should be satisfied for the time being. Hearing all this, our Chad cannot understand what to say to these worry babies. Our Chad explains that the turtle just now was an evil spirit that is not susceptible to normal attacks. And as they saw earlier, that they had to use energy techniques instead of sword strikes.
So according to analysis, there is someone in the demon sect forcibly creating evil spirits.
Fatty discovers that there might be multiple creatures like the turtle earlier. According to our Chad, the demon sect's forces are still intact. Additionally, they have yet to identify the small poison demon. If he is really someone from the Tang family, he needs to handle it by himself. Yeon-myeong tells them that they might sound reckless, but right now there is a gap in their main forces, so this is their chance to deal a decisive blow to them.
Bat tries to reason with our boy, but Baldy stops him, agreeing with Yeon-myeong.
Baldy tells him that although his skills are beyond doubt, he is the one that must lead the righteous alliance, so he must be extremely cautious and act with prudence. Our Chad tells him that he will follow his words and return with good news. As he rushes towards the headquarters, Baldy tells Fatty that even if he told him to stop, he wouldn't, and there is probably no one who can pose a threat to the alliance leader. So they be patient and head back. Although he said this, he is very worried since they are unaware how many Fire Realm Masters they have, not to mention the Demon Sect leader. Rather than doubt, he will wait with faith, wishing the safe return of our Chad without any fail. Moving to the Heavenly Demon headquarters, a dog barks that the small poison turd is entering, as it the white monkey who wants some more screen time. The female white turd congratulates the monkey, since he heard that he achieved great merit on the battlefield. She smirks, saying that he is finally starting to look like a proper demon disciple. She says that the poison master, who was the head of the Young family, was proud when he heard the news. Hearing this, the turd sweats since the master is now his father. A few days ago, the day after the turd reached the realm of Poisoner, female turd introduced the dunce to the head of the Young family. He has been supporting the demon sect and will goor his status from now onwards. The monkey introduces himself as Tang Muchan and expresses his gratitude for protecting his status. This ugly turd tells monkey that since he abandoned the Tang family, he cannot use that name anymore. He intends to adopt him as a son, so from now onwards he will be called Yang Muchan. This leech call him father, and the happy man tells him that he never had children, so he is delighted to have a reliable son. Moving to the present, he is grateful to the family head for accepting someone inadequate as him. Hearing this, female turd thinks it's a boring response. She tells monkey that now that he has achieved such merit, the sect leader will surely reward him, so she asks him what it is that he will like. He was thinking of requesting the divine body techniques, since the body techniques of Kunlun was impressive. Next time he would like to join the pursuit team and achieve even more merit. She thinks that it's a good idea, but suggests him to not learn something so boring, since they are so common in their library that he would trip over them. She shocks him by telling him that he should learn something like the original Revere Blood Demon technique. He has heard about this before, since it was what the Heavenly Perverts forces used when they invaded the Tang family in the past. It's a demonic technique that explodes one's potential, multiplying their strength for a short time. He asks her that it is very dangerous because when the internal energy runs out he would die or fall into demonic possession. This skinny plastic tells him that it might be true for normal demon disciple, but he has learned the immortal demon technique. She tells him to think that if the demon reverse techniques that cost his life and the immortal demon art that prevents it. If he were to combine those, the results would be incredible. Hearing this, Turd is flabbergasted. This masochist bites her lips because she is curious what will happen if they combine these martial art techniques. Moving on to the Alliance headquarters, Barbie is preparing for the war. A elders asks him what he is doing. Barbie tells him that he is just double-checking the troop formations. He thanks the elder because of his quick organization that over 2,000 can move in just a few days. He asks Barbie if he thinks that the Alliance leader and the demonic master of Kunlun met. Barbie hopes for the best and they are not too late. Barbie thinks that if the Alliance leader treats the two Taoists and brings them back to the front line, the Alliance will have a total of 6 Fire Realm Masters. Barbie thinks that the Heavenly Pervert has 5 Fire Realm Masters, so if they maintain their forces the pressure will be greatly reduced. Until our Chad join the Alliance, they should just keep the Heavenly Pervert in check while preserving their strength. However, he didn't know that not only would a considerable amount of time pass before reuniting with our Chad, but he would return after doing something earth-shattering, at the Demon Sect's headquarters, exceeding all expectations. This part starts at the Heavenly Demon headquarters. Inside, the White Monkey is getting praised by the White Turd. He tells Monkey that he has made great contributions by cooperating with the left and rigged envoys. Because of his help, their advance into the Central Plains has come one step closer. Sitting on a shari exuding pure demonic energy, this white-haired turd tells him that for such great service he will be rewarded accordingly. So he asks him what it is that he desires. The monkey is having a breakdown because this is his first private audience with the sect leader, and he is different from what he expected. He is sweating like crazy because the pressure of his demonic aura, even unconsciously released, is overwhelming. With a stuttering voice he tells him that he wants the true version of the reverse blood demon technique. Hearing this, the turd is taken aback. He reports if he wants the true version of the reverse blood demon technique. After thinking for a while, he sleeps on his bed, telling him that it can't be a coincidence that you, possessing the immortal demon technique, are seeking the reverse blood demon technique. So the female turd must have told him that with an immortal body he might be able to ignore the backlash of the technique. The old hag smirks, telling him that curiosity and mischievousness are the charm of the female turd. Getting straight to the point, he tells him that there is no such thing as the true version of the reverse blood technique. Hearing this, White Monkey's world falls apart. The leader begins to elaborate, telling him that from the start, it's a technique that uses some acupoints to circulate demonic energy and explode one's latent power. If he risks death like the immortal demon and uses all the acupoints, that itself becomes the true version. The dumb monkey tells him that from what he has learned so far, it can't be true. Before he can finish, he notices something strange. He is unable to move his body no matter what. He realizes that this is the heavenly demon technique that the female turd mentioned. The old hag asks him if he is bewildered because he thought it would be faster for him to experience it firsthand. As he snaps his fingers, something starts happening to the monkey, as his body starts to swell, causing him severe pain. Seeing the reaction, the old man laughs, telling him that he lightly overloaded his demonic energy. If he had done it properly, the monkey would have gone berserk. He says that the heavenly demon technique has the ability to control demonic energy. When mastered, it allows control over all demonic energy within range, essentially giving the sect leader power over the life and death of every demon in the sect. However, there was one that escaped, the immortal demon. He forced him into a berserker state by overloading his demonic energy, but it didn't affect his body. Instead, it only exploded his latent power, turning him into an uncontrollable immortal monster. The monkey asks what happened to the immortal demon if he became an uncontrollable monster, since he heard from the female turd that the sect leader killed him. He agrees but says he didn't explain it to her properly. Basically, he overused the reverse blood demon technique, drawing too much on the immortal demon technique's latent power. In the end, he couldn't handle his own regenerative abilities and self-destructed. The conclusion is if he learned the immortal demon technique and pushed the reverse blood demon technique to its limit, that would be the true version of the reverse blood demon technique. The turd tells him that he can't open all the acupoints of the reverse blood demon technique by himself. If he wants power equal to the immortal demon, he will have to go through the same berserk state he did. For him, who hasn't mastered the immortal demon technique, it might only hasten his death. Asking him if he still wishes to learn it, the monkey transforms into a dog ready to devour the bone. He agrees to learn it, thinking to himself that if he can become much stronger than now and get revenge on Yeon-myeong, he would risk his life 1,000 times. Grinning like a deformed omelet, he tells the white turd to bestow upon him the true reverse blood technique. Next, we move on to the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Barbie is thinking hard because he finds it strange, the forces of the Dark Lord of Destruction that were attacking martial arts families for a short time are moving at an unusual degree. He thinks that the heavenly pervert might have been injured in the fight with the Sword King. While he is thinking, a voice grabs his attention, telling him that it is an emergency. Barbie calls the man Yang, asking him why he is in such a hurry. Yang informs him that the heavenly pervert has made a move. Hearing this, Barbie turns into a turd, fear visible in his eyes since these turds have invaded Shaolin. One bald ant asks how they could invade Shaolin and if they think they will be safe after messing with Shaolin, which is under imperial protection. He warns that if they continue this tyranny, it'll go beyond martial arts crimes and become a national offense. This annoying character asks him if he really thinks that the emperor will prioritize practicality and safety over faith in Buddha. Before the bald face can finish talking, he uses a degraded version of Yeon-myeong's sword art, killing them in an instant. He laughs, telling them that no one is coming to help them, and even if they come, it would be useless. This arrogant trash declares that from today onwards, a single monk will not live to see the evening moon. All his subordinates agree with this talkative trash. Moving on to Barbie, he is shocked because the government shall not interfere with martial matters. He figures out that the imperial court has decided to abandon Shaolin. Barbie orders everyone to gather troops. Although they are late, they must go to Shaolin. A voice tells him that it is not possible. Swordmaster Hak Eunice is accompanied by a mysterious member, none other than the Sword Saint of Mount Wu-Tang. He asks Barbie if he is part of the alliance. If so, he must not send troops to Shaolin now. Barbie asks if he is saying that the alliance should abandon Shaolin. The man tells him in a loud tone that it is not just the heavenly pervert who is moving, even the demonic forces have started moving into Shaanxi too. Hearing this, everyone present in the room is shocked as the Sword Saint explains that the 3 demonic families that follow the heavenly pervert are moving. Among them, the Manhwa family has announced a dispatch ceremony for the great war between the righteous and the demonic. Moving on to the demonic family, an old hag is serving tea, telling someone about the great war between the righteous and demonic paths. She is the great madam of the Manhwa family. Her child has been waiting for this day, saying that he needs to achieve merits to impress his father. This great war is to determine the successor among the 3 young masters of the demonic path. She asks the person if their son, as a candidate, is the most likely to become the Lord. The one-eyed turd asks her if she is worried about that and if his support as the right hand of the Lord is not enough. She is concerned, saying that as a mother it's natural, so she just wants an honest answer. Among the 3 young masters of the 3 demonic families, the young master is the most skilled. If he achieves merit in this expedition, his position as successor will be secured. By means of merit, she asks what he means. She is shocked as he tells her that it means the annihilation of the righteous sects in Shaanxi, which basically means the destruction of the Wasan and Jiangnam sections. With that much, the pervert will become the next lord. The pervert attacked Shaolin. Meanwhile, the imperial court declared non-interference in Murim affairs. The Manhwa family, one of the 3 demonic families, held a troop dispatch ceremony. Barbie cannot believe that all of this happened in a single day, as he continues reading the paper. He thinks that if things continue like this they don't know what to do. At this crucial point they need our Chad right now. Moving on to our Chad, he is running on a vast desert. Yeon-myeong wonders if this place is really the Xinjiang Plains. He is confused because he is running across a desert, because he cannot see any water and this is the first time he has seen such a place.
Snakey tells him that this place is the Taklamakan Desert. It's an abandoned land no different from the land of death. In the past, he exterminated the evil dragon, the Earth Dragon, who was settled here with the shadowless wanderer. As a result, this area became a desert. Whether 6,000 dragon or evil dragons, there are those born with the ability to control the energy of the 5 elements. The Azure Dragon controlled by lightning energy, the other evil dragons each handled one of the 5 elemental properties, among them the Earth Dragon, who ruled over the earth energy. It absorbed most of the land's energy in its fight with the shadowless wanderer. To prevent this, the ritual master set up a spell formation to divert the earth energy elsewhere. Given the nature of ritual master's spells, the formation should still be active if no one has tampered with it. Yeon-myeong is confused because if the Earth Dragon was exterminated, there is no need to maintain the formation anymore. Snakey is not entirely sure, but one of the ritual master opposed its removal. He said it would create problems directly linked to the survival of the common people. He was the night demon of defying heaven from the demon sect. Although he was from the demon sect, his skills were the most outstanding among the ritual masters of that era. Snakey says that it is no exaggeration to say that he can cast the spell alone. That's why neither the other ritual masters nor the shadowless wanderer opposed his assertion. However, he walks a different path from orthodox ritual masters. Snakey doesn't know for sure, but he must have had other intentions. Unlike other ritual masters who built their status through spells, he used evil spirits as his subordinates to build his status. He heard that with his elevated status, he could perform forbidden techniques and avoid divine punishment. In other words, he's someone who uses forbidden techniques without hesitation, so he has to be careful if you discover any formations he created. Yeon-myeong smiles, telling him that usually he is not this talkative, teasing him by telling him if he is worried about our boy. Snakey gets embarrassed, telling him that he is worried about himself, because if he dies he will also die. Our Chad tells him to leave the topic, asking him just how big this dessert is. We move on to the turds. Poison Turd wonders how big this dessert really is. The white-haired turd tells him that his pace has declined. He warns him again to be extremely careful not to stray more than 3 steps away from him. Poison Turd thinks that it's been several hours since he started following the sect leader to obtain the reverse blood demon technique. They were walking at the edge of the desert, but at some point, the landscape became distorted, and now he doesn't even know where they are. Trash wonders if this is some kind of formation. It's similar to the one he saw in the young sect leader competition. All of a sudden the turd tell him that they are here. He gets shocked to see that they have come across a huge gate. He cannot fathom that there is such a large door in the middle of the desert. The leader tells him that it's too soon to be surprised. He pulls out a talisman marking the door, flames engulf the door and it's open. From inside, extreme pressure releases, causing the ant to get squashed. He gets surprised to see that beyond the door the space is completely different. Moreover, when he was studying poisons at the Tang family, he saw most common plants. But here sees unfamiliar plants everywhere that he has never seen before in his life. The leader tells him that this is his secret training ground. Hundreds of years ago, the first sect leader created this place from his mental imagery. Only the blood descendants of the first sect leader have the authority to open and close the door to this place. In other words, he can train here without any interruptions. So he tells him to dedicate himself to training here. If he reaches the fire realm after the left and right envoys, their sect's strength will increase even further. He gets on the ground groveling, thanking him for this opportunity. Since he is done speaking, he tells someone to reveal themselves. All of a sudden something appears, shocking the turd. The leader tells them that it has been a while. The method deer. Surprisingly, it is actual deers speaking, telling him that they heed his call. Seeing all this, the poison turd is like us, confused by just what he is seeing. After a brief discussion, he figures out that they will assist him on his training. The white turd turns around, telling Trash that the method deer will assist him in daily matters. For the last time he asks him if he has changed his mind, but the turd is fixated on his goal. Using the heavenly demon divine technique, he increases the flow of his energy. The pain is severe. Turd thinks that the pain is incomparable to the demonic energy outburst he experienced recently. His body starts reconstructing, all his bones breaking and healing. The leader believes that if he can bear this, he will be as strong as the immortal demon.
Leaving this turd, he takes his leave, sealing the door.
Moving back to Yeon-myeong, they come across the reverse dragon sealing formation Earth.
Seeing this, Snakey is shocked because it's a very powerful formation created to eliminate the Earth Dragon.
Yeon-myeong detects something strange beneath the killing formation. Snakey is impressed that he can sense it since there are more than a few thousand evil spirits underneath.
Snakey figures out that they are absorbing the remaining Earth Dragon. These people will do anything to make evil spirits their subordinates as a means to build up their power.
Yeon-myeong is shocked because there are more than 1,000 spirits, which is troublesome.
He thinks if he should deal with them before fighting the demon sect. But if they are immune to physical attacks like that one from before, it would be quite troublesome to handle them. That's when he sees that he has a hungry dog in the shape of a snake as it continues to drool.
He asks Yeon-myeong if he can have his food. Chad tells him it's fine.
Snakey asks him again. Yeon-myeong says that he is not a ritual master, so he doesn't know much about evil spirits and demons. He is more suitable to deal with them, and at his level, it shouldn't be difficult. Snakey understands, but he didn't expect that Chad would agree so easily.
Yeon-myeong tells him that it's settled.
His energy and body are already strained from traveling across this vast desert.
He needs a day to rest before clashing with the demon sect.
So he will allow his to manifest, but tells him to finish it as soon as possible.
Snakey instantly transforms, turning into a huge beast. Before leaving, he gives him an advice: if he heads north towards the desert's border, he will find a village.
Chad remains quiet as Snakey plunges into the formation. Inside there is a net made of talismans.
That when Snakey notices a powerful energy coming his way.
He figures out that this is not the master but the energy of a hungry spirit. The spirit notices that there is an intruder. The guardian of this formation is the four-eyed divine hound. This concludes the video. Make sure to like and subscribe for another part. As Snakey dives deep into the formation, he thinks it is peculiar that there is such a place hidden beneath the desert. He figures out that the Earth's energy has been trapped within a formation all the time.
That's when Snakey notices a pit.
Taking a closer look, he senses enormous energy, so this pit is where all the evil spirits are sealed. He thinks that if he can absorb these, his caliber would increase greatly.
That's when he gets shocked, realizing that something dangerous is coming his way.
In a flash, something large break out of the pit, telling Snakey how dare he set foot in this place.
This four-eyed rat doesn't know how he discovered this place, but any intruders will be eliminated.
As this ugly dog howl trying to intimate the giant monster, Snakey looks at the trash and realizes that this trashy dog possesses top-tier caliber.
Multi-eyed rat looks at Snakey and say that he looks familiar. He asks Snakey that he is probably one of the subordinates of the invincible guest.
Hearing this, Snakey asks if he is aware of him. Trash tells him that he saw Snakey with the invisible guest when he was active. He had, though, that Snakey died with him. This turd dug his own grave as he tells Snakey what his purpose for coming here, calling him a mere tool. Hearing this, Snakey is having a hard time controlling his anger that he called him a tool. He instantly wraps around this rabid dog, increasing his size, telling him that a mere gatekeeper for a small fry has the guts to call him a tool.
As Snakey becomes as big as him,
a fierce fight begins. Keep in mind that Snakey in his prime form can one-shot that lizard from earlier parts. The scene shift to the northeast side of desert where a small town is located.
Followed Snakey's instructions and discovered this place.
But it is very surprising that there is a village like this near such a desert. Fortunately, he found a modest place to rest. He wonders how Snakey is doing since he is currently doing the cleanup, but the clash with the evil spirit will start again.
Chad cannot rely on him all alone, since the essence of evil spirits is resentments imbued with grudges. If he can imbue his swords with an intent stronger than that of resentment, he can cut them down.
Chad gets stunned when a busybody breaks his concentration, telling Chad that he has brought his meal.
Yeon-myeong tell him that he has told him multiple times not to disturb him during meditation.
The old hag apologizes, telling him that he forgot. Since he is an old man, Chad lets it go, telling to drop it by the door. As this old turd was about to leave, he asks Chad if he needs a girl for night service. Then he realizes that he is blabbering too much as Chad made a face as if he would chew him alive. When Chad first arrived here, he politely asked for a place to stay, but they seem to have mistaken him for a young master or some demonic family. Then these dumb people started bowing their heads, crawling on the ground, and then they started watching his every move. Our Chad didn't think that he had to clarify this to them, so he is going to play along with it. But there is something wrong because they are trying to provide him excessive hospitality. That when a voice call for him breaking his attention, getting pissed, he asks him who is it that is breaking his space this time. The figure that is in front of our Chad is very nervous and is sweating a lot. The man says that the moment he saw them he realizes that our Chad is from the Tang clan. This man is Jiang Chunli. He was a member from an evil martial arts family when the Black Death Alliance ruled Sichuan. One day while he was away, a superior from the alliance harassed his wife. Because of this she made an extreme choice out of shame. Enraged, he took revenge for his wife, and because of this a warrant was issued throughout Sichuan in the name of the Black Death Alliance, forcing him to flee to Xinjiang. He had a young daughter that he couldn't bring her due to the warrant. He asks our Chad if the warrant has been lifted. That's why he came here, to ask him about the current situation, so that he can go get his daughter. Our Chad tells him that he doesn't know where he worked, but the evil faction in Sichuan along with the Black Death Alliance are gone. Thus the warrant has likely disappeared as well. Hearing this, the man goes bonkers, asking him if there really is someone that can defeat the Black Death Alliance. With a straight face he thinks to himself he single-handedly annihilated the alliance. The fact that his current nickname is the Sword God level young master of the Tang family. He gets shy, thinking that it's better to let it slide quietly or it will just get noisier. To make up an excuse, he tells him that one of the master of the fire realm said so. The man gets on his knees thanking him, telling him that he will go back to find his daughter. Our Chad asks him that looking at the condition of the village, they don't seem very well off, but they are treating our Chad too well, so there probably is something behind this treatment. The man tells him that this is because of the divine pill. It's a drug distributed by the heavenly demon sect that help forget worries. The more someone offers, the more they get, but since the village is poor they get the bare minimum. The problem is the divine pill is highly effective and addictive. Once you get addicted it cannot be avoided. They all mistook him for a high-ranking member of the sect and are trying to curry favor, hoping to get more pills. Sometimes sect members appear here for that purpose. Yeon-myeong thinks to himself that this land is beyond the reach of the Imperial Court and the Alliance. He wonders just how addictive drugs are affecting the innocent people. Before he could finish his thought, a sound breaks the flow. Someone is ringing the bell vigorously. It's the village emergency bell, which usually means bandits are coming. The old hag barges into the room, asking if our Chad is inside. She asks him if he heard the village bell, explaining that about 50 bandits are heading toward the village. Then he turns to another man in the room, questioning what he's doing there. Yeon-myeong intervenes, telling her that he called the man over. Our Chad asks the old if there really are bandits coming. He confirms it and mentions that they have a shelter for situations like this, suggesting it would be best for him to come hide with them. With an angry look, our Chad responds, saying that he isn't someone who gets scared by mere bandits. The old starts shaking, insisting didn't mean it that way. Without wasting any time, he tells her to guide him toward the bandits. As he approaches the group, the bandit leader notices 4 figures who don't look like villagers and demands to know where they're from. Our Chad remains silent as a flashback takes us earlier when one of the attendants advised him. The attendant told him that if he ever fights bandits, he should claim to be from the Yang family, a sect known for researching poisons in medicines. Recalling this advice, our Chad declares himself as a young master of the poison master Yang family. The bandit leader scoffs and says that if that's true, he should show them the divine pills, which members of the Yang family are said to carry. Hearing this, Yeon-myeong sighs, realizing he has no choice but to put his hands inside his robe. The bandit leader thinks to himself that this is a windfall. If they take our Chad hostage, they might extort loads of divine pills from the sect. However, looking back, he realizes that except for him, his entire group has been wiped out. He can't believe what he's seeing. Meanwhile, our Chad finds the situation strange. He clearly stated earlier that he needed rest to circulate his energy, yet one thing after another keeps disturbing him, and now bandits appear right on cue. With killing intent in his eyes, he asks the remaining bandit who exposed his whereabouts, threatening to turn him into a limbless Barbie if he fails to answer. The attendant watches silently, amazed at how effortlessly our Chad eliminated the bandits. He knew our Chad was strong, but not to this extent. The bandit leader stammers, claiming he didn't mean to go this far.
Hearing this, Yeon-myeong wonders if the man is hiding his strength.
Instead of showing anything, the bandit falls to his knees and proclaims eternal gratitude, offering to do anything to prove it. He exposes that they came here under someone's orders.
Yeon-myeong sighs as the man reveals that the main culprit is the village leader.
Hearing this, the old grows visibly scared. The village chief tries to deny everything, shouting that it's pure slander and that he'd never do such a thing. He begs our Chad to kill the bandit instead. But the bandit shouts back, revealing that it was indeed the old man who gave them the tip-off. The bandit continues exposing the truth. The village chief had tipped them off about a naive young master passing through, urging them to kill him and take his wealth. He explains that the chief has a close relationship with the bandits and that they've done this to several travelers before. The process works like this: the village chief reports information about passing merchant groups or peddlers, and the bandits rob them, sharing a portion of their spoils. If the village used those resources to buy food and materials, they could have escaped poverty long ago. To confirm his claims, he urges our Chad to check the chief's house, which will surely be overflowing with riches. The villagers begin turning against the chief, realizing that the young men who died previously were victims of his schemes. They curse him as the chief breaks down in tears. Having seen enough, our Chad throws a needle, dies instantly. He mutters that the chief was utterly disgusting. As the man falls to the ground, the bandit leader notices the feathered needles our Chad used. As far as he knows, feathered darts in the world are only associated with the Tang family. Before he can spill any more information, our Chad ends him, remarking that the bandit was sharper than he looked and should have pretended not to notice that detail. After following the thieves' words, they discover a huge stack of wealth hidden inside the chief's house. The amount is so much that it is enough for all the villagers to settle elsewhere.
Yeon-myeong tells the steward to divide the treasures among themselves since he has to go somewhere.
Hearing this, the man gets shocked, telling our Chad that it was him who dealt with the thieves. Yeon-myeong tells him that it's unnecessary for the path he is taking. In reality, the gold coins from the Black Snake Castle alone are worth several times more, so there is no need to reduce their share.
He asks him if the villagers are moving, and since the Black Death Alliance has gone its best to buy farmland in the Central Plains.
The man thanks our Chad and tells him that it is because of him that he can search for his daughter. That's when our Chad hands him a pouch, telling him that he has included poison in feather needles in case he encounters other bandits on their way. The poison is so dangerous that even with a scratch it can end anyone. Seeing this, man feels extreme gratitude, unable to express himself. He then asks our Chad if he is from the Sichuan Tang Family. The man gets shocked when our Chad reveals that he is Tang Yeon-myeong, the young master of the Sichuan Tang Family. The man thinks to himself that our Chad was extraordinary, but not to the extent that he is the young sect master.
Yeon-myeong, on the other hand, thinks about why Snakey is not back yet.
Because he seemed quite confident that he could handle the evil spirits all by himself. He stares at the sky and thinks that he has no choice but to go there himself. Moving to Snakey, he has finished the ugly-looking turd that was blabbering nonsense.
Snakey is losing connection. A spirit medium is something that connects a master to a servant.
Like souls connect, this allows for telepathic connection. But there is one thing that they are not aware of, that there is a side effect, which both of them are unaware of. If the physical distance between the master becomes too far, the servant cannot maintain their sanity. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the reverse dragon formation, where the high-ranking spirits were sealed, all turned towards their gazes towards the sky at once. They had sensed the death of the four-eyed divine hound, the gatekeeper who has been guarding the bottomless pit. Subsequently, they felt an enormous energy descending towards them. A strange evil spirit, who had lost its sanity, was descending while spreading poison. The lower rank ants were annihilated just by touching the poison mist Snakey was emitting. Before the would also die by his hands. In this situation, the only choice was to devour each other and build up their rank to become slightly stronger. The high-rank monster, the phantom frog, was devouring another beast, but a beast stomped it to death, telling everyone that he cannot let it increase in rank. It wonders to itself that the four-eyed puppy died easily, wondering just how powerful the snake is. It thinks that it's time for it to escape. After devouring a few and raising its rank, it can leave this place. That when a voice tells it to stop, warning the Qin Lin that the toad is its prey. And if he were to put down that toad quietly and step back, he would grant him a peaceful death. The Qinlin tries to fight back, but a voice breaks their momentum. From the pits of the cave a huge being emerged, shocking both the high-ranking spirits.
It is the highest rank evil spirit, the bullet pearl fish.
The tiger directly felt the difference in their rank. It cannot believe that such a being was sealed at the bottom of the bottomless pit.
This monster was born from the terror of the unfathomable deep sea. Just like its origins, it achieved an impossible rank.
Despite being barely captured by many water manipulation monster and talismans inscribed with spell, they couldn't leave him, and the reverse dragon formation master sealed him in the deepest part of the bottomless pit, placing a spell that would prevent him from escaping as long as Four-Eyed Divine Hound lived. The whale thinks that its time has come and he will devour all human, especially the ones that sealed him.
All of them, including Snaky, felt an overwhelming pressure that is hard to forego.
Its roar was so loud that it ripped through the hole, creating a breakage. The roar caused a gap in the bottomless pit, and now they can see the sky. The tiger thinks that if they can just get past Snaky and the giant, they will see the light. The Qinlin tells the tiger to look around. The whale swept through all the low-ranked spirits.
Their resentment are still lingering around the place. If they can absorb all this, they can considerably increase their rank.
So instead of fighting, they should team up and escape this place first.
Moving to the whale, it thinks that something of considerable rank is approaching it.
The whale thinks that after devouring our Snaky, he can escape this place. But as they were about to face each other, a huge rift occurred, ripping the formation in half. The stronger beings stopped getting scared, while the lower-level spirits continued their battle royal.
The whale cannot believe that the reverse dragon formation got destroyed. The formation was strong enough to hold back dragon.
Yet it was destroyed, so he thinks that its creator might still be alive. It starts shaking until it saw the figure. Unlike what it had thought, the being that split through the formation was the venomous poison dragon, the young master of the Tang family. With a cold gaze, he asks Snaky why he is not done yet. This part starts with Yeon-myeong flying in sky, coming face to face with our Chad. The whale is nervous because he has figured out that our Chad is not from the reverse heaven sect, but he is using magic.
That's when he notices the huge crack in the formation. Moreover, the spell is not restoring and the sky is still open.
The large turd thinks that there is no need to go through the trouble of breaking through the ceiling. He thinks that if he can have our Chad, he can escape this place easily.
Moving on to Yeon-myeong, he is tensed because Snaky has gone mad.
But he doesn't have time, so he uses his energy to pull Snaky from the battlefield. He grabs his pet and tells him that at least he is not injured and always causes trouble for our Chad. This flying fish is so dumb that he calls for our Chad. Seeing it talk, Yeon-myeong is astonished. Without saying anything, he tells our Chad to split the formation wider since it's too narrow for him to get out.
Yeon-myeong looks at the sky and asks him if he is talking about the crack.
This turd tells our boy to split it more, and if he does so, the might trash will not care what he does here. Our Chad tells him that it's not difficult to split it open, but his way of talking is very irritating. The fish laughs, telling our Chad that he is making a mistake, calling for everyone from under, telling them that the sky has opened, instigating them by saying that this is their chance to escape, and to do so they just need to get through our Chad.
Yeon-myeong thinks that the fish is huge but petty. After his words, all type of monsters are showing up. Yeon-myeong sighs, telling himself that there is at least a few thousand monsters, so there is no point in maintains order.
As thousands of them charge towards our Chad, to counter this, our Chad has made the perfect technique. As such, he should test it out, taking out his dagger and making it, getting a good grip. He condenses energy around his weapon. It becomes so intense that the entire surrounding change. The pressure is so much that whale gets overwhelmed, also because of the sword he is holding. It has gathered an enormous amount of power.
Yeon-myeong continues to hold stance because he wants to finish this fight in one strike.
Previously, his master told him that this art is one that shakes the spirit among essence, chi, and spirit. It was designed to counter martial arts and magic by utilizing waves. It directly strikes an entity like a soul or thought, so if he imbue the wave with the decaying nature of defeated power, this power is so strong that even ghosts would be powerless against this technique. He throws the sword towards them. The whale got shocked when he realized that the sword, which was gathering energy, is aimed towards them.
As the dagger starts engulfing the crowd, Yeon-myeong explains that this is a sword move that narrows the wave's intervals and merges them into one. if it contains even the reinforcing energy to amplify its power. The martial art sword force-style wave pulse engulfed the entire area, creating a radiance so bright, as every being except our Chad gets eradicated, and the whale is unable to believe that after enduring for so many years he was freed from the seal. And now in an instant our Chad annihilated thousands of them, as our Chad stares blankly at the outcome. After some time he tries waking up Snaky. Since he won't wake up nicely, our Chad gives him a good finger flip, instantly waking him up as Snaky asks our Chad what he is doing here. That's when Snaky notices something, unable to believe that there are more than a few thousand spirit energy scattered. It cannot believe that there are this many though of spirits lingering around. He assumes that our Chad slayed all of them when he was unconscious. Our Chad tells Snaky that he was so confident yet he lost consciousness to the point where even he couldn't recognize Snaky. Our Chad asks an explanation why he fainted and he explains that he fought some kind of gatekeeper here. But as soon as the fight started he lost consciousness, so he apologizes to our Chad. Our Chad sighs, telling him that as long as he is fine that's all that matters, telling him that they must leave since he wasted too much time here. Hearing this, Snaky panics, telling our to wait. He tells Yeon-myeong that before they leave he wants to absorb the lingering spirits. But before he could finish our Chad gets very angry, telling Snaky that to handle this trash he used internal energy from 4 meridians. Now he wants to waste more time absorbing power, as such they will leave immediately. Hearing this, Snaky starts crying, turning into a stuffed toy, trying to emotionally blackmail our Chad. Since Snaky cannot convince our Chad, he ordered to teach him a secret technique. This piques his interest as Snaky elaborates that he will teach him the 10,000 power rain. Hearing this, Snaky asks him how he knows this technique. Snaky explains that before the shadowless wanderer sealed him in the magic vessel, he taught our Snaky the technique, telling him that if someone in the future discovered him, he should teach him the secret technique and serve that person. He is aware that Snaky might disobey him, so he sealed him in a magic vessel. Yeon-myeong tells him that at the end he become a servant for our Chad, yet he never shared the technique with him once. As Snaky continues to cry, he tells our Chad that he was planning to use it as a condition to negotiate his freedom. He didn't want to live as a tool forever, only to be sealed away again for the next generation again. But he will accept being a servant, but he just wants the spurts. Yeon-myeong asks him how much time it will take. Snaky is shocked that he is allowing it. Our Chad gets angry, telling him that instead of whining he should just transform. Instead of his whining he should have let him take the spirits. Snaky transforms, telling him that it won't take too long. Snaky grows extremely huge, ready to engulf the spirits. Our Chad tells him that it might be too late, but he tells him that he has been great help to him, and he is not a tool in his eyes. Hearing this, Snaky gets happy, thanking him. As he absorbs everything his scales turn deep black as Snaky is slowly becoming a dragon. He tells our Chad that he has absorbed everything as there is no reason to stay here longer. Our boy asks him that since his scales have changed he would need to call him by another name. Snaky says it does not matter since his horns are still the same. Afterwards he thanks our Chad, telling him that he is forever grateful. In the past, Snaky was an evil spirit named Siang Willow that stole people's intelligence and spreading poison in the soil. The captured guest who captured him wanted to create poison with the sorcerers. It was not some ordinary poisons but evil spirits containing poisons. He was trapped in a space where over 100 evil spirits were trapped, and they devoured each other until one gained resentment. In the end it was Snaky who survived and became the true poison. It was from then that his transformation began due to the accumulation of resentment, and he was called the blue-horned white snake. Our Chad asks him if this is similar to how a martial artist reaches the 3 flowers convergence state. Snaky says that it is similar but different since evil spirits are fundamentally beings of regression. If it were to be categorized, it's closer to a demon learning the martial arts of regression. When these achievements deepen they reach the extreme demon level. Our Chad tells him that he cannot feel a negative sense about extreme demon, and if this is because of absorbing resentment. Snaky tells our Chad that the more resentment one takes the more supreme they become. Snaky asks our Chad what it called when an extreme demon master crossed the wall one more time. It the real of shedding the transcend demon. Now that Snaky has reached that level he feels that he can also escape this resentment. Thinking this through, Yeon-myeong wonders if he eats more resentment can cut off the familiar's connection and escape.
So he thinks that he has to stop Snaky from gaining resentment from now onwards. Snaky gets nervous, telling our Chad that he told him that he wouldn't think like that.
He reasons that the spiritual connection is not related to accumulating resentment.
Even if it was possible, Snaky has no intention of cutting ties with our boy as he gets small, telling our Chad that he has a long way to go. Our Chad sighs, telling him that it was his fault that time was delayed. As our Chad cruises through the desert, he thinks that going back and forth he might start getting attached to the desert at this rate. That's when he notices something and stops. They stop by the village. Our Chad tells Snaky that he stayed in this village after Snaky went to the reverse dragon stealing formation. Our Chad has doubts because he thought everyone left the village, but he can still sense signs of people in village. That's when Chun-Li comes out calling Fro our Chad. Our boy asks him why he is still in the village. That's when he points his hand, showing something that shocks our Chad. Everyone in the village passed away, as the man explains that after our Chad left, one by one they started foaming and lost their lives.
The younger ones barely survived, but the rest passed away.
Hearing this, our Chad asks him what the reason might be behind this. According to him, this might be withdrawal symptoms from the divine pill. Before our Chad left, he showed our Chad the pill, which was discovered in the village chief's house. Most villagers have consumed more than one pill, so everyone in the village is already addicted. So he asked our Chad if there was someone as skilled as him to solve this addiction.
Our Chad remembers that he saw a small
trace of poison from every villager. He thought it was simply because of the scarcity of food in the desert. So he asked him to gather everyone, and he extracted everyone's poison with the poison absorption technique, but didn't consider the withdrawal symptoms. Snaky thinks that it is a malicious item. The poison itself is not harmful, but it disrupts the sense not to kill.
Moreover, attempting to detoxify this is even worse. Hearing this, our Chad gets shocked. Snaky explains what might happen when numb senses return.
With the pain they never knew before, even the slightest touch would feel like a burn due to heightened sensitivity. The poison is dangerous because one can either die slowly, or if detoxified they will die from symptoms after detoxification. That's when Snaky starts getting shocked because he didn't know our Chad could make such a face.
Our Chad gets stoic, wondering that someone's goodwill returned as one's death.
Our Chad orders the man to take the survivors and go to the Tang family, then head to medicine hall and show the dive pills to Yijin. She can certainly resolve the pill's symptoms, and once he reaches there he should say our boy's name. Our Chad flies from the village, leaving the man behind. He heard from the man that the Yang family is behind all this, so once he arrives at the main base he will at first annihilate them first. Moving on to the Yang family, all of them are busy producing the divine pills. One of them tells the makers that they need to finish preparations before the arrival of the family head. After some time this minion arrives, telling him that they have worked hard, wanting updates on the pill production. The man assures that they are almost done with the production. The leader thinks that only good things are happening with him. The increased demand for the pill have gained the leader's trust. Even his adopted son is performing well since he took down 2 Fire Realm Masters. Currently, their family status is inferior compared to families with left and right envoys. If they continue achieving like this, the Poison Master Yang family will become the leading demonic family. The production masters asks how crippled Monkey is doing. The leader proudly says that he is currently receiving direct teachings from the sect leader, as such the leader should be pleased. But the leader wonders why he is asking such a question. The man says that it is because it's been quite some time since the young master last took the Pian pill.
Hearing this, the man gets shocked because the Pian pill is a painkiller that blocks sensations. T0 suppress pain. The divine pill was created by diluting and partially modifying Pian pill.
As the original source, it certainly has potent pain-suppressing effects.
The leader wonders that Monkey cannot suppress pain without Pian pill.
That's the key reason for adopting him. He wonders if he found something to replace the pain. He says that he will have a talk with the Poison Master.
That's when he hears a sudden noise.
It increased, creating strong vibrations. A man barges into the room saying that an intruder has appeared. He comes out and shouts who has the guts to attack them, only to see all the guards dead. Our Chad says he has been roaming all day to find the faces of trash like him,
who created divine pills to ruin lives of innocent people.
With a deadly look he asks the man if he is head of the clan. This way longer than you guys had expected, but here we go.
The man looks down to see an angry Yeon-myeong staring right at him.
Surrounding him are bodies of guards all killed instantly.
He notices that the uniform with the character for
the Righteous Alliance is here, but cannot understand why.
Our Chad with a cold stare tells him that they are trash that spread drugs to common people, ruining their lives, so he has come to annihilate them today.
Hearing this, the Barbie starts sweating. The man then sighs, telling our Chad that this is absurd considering the commoners belongs to their sect and it's none of his business what happens outside the Central Plains. Moreover, the power of life and death of the commoners under their sect solely belong to their sect leader. So he has no right to annihilate their clan, since they haven't done any harm to the Central Plains. Taking out his dagger, our Chad tells him that the war with Kunlun was aimed to expand their influence towards creating a new demonic order. In that process, these pills play a big role. Just one pill and they cannot escape, becoming dependent on the pill. Eventually they will submit to the demon sect. As his dagger transforms into a huge sword, he says that he will not let such filth enter the Central Plains as the leader of the Righteous Alliance. Hearing this, the trash gets shocked, realizing that they are facing the dark poison sword dragon Tang Yeon-myeong. The distance between the Central Plain and this place is vast, yet rumors still manage to spread that the leader of the Black Death Alliance who ruled Sichuan had fallen to the dark sword poison dragon of the Tang family. The surprising news of a new Righteous Alliance, the Righteous Alliance, being formed in Sichuan with that dark poison sword dragon as its core, reached this place, but it didn't cause too much spark, because the heavenly pervert and the dark lord of destruction were on the move. So they judged that no matter how strong the righteous forces in the Central Plains became, they couldn't affect Xinjiang immediately. But he cannot understand what he is doing here currently. Then he starts sweating, realizing that if he is here, that means he came across the left and right envoys. Hearing that, our Chad figures out he is taking about the left and right weaklings, then like a savage says that he killed them since there is none reason to spare a demon expert trying to kill alliance members. Before this Barbie could blabber more nonsense, our Chad says that this where they stop talking. Because no matter how much they stall, the result of annihilation won't change. That's when our Chad notices a shift in demonic energy. A considerable amount of demonic energy is approaching, so it's most likely reinforcements. The turd says that the other families is coming to support them since he stirred up trouble. It's impressive that he came here alone and even killed the left and right envoys. He takes out a few pills as he taunts our Chad, telling him that surely their paths have never crossed, but he will make this place his grave. Throwing the pills towards our boy, they cause many explosions. Our Chad thinks it's dumb because poison is useless against him. But something does affect him, causing our Chad to feel severe pain. Snaky manifests itself, asking what is happening and if the mysterious mist is behind it. Snaky thinks that because of his poison refining madness nothing affects him, realizing it might be something else. Barbie says that it is the Beyond Pill, a painkiller that their family produces. Since our Chad is from the Tang clan, he should be used to poisons, but this pill is not one, since it's completely harmless to humans as they act as medicine. It actually refines and sharpens your senses, which is why you're feeling dizzy. The Barbie notices that the reinforcements have arrived, the elite members of the demon sect. As the ants flock together, one of them says that from now onwards they will handle the rest. Since our Chad is still affected by the medicine, the turd thanks everyone for coming despite their busy schedules. He has captured the leader of the Righteous Alliance and no less. They thinks it shocking because they heard he is dealing with the Dark Lord of Destruction forces. No matter the reason, the Barbie thinks if it's better to capture him and verify. Before they arrived, he even made him inhale the Beyond Pill. Normally it stops pain, but since his body is healthy, it's causing sensory issues. That when something happens to our Chad and his eyes start glowing, as they all charge towards him, our Chad starts laughing. It's as if time has stopped around him. All of a sudden our Chad disappears, shocking them. That's when one of them notices that our Chad is flying in the sky. His eyes are glowing as he smirks at them. The trash gets shocked that not only did he overcome the pill, he is even using martial arts afterwards. Our Chad doesn't know just what he used, but the flow he can currently see has been amplified several times. As he takes out his needles, he thinks that right now he can perform martial arts that he has only imagined. Spinning in the air like a fan, he throws the needles. The turds cannot believe that someone can move like this mid-air. Flying across the entire place, our Chad continues throwing needles. After throwing the needles, the flow is visible to his current eyes, and spread them in an instant as if spinning. They get shocked out of words when they see that the sky has turned green and like shooting stars the needles are coming down. In an instant every one of the reinforcements gets killed. The leader cannot fathom just what he witnesses. It was like a rain of death falling. Yeon-myeong gets down telling him that he came here to punish them, but didn't expect a reward like this. The man cannot understand how on earth is this considered a reward. Our Chad smiles telling him that this is where the show begins. The Nirvana pill that hit our Chad is a painkiller that leads the user into a world without pain. If overused it sharpens the senses excessively, damaging the nervous system as a side effect. But however, no matter how good a medicine is, exceeding the proper dosage turns it into poison. The poison cleansing light chi absorbed the excess Nirvana pill, and the effects of the Nirvana pill settled into Yeon-myeong's body, adjusted T0 the maximum level he could handle. As a result, the effect that appeared on our Chad was a heightened state of clarity. In other words, it had the effect of a stimulant. This mysterious feeling is similar to the time he had omnipotence in his past life. The ugly Barbie is shocked because no one has even overcome the Nirvana pill. Our Chad doesn't care if no one has ever done it or not. He thinks to himself that he might not be able to try it now. The aura that our Chad exudes has multiplied, realizing a huge amount of chi. As our Chad taunts this ugly Barbie telling him that he has overcome the effects, the man thinks to himself that he cannot just sit here and die. He is not permitted by the cult leader to use this, but he has no choice. He presses multiple pressure points and starts powering up. Bro thinks he is Piccolo, but that not it, he looks more like turd that will be killed instantly. The newly transformed gorilla Barbie charges towards our Chad. As for him, he is trying something else. R thinks to himself that before the effects wears off, he will have to try the effects of the Nirvana pill. If doesn't use this opportunity now, he might never gain this enlightenment again. The flow he can see flowing is not an illusion, but it is the real flow and trajectory that existed in the world. As his eyes continue to glow, he can now understand what is going on. The collective trajectories I've wielded until reaching the realm of the sword god under that name of dragon in his past life. If our Chad were to infuse internal energy into that flow and manifest the trajectory at once, he can create a new martial art. He uses the simultaneous manifest of sword techniques called countless totality. Even without moving an inch, our Chad lands multiple attack. The Barbie cannot believe that without even swinging he landed this many strikes. Before he can realizes, he gets dismembered, causing a huge explosion. The attack itself was so strong that it destroys the entire clan, making everything collapse. Snakey tells our Chad that a single technique was enough to wipe an entire family. Snakey thinks that this is impressive because not a single life remained in the aftermath. He asks Yeon-myeong that wouldn't it be better to leave one alive so that he can at least get some information. With a straight face, our Chad tells him that there is no need to leave any future threats and he doesn't need to obtain any information either. He tells Snakey that he can sense a massive energy beyond this place, so that's where the demon cult leader is. Going back to Demon Lord Castle, this white gorilla is pissed because the left and right guardian are late. It's suspicious because they both went after the Fire Realm Masters, but it should not take this long. He thought they'd arrive while Little Poison Demon was being placed in the spell formation, but perhaps there was unexpected support? Even so, there aren't many in the Central Plains who could match those two. With the Namgung Patriarch missing, the only person who could stop them would be the Shaolin monk. But even if he personally came, it wouldn't be a problem. Since he sealed the vengeful ghost with the intent of Buddha killing was sealed inside the right guardian's sword. Because no matter how strong the Buddhist true energy is, it will be useless against that. They are still late. All of a sudden he notices something. Realizing that something is wrong, he gets up. Because from the direction of the Poison Demon clan all the demonic energy vanished all at once. All of a sudden the female turd barges in, telling the sect leader that the Poison Master Yang family was annihilated. He tells her to calm down, telling her that he has sensed it, so she should go and take refuge somewhere. Because if it doesn't end with the Poison Clan, it will surely come here next. As he exudes immense demonic energy, he tells her that whoever it is, he will make them pay for it, for touching his sect. Moving to another place filled with poisonous flowers. It's where that white monkey is getting trained. He is not aware how much time has passed, but he still can't adapt to the rampaging demonic energy. As he falls to the ground, he continues regenerating, but he is down bad because even it has its limits. He cannot believe that his mind is breaking down before his body. At this rate he will turn into a mindless monster. But he must hold it in since he cannot let it happen, before killing our Chad with his own hands. He thinks that he will just endure the pain since his body will regenerate anyways, so he might as well surrender to the pain. He thinks that he should use the uncontrollable energy instead. He thinks that he will use the surging demonic energy to break through his governing and conception vessels and connect his life and death aperture. The only way out of this agony is to become a supreme demon. As the white monkey turns into a deformed monkey, he say to defeat our Chad he should at least reach this level. As time passes by, multiple parts of his body explodes. At one point it doesn't hurt anymore. Rather, his mind feels clear and he can feel a sense of liberation. After seeing the condition of his body, he realizes that his body is in optimal condition. His control over demonic energy has increased so much that he has reached the realm of the supreme demon. That when he notices a presence, it's that scary-looking deer, he asks Trash if he called for him. Monkey asks him how long it has been and he responds that it's been half a month. He laughs, realizing that in half a month he has reached extreme demon. If he gets stronger he will definitely get his revenge. He thinks that the surrounding is a mess because of his poisonous energy. He thinks that he should put some clothes on and meet the cult leader. But he notices something. Thunderclouds has surrounded the area, which is unusual. Monkey asks the deer what is happening right now, and he tells him that the Lord of the 10,000 demons have descended. Turd is confused, asking him if the cult leader is coming here personally. The deer explains that the cult leader governs the demons of this lands, but he is not the Lord of 10,000 demons. People call him by many names, but here there is only one name that represents him, the Heavenly Demon. Hearing this, the Trash gets shocked that there is another figure that hold authority other than the sect leader. He then changes his attention towards the deer, and gets shocked because even the deer who has not knelt before the sect leader ignored his question and knelt down. That's when a figure flies down from the sky. Seeing him, he wonders if this being is akin to a god. As he gets closer, the white-haired monkey can feel it more closely. An overwhelming pressure on a completely different level from the demonic energy he felt from the sect leader. The figure speaks, telling him that he is holding his head quite high. In an instant the monkey gets blown away in half. The figure tells him that once someone practices demonic arts, he faces an authority of the demonic path, so they ought to bow their head in respect. This half-lady is consuming too much screen time. Monkey thinks that it doesn't hurt much because he has reached the extreme demon and perfected the immortal body. He realized that even if he died and came back 1,000 times, he couldn't leave a scratch on this being. He wonders if reaching the extreme demon is still not enough. He asks the deer that he can see a worm, that he is not from the Yun family's bloodline in this space created by his mind. The deer says that this is the current disciple of the sect leader. Hearing this, he gets shocked because the Trash is such a low-level being. Then he notices that the half-mutilated Trash is growing his limbs back. He thinks that this is a very usual body, wondering if this is because of the demonic art he has mastered. But he finds his gaze annoying, telling him if this is because his head can grow even if it is severed. He bows down, telling the half-lady that he, the lesser poison demon of the demon clan, greets the supreme being of the demonic path, the Lord of 10,000 demons. The irritating Turd tells him that he doesn't understood the meaning of title. But he cannot punish very instance of ignorance, so he will let it slide. He examines the Turd and says that the marital art is focused on physical regeneration. It's an unusual technique that didn't exist in his era, but it's nothing but a crude technique born from the fear of death. If he were to take away his control over demonic energy, he would lose this immortal body of his. But he notices that for an ant he possesses a very strong grudge. It is so high that it managed to draw him here. As this cartoon gets near Turd, he says that he must take a look at the source of this resentment. He points his finger towards Turd, telling him to not get scared as he is just peering into his mind. As he digs his finger into this head, he asks this Trash if he drank the extreme poison, because his blood is imbued with toxic energy. Turd has an immortal body with the realm of a poisoner. His endless desire has shaped him into what he has become. As he looks through his memories filled with hatred, he finds that this turd is related to the Tang clan. He gets shocked when he realizes that he is a descendant of the wanderless warrior. He laughs, saying that this must be fate. Originally the enlightenment was meant for one of the Yun clan's bloodline, so the fact he is here must also be karma. With his trash talent he would never transcend demonhood, but he is going to give his blood imbued with spiritual energy. So from now on, even if his body turns into 1,000 pierces, he will not die. As his body starts overflowing with intense energy, we move outside the door as in a matter of seconds the door bursts open. The trash couldn't understand what happened, he can now sense energy. From the direction of the clan he can sense too powerful energy, realizing that his detection has improved a lot. One of the energy is the sect leader's, the other one is familiar, and he guesses it might be our Chad. The heavenly demon was previously known as the Ming sect. It was a clan led by world's greatest sorcerer. They advocated and prioritized the well-being of the people. Since one of its members became the emperor, its influence was reaching astronomical heights. At this rate it was only a matter of time before it became the state religion. The sect leader, who was proud, has been betrayed by his own follower, the emperor. He had feared that the sect might overpower the imperial family, so he annihilated the entire Ming clan by mobilizing all the forces of empire. Anger and betrayal of losing him people, negative emotions clouded his mind. For the vengeance of his people he resorted to forbidden techniques that he has once prohibited. As he raised down the empire he was reborn as the first sorcerer of defying heaven. Since he could no longer stay in the central plains, he stabilized the Heaven Demon clan in the barren lands of Xinjiang. This is what the world knows, but Old Turd says that he settled here because of a new method to increase one's caliber. It's a method to transcend limits without using sorcery of forbidden techniques through evil spirits. As caliber accumulates, one can transcend human limits and become a god. The plans of their ancestor to gather faith and trust from people was ruined by emperor. There is a limit to the faith of Xinjiang's commoners alone. So they need to expand into the vast central plains. Once they expand, it's easy, they will release all gathered evil spirits and cause chaos in the central plains. And become the saviors who can control these spirits and be truly revered as gods. To create a foothold for the expansion, his son, the heavenly pervert, is weakening the central plains powers. It's bad luck that they were about to defeat Kotong and Kunlun, but something unfortunate happened. As our Chad has entered the premises, he asks our Chad what the noble leader of the Righteous Alliance has come alone to eliminate evil. Yeon-myeong tells him that he saw more than enough reason to destroy them all. So he plans to send him to join the left and right envoys. The Old Turd cannot believe that he managed to defeat them. Our Chad says that since he has so many doubts he will demonstrate it to him. Using the destruction sword technique, he thinks to himself the opponent is the leader of the demon sect, so he won't go down easily. Surprisingly, he managed to block the strike using a single talisman. Snaky manifests itself, telling our Chad that the demonic energy he sensed from him and the talisman proves that he is a sorcerer of the defying heaven. So this fight will be completely different from the martial artists has faced before. The Old Turd says that he was bound to face him one day, so he will show our Chad the way a sorcerer fights. The ugly-looking Pokemon Master summoned the three-headed one-footed eagle. As our Chad and Snaky remands quite, something huge covers the sky. It's an cool-looking eagle with weird body parts. Snaky is surprised to see that the turd has such a strong subordinate. Its current strength is comparable to his current self. The eagle asks that beside our Chad there is something, and he says that he is aware that it's an evil spirit. It's surprising because despite it not being a sorcerer, he is keeping it like a familiar. He orders the eagle to capture Snaky and he abides to it. Snaky tells our Chad to focus on the old man while he takes the head of this disabled bird. As Snaky aggressively charges towards the bird, a huge fight breaks in. Our Chad thinks that Snaky is testing his new powers, so this much should be fine. The old man turd says that since he is from the Tang family, the snake must be the blue-horned white snake, but for some reason he became black. Since he bought such a snake, he must face our Chad seriously summoning another Pokemon. Our Chad gets alert but cannot understand because nothing happening. From the ground something break through, grabbing our Chad, as this overweight sumo wrestler grabs our Chad, telling him that no matter what happens he won't let him harm that turd. With a huge force he throws our Chad like a cricket ball. Seeing this, Snaky gets worried. Taking advantage of this, the disabled chicken grabs Chicken, asking him if it is time to be distracted, all while burying him into the ground, telling Snaky to hold still. As he is pinned to the ground, the old turd says that the Ghost King is the strongest evil spirit in his possession. It is also the guardian of the divine sect, bound to the Yun family's bloodline for generations. This turd tells our Cha that he should be honored since he is the first person to see this being in hundreds of years. Old turd orders sumo wrestler to finish our Chad, agreeing to it. This turd summons a huge sword, striking our Chad with this huge sword he raises down the ground. Snaky gets nervous as a voice tells him that he is taking it easy and Snaky should focus on his own fight. The turd gets nervous and soon enough our head deflects his attack. Witnessing this, the old man is shocked that our Chad blocked its attack. When they clashed, our Chad figured out that this turd was artificially created using thousands of formations. On top of that, all of them are high level. To break high down a ripple would be better, but that might hurt Snaky since the attack range is too big. So he thinks of compressing the ripples and extremely limit the range. Using this new attack combined with continuous strikes, he blasts multiple part of its body. The turd cannot believe that our Chad didn't use any spellcraft, yet the Ghost King took damage. He cannot fathom where someone like our Chad came from. He looks at the other side and sees Snaky overpowering the chicken. It's probably because he gained its composure after confirming the safety of our Chad. As for our Chad, he has completely annihilated the fat turd. Our Chad tells him that it is too easy, asking him if he has any tricks up his sleeve. The man thinks that defeating the Ghost King is impressive, but it's such a low-level talent, which shows how young he is. A purple aura surrounds him as he tell our Had that he is naive if he thinks that he was doing nothing when he was fighting the Ghost King. Our Chad is shocked because he vanished in an instant. It's not some divine technique, it's as if his very presence has disappeared. That's when our Chad notices that there is something wrong with Snaky as he starts screaming. The turd is doing something to bind him, but he still cannot feel his presence. He tells the bird that it getting beaten is disgraceful and the eagle has no excuse for it. The man takes out his prehistoric pokeball and takes back his eagle because if he dies it will be a critical blow to their strength. The turd says that the loss is quite significant, but making Snaky his subordinate will make up for it. Snaky tells him to shut up since he doesn't know him. He smiles, telling him that since his ancestor helped the invisible guest capture the Earth Dragon. In this case he is indebted to their sect. Snaky thinks it's pathetic that they are holding a grudge for 1,000 years across generations. If he really wanted to make him his subordinate, but that's not the main problem. He should look around as our Chad is about to strike him down. The man pulls out another talisman before the attack lands. As the strike lands, our Chad thinks that the attack didn't land properly. As the smoke settles, he sees multiple coffin, moreover they managed to block his sword. Then he realizes that it was not the coffin, what is inside them is capable of blocking his sword strikes. The old turd says that the Ghost King might be his strongest evil spirit, but it was not his best card, but he had no plan to play this hand right now. The bodies are that of 3 Fire Realm Master and Extreme Demon Master who has existed since their ancestors' time. Their total number comes to 30 and this is his trump card. Yeon-myeong is shocked when he learns that this is a technique to awaken and control corpses of past masters, turning them into Jiangshi. This old turd says that this is the Great Extreme Demon Revival technique. It's an onslaught of about 30 masters. As they start getting active, turd says that even though they are corpses it's hard even for him the caster to control their movements. As one of them attacks our Chad it splits the battlefield in half. Our Chad managed to dodge it easily, flying into the air. But from behind multiple more of them charge towards our Chad. As our Chad attacks them, the 3 of them together block the attack as our Chad falls one of the roofs. Without giving him any time to rest, multiple more of them attack him. As our Chad continues to parry their attacks non-stop, he finds it surprising that a one-handed mud is generating this much force. Yeon-myeong wonders if they cannot feel pain, then figures are that it's natural since they are not alive. Our Chad tries a new trick, grabbing one of them by their hand he uses the decay poison technique. Moving on to the old turd. He tells Snaky that the golden 5 elements binding talisman. No matter how high the caliber of an evil spirit, once bound by this talisman, it's a technique he can't free by his own power. As Snaky starts feeling immense pain,
the turd tells him to give up since he will use him good. Snaky tells him to give it a try, since he can't do anything beyond binding him. He says that he must not have much left after controlling the jiangshi. Moreover, since these breathless jiangshi are using internal energy, aren't they actually using his internal energy?
The turd says that it is not a normal jiangshi technique, while settling a soul into a body is easy enough. As our Chad faced them, the turd continues to explain that if the body and soul are different, there is rejection. And if they are from the same person, they resist the caster. But their predecessors found a way to extract the will of the soul. And jianshi recreated through that method don't need careful control. As our Chad continues the exhausting battle, Snaky says that it's horrible to enslave someone after death. Even so, they cannot breathe. Turd says that he is correct, however, their sect continued researching and finally found a method. It's supplying demonic energy through energy absorption using talismans. In other words, absorbing others' demonic energy and storing it in the talisman. As our Chad is getting exhausted, Snaky asks him if this is even possible. The old man explains that they obtained the remans of the 3 energy-absorbing fiends who were killed by someone called the Sword Ghost in the past. They learned the ability of energy absorption from their talisman and imprinted it on these souls. This trash says that, in other words, if they regularly supply demonic energy from living low-level demons, they can use their martial arts from when they are alive without external control. Hearing this, Snaky gets angry, asking him if he has any respect for the dead or the living. This trash sighs, telling him that an evil spirit born from resentment has such sentiments. Whether dead or alive, it's an honor to devote oneself to the divine cult. Since our Snaky has no choice of becoming a servant quietly, he has no choice but to forcibly extract his spirit. As his hand starts entering Snaky's body, he feels extreme pain. This turd laughs, asking Snaky how it feels to forcibly get his spirit extracted. Though he has just started, but he offers him a choice to surrender willingly. But he gets shocked when he realizes that the spirit is not here. He finds it confusing, then figures out that Snaky is bound to the child of the Tang family. Since our Chad won't willingly sever the connection. Rather than dealing with future troubles, it's better to eliminate Snaky. Snaky, even in pain, asks him if our Chad is going to do down that easily. Turd accepts that our Chad's skills are impressive. But no matter how strong he is, his internal energy is not infinite. He won't be able to hold them for long, against them who never get tired. Our Chad thinks that it won't be easy. Even if he cuts off their limbs, they keep moving, their numbers don't really decrease. Moreover, these dead turds are even using body-protecting energy to block our Chad's sword strikes. To kill them, it seems like he will have to thoroughly destroy their heads or bodies first. Killing them one by one would be too wasteful to take out all 30. If he uses a big technique to wipe them out at once, he will get ambushed from blind spots. It seems more like instinctive attacks than conscious coordination, but it's quite tricky. If he tries to overwhelm them with sheer internal energy by fully releasing his meridians. But it will be troublesome without Snaky. In the end, he has to wipe them out using a big technique, without exposing his blind spots. As he was continuing subduing them, Snaky's voice hits his ears. He says that he will say it once carefully. Right now he is talking through spirit concentration. He explains that all those things accumulated and believed to be right fill the sky. With everything he sees, his life and his will. As a huge attacks land on our Chad, Snaky worries for our Chad. The turd smirks, saying that it's over, telling Snaky that the alliance leader put up quite a fight. He didn't even use half his power yet. This turd goes dead silent when he sees that a few of the jiangshi killed instantly. They were all blow away in a matter of seconds. Our Chad smirks, saying that he understood what Snaky meant. In a flashback, Mommy, my wife, told our Chad that the original name of Myriad Heavens Flower Rain was just 2 words for Myriad Heavens. The flower rain part was added later, as it evoked the image of blood raining down when thousands of energy strikes tear through the enemy. The book left by the Black Lizard contained this passage that all martial arts embody their essence in their names. Our Chad's master often said that any martial art, when its fundamental are applied to sword, it becomes swordsmanship. Nevertheless, he had been focused on the form and intricacies of the invisible guest's technique, missing its true meaning. In the end, the essence is not about the hidden weapon techniques. It's about imbuing a lifetime of martial knowledge into a single moment, infusing it with conviction to create powerful energy. Even if they both use the current flow eyes to see the flow. What he sees differs from what his ancestor, the invisible guest, saw. While his ancestor would see the trajectories of hidden weapons honed over a lifetime, he sees the paths of the sword he has wielded throughout this life and his past one. To infuse all of his being into those trajectories. That is the myriad heaven flower rain. As huge vibrations of energy release, the turd is getting nervous. Our Chad thinks that he will make the sky bloom as he renames the technique Myriad Heaven's Sword Draw. As our Chad uses the new technique, the Myriad Heaven's Sword Draw, the entire area gets silent. Following that, the entire area turns green. Man, this looks like a scene from Marvel's. As the attack starts, it instantly chops them like slicing through butter. The turd cannot believe that the body protecting energy of Extreme Demon Master could go down easily. He figure out that our Chad issuing the ultimate technique, the Myriad Heaven's Flower Rain. As for Snaky, he is shocked because it means it be a technique of the invisible turd, but it's a sight that never fails to mesmerize him. Even after this barrage of attacks, 3 master remained. Our Chad thinks it's impressive that they can move within such a technique, so they must have been formidable in life. Our Chad figure out that they didn't choose to become like this, so he will set them free. He uses another technique, Bloom's Full, which instantly finishes them off. Seeing this, the turd thinks that this battle is very dangerous. From afar, the scene looks like a super strong attack, as if thousands of swords are falling from the sky. Man, this is a piece of art itself. As the attack lands, our Chad moves aside, but he gets shocked when one of the masters thanks him for liberating them. The next thing our head does is retract his overpowered snake, telling Snaky that he act brave but gets beaten up, which is embarrassing. Snaky says that if it weren't for the sorcerer he would have won. Then he praises Snaky, telling him that if he hadn't told the key to Myriad Heaven's Flower Rain in that situation, the fight would have dragged on longer, so he owes Snaky one. Hearing the praise, he gets happy. To burst the bubble, our Chad says that it would have been better if he had given it to him before the battle. Snaky thinks he is retarded because things were getting heartwarming. Snaky says that the surroundings have been completely pulverized. No matter how many times he sees it, it is an extremely powerful technique. That's when our Chad notices movement and gets surpassed. That the turd managed to survive, which is possible since he is the leader of the demon sect. But it doesn't seem like he has any more cards up his sleeves, so it should have been better if he stayed buried. The turd tells him to keep quiet since everything was a groundwork for their advance to the Central Plains. And our Chad destroyed everything, so he would be stupid to hide under a pile of rocks. He will never forgive our Chad as he summons the blue armored ghost. As the spirit releases, tremendous amount of energy starts exuding, enough to shock our Chad. As it starts devouring, he says that the spirit has no power of its own, but it shows its value when the caster wears it directly. As he transforms, it's a ugly creature. We will call him TikTok Warrior. This busy body poses, and from the rubble something flies towards his hand. It's the giant sword of that first spirit. As he grabs onto it, he says that for the future of their sect he will definitely kill him. As his eyes gleam, he warns Yeon-myeong to prepare for what's coming for him. Our Chad turns his dagger into a sword. As this turd moves his building-like sword towards our Chad, he dodges it easily and launches multiple attacks. The turd attacks endlessly without any game plan until our Chad uses the wave ripple point. This instantly destroys him. But because of some powers, he regenerates immediately. This is concerning for our Chad, as the turd lands a strong strike. Although our Chad blocks the attack, Snaky tells him that the harness is abnormally high. The regeneration is so fast it's not giving him enough time to seep in poison. But since the old faggot is a turd, he is now gonna explain this overpowered ability. So this goes like this: the turd says that as long as his internal energy doesn't exhaust, this blue armored ghost spirit will endlessly regenerate. And then says that unlike our Chad, who has depleted a lot of his energy in the previous fight, the turd gets pushed back as this retard explained the shortcoming of his attack. Yeon-myeong tells Snaky that all he needs to do is exhaust his internal energy. In a second, Snaky seeps poison into our Chad, which turns into internal energy. The turd sees that our Chad's internal energy is increasing rapidly. In a matter of seconds, he gets cut thousands of times.
The turd cannot believe that he is receiving internal energy from evil spirits, which should not be possible.
The attacks are getting intense, and seeing this he wonders if our Chad is even human.
What was out of place is that instead of fighting, this turd runs away.
As he runs away, Snaky says that of all the sorcerers of defying heaven he has seen, this guy has to be one of his kind. From outside, as energy continues to flow out, one of the elder asks the female turd who the leader is facing.
And it's surprising to see that the divine cult's headquarters would vanish without any trace.
She says that she doesn't know, all the leader told her was to gather the demon elders and wait at the foot of Tian Shan. She wonders to herself if it's really going to be okay, the demon elders, whose strength 5 second only to the sect leader and the left and right envoys.
She thought bringing them would be enough to drive out the intruders.
But what she says before her eyes made her realizes that what she witnesses was beyond anything a human can do. The elders are hesitant because they are aware that interfering would mean certain death. She thinks that at this rate the leader will be in trouble, but they shout that he is coming down. Seeing this, female turd cries, thanking God that he is safe. He lands to the ground and praises her, saying that she managed to carry out orders in such a short period of time.
Without wasting another second, he runs away with her.
But to his bad luck, our Chad catches up to him and lands an attack. As he blocks it, the elders are surprised that the leader was fighting a young brat all this time. As our Chad looks fine as ever, the leader is struggling as he is constantly regenerating. He pushes back our Chad. Our Chad finds it that he is more persistent than he had thought. He is also surprised that there are still so many demon sect remnants.
Snaky says that from the energy he can sense, they're just large in number.
And they don't even come close to his little toe. One turd orders the members to help the sect leader and fight with resolve to die and repel our Chad. The leader stops them, saying that if they rush in now they won't last a second.
He says he can't lose them through meaningless sacrifice.
He says a sacrifice is only meaningful when it yields results corresponding to its value. So he tells them that being prepared to die is not enough, they must help him through death. Ordering them to unleash 5 stars of the reverse blood demon technique. Welcome back to this part, as the green turd tells his minions to unleash the 5 stars of the reverse blood demon technique. It was not difficult for the masters to understand what he meant. If one draws the reverse blood demon technique to 5 stars, they enter a berserk state due to the rampaging demonic energy. Unless one has reached the level of extreme demon and can freely enter the berserk state, like the radiant left and right envoys. Using the 5 stars of the reverse blood demon technique is no different from a suicide charge. Moving back to the turd, he says that if he dies they are next, so if they hesitate he will give them a little push. So he forcibly stimulates their demonic energy, making them all go berserk. Seeing this, they all are worried as he is forcing them into this state. All of them wonder if they truly wish for all of them to sacrifice their lives. But even if they use the reverse blood demon technique, they might not be able to defeat our Chad,
since even their leader couldn't do anything.
The elders thinks that they don't have a choice, so they can only fight to death. As they charge towards Yeon-myeong, he uses sword draw, instantly finishing all of them as he used the annihilation technique.
The turd cannot believe that even the demon elders using the reverse blood demon technique were defeated in a single strike.
Then he looks down to see that his toad has died.
He thinks to himself that the blue-armored ghost's defense shouldn't have fallen to that single strike.
He wonders why his chick died, partially blaming that it could be that his internal energy is depleted, to the point where he cannot maintain a proper form. Our Chad tells Turd that he must be trying to buy some time. But our won't give him this luxury, as our Chad closed the distance ready to land a fatal blow. The Turd blabbers to himself that he is going to use a forbidden technique. The rebound force is so much that our Chad gets pushed back.
He wonders if he still has enough internal energy left to push him back.
Our Chad looks up in the sky to a crimson cloud forming above him. Yeon-myeong thinks that something is up and it might be another trick by the demon sect leader, which might be related to the rebound effect from earlier. Our Chad can sense some strange energy. That's when something surprises him.
Demonic energy is being extracted from the dead,
as this turd is constantly gaining internal energy. As he rests his chick in peace, he says that he at least wanted her to live.
So now he will kill our Chad no matter what.
Because of the increase in internal energy, his armor is rapidly recovering. So without wasting any time, our boy says that as he had expected, he will need to concentrate all his attacks to destroy it. According to Yeon-myeong, he has already withstood 1 myriad heaven's flower rain, so he will need an even stronger strike. If he concentrates the intent of flower rain into a narrow area, layering the attacks to maximize their power. He uses the myriad heaven sword draw fills the sky. He is surprised that he even withstood myriad heaven's sword draw.
Yeon-myeong cannot believe he withstood that attack.
The turd again explains that the wide area berserk induction. Regardless of whether they're alive or dead, within this crimson cloud domain, the cloud domain will gradually expand, extracting demonic energy from all demon sect members across Xinjiang. Hearing this, our Chad gets shocked. The turd says that he didn't want to use this technique but to kill him, he has no choice but to accept the sacrifices. Our Chad cannot believe that he is not only killing his minions but even the innocent civilians. This hypocrite says that faith can easily be rebuilt, telling him if he is worried about the civilians, just because he bears the character for righteousness. Snakey tells our Chad that it would be better for them if all the demonic sect members die. Our Chad says that if it were just demon sect members he wouldn't care either.
The problem is the people living in barren Xinjiang who have received demonic energy.
They simply learned breathing techniques as a form of cultivation.
Moreover, he clearly realized after experiencing the effects of the Nirvana pill. Even if they haven't learned demonic arts, continuous exposure to the divine pill's toxicity accumulates demonic energy in their bodies.
If he were to leave them to die, he would be repeating the same situation as before.
And he will regret not having a better choice.
But he can't just regret. As the leader of the Righteous Alliance, he has a duty to take responsibility for everyone in the Central Plains.
But he cannot just keep regretting.
So he will finish him off before the domain expands further.
Even if he has to use dragon scale and origin energy. Snakey tells him that it will not be necessary. If what he says is true, they just need T0 prevent that cloud from expanding. Yeon-myeong asks him if there is any way. Snakey says that when it comes to sorcery rather than martial arts, he is far more knowledgeable than him.
Besides, he cannot let him die when they are connected by a spirit link.
Snakey thinks to himself that he has been influenced by hanging around our Chad.
As he flies to the sky, he tells him to draw the attention so that he won't come towards him. He will handle the spell. Meanwhile, the turd wonders just what is Snakey getting close to that spell technique. But our Chad attacks him, not letting go of his attention. As the turd curses our Chad, we move back to Snakey. According to the domain's width, it has only reached near Tianshan so far. The only way to stop this is to use his power as an evil spirit. As Snakey release energy equivalent of that attack, it starts causing reaction. The turd realizes that Snakey is exhausting his own power to stop it. He is sure that if he recklessly uses all of his powers he might die. But that when a huge strike lands towards him which splits his sword by a lot.
Yeon-myeong is happy to have Snakey, since without him this fight would have been very difficult.
The turd cursed Snakey, saying that he is interfering with his replenishment like this. Snakey finds it strange himself that he would be sacrificing his cultivation for something like this. He never thought that his heart would open up after a certain incident. In the past, Snakey was heartbroken when the Wanderer realized him after it was over without any reason. He says that it's because he is dangerous, so he should stay here. According to Snakey, after the jar closed, it seemed like that B0Y said something more.
He thinks it was probably about him being a tool.
Different from him, our Chad never treated him as a tool. Even if he were to use him, he expresses gratitude and shows him respect. This is not because he lost his spirit link due to the situation, but for the sake of a friend. As he releases even more energy, his colors starts changing again. Before he closed the jar, he said that he doesn't need complete freedom, but he shouldn't contain him. He says that he might not be able to hear him, but he has been a great help to him.
He regrets not being able to give him the affection he deserved,
since he has reached the caliber of a true poison master.
The sorcerers of Defying Heaven won't leave him alone. They came to the Tang clan to get a hold of Snakey.
He continues saying that if someone from the future generations finds him, he hopes that Snakey will get freedom. Till then, he will take care of anyone that might stand in the way of his freedom. He thanks him for everything, calling him a friend. As our Chad and this turd fight it out, our Chad continuously. The turd gets cut, but because of his regeneration he is not dying, so he mocks our Chad, saying that his hands have gotten slower than yesterday. As crazy as it might sound, this trash tells our Chad to cut him even more. According to Yeon-myeong, he has been cutting one-sidedly for a whole day. Moreover, he cannot see the end of his regeneration. What's even more horrifying is that as he gets cut more and recovers, he becomes stronger, and even his regeneration, his speed is getting faster. As he lands a blow on our Chad, he gets surprised as the power is enough to shake the grounds. Yeon-myeong thinks he is getting stronger. As for the turd, he finally managed to land a hit. Then proceeds to ask him if he is getting tired. As for the turd, he is not getting tired at all. As he tries to a punch on our Chad, he hits the ground. Looking around, he cannot find our boy anywhere. That's when he activates the Myriad Heaven's sword draw. As the trash sense danger, our Chad lands the attack on him. But even this is not enough, as this lizard regenerates, telling him that it wouldn't be fun if he got tired. As this half lump of meat regenerates, calling out our Chad. Our Chad thinks this rogue is only relying on his regeneration, as this turd cuts his hand and throws it towards our Chad. Yeon-myeong is confused since he threw his cut-off arm, which has no internal energy. Then he proceeds to burst his body and then regenerate from his arm, being able to catch our Chad. Then he grabs onto our boy and explodes himself. All he can do is explode and regenerate. What a retarded way of fighting. Because of this attack, our Chad falls to the ground flat, being very exhausted. Snakey asks him if he doing fine, as he affirms it. Snakey thinks to himself the our Chad is struggling with just this much. He thinks that it might be because he has been fighting non-stop for days, and even his poison energy is almost gone. The undying turd falls from the sky, and he is adapting to this new body fast. He smiles at our Chad, saying that his standards have finally returned to when they were young. He then proceeds to say that he understands how he must be feeling, and it must be frustrating to be held back by someone like him. He says that the Central Plains must be in the midst of war with the demonic forces. And after dealing with the demon sect leader, he will have to face the Dark Lord of Destruction. All while an undying bastard keeps pestering him. Snakey warns our Chad, saying that both him and our boy is exhausted in body and mind from repeated battles, so retreating is the best option for now. Yeon-myeong tells Snakey that it will be difficult, but if he can replenish his poison energy one last time, since he has figured out a way to nullify his regeneration. As Snakey provides him with poison, he says that this is the maximum he can give him right now. As for the turd, he charges recklessly. According to our boy, not only spiritual energy but also the energy of flesh decomposition in his blood. So he must be constantly containing the poison energy with his regenerative power. As he prepares a new move, he thinks that if he can disrupt this flow, that's when waves of internal energy releases from our Chad, shocking the turd. The fragmented demonic energy is being finally shattered until it turns to powder and scatters everywhere. As he releases this mist, it is called the poison eliminating mist. The dumb turd is baffled by what this. As he looks for our Chad attacking blindly, he thinks that our Chad is trying to buy time to recover his internal energy in the mist. As he continues to swing like a retard, he tells our Chad that he doesn't understand yet. No matter how much he cuts, it's pointless. But he realizes that his regeneration is slowing down, although his spiritual energy has not weakened. He figures out the mist has something to do with it. Our Chad from the mist says that he has scattered demonic energy containing debilitating poison and various toxic effects that weaken the body. Even with his superior regeneration, it'll be difficult to overcome the combination of numerous poisons simultaneously. And before his body adapts to this poison, he will shred him to pieces so he completely perishes. In a blink, our Chad cut him into shreds before he could even react, as our Chad continues to overpower him. He cannot accept the fact that even after receiving spiritual energy, he is losing here. He has gained tremendous power, yet he is still unable to defeat our boy. He tries to use his head, saying that since he cannot regenerate because of the poison, he will just explode the body parts with poison in them. Again, this exploding addict causes a huge eruption, pushing back our Chad. The explosion was massive, which pushed back the mist, and now is the only chance for him to settle this with our Chad. He curses our boy and says that he will kill him in the most miserable way possible. With laser focus, Yeon-myeong charges towards this baldy, as for him he is probably gonna explode again. As they were about to face each other, and Figure intervenes, getting their attention. it the demonic leader and he was still alive. He tells them that before his last breath he will send them all to hell.
Yeon-myeong cannot dodge the attack as it hit all of them.
It is the Heart Demon Jade Sealing Grand Technique. It is a powerful sealing technique that risks the caster's life, imprisoning the opponent in a form of a bead, causing them to fall into eternal heart demon. Those who can't overcome their inner demons within the heart jade demon can never escape even after death. Both of them are stuck in large red pills, inside both of them are stuck unable to move. However, Snaky manages to get out of the red ball, telling himself that the demon sect leader to struggle desperately like this until his last breath. He cannot figure out what this is, since it has no effect on him. It is probably a technique that only works on humans. Even so, it's peculiar that someone as strong as our Chad was unable to get up. Snaky shouts telling him to wake up, asking him what will happen if the leader of the righteous gets held up. As he continues to rant, he stops thinking what will happen if he never gets up.
This new Snaky realizes that he can be free, then he daydreams that if he runs far away,
and he might be able to spend the rest of his life in peace. This is peak fiction.
Then he gets out of his dilemma and wonders what might happen to our Chad.
He then proceeds to say that it's not like he likes our Chad or anything. Then he makes a lame excuse, saying that in case someone might use a spell to extract his spirit connection from him. That's the only reason he is doing this, but doesn't know what he is going through in there. But he needs to wake up before they reach the central plains.
After transforming into a dragon, there are some changes that occurred after the dragon's cultivation settles into his body.
But he cannot explain it. Naturally, inside his body there is an subspace of immeasurable size. He proceeds to swallow the pill. He wonders if he should take the turd with her, but if he were to carelessly bring that turd along, someone who even our Chad couldn't kill, and if he were to break free in the central plains, it will be hard to imagine what might happen. It's not urgent, so Yeon-myeong will understand, telling the ball to not complain after he wakes up. At blazing speed he rushes towards Sichuan. Moving to the Tang family, the injured are all getting treated. As Fatty gets treated, he tells the nurse that he is indebted to him once again. He
tells him that it's his duty as a physician.
Before heading to the Alliance, he stopped by the Tang family to treat my injuries. The Tang family had kindly provided access to the medical ward in treatment.
However, when she heard that Yeon-myeong headed straight for the demon sect's headquarters,
she couldn't hide her worry, as he wonders that no matter how great the Alliance leader is, to his parents he's just a child to worry about. Moving to the poison hall, she is worried that our Chad is going through late puberty. As days pass by, he is becoming more and more reckless. Although she is supporting her son's endeavors, he is drifting farther and farther away. So he should think about the people who worry about him. A voice grabs her attention as she asks her attendant what is going on. He says that she has a visitor and he should let them in. It's our waifu as she greets the family head. She is aura farming, as even the attendant thinks that she is extremely pretty. She introduces herself as for my wife. She is shocked to know that our Chad has a connection with her. With a gleaming look in her eyes, she says that he saved her when she was waiting to die from blocked meridians. Since then she wanted to repay his kindness but never had the right opportunity. Then today, while she was visiting the medical wards on an errand, she heard from the injured that our Chad is fighting the demon sect alone. In this situation she just cannot sit by and do nothing since her body is weak, so she asks if there is anything she can do to help the family. Instead of answering her, my wife asks her if she would call her mother. Hearing this, our waifu turns all red, telling her that it's not the time yet. He laughs, saying that she is joking since our Chad should have introduced such a pretty girl if he met one. She thinks to herself that he made a bond with such a pretty girl without him knowing. As for Miso, she says that she doesn't dislike the idea of calling her mother. My delusional wife says that if he starts a family, he will gain some sense of responsibility for his actions. She asks Miso if she suffered from blocked meridians. She must be a descendant of the Ice Palace people who had a marriage alliance with the Tang family in the past. She asks if her meridian was blocked at the level of triple or quintuple.
Mommy gets shocked when she hears that it was the 9.
Even in the Ice Palace, talents above 7 only appeared once every few hundred years.
But she is not even a direct descendant, has a 9 constitution. Moreover, if her blocked meridians were treated, there is a way to help. She thinks for a while and asks her if she wants to help the family.
Miso gets shocked as she tells her if she is interested in learning martial arts. With a confused look she asks him if it is too late for her. Mommy laughs, telling her that if she were to learn it would make a good impression on our Chad. She says that as a mother she worries about her son, but she cannot stay here forever. When he becomes the family head he will need more people by his side. People who can protect and represent the family whenever he steps up like today. If she is willing she will teach her martial arts by herself if that is her choice. Miso thinks for a while and then agrees to her. In her mind she says that she cannot let a potential daughter-in-law slip away. She says that her training will start from tomorrow when a guard barges into her room telling her that there is urgent news. She asks him what all this commotion is about and he says that the heavenly pervert has attacked Shaolin, and as a result it was destroyed. Moving to the medical hall, everyone is shocked because they cannot believe old man Baldy is drinking tea with a non-existent hand using void grasp technique. He laughs, saying that he might have drawn unnecessary attention. He asks Ljian how Taeho and that angry gorilla are doing. He says not to worry too much, their damaged meridians have settled back in place, so they should regain consciousness soon. He says that it's a relief, so he should take good care of them until then. He thinks that it is a peaceful rest, enough to forget about the war with the demonic forces for a moment. But they are at the Sichuan province where the Righteous Alliance is located, and one of the very few places the demonic forces haven't reached yet. He hopes that the other master regain consciousness as soon as possible, since it is unsettling to be in such a comfortable place while in a raging war. Aijin asks him if he is aware when Yeon-myeong will be coming back. Baldy, hearing him call by his real name, says that it seems he is very close with the alliance leader. With a smile on her face she says that they were from the same group. As mommy walks into the room he says that they must be comrades who has been through life and death together. Although he agrees, but our Chad overpowered them all. He says that he is very modest since who would not boast about having such friends. Why wife call for them as he asks her why she has a serious look on her face. She says that urgent news just arrived so he should remain as calm as possible. She says that Shaolin has been annihilated by the Dark Lord of Destruction's attack, along with nearby secular sections. He drops the cup, telling my wife that the joke has gone too far. He cannot understand how Shaolin, which has stood for 1,000 years, has been destroyed in a few days. Moreover, Shaolin is the birthplace of Zen Buddhism, supported by the imperial court. As he releases aura he tells her to explain from the beginning to the end, and if this is nothing but a rumor, he will not let such an insult pass by unchallenged. She says non-interference in military affairs. The Dark Lord of Destruction received a non-interference treaty from the Pang family of Hebei and the imperial court. And then they all immediately advanced to Shaolin. He falls to the ground, unable to believe that Shaolin has been abandoned by the imperial court. She says that his distress is huge, but there is more to it. The Hua family, a demonic force in Shaanxi, has made their move. They are currently heading towards Huashan and Zhongnan. And a full 5-KL war with the demonic forces has begun in the Central Plains. After the invasion by the Heavenly Ervert, it took less than a day for Shaolin to be annihilated. Even so, this turd didn't leave Shaolin. Instead, he began to eradicate the remaining forces of Shaolin in Hunan. As he drinks wine, his behavior was as if he was trying to erase all traces of Shaolin from the world itself. As he sits on top of a pile of bodies, he thinks that his masked sidekick is late. It seems like there are more skilled fighters among the small fries. As he wonders if he should have gone there himself, moving his eyes to the side, he says that he didn't expect them to be this late. This delusion turd says that the retired Shaolin monks who cut ties with the secular world only shows themselves when Shaolin is in crisis. But he thinks it is surprising that they are appearing a bit too late. According to him, all of them have reached the flame realm. He smiles, saying that it worked out well, as he picks up his sword, saying that they can entertain him for a bit. An old man charges towards him with a lot of force, but he dodges it easily, telling him that although he is fast, his flank and wide open. But he gets surprised that his counterattack was stopped as he holds onto his sword. He is clearly intrigued that the technique he used is the golden body protection, also known as the Vajra indestructible body. The old man, clearly nervous, says that he is right arrived. And this is the Buddhist technique, is the energy of righteousness. And he confidently says that his demonic art can never break through this defense. He says that he is right since his demonic energy is dissipating, but just blocking his strike won't accomplish anything.
That's when another similar-looking baldy prepares an attack, landing the 100-step divine fists. As the attack was about to land, he is curious if this is the 100-step divine fists. He says that it is a long-distance strike that negates distance by extending energy imbued with intent, rather than physical force. Why is this turd getting so much attention? Moving forward, this turd says that this way he can deliver an instant blow without energy loss, just like close combat. While holding back one baldy, he stops the attack. None of the monks present can believe that he completely blocked the 100-step divine fist enhanced with the Vajra indestructible body. All that with just one of his hands. As his energy starts wrapping around his sword, he says that he is curious about all their talk about righteousness and intent. Why the so-called masters waste time explaining martial arts, as he overpowers the baldy, releasing his sword. He says that it is enough to just overpower with overwhelming force. As more monks join, he says that they are negating distance by imbuing intent, which is similar to infusing a lot of energy and slashing. As he uses annihilation, instantly killing two of them. In response to that, he thinks that the sword demon's martial arts are simple, asking if stabbing and killing is the essence of martial arts. But its brute strength is not as strong as the 100-step divine fist. If he swung his sword 5 times harder, it would be close to it. The monks are shocked because he is spouting nonsense, increasing power through sheer force without understanding the principles of martial arts. But his words are not wrong, as energy radiates from his body, as they wonder if he really is human. Or he has transcended the human limits, marking himself as the demon lord. The slash was so strong that it split the main building into half. In the process, all of the monks get killed. He wonders if he should have used less strength, since he wanted to leave the main hall, which suits his taste. Well, he has got a feel of slicing buildings, so he will do better next time. The masked turd arrives, telling the pervert that he apologizes for interrupting his entertainment. He then says that he is a bit too late, as the man says that he just finished his extermination. Look at his hand, he has a fake dummy telling that he got a gift in his hand. It's belonged to the one who was about to become the next abbot of Shaolin. And he was gathering nearby monks to counterattack, but he eliminated all of them. He appreciates him, saying that they have nothing left to do in Hunan. He asks him the situation in Shaanxi, and this turd says that after the troop deployment ceremony, so turd moved out with First Demon and Demon Blade. He asks him if he is getting impatient because the other party will learn merits before he knows. This turd says cheesy words saying that they move solely as his limbs. But he gets shocked by saying that he is a little greedy, since he might have a chance too. He tells him that's enough talk for today, saying that they must head back now. Shaolin, which had been at the center of the Murim for a millennia, had its lineage completely wiped out. And that news quickly reached the ears of the Tang family in Sichuan. The Righteous Alliance, which had set up camp in Juxian before news of Shaolin's invasion arrived, was in a situation where they couldn't even attempt to send support to Shaolin due to the Shaanxihua family troop deployment ceremony. In this situation, Skinny Barbie had to find the best course of action in the current situation. After receiving news of the Hua family's troop deployment, he sent Okayan and Hakwun to Manhwa in Zhongnan. So they must persuade these two major sects to block the Hua family's advance. Although Manhwa and Zhongnan are both righteous sects in Shaanxi, they don't get along. But both of the leaders have reached the peak of the Flame Realm. If both of them were to join forces together, they should be able to stop the Shaanxihua family's advance. Recently, a young disciple of the Manhwa sect have reached the Flame Realm, as he was born with extraordinary talent. That means including him there are 5 master at the Fire Realm in Shaanxi. They currently have 2 Fire Realm master. No matter how strong they are, they can't be monsters like the Heavenly Pervert. If they can confront just those 2, there is no reason for the righteous side to lose in Shaanxi. Meanwhile, the remaining Righteous Alliance forces can move to Hunan. That is, if both of the sects put aside their grudges, and he prays that the people he sent can persuade them all. Moving to the Manhwa sect, the sect leader will not cooperate and won't even listen to what he has to say. She says that she heard it all, and the Shaanxi forces have yet to invade anywhere yet. Yet he wants to move like dogs, attacking them with a stick. He knew it won't be easy, since it won't be easy, but she is already fuming at the mere mention of Zhongnan. In the past, at a friendly gathering, she was harassed by a group of Zhongnan scholars and she beat them all up. After learning about this, the current leader of Zhongnan retaliated against Manhwa.
Since then, several rounds of retaliation have built up resentment, but is now the time to dwell on that. Even that Namgung family head was defeated by the heavenly pervert, and now he is headed towards Shaolin. That's when her femboy disciple has something to say. This is the turd that has reached the flame realm. She says that she is aware of his concerns, but the 1,000-year-old Shaolin won't fall this easily. They should even consider the possibility of the heavenly pervert's defeat. The man suggests they wait to hear the results of what happened in Shaolin. She says he is being complacent, that they move after Shaolin has been annihilated. The nobody says that if the heavenly pervert wins, then it means they were weak. If it comes to Manhwa, they are different. This cocky turd says that if they had invaded Manhwa, it would mean they would have demonstrated Manhwa's might. He is a genius who has reached the fire realm at this age. In the past he would have believed his confidence, but after meeting our Chad he is nothing but an ant. It's hard to believe they are off the same age, since he has a long way to go before he matures. But the leader says that there was a time when she thought that her disciple would rival the Black Death Alliance leader. No offense, but he would insta-kill this joker. She says that if those Zhongnan people are so desperate, they should come to Manhwa and kneel at their feet. He says that he has said enough and he will directly go to Zhongnan and seek cooperation himself. He says that if she cannot change his mind, she doesn't need to stop him. Today he didn't come here as a member of the Manhwa, but he came as an envoy of the Righteous Alliance. She says that he has become insolent and needs a beating. All of a sudden a noise grabs his attention. As they rush outside, she gets surprised. Someone tell her that the righteous faction people are all weak now. Joker says that they are all trash and instead of training they rely on authority. Noticing them, he says that the energy of them are different and they should introduce themselves. They are guard from the Hua family, and by the orders of their leader they must annihilate their sect. Moving back to the Zhang'an sect, someone holding the cup says that Shaolin was attacked by the Dark Lord of Destruction, and the Hua family has mobilized their troops. The sect leader knows as Hakyu says that he is right and had no time to sit back and observe. And there must be a reason for these simultaneous movements. He asks if this news has reached Mount Hua as well. The messenger says that the Righteous Alliance has sent him an OK Yang at the same time. The leader is smart, as he says that knowing the leader's personality they won't make a move. But after hearing the news about Shanxi, the situation might be too big for pride. That when a shout alert them that there is an enemy raid. Outside, the disciple are lying dead left and right, and one of them thinks that his partners are splits apart like paper. His senior brother, who was always cheerful, was killed. His junior brother, nobody number 2, who he trained with just this morning, have all died meaningless death. This similar looking turd wears a golden mask, so Golden Turd Barbie says the injured kid that he is trembling. He doesn't want to finish off cowards who have no will to fight, but today is different. He uses aura trying to finish an ant of quickly. A sword manages to block the strike from landing, and it is none other than the Zhongnan sect master. Seeing him, the ugly Barbie gets excited because he was waiting for him all this time. Another strong strike lands, causing an energy wave, it none other than Hakyun. He curses this golden Barbie, asking him how he can do this to his disciples. The turd instantly recognizes him, saying that he is part of the Righteous Alliance, and guesses that the Righteous Alliance sent their response quicker than he thought. A mysterious figure says that their momentum is not to be underestimated. Asking him if he will be alright by himself. If they are going to strike Zhongnan, then it would be ideal to launch a full-scale attack. This cocky Barbie tells him to not worry, since numbers are meaningless after reaching a certain level. So he should wait and see the situation unfold. It's enough for his troops to surround and pursue an ants that escape. All credits of them eliminating the sect will be given to this guy, who is the young master of the Shangxi Hua demonic family. He says that if the elder Golden Barbie wants this, he will follow him gladly. The righteous goatee says a righteous slogan, but let's skip that. As a dark aura starts releasing from him, he says what he is saying, they will find it out soon. It will be obvious to see what they are capable of. The release of energy is sinister that it shocks both of them as fear strikes them. As this turd goes legendary Super Saiyan Barbie, he shouts, saying killing 2 Fire Realm Master will earn him greater merit. He tells them to attack together since he hates wasting time. The leader orders Hakwun to take the disciples to Mount Hua before an encirclement. Hearing this, he says that it is best if they break through this together. He tells him he had thought he has a grasp of the Fire Realm master of the three demonic families, but he cannot gauge the identity of this Barbie nor his level. Since he is moving alone, the other master are attacking Manhwa. The leader says his guess is correct and they are attacking two places simultaneously at once. It is in order to prevent one sect from fleeing if the other one falls. Since they know that their forces are divided, they must reinforce Manhwa and take them down one by one. As the Barbie launches an attack, the master blocks it easily, but the second attack causes a huge explosion of energy. With a serious tone, he tells him to follow his order. The confident trash says that even two wouldn't be enough to handle him, yet he thinks he can go alone against him. And he should already be aware of his level after the first strike. The leader is in a tough situation since his demonic energy far surpasses his internal energy. As he grips onto his sword, he realizes it's been a while since he has felt the possibility of losing his life. But he must hold him until the disciples evacuate. He releases his energy, saying that he must pay the price for underestimating the sword Zhongnan. The freak shouts, telling him to entertain him. The dogs are chasing the rabbits, in this case the Zhongnan disciples, as one barks, telling them not to escape. Hakwon expected a pursuit team, but they instantly started. He tells the disciples to keep running and not look back until he hold them off. All of a sudden, a huge wave of energies collide, gaining attention of everyone present at the SCE, and all he can do is pray that his master can hold it off. Moving to the Xinjiang mountain, Snakey is flying non-stop, but now he is exhausted. He was carried by our Chad, so he didn't realize how vast the place was. Because originally he was a snake, so he is not used to long-distance flying, so he hopes our Chad, who was having a beauty sleep, wakes up. Moving to Yeon-myeong, he wakes up wondering where he is and realizes that the leader's spell hit him. He wonders if it has been dispelled and asks Snakey how much time has passed. But gets shocked when he sees that it is the same place from his past life. He believes this is happening and it is impossible. A voice gains his attention, saying that since ancient times, sword techniques have focused on one of 7 principles as their ultimate goal: weight, speed, illusion, destruction, dispersion, singularity, sharpness. But that's the path chosen by ordinary people who couldn't grasp the ultimate principle from the start. It's because they can't handle the repulsive force inherent in the principle of strength. As a result, the world escapes to principles like softness, but it's by confronting the repulsion with overwhelming force that one reaches the principle of ultimate strength. Our Chad remembers that this is a scene from the past, and if he is dreaming. Because he is seeing his master again and wonders if he unconsciously longed for those days with his master. But he gets shocked and nervous as his master call him out, telling him why he is watching him like a thief when he is training. And how he managed to get here. If he fails to answer, he will cut him down. His master warns him that he will lose the head of his, but he is at a loss of words since this is not a dream. He is aware of our Chad and even conversing with him. Now he is confused if he has traveled to the real past or if it is just a memory. He tries to make up something by introducing himself, but before he could even finish, his master splits him in half. Saying that he asked how he got here, the simple strike was so strong that it split the place in half. But he is surprised that our managed to see through the sword techniques. For a moment our Chad forgot that his master has an eccentric personality, and doing that strike probably stimulated his competitive spirit. Our Chad thinks that he will show interest if he counters him with swordsmanship, but he is in trouble as he cannot find white snow. He is in deep trouble because he cannot white horn, moreover Snakey's either, which means he is still under the spell. As for his master, he laughs, telling Yeon-myeong that he grasped his sword path, so now he is see more of his skills. Moving back to the battle, Golden Barbie cannot believe it is taking him this long, and it's trickier than he has though. Praising him that he didn't become the sect leader just like that. But he cannot change his fate since Zhongnan will fall with his generation. The leader says that just because he has the upper hand, he is speaking so easily of annihilation and ending bloodlines. Old man says if he thinks sects disappears like dust, even if he falls, his sect will not crumble. He gets surprised as old man releases extreme amounts of energy. Even if one of his disciples, his sect will continue and he will give his life to stop him. This turd laughs as if he is a main character that says the old man has a strong spirit, so he has changed his mind. He will leave him just barely alive, then he will make him watch as he kills the Zhongnan disciples in front of his eyes. As they exchange moves, the old man gets overwhelmed, so he uses his secret art to launch multiple strikes, managing to create distance. But he continues to spam attack, and this time the 9-dragon demonic steel. As he continues to stop the attacks, he thinks he can hold on, but his body gives up. As he falls, he thinks to himself that by now the disciples of Zhongnan must have escaped. He has no regrets or last words to leave for his sect. His only regrets is for the sect leader of Manhwa, who he has words that are unsaid. In the past, they were known as the Shinchi Dragon and Phoenix and the top representatives of their sections. On the day of a friendly gathering, their eyes met by chance, and he fell for her at first sight. To impress her more, trained relentlessly until the next gathering. He researched shops she liked in Shanxi and rewrote love letters to express his feelings. However, at the next gathering something unexpected happened. She has broken the arms and legs of all Zhongnan disciples named Hack. Her rampage had not stopped and tried to attack him, but she was exhausted after battling so many people. So it was not difficult for him to handle her. He tried to find reason behind her sudden actions. Because of peer pressure from the turds getting beaten up, they want him to avenge them. So he could not ignore the martial brothers' cries, so he too broke arm and legs of the Manhwa sect named disciples. So the friendly exchange between both his sects split apart. Later he learns that the reason for her going berserk was because his martial brothers harassed her. Along with feeling sorry for her, he felt ashamed of his sect. He wanted to clear up their misunderstandings, but the relationship between the sects has already become irreparable. When he was destined to become the next sect leader, he wanted to change the current Zhongnan sect. More than honing martial arts, he wanted them to emphasize courtesy and respect, so that Manhwa could look at them differently, and at that time he could face her again. Since then it has been decades he has made this decision. As his eyesight starts to fade, he says that he should have apologized regardless of the sect's reputation and position. As Turd was about to finish him off, he gets shocked when he sees Plum Blossoms. The attack was so strong that it managed to injure him. He is confused as to how she is here since they sent 2 Fire Realm Masters there. It's none other than Ok-yun. Even if she is old, she is a fine specimen. Seeing her, the old man gets shocked and she smirks. Turd asks her it is strange because they sent troops to Mount Hua as well, so he cannot understand how she is here. She cannot hold her anger as she tells him that she is trying to have a long overdue conversation with the old man, asking him if his parents didn't teach him any manners, so for someone lacking manners she will need to beat some manner into him. In a flashback we see that when the 2 dandies attack the Manhwa sect, Yun tells them that they barely been in Shanxi for a few years, yet they are trying to eliminate major sections, roasting them by saying that scraps under the heavenly pervert have given them confidence. She asks them if they are trying to wage a war with the righteous martial arts world. One of them tells them that a war is already underway, and since they are behind on information, he tells them that their lord has annihilated Shaolin. Hearing this, he gets shocked because he is heading towards Shanxi, but the bigger problem is that if they compare history, Shaolin has been the foundation of martial arts. The troops they have sent will be of no use since it is late. They say that since their lord is coming this way, it's best for them to clear the way as his subordinates. He then says that the things might have ended in Zhongnan by now. Hearing this, Yun is shocked and asks if they have resources for that. He says that the Golden Elder who personally guards their lord has gone. This is the first time we know that Golden Barbie is a girl. Her martial art is far beyond what they can compare to. As they says that Zhongnan might end before Mount Hua. Hearing this, she cannot control her anger, gritting her teeth. She tells her allies that she doesn't have the comfort of being stubborn right now, so she has no choice but to leave this place. Hearing this, one of the turd jumps in like a fool, but green hair blocks the attack, saying they cannot question the sect leader, telling her to leave it to them. She apologizes to Yang, saying that she wasted time with her needless stubbornness and now she has to burden the situation to her. He tells his sitter to not worry since he knows why she is doing this. Hearing this, she gets pissed but says that she is counting on him. As an intense battle begins between them, she rushes towards Zhongnan. Moving to the present, she explains the situation and says that she has a lot to say to the old man, so she wants her to just shut up and take a beating. She tells Yun that the purple energy on her face less from the violet mist divine technique. Asking him if she is the Mount Hua sect leader, she asks her why she is saying this and if the thought of a female sect leader beating her is a problem. I thinks there is a problem with the translation, so I will keep this Barbie as a man. Hearing her way of talking, he is extremely pissed because she is showing this much impudence even after seeing the state of the Swordmaster. But since she has a way with words, she says that the real impudence is his ugly face that cannot even shows his face proudly. A horse reaches the scene asking the turd if he is alright. Seeing him, he gets shocked, but Yun won't give him a breather. As she launches the 24 plum blossom sword technique, he ran towards her after seeing the purple energy, thinking if the Manhwa sect has sent reinforcements. Seeing him, she launches multiple strong attacks. As he jumps in front of the attack, the wide range attack was so wide that old man asks her if she is planning to cut her down as well. She tells him to keep quiet, telling him if she cannot handle her true chi at this age, telling him to not create a fuss when she didn't even touch him. Although the Barbie managed to block the attack, he curses her, telling her how she has the audacity to attack him. She says that he must be the Hua family's young master. Before coming here, she met some Zhongnan members heading towards Mount Hua. They told her that the glory for annihilating Mount Hua and Zhongnan belongs to the young master. She says there is no need for the Lord's personal guard to go this far and asks if they are in love. Hearing this, she gets shocked, saying that she will make sure that she cannot speak such nonsense. As she goes Super Saiyan to Barbie. She says the one speaking nonsense is she poked a little and now everyone knows he is the Lord's son. She says that if she kills him, the Lord will hold him responsible for this and he will die. And this is going to be fun, as this turd shouts, saying how she can claim to be righteous people. She says he has no right to call her cowards when they split their forces in half, and now everything they said has revealed their weakness. She asks him to not talk about principles since they launched a surprise attack. As her words got this ant pissed, he charges towards him, but a strong sword blocks the attack and launches the counterattack. She asks him why he is stepping forward when he has yet to recovered. He thanks her for buying time, but he can move at least. He says he cannot be a burden to a lady, no matter how old he becomes, love is forever young. She rushes towards the young master, telling old man that if he was young she would have beaten him senseless. The turd is now in a tough position because without the plum blossom goddess not blocking, he could eliminate old man easily. But the young master alone will never be able to block Yun's attack, but she launches a strike which the turd blocks, but in the process gets injured. To create distance, he goes berserk, and she says that targeting the young master was the right answer. He says if this is drag out it will be extremely disadvantageous to him. He tells the young master that they should retreat for now. Hearing this, he gets shocked since with his skills it's within his reach. He tells her that his priority is the main thing and then admits his defeat, but warns them that once his lord reaches this place they will regret not dying by his hands. Hearing this, she wants to behead the kid, but old man stops her. She asks him why he is blocking her as they run away. He says that boy is their weakness, and if she actually killed him, he would have fought till death. With their combined attack they could take him on, but he has injured his leg which is holding him back. He tells her to not worry and he will recover with his greater circulation. Seeing this, she sighs, saying that it's all bravado. As she picks him up, she can if he can even walk properly, and the man called the Dragon of Shangxi is past his prime. Hearing this, he asks her she didn't need to bring back the past and thanks her, then apologizes, and she says that it is not really for Zognan but for the righteousness of their sect. He says besides this, he asks her what happened on the day and the friendly match long ago. He wanted to apologize for that day, but he can say sorry before he can die. She says she remembers everything and wants to break their legs one more time. Hearing this, he asks just what his disciple did to her, and she says that it's not much but very embarrassing. He wonders to himself what they did. They read aloud the love letter she wrote for him and teased them mercilessly. The old man says that it is certainly something embarrassing, then says he spent one night writing one himself. Then realizes what it means, but she ignores him and picks him up, saying that he will use lightness techniques. As they continue to fly, he wants to know more about the love letter. This part starts at the Manhwa sect, where a huge battle is going on, and as always all side characters in this story are useless. One of the bearded turds punches our weakling and he instantly spills blood. Seeing him getting hit, Yang turns around asking him if he is alright. Taking opportunity of this, the second turd asks him why he is being so reckless. As he attacks him, he tells him that his enemy is right in front of him. Yang thinks to himself that their level far exceeds his expectations, and this is beyond what the green-haired turd who just entered the fire realm can handle. Even the other disciple are being pushed back. If this war were to continue, their side will suffer greater losses. He prays that he stays alive at least. Moving back to him, he is glad that he is at least alive. He reached the fire realm at the age of 20, so he thought he had talent equal to the Black Death Alliance leader or the Heavenly Pervert. This dude had some serious daydreaming problem. But now he understands the look of doubt his senior brother showed him. His lack of real combat experience made a bigger difference than he had thought. As they are overpowering him, the aura exuding musclehead tells this turd that for his age he is not bad, but he is lacking experience. But he will have no more chances to show his skill, as this Temu Hulk jumps in the sky trying to squash him. But he gets surprised when he manages to do a donkey roll, barely escaping. He mocks him saying he is a loser and has no shame that is pitiful to live, then proceeds to call him an insect. Hearing this, the tone make him even angrier. He says that this time he will make sure to finish him off. But he notices the ground trembling. Seeing this, the enemy cannot figure out just what is happening. It's as Hakwon as he tells him people that a group of evil is right in front of them, so they must help Manhwa eradicate them. As the Zhongnan sect people charge towards the enemy, the two nobodies are nervous as to why they are here. Wondering if the golden turd has fallen, which is beyond common sense. Seeing their arrival, OK Young thinks that it is a dramatic indeed, asking them where they are looking. That's when they realizes that they lost focus for a moment, because of the Zhongnan. Taking opportunity of this, our crew attack they and manages to injure them severely. With the involvement of the Zhongnan sect, the tide of the battle turned around. The Flame King and Demonic Fist suffered critical injuries and choose to retreat. This was the first victory from the Orthodox Murim, after a string of losses against the demonic forces. After they are done with the battle, everyone is shocked as someone tells them to inflict critical wounds on Fire Realm monsters, praising them that they have played a great role. It's Yang as she praises her disciple because this is her first real battle and he did well. As for Swordmaster, he is dying out of embarrassment, but she is confused why they have been staring at her like this. Man, this is so wholesome, as her disciple tell her that it's obvious that they would not look at her. As they sit for a meeting, she starts summarizing the situation. Currently the Heavenly Pervert is on his way to Shanxi after annihilating Shaolin. Although they have driven them out, they have suffered severe losses. Moreover, they don't know just how many Fire Realm monster they have under him, besides the known demon masters of the three demonic families. Especially that golden turd, as he managed to force them to retreat by taking the turd's son hostage. If they had fought till the end, neither of them would have returned unscathed. Hearing that, they are shocked as Greena thinks to himself that it's unbelievable to hear such things from her master's skills. It's a shocking matter because he fought on par with two peak Fire Realm masters at the same time. They only bought time for some time and the situation is not looking good, so they will quickly regroup and invade again as quickly as possible. If the possibility that the Heavenly Pervert were to join them, it would be impossible for them to stop with them with their power alone. Old Man says that after much deliberation with his waifu, they have reached a conclusion that Manhwa and Zhongnan must abandon Shangxi. Hearing this, everyone present is shocked as he continues telling that Shangxi is the very symbol of Manhwa and Zhongnan. However, the Demo Inc. forces have grown strong to the point that they alone cannot handle them. So right now their priority is to restore balance. So both Manhwa and Zhongnan must lend their strength to the Righteous Alliance. Beardo thinks that it is the best option, but he is worried about the commoners in Xi'an who have supported both sects in Shangxi. Yang says that they will take them all with them. It is no exaggeration to say that they exist because of them. They should still have time before they come back towards Xi'an. So they need to persuade them to evacuate before the enemy arrives. She orders OK Yang and Hakwon to go relay this information to the Righteous Alliance, while she and her disciple will go persuade the citizens. But OK Yang mocks her, saying if with her personality if she can persuade anyone. She asks this turd that he is upset because he ignored his words the other day. He tells her that him and Hakyun will go persuade the people, and for the alliance they will send a messenger pigeon. Hearing this, she is confused what she will do then. He tells her that for now she should tend to the sect leader's injuries and avoid beating him up. Hearing this, she gets mad. The next day we move to the Righteous Alliance camp in Jushan. The letter states that after the battle with the Hua family, Manhwa and Zhongnan, so they has announced their intention to leave Shangxi and join the Righteous Alliance. Barbie is stoked because two major sects are joining them, and it's possible that their messenger managed to persuade them well. Moreover, they managed to repel the golden turd and even dealt a blow to the Hua family. Because of this, it should greatly reduce the demonic force's strength in Shaanxi. However, they don't have time to check on Shaanxi, so they will need to do something about Shaolin's situation. If the Shaolin monks who have joined the alliance learn the truth, their morale will plummet since they cannot keep this hidden forever either. The burden on his shoulder is deeply heavy as he wonders where the alliance leader is. Moving to our forgotten main character, he tells our half-dead Yeon-myeong that he has some expectations, since he turned out to be nothing special. He thinks it's a waste of time, but seriously they are stretching this too much. He turns around as Yeon-myeong says that it doesn't seem like reality. As our Chad uses the sky-covering sword, all without actually using a sword. As he tells his fake master that his real attack are more painful than this. He is shocked because his body and inner chi have been constantly recovering completely since earlier. Which cannot be normal, so the strain must be affecting his real body. As his fake master gets up, he thinks that he has never won a duel with his master when he was alive. By the time he was confident he has surpassed him, he had already passed away. He thinks it is nice to see his face again, but his smile still scares him. As his master laughs, he says that if this is the wall he has to overcome to get out of here, he should show his disciple who has already surpassed him. Finally managed to get rid of the copyright claims, this part starts in the practice area all silent. When all of a sudden huge wave of energy raises through the area. Our Chad is getting overwhelmed, since he has no weapon. He is using his internal energy to manifest swords. Using them he offsets his attacks, but a follow-up attack causes his to move places as he thinks to himself that a simple dragon scale fragment is not enough to inflict damage on his master. As he rushes from one place to another, right now he is fighting using pure internal energy since he has no access to white snow and feather needles. To inflict damage, the best option is to use the myriad heaven flower rain, as such he aggressively charges towards him. Then uses shadow step to create a facade. He is thinking of using the dragon scale principle to solidify energy to create a foothold and change direction. Although it consumes a bit of internal energy, but if he tries condensing and solidifying the energy fragments before they scatter. With the sword he charged towards old man. Although he blocks it, he seems excited. Although the sword is good, it is not as good as white snow imbued with spiritual energy. Still it is enough. As they exchange sword, the surrounding turn into dust. Yeon-myeong manages to catch him off guard, and using extreme annihilation he lands a heavy blow. This makes a gap in his shoulder as our Chad says he paid him back for cutting his shoulder. As they create distance, our Chad is confused, then goes serious because his master is laughing since he is not an ordinary human. As he makes a poker face, old man says that it was a magnificent strike. And they are few in this world who could display such swordsmanship. But from the wound a little girl asks him why even with this much power he couldn't save her. The dark creepy thing says why he watched as she burned, and hearing all this he remembers what had happened. He grips onto his sword tightly, saying himself that he must not waver since all of this is not reality. The creep doll asks him if he is going to kill her with the sword, like all the people he did behind him. Behind our Chad, all the people he has killed is surfacing. As they continue to curse him, he grabs onto his sword and instantly raises them to the ground. He convinces himself that all of this is just memories of the past. But more of them latch onto him, telling him he feels no responsibility for all those he has killed. He killed them without hesitation and didn't understand the reason behind the battle, sometime even when he knew he turned an eye for his own sake while wielding his sword. He should not look away, as it is the weight of the resentment from those he has killed. What is dragging his feet is the swap of doubt, guilt, and arrogance he has created himself. And all of this is within his heart demon. This is so detailed, unlike most manhwas. As they drag him under the swap, our Chad also realizes that all his action was wrong. Recalling his life memories, he has solved everything with force. In both his live he has never learned or though of any other way. This is peak character development. He planned to live his second life ordinarily, yet he is still floundering in the river of blood. Despite getting another shot in life, he is still not aware of his past life. He remembers that Snaky told him that him thinking of living ordinarily is not possible, because someone with talent like him must have a reason behind it. That's when he realizes something and his hand comes out of the swap, shocking the creep doll as a huge fluctuation of energy blasts through the swap. As he has released himself from it, he tells them that there is too many he wanted in ordinary life. So he tried to remove obstacles, but at some point connection took root around him. He was alone in his last life, but this life he has friendships, got to teach others and lead them, make friends and feel affection towards a woman. As the creep doll turns into Chucky, he says that he is aware of his past life, but he must protect his connection. As the sword remanifests itself, he says that he has decided that these connections are a reason for his life. It won't matter even if he thinks it's a deception towards those who have fallen, since he is going to leave this place no matter what. Hak Yun and his buddy visit the nearby villages and inform the civilians about the current situation in Sichuan. They warn that after destroying Shaolin, demonic force were coming to eliminate Manhwa and Zhongnan sect as well. And as of today, all of the Shaanxi had been engulfed in the flames of war. While ordinary conflicts between martial sects don't harm civilians, it's a different story when demonic forces are involved. As such a progression of refugees formed and soon Xian witnessed a large-scale refugee exodus ever seen. To ensure the procession wasn't blocked by wild animals or bandits, Hakun, Okayang, and Chong Myong stood at the front. Hakyu and Okayun took charge at the rear, in case of possible pursuit by demonic forces. Yun asks Old Man where they are going, since they can't take the entire refugee procession to Zhuxian Mountain where the Righteous Alliance forces are stationed. He says that they will all move together within Shaanxi, then go to Zhuxian Mountain. Then they plan to send the refugees to Sichuan under Hakyu's leadership. Since Sichuan is the safest place in the Central Plains with the Tang family and the Righteous Alliance there. Since it will guarantee the safety of the refugees, Yun adds that Thu will be fortunate enough if they don't get ambushed on the way. Hearing this, he tells her to not say ominous things. She asks him that there was something strange about the man called Golden Spirit. But Old Man doesn't understand it, so she tells him to not give it mind. She thinks to herself that for being the Lord's son he was excessively ordinary. Wondering if there was any need to overprotect such a being to that extent. It is a worthless act and chosen by the logic of demonic forces, and relationship seems too emotional to be just a guard. Moving back to Sichuan, someone is practicing martial art. Someone handed her the technique called cold poison ice crystal cultivation technique. It's a cultivation technique created when the Tang family was exchanging knowledge with the Ice Palace. My wife says that those with the Nining constitution have difficulty learning ordinary martial arts. But they're actually optimized for learning ice techniques. In other words, this cultivation technique is meaningless to those without the Nining constitution. That's why it wasn't destroyed even during the Dark Lord of Destruction's invasion back then. As Mirio practiced the art, she realizes that it's a cultivation technique that would harm oneself if learned with an ordinary body. She thinks to herself that why the Dark Lord of Destruction didn't pay attention to such arts, but it's extremely precious to her, so she must practice diligently. My wife thinks to herself that fate is truly mysterious. That among the many martial arts lost that day, the remaining one would be helpful to that child. That's when she remembers that 17 years ago the heavenly pervert finished of the family had her father. She heard him saying that if it is the Lord's will, after that he retreated. Now that she thinks about it, she wonders if it was really the Dark Lord of Destruction, but it is actually Goldie. Moving to Goldie, who had treated, all of them failed and are in front of the Lord. The young master hides behind the tree, telling himself that the Dark Lord of Destruction is his father. He is too ashamed to meet him since they lost to both Manhwa and Zhongnan. Goldie apologizes, telling the Lord that due to his carelessness, they failed to achieve victory in Shaanxi. In that case, he gladly accept any punishment. The pervert uses his eyes to look through the forest straight towards the couple, and they also sense it instantly. He can easily see them as his pupil reflects it. Then he orders Sliver Mask to go to Guizhou and prepare for the expedition. He follows the order and he tells them that he will handle the situation in Shaanxi, and the opportunity will belong to the Higua family. Goldie asks the Lord to give him another chance, and he will surely take down both sections. He gets shocked when the Lord says that it is the second time he has failed. 17 years ago, he invaded the Tang family. He also trusted only in his own abilities, and took only a small force and failed to bring down the Tang family. He forgave generously at that time. Also, the Black Death Alliance leader ruling Sichuan was wary of them and make a move. But now, with the Black Death Alliance leader gone, he has repeated his recklessness mistake. So there is no reason for him to give him another chance. He announces that as of this moment the Hua family will be excluded from the succession competition. That when the useless son stops him, greeting him and tells him that he is the young master, and he is his son. Goldie gets nervous as the blabber dog says that he is responsible for the defeat, because he became a weakness in the battle. With the sect leaders, Golden Spirit had to retreat. Then this dumb turd tells him to not ignore Goldie's requests. The Lord gets pissed saying that he stopped him for such a stupid reason. Since all of the responsibility lies within him, then he must pay the price. As an attack is aimed towards him, he can't even react, yet Goldie blocks the strike, falling to the ground. The Lord says that it is dreadful to die like this, since he raised him as his shadow all this time, only for him to give his life for mere affection. But there is nothing he can say as he walks away, saying that parents bear the sins of their children. Dumb kid cries saying that he is not of the Lord's bloodline and Goldie is his father. As Goldie lies lifelessly, we see a flashback where two kids are being adopted by the Lord as they will be his honor guards. There were many children S0LD to the heavenly demon sect to obtain divine pills. Among them, the twins were chosen by the young sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. And under his support, they received demonic manuals and spirit medicines, reaching the realm of extreme demon. And wearing gold and silver masks respectively, they became the young sect leader's honor guard. As shadows they took down those who blocked his path, and acted on his stead, and one day he ordered them to create an heir. He tells them to make the daughters of the families that have surrendered to them bear the seed that will succeed him. It was an incomparable order, to suddenly seek an heir through his honor guards. But it was the order of the one who would become the sky of the demonic path was absolute. So they couldn't question it. He also excluded personal feeling, which is simply an order. That's what he HD though. Until 10 months passed and he held a small lump of flesh in his hand, he developed feeling that a shadow should not have. Knowing he couldn't do anything made High want to call him out more desperately, his son. These were words he could never say in his entire life, but he kept this one promise that even if he becomes the Lord one day he will protect him until the end of his life. As he lies dead on the ground as rain showered the area. And this dumb turd cries with no words coming out. This part starts at the Gua family state. As he gets dressed, Sliver Mask says he must follow his lord. His wife says just how long are they keep going to wait. She heard that the Hua family held their departure ceremony if they were to achieve victory. Then their son would be out of succession without even a chance to compete. He says that he cannot do anything since it is the Lord's decision, but understands her impatience. Instead, this Riz Lord kisses her and says that he cherishes their son as much as she does, so she should wait a little longer and he will find a way. As Silver Mask rushes towards the Gua family, he is happy that Goldie has failed, and thanks to that an opportunity has arisen. This dumb turd is going to deploy all forces and attack Sichuan, which is the Righteous Alliance main base. Since most of the Righteous Alliance forces are at Mount Jusian, so reinforcements will be slow. If they take down the Tang family, the position of the next lord will belong to his son. Moving back to the squad, they are splitting and one of them will escort the civilians to Sichuan, then later they will meet again at Mount Jusian. As they depart with extreme speed, Yun asks Old Man if Hakwun would be alright alone. And he might get ambushed leading that many people. He says that Goldie and the Hua family has suffered serious internal injuries. So they need time to regroup, and in the meantime they will get away in the meantime. But they freeze instantly the moment the pervert is gazing at them through the sky. Just sensing the energy, all four of them stop, unable to move, realizing that what they felt earlier was not imagination and someone has been tailing them, and whoever it is, they are extremely powerful. A voice tells them that they have been too late to move separately after all this time. Old Man understands that the person standing before them is the Lord just by his demonic energy. He says he was getting bored waiting and almost dozed off. Yun is shocked that he reached Shanxi much faster than them and even predicted their route and got ahead to wait. As for the twerp, he cannot even fathom just how strong he is, then he proceeds to laugh because he was delusional to think that they were on the same level. Old Man knows instinctively that even if all of them attack together they will die. Old Man thinks that he must focus on getting at least one person alive, so he must buy time for them to flee even if he has to sacrifice himself. The pervert says that the civilians are headed towards Sichuan, but he has no interest in them. What he cares about is them who will join the righteous forces at Mount Jusian. He completely figured out their plan. Old Man thinks that he know about the groups heading towards Sichuan. It is as if he can see them with his eyes.
That means his energy sense has developed enough to encompass all of Shaanxi. He thought of killing them, but he has changed his mind. For now he will spare their lives. Hearing this, old man asks what their scheme is. He says that there is nothing like this. Killing them here and then going to slaughter the civilians would take as long as drinking a tea. He gets behind old man, saying there is no need to go that way since he doesn't kill people for no reason. All of them couldn't even process when he got there. Pervert says that no matter how much they struggle, if he puts his mind into it, establishing demonic order in the Central Plains wouldn't take more than 2 weeks. But that wouldn't be fun since one has to fight with a feel of satisfaction. For that very reason he postponed the fight with the Black Death Alliance leader, since both of them wanted to fight each other once they reached their absolute peak. But he got to know that he was killed by some brat who is the leader of the Righteous Alliance, so he will have to create entertainment using our Chad, unknown to him that he uses the techniques of our Chad. For that reason he will keep only the elites from both sides alive, whether they're righteous sect members or demonic path followers. He doesn't need those who drag down their alliances. From that perspective they have proven their worth. He will spare them, but they must not take a singed step out of Shaanxi. If he sees in movement he will kill them. Yun cannot believe he is just letting them leave, and old man says it doesn't seem like an empty threat. Yun asks OK Yang is he is not going to do anything. He is someone who has met both Yeon-myeong and the Dark Lord Destruction. Asking him if our Chad has any chances of winning against him, he instantly says that our Chad has skills that is too difficult to even gauge. But he cannot assure his victory if they were to have a fight. All of a sudden the turd stops, saying that ending them all 4 of them away be a bit excessive. Anyway, that golden spirit stepping forward recklessly only to die by his hands. Hearing this, the two cannot believe that he killed such a strong subordinate with his own hands. He then says he must balance the numbers, so he should cut 1 person at least. He launches an attack towards Yun, which old man blocked, as his sword shatters and he falls to the ground, telling her to not follow soon. As he dies, the turd says that it's touching since both sides took a blade for each other. This leaves some weariness and they shouldn't leave Shaanxi and wait quietly. Yun pick up his body, telling him he made such a decision. As she cries, she says she couldn't even respond to her apology. She says what she is supposed to do if he leaves like this. Now she had the opportunity to open up to each other. As she turns red, aura leaking from her body, she says she will kill the pervert no matter the cost. Moving to the Hwa family, the matriarch is running outside to see that her son is carrying Goldie on his arms. He asks his mother why she is grieving even though nothing happened to the Lord, so he asks her to tell the truth, wanting to know if he really is the son of the Lord. She explains to him that all of the young masters of the 3 families are none of the Lord's children. She says no one knows why the Lord didn't create his own successor directly. Even Golden Spirit didn't know the reason. In a flashback we see him telling her that 20 years of serving him, he gets the feeling that he exists alone in a different world. It might be that he won't do it, but that he cannot, and the Heavenly Lord views other humans as less than beasts. She says that's what they talked about the Lord. The turd asks her when she was him if he talked about him. He gets shocked when he hears that all he talked about was him. At first she was worried that he was just a child born from an order. But he told him that for his son he would even go against the Lord's command. That's when he remembers all the things Goldie did for him, and because of these tears won't stop dripping from his eyes. He had lived with the desire to gain recognition from a father he had never seen. Not that he looks back at it was foolish and shameful, not realizing he was by his side. She says that since they have fallen behind in the succession race, she supposes that this is the end of the Shaanxi as a demonic clan. As he cries, she says that whatever decision he makes from now on, the fact that he is her proud son will never change. He decides to take his leave as he gets super serious, unlike his past self. Moving to the Gua family, the lady is doing her makeup when someone barges into the room, shocking her. Her pupil get excited and she jumps over, calling Silver Mask darling. She says that since he came in person, if it is what she is thinking. He says that she is right and the time has finally come for the Gua family, so they now need the forces of the family to deploy. In the Righteous Alliance base, someone is telling Barbie that why he is ignoring his words. With Shaolin destroyed, there is now any part of Shaanxi remains unsatched, they would have already fallen victims. So they should go to Wuhan No and prepare to attack Pervert together with Wudong. Barbie says that they have lost communications with Shaanxi forces that were supposed to come.
Hearing this, he laughs as such. Barbie with a serious tone tells him that he finds this situation amusing, asking him if this is good news that they have lost contact with their allies. He says that he doesn't mean it that way. Barbie says that he wants to go to Wuhan so they can ensure that the alliance forces survive regardless of what happens to the sections. Hearing this, he gets pissed, telling him to watch him words or he won't tolerate further insults. This turd is releasing killing intent without any hesitation, as he wonders if they can really trust this person. If our Chad was here, he would have discipled this rabid dog. Shifting to another scene, we see that Barbie had to tell the monks that Shaolin had been annihilated. He says that given the situation in Shanxi they couldn't provide support. He apologizes for delivering the news late. If they want to leave the alliance they may do so, since he has no right to keep them here, as he kneel apologizing for all this. One of them says how can he, their leader, bow his heads for the deeds the heavenly pervert has caused. They are already grateful that he has informed them and none of them is blaming him. So he should not worry and continue leading the alliance. They will personally resolve the resentment for the sect's destruction in the upcoming battle against the demonic forces. For their sake he cannot accept the proposal of the so-called Sword Saint. So he informs him that there will be no change in plans. This pisses him off and he says if they are not going there, then are they waiting at the mountain for? He says he has decided where they will advance since they just received a report from the forward scouts. The forces of the Gua family heading towards Sichuan, so they likely intend to strike their main camp while the alliance force are here at Zhuxian Mountain. The turd makes a point saying that they are abandoning Wuhan yet they want to go and defend Sichuan. He says that they are not so shameless and they are using the Gua family's deployment as an opportunity. They are going to attack Guizhou itself. Moving on to Qinghai, the village steward Archad met is in trouble, as bandits are residing in the Kunlun territory. Her wonders if he can handle them since he doesn't have much poison and feather darts left, wondering if he can handle these guys. He motivates him saying that he cannot die and must lead them to Sichuan. A turd says that he will start by killing 3 of them, but before they can even react Snaky enters the scene finishing all of them in an instant. The steward couldn't even react. He cannot believe that a dragon is heading towards the Central Plains. Snaky is flying at extreme speeds and he has reached the Central Plains. In about 2 days he should reach Sichuan. He remembers that the people he saw were familiar faces. That's when he notices something on his subspace as the pill is reacting. He wonders just what is happening to our Chad. Moving on to him, he is on equal grounds with his master. The voice says that he wants to leave this place, as if he could make up his mind and leave. His master says that he might have settled his resolve but he didn't succumb his heart demon. As they collide swords they are equally matched, and their clashes are so strong that mountains are being raised instantly. The heart demon says how he even dreams of leaving this place, when his swordsmanship is useless here. But all of a sudden he starts overpowering old and shocking him. He falls to the ground and the old man says that Archad's aura has changed for some reason. Before he could even react he lands another strike with extreme force. He laughs saying if he wants to see this through, but Yeon-myeong is focused. The sword strike he had brought down has no form, no technique and no path. It was a single strike imbued only with pure intent. In a state of non-self it's headed towards a single path. The old man thinks if it is the ultimate strike as such he finished the heart demon off. It laughs saying that there is no more wavering in his heart. But it is not over yet even if he faces karma directly and see himself, and a heart demon isn't something so simple to overcome. That's when he get injured, shocking him because the technique that fills up everything visible with energy, imbued with the intent of the flower rain of the sky. As such the technique replaces his master. The heart demon has grasped the essence of the flower rain. That's when a huge wave of energy replaces it, shocking Archad as one thought was over and another appeared. And using the essence of the technique it takes the form of his ancestor, the invisible guest. In the south of Shanxi they have buried old man and Yang tells Yun that they must leave for now. With pure intent she says it time to attack the heavenly pervert, but he tell her to stop talking nonsense. Since they barely made it out alive. She says him sparing their lives were momentarily, so rather than being played she would die on her own terms. He tells her to get a grip on herself and not let the old man's sacrifice go in vain. They should for now escape, but looking at her, she is not someone prepared to die, it is the empty gaze of someone who has nothing left to lose. That when someone enters the scene gasping, saying that he is a messenger sent on a secret mission from the Hua family of Shangxi. Hearing this, they confirm if he ID from the Shangxi Hua family, so he must be from the demon sect. Green Face says that seeing him alone he must not be lying, but he cannot understand what the Hua family was thinking sending him here. He says that he is just a low-ranking member, so he doesn't know the details. He was ordered to inform them that they must leave Shangxi immediately. Moving to another place, the turd tells the pervert that they must atone for the damage done to Manhwa and Zhongnan by standing against the Dark Lord of Destruction. Guess the boy turned into a man. The turd says that he came here because he sensed a large demonic energy movement from the Hua family. He asks them why they are doing here, since he made it clear that the Hua family no longer has any chances. They are doing things without his orders, and if they want to earn merits this way they should forget about it. The man, that's what we are going to call him, he asks the turd to explain the significance of the succession struggle. And if this is to succeed high as the Lord's son and the master of the demonic path. He sighs, saying that he is continuing to waste his time, but he is a good mood, so he will tell him. The Dark Lord of Destruction is merely a tool to establish a foothold for the heavenly demon divine cult's advance into the Central Plains. He is originally the young sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. When the demonic world order is established, he will return to that position as the master of the demonic path. But sorry to him, our Chad annihilated the entire sect unaware to him. Anyways, he says that after that he would need someone to manage the Dark Lord of Destruction left in the Central Plains. In other words, it's a competition to select the governor of the Central Plains for the cult. He asks the man is this is enough, but with an angered look he asks him why he played this children ploy to begin with. He says that the answer seems sufficient, so they should get lost now. The man tells him if the answer why he deceived them, then, hearing this, he says to use his brain a little. It provided justification for assigning the demon elders. He says that if he did not make this play there was no chance that Flower Realm Masters would have faithfully played the role of dogs under someone as ordinary as him. The man says that he is glad someone like him is not his father. Thanks to that his heart has gotten lighter. Then he proceeds to say that earlier when he asked where he was leading all these troops, he was here to avenge his father. Hearing this he laughs, saying that at this rate the Hua family of Shangxi will lose everything. But he cannot understand the fact that the two flower stage demons are going along with it. They respond to him that they are disappointed, despite serving the Lord faithfully over a decade. They are discarded without mercy when deemed unnecessary, and he deceives his subordinates to manipulate them. So they cannot just follow someone who feels no remorse. One of the demons says that until now he has walked the path of demons with pride, but today he trembles with rage at his own foolishness. Hearing this, the turd says that he came to the demon path seeking power, yet he is taking about righteousness. He thinks something is wrong since all of his subordinates have gone wrong in the head. He thought they would be useful for longer, but it cannot be helped. As he releases killing intent, he says that now he has no choice but to kill them all together. He says that before the sun sets the Hua family will be annihilated. The intent is so strong that just by standing in front of him, yet he feels like he is being devoured. The pressure is overwhelming, but the masters tells him to keep his composure. Even if they are fully prepared they cannot do anything against the Lord, but they cannot forget their purpose. In a flashback we see that he telling the masters that he has lost the succession race and he is not even the Lord's child either. So they don't have to show courtesy towards him. They will aim to not dishearten him, since he failed the succession race, since their bond as master and student will remain, so he asks them even if they will follow him even if he goes against the Lord. Although someone like him would never reach the Lord, but he cannot just sit idly after witnessing his father's death. Even if he can cause the slightest disruption to the Lord's long-cherished wish, so he will risk everything to obstruct him. Hearing this they say that if it is his will they will follow him even if it means death. Moving to the present, he is happy that there are at least people who trust and follow behind him. He says that they are about to start a fight with no chance of winning. He is grateful that they choose to follow him despite knowing all this. Since he has now become a man, he says that the Hua family will not live under the protection of the Lord, even if history records his decision as foolish. He would rather die than live a life with false bloodline, so he orders them to become fools like him, all charging towards him. Moving to the other side, the squad is informed that an internal strife has began. Okay, Yang thinks that if it is true, then it is the perfect time to make a move. Yun says that it is great news, that the demon turds bear fighting among themselves. She has lost her mind as she draws her sword, saying that in the chaos she will find an opening and finish the turd that invaded Manhwa and Zhongnan. Then she moves towards the messenger and asks Hai if he was there during the invasion of the Manhwa with a black cold stare. OK Yang had enough of his sister and slaps her directly on the face. He says that if she will kill someone that even 4 Fire Realm Masters don't dare to face with a sneak attack. As for the sneak attack, he says that is a stupid idea, since by the time they arrive, everyone from the Manhwa family would have been annihilated by the pervert. She asks him what they should do then, since she lost him right in front of her eyes. She grabs him by the collar and asks him about her revenge, and if he's saying she doesn't have the right to have her revenge just because she is weaker than him. Hearing this, OK Yang tells her to look at her feet. Looking down, she sees the old man's broken sword. He says that they are the only one that can take care of his belongings. He says that if they die there will be no one to carry his will, so what they need to do right now is not revenge. To ensure his sacrifice was not in vain and to honor his will, they must survive till the end. Hearing this, she is having a hard time controlling her tears. Moving to his disciple, he is at a loss of words, so he tells the sobbing minion if he is going to go along with them. She apologizes to old man, and says that when the war is over she will make sure to give him a proper burial, so that everyone from Manhwa and Zhongnan can remember him. We move on to the other side of the story, and it's not our Chad. Everyone from the Manhwa family has been slain, and the turd says that even after all of them attacking together, this is all they could amount to. At the moment he grabs the man by his neck, and tells him that he cannot understand, as he told him that from the beginning that they cannot draw a single drop of blood from him. And all he did is pile up meaningless corpses. Even if they did nothing, they could have at least prolonged their lives. That's when he realizes that something is wrong. The man is laughing crazily, telling him to use the great ability of his figure it out. Hearing this, he uses his ability to figure out that the Manhwa turds have disappeared from his energy detection range. He asks the man if he really threw away all this life just for the enemies to escape. Even in his dying moment he says that his enemy is right in front of him, although they couldn't inflict a single scratch on him. Before he could continue talking, he uses his aura to punch his gut instantly, saying that he is foolish to think such a thing will harm his action. But he will praise him that he was not just a fool. It would have been better if he showed this sight in front of Manhwa and Zhongnan. As he falls to the ground, he says that it was entertaining and that he will watch it from the afterlife how useless his defiance was. And he will personally show him that all of the central planes will realizes it. Moving back to the other side, we see the messenger telling them to not go to Zhuanshan Mountain, elaborating that there is someone called Silver Wolf who guards the Lord alongside Goldie. He was ordered to lead the Gua family army and attack the Tang family and destroy the Righteous Alliance. Hearing this, they are in a tight spot as he continues to explain that by now their army should have learned about this and withdrawn from Sichuan. So they might cross paths with them on the way. Since he is done with his orders, he take his leave. Afterwards, as they were running towards Sichuan, Yun cannot understand why the Guizhou forces are moving now. So she wonders if the Lord is really thinking this as entertainment. Yang thinks that this is fortunate for them, because if the 3 demonic families and the Dark Lord of Destruction had moved at full force simultaneously, the righteous factions would have already been annihilated. That's when they notice something. Yang thinks that the movement is unusual, and it is like they have a will of their own. Yun wonders how many people on Earth can do something like this, since the pervert is currently looking for them. He is manipulating the flow of the clouds to look for them. Currently his level has gone beyond martial arts. She tells them to speed up, or else he might just locate them. As a huge dragon with glowing eyes manifests itself. Moving to the Righteous Alliance, Yanjiang is exhausted because she has to make reports on outer patrols and internal maintenance along with her training. Since she is the actual military commander and temporary chief of administration. His uncle's communication has been cut for a week, and there is no news from our Chad, which is frustrating. As she misses him, she prays that nothing bad happened to our sleeping Barbie. That when some guy enters the scene telling her that she has been working hard, he then tells her that he has bought some snacks and offers some for her. As she stuffs her mouth in them, saying the guy that she is going to live thanks to the section leader. He tells her that she has been pushing herself too much and he is worried about her health. Dude has no chance, but sleeping Barbie will not be available for more new chapters. as he suggests her some methods to offload the work. Hearing this, she says that she is fine, since this is nothing compared to the ones who went to the battlefield. They have this dumb filler talk. I can go on writing this, so just imagine them talking about the same thing again. That's when a voice shocks them, telling them he hates to ruin the mood, but the news is very urgent. As the busybody is daydreaming, one-armed Chad says that the Gua family troops are heading towards Sichuan. This shocked them very much, as he informs that they grew, turning every place they pass into wastelands. Moving to them, the army is walking through a village all burned out, and the sadistic young Master Gui turd is enjoying this chaos. Now we even need to know his backstory. Back at him, he had to live an ascetic life due to his surveillance, and the dignity befitting his status. That's when a voice tells the troop that morale is important in war. Since they can liberate themselves here, as this sadistic is going crazy, for the next 2 hours he commands the troops that he will be closing his eyes for 2 hours. In that time he won't give any punishment taken against civilians, they can kill as much as they want. Silverturd seeing this thinks that they are wast 5 too much time, but the one on the horse says that he is too concerned. This weirdo says that looting in war is necessary, so they can afford to waste this much time. This guy is the great elder of the Gua family, the great spear king. He then says that a virtuous general knows how to loosen discipline appropriately rather than tightening it too much. This turd had entered the demonic path but was originally a military general. This guy is close to a soldier than a martial artist, after the pervert saved him when he fell into demonic darkness. He then joined him, and since then he has been helping the Gua family. But his word and action has a different kind of darkness that make him feel uneasy. As he wickedly laughs, he says that despite all this his skill are excellent, so for now all he can do is watch. A messenger bird arrives and the man reads the letter, and his smile instantly fades away. Silverturd asks him if this is serious. He tells Silverturd that it is too late to defend, so they are attacking their main base to make them retreat. He thinks that this is a good strategy, and all of this is going according to the predictions. In the letter she said that as per the elder's advice, they have withdrawn all forces from the path to lure them into a false sense of security. As per the elder's advice, we've withdrawn all forces from the path to lure them into a false sense of security. They have requested support from the Fu Zhenlu family, securing a promise of several hundred troops. In particular, they say that Baek Sarayan of the Ice Snow faction, the Lu family's strongest force, is coming, as she's the strongest among the Lord's subordinates. Considering his actions towards the Hua family, the pervert will not intervene, and now it is just a matter of who beheads him first. She told Slivery Turd to not worry about her safety. He is impressed that even though it is planned it is a matter of life and death, yet she is composed. The turd says that since the madam has ordered, they will march forward and his son will achieve more merits. Silverturd also thinks that he is right. If they make a mistake here, they will end up like Hua family. He thinks they should hurry up and destroy the Tang family and the alliance base. He tells all of them to march forward, and on the other end our righteous minions are going to fight elephants. The purple turd sighs disappointed, telling him that just when things were about heat up. Since T6 Hay have eradicated the entire place, then one of the turds says that they captured several beautiful women. Among them he has hand-picked them himself, so he won't be disappointed, offering him to relieve the fatigue of the battle before they go. Purple Turd turns his crazy mode, saying that it would be impolite to disregard the sincerity of his subordinates. Then he laughs. That's when someone saying that the Grand Elder has sent a letter, telling him that the Righteous Alliance army is heading towards the Gua family's main family. This shocks him as he continues, saying that he has ordered him to attack on the Righteous Alliance's company. He confirms and says that it cannot be helped, so he won't let his desires cloud his judgment. Tells his minions to kill Therm since they are just baggage now. And her does so. As travel for longer times, we see Purple Turd sighing. He says that he should have indulged a little before. He is not dumb, as he thinks to himself that them hurrying will not change the outcome of the war. He then rethinks, since his mother is risking herself, so he must at least pretend to be diligent. So those around him end up acknowledging him. He says himself that it's not like he only has a day to live. That's when he sees a rope, and afterwards the horse is shocked, as from the ground whipping ropes with poisons. As the Tang family guards charge towards them, the purple tuns one of them into half. The warriors instantly became aware that even though they are first-rate warriors, to cut one of them so easily. So he must have at least reached the realms of supreme masters. As for the purple turd, he is pissed that they are using such a cowardly methods, asking them where they are from. That's when a voice tells him that it is truly shameless for him to talk about cowardice even though he is from the demonic clan. He is dazed and the voice says that considering the atrocities they have committed in Sichuan, it's regrettable that they didn't have time to prepare something worse for you. It's Yeon-myeong as she gives this longest speech and tells them that she will stop all of them. Instead of worrying about the outcome, he is tense that the moment he saw her his breath was taken away. Because his mother is a famous beauty in Guizhou, he has never lost composure to just any woman. Then his mouth starts foaming as he says that he wants her, elaborating then that since they are from the Righteous Alliance there is no need for them to hurry up.
Yeon-myeong is a little concerned since the Flower Realm Masters are not here.
So they must have gone towards the Tang family, although they have already sent them letter. This dumb Rox tells Yeon-myeong that she is truly beautiful and would like her to be his concubine. She thinks that he is truly disgusting to have thoughts like this in this critical time. Even if times were right, she would not want to tell him anything. Holding his spear, he says that he will take it slow, since the situation is not ideal. As he kills more of them, she tells everyone to prepare for battle. The demon turds also get ready for battle, although they are all still poisoned. Guess what his first command is? He orders them to capture the woman with the fan at all costs. The rest they can kill. After some time, even the sun has set and the Tang family members are almost out. Yeon-myeong is also injured as there is difference in their skills. They even used advanced troops, yet there is such a large difference. Especially the orange turd, as he is using his aura so well that he has even straightened his horse. He gets down saying that her assessment to challenge him in an open field backfire. He then goes back to his perverted behavior, saying that he will skip names and all that, since seeing her up close he is losing her mind, offering her to become his concubine. That's when the weak commander tries to charge towards him, but he gets stopped by two of the guards. As he is stopped by them, he tells our waifu that his patience is running out, but she is so savage. She tells him that someone as violent and brutal temperament has the confidence to court her like this, telling him to get lost since he is not even worth a dime in front of the person she likes. Hearing this, he rips a part of her clothes, telling her that he will use force now. He says that his companions are busy so they can take their time. He thinks it will be more entertaining. As for her, she wants our sleeping Barbie to help her. All of a sudden the entire area gets cold, snow falling from the sky. Purple Turd cannot understand since it is the wrong season. He notices some movement, but it is too fast for him to react, pushing him away. He cannot understand that it is a simple technique, yet the internal energy is tremendous. He wonders just who the person is, and not the sleeping Barbie says that she rushed here to check the situation. But it took her longer since she is not used to the movement technique yet. But she doesn't need to worry since senior waifu has arrived as the direct disciple of the Tang family head. As our waifu was cultivating, she sensed a presence and realized that is her mother-in-law and also her master, my wife. She in a serious tone tells her that she has to stop her mediation, since it is an urgent situation. She received an information that the Gua family forces have reached Sichuan. According to the intel, the army was split in two and one part is heading towards the Righteous Alliance and one is coming for the Tang family. Although they are short on manpower, but the alliance is in an even more bad situation since they have minimum personnel. So she asks her to go as reinforcement. Hearing this, she asks her if she is capable. More importantly, if the main forces her, she should stay, but she tells him to not worry about this place. Since they have formation masters from the J-Gal family, so although they might not win, they have a defensive advantage. She says that the one heading towards the Tang clan have two Fire Realm Master. As for the alliance, they is at maxa entry-level extreme demon. Although she doesn't want to force her, she should achieve victory and support the Tang family. Because she is someone more talented than she thinks. Yeon-myeong cannot believe that the last time she saw her they were on the same level, yet she has become this strong. But the horn dog is not worried about his life yet, he is appreciating her beauty. He orders them to capture her alive, but she use a cold poison ice technique. As it release a blizzard not affecting any of them, as they laugh, Yeon-myeong thinks they are done for. Purple Turds giggles until it fades away as his minions start shivering, falling tot air deaths. He is angry on them since they are not using internal energy to keep themselves cold. But Miso tells him to look at himself first, even his hand has frozen.
Moreover, the cold seeps as time passes. If he doesn't want to lose his arm, he should run away. Since she has recently learned this technique, she doesn't know how to control things like severity. Moving back to the Tang family, Wu Jin welcomes my wife as she asks how the situation is. He says that all troops are ready for battle and can attack anytime upon her orders. She says that the extreme demon masters with the enemy's main force are Great Spear Demon Guncheon AK, who was dispatched to the Gue Zhogwa family. And there is also Silver Wolf. According to intel, this Silver Wolf was the one who annihilated Shaolin with the Dark Lord of Destruction a few days ago. So his martial prowess is immeasurable. Since he's the one wiped out Shaolin, it is impossible to even measure his prowess. Fortunately, this time they have Baldy, who is ready for blood. Still, they are at a disadvantage. He asks if Fatso and Gen Z uncle are awake. She says although they have gained consciousness, for some reason they are unable to circulate. Internal energy circulation is blocked. In their current situation, if they were go out, it would become a burden. So they cannot rely on them and will have to handle this situation all by themselves. For now they should defend, as another messenger barges in saying that the scouts have learned that, just now, an extreme demon master Silver Mark left the formation. And he is heading towards the alliance. This gives her a scare. What happened at the enemy side is Old Turd says that there is no support coming from the Tang family, with no ambushes or traps along the way. At this rate, before dawn breaks they might win, yet Silver Mask stop him, saying her must go towards his son. He says that the Turd has learned the swift armor technique, so the path to the alliance should be no big deal, so there is no need to worry. He would like to think like this as well, but judging by the worm, something is wrong. He tells the elder that he should be enough for the Tang family and says that he will join after saving his son. As he leaves, he thinks it's very protective to plant a Gui to monitor his son. It like the kids of all the families are fighting the war for them. The purple Turd is getting overwhelmed as he gives excuses that if he could ride a horse he could use the swift armor cavalry technique, overwhelming them easily. According to one-handed Chad, he says that purple Turd is getting more impatient. Also, his movements have slowed down because of the ice techniques. As they attack him from multiple sides, he gets overwhelmed and they have managed to gain control of the situation. As they both land major strikes from both sides, the Turd was about to fall down, when Silver Turd barges himself, causing a serious explosion. One is knocked out in the ground and the other is about to die, all in a matter of seconds, as he says the Turd was in trouble because of her ice techniques. As the Turd starts blabbering, Silver Turd tells him to melt the ice. Miso is scared that Silver Turd is her, since he's supposed to head towards the family. Taking a closer look at her, he figures out that the department of her martial art is shallow, but her internal energy is tremendous. As killing intent increase, he realizes she has cold energy, asking her if she attacked him. Moving to the pervert, he says himself that in order to go away from his eyesight they need to run away from the central plains itself. That's when he discovers a grave and splits it open, saying that although the materials are lacking, he will use the extreme demon soul restoration technique. My wife thinks she has made a fatal mistake, as she never thought that Silver Turd would suddenly appear there. She sent Miso to the Righteous Alliance to keep her away from dangerous battlefields. Instead, it led to her falling into the hands of the most dangerous enemy. To quickly strike Great Demon Spear, who's coming to the Tang family, and then go and provide support. Since his cavalry skills excel in open battles, as such a defensive battle is essential. She should have sent Baldy to the Righteous Alliance. That's when a voice grabs her attention. He says that Baldy was the first to see the war report, and he then handed the letter to him and departed. She confirms if he left at a time like this, and confirming her, he said that it is urgent, so he had to go first. Moving back to the Alliance battlefield, Silver Turd says to Miso that having the ice talent is quite a rare thing. Since the Ice Snow faction would be pleased to know. As for Miso, she is in a right spot, since there is a clear difference in power. As she is right now, she cannot defeat him. As for the Turd, he exudes killing intent, saying he will spare her, but the purple dog with a damaged arm tells Silver Turd to capture both of them, including Yeon-myeong, since he had quite an educational experience because of them. Since they are the ones who ruined his arm, he will shower them with a lot of affection. He looks at his pathetic state and thinks to himself that he is thinking about women at a time like this. Officially, he is just the young master's honor guard. He would like to give him a stern lesson right now, but the leader would not bother about the pureness of an ice technique user. He tells the girl that given the situation they should both surrender quietly, and Miso asks him if they don't, and in response he says that then their comrades who are barely breathing will die.
In his mind he thinks to himself that if they are left like this they will eventually die anyways. But he gets shocked all of a sudden and Miso cannot believe what is happening as old man Baldy has come to the rescue. Hearing the voice, Miso gets flustered as she has thought that he was going to assist the Tang family, yet he is here. Old man super pissed tells her that he will handle this. He asks Silver Turd that he is one of the demon masters that led to the annihilation of Shaolin, the Sliver Turd. Silver Turd says that he had thought that he would be the main force behind the Righteous Alliance or fled after the destruction of Shaolin. As Old Man says that he will not show any mercy as he release an extreme amount of energy. The silent landscapes get overhauled by waves of energy as Silver Turd is barely holding his own. As he is indeed worthy of the title Vajra Great Victory since he is levels above a temple abbot. Although he has lost an arm, he is still overwhelming him, and it is not like his strength has diminished at all. But it's not like he cannot defeat him as he uses Kaioken times 10 and pushes Old Man to the side. As he says it's his turn, laughing a critical strike, but Old Man ID far from being an ant, so he uses a technique landing multiple punches towards his strike. The pressure is so much that Miso thinks that they wouldn't dare intervene in this setup, as it is a battle between masters who have surpassed the Fire Realm. As for Old Man, he is currently overwhelming the Silver Turd. As for Purple Dog, he cannot believe that he is getting pushed back, asking why he didn't die when Shaolin was getting pushed back. Silver Turd thinks to himself that demonic energy techniques and Shaolin Buddhist techniques are almost polar opposites. If this turns into a battle of internal energy attrition, they will be at a great disadvantage. He thinks he must look for opening, but it flops as he grabs him by the head and throws him onto the ground. The impact was significant, but Old Man feels something and stops. His energy channels are twisting, and yet he haven't been affected by his demonic techniques. That's when he realizes that Buddhist techniques originally control the flow of energy through internal circulation. However, his deep-seated killing intent for the destruction of Shaolin interfere with controlling this flow of energy. As such, the conflict between reason and action ultimately led to demonic possession. As the Silver Turd releases demonic energy as he get overwhelmed, Silver Turd thinks it pitiful that he got blinded by revenge. As he falls to the ground, he says that it was close, but in a matter of seconds the tables have turned. Miso tries to land a sneak attack, but he notices it and grabs her by the neck, telling her that she is too slow and if she decided to launch a surprise attack she should have done it fast, but when Old Man says he was indeed too late. Hearing this, he tells Miso that the Old Man has gone crazy after falling into demonic possession. As he was rambling, he notices a presence scaring the wits out of him. Turning around, he cannot see anything but the energy just past him. Although it was brief, the presence rivaling the Heavenly Lord. The Old Man completes the sentence that the Alliance leader is late, as he saves our waifu and chopped the fingers of Silver Turd. He apologizes to everyone for being late and thanks everyone for enduring until now, despite the difficulties. As Silver Turd is at a loss of words, our sleeping Barbie has finally come to the rescue. Silver Mask couldn't even react what had happened before him. Silver Mask thinks that he has reached the level of Fire Realm, but he couldn't sense his presence until he got close to him. He realizes that the person in front of him is the Righteous Alliance leader. As Miso is crying seeing our awake Barbie, Yeon-myeong says unlike the first time he saw her, she has gained a lot of internal energy as well as flow. It seems like she has been training diligently, but she says yet it was still not enough. Yeon-myeong cannot believe that things have gotten so bad that even she had to step up, so his absence must have been a burden. That when the Silver Turd uses Kaioken times 20 causing red shockwaves. Yet he is clearly aware that his instincts tell him that he is very dangerous, so he must kill him no matter what. He tells the Purple Turd to leave this place immediately since he cannot fight him while he is here. Looking at Yeon-myeong, he analyzes that Silver Mask is on a higher level than the envoys, as he wonders if the Dark Lord of Destruction have many martial artists of such caliber. He tells Miso that they will have to postpone catching up for later. As he summons his sword, he says that he will deal with this trash first. As they charge towards each other, a huge eruption of energy collides. They exchange multiple moves in a blink, while Silver Turd is flying in the air. The difference in their strength is however enormous, so it'll be impossible to fight and escape. But he cannot escape since he will be a big hindrance to the Lord. Although his chances of winning are practically zero, but at very least be some injury at cost of his life. As such, he releases even more energy but gets shocked when he sees our Chad walking in the air. As he closes the distance, all of them bystanders are in awe, and while aura farming, he finishes him off in an instant. As he finishes Silver Mask off, Baldy is amazed that he never ceases to amaze people every time he sees him. At this point, he cannot even fathom the limits of our Chad. All of them run towards our Chad, and Yeon-myeong says that she is relieved to see that he is safe. Baldy says that his safe return means he has successfully completed his mission in Xinjiang. He asks him if he inflicted some heavy damage on the demon sect. But they get shocked when he hears that the demon sect has been annihilated. He explains that he only intended to deal them a blow, but they created a poison that could plague the world. It was clear that they would eventually extend their reach to the Central Plains, so he attacked their headquarters. Although I struggled a bit because of their sorcery, he not only eliminated their main force but also their leader. Baldy cannot rest easy since he has uprooted the main forces of the demonic forces. He is concerned about leaving the turd in Xinjiang, but unless he gets the same opportunity as he did, he won't be able to come out. But for now he has matters to attend. He tells everyone to wait for a moment since he has some unfinished things to take care. As Purple Turd runs away, he cannot believe that Silver Turd died without putting up a fight. He cannot comprehend since Intel said that most of the Tang family forces had moved to the Zhuxian mountain. As he starts crying, he rants about how if they know he was this strong, they would have never attempted to attack this place. But our Chad gets a hold of him and stings him with a poison needle. He asks him that he wants to walk away unsatched after messing with the members of the Tang family and the Righteous Alliance. As our Chad asks him if he has heard about the rules of the Tang family. That is to repay kindness twofold and repay grudges tenfold. Then he returns to the scene and Baldy asks him if he killed the one who fled on horseback. Our Chad agrees. Hearing this, Baldy says that is impressive, but he couldn't express his gratitude earlier. He punished Silver Mask, who annihilated Shaolin and the demonic forces as well. Hearing this, he gets shocked since he was aware of all this. Yeon-myeong explains to him while he was away 3 demonic forces begin their attack. In Shanxi, Manhwa and Zhongnan defend their main temple from the Hua family's offensives. But they could handle a second wave of attack, but they evacuated with the civilians. Afterwards the Gua family entered Sichuan and advanced towards the Tang family. Her uncle and the alliance on the other hand went to attack the Gua family's main castle. But they have received support from the Liu family, so they have lost contact with them. Hearing all this, our Chad apologizes, saying that has suffered because of his foolish actions. Baldy thanks him instead, saying that they no longer needs to worry about the demonic sect and the Western Front. He has accomplished great things, so he should not blame him too much, so their main focus should be to eradicate the Dark Lord of Destruction and save the Central Plains. That's when Snaky manifests itself, saying that the monk is right and he has noticed it before as well, saying that he is sometimes too sentimental. But for some reason the girls are completely shocked. Baldy asks him what the talking creature is. Snaky notices that they are staring at him and he says that how they can see him. Before he can blabber anymore, our Chad tells him that he warned him not to show himself in front of others. Snaky says it's unfair since he is a spirit, so they should not be able to see him. He wonders if this is because he became a dragon that this is happening. He realizes that things have gotten chaotic, and Snaky didn't do it intentionally. He reveals that Snaky is the guardian spirit of their main family since it's time for their ancestor. And he has been assisting them. As Snaky is getting impressed, he adds how when he was trapped in the heart demon, Snaky carried him all the way to the Central Plains. Baldy thinks that knowing about Snaky is surprising, but he is worried about the heart demon, since he has overcome it and transcends demonhood. Our Chad says that he did manage to overcome it, but he did get some help. As he was facing both of them at the same time, he was getting overwhelmed, although he tries to hold them off, but they simultaneously attack him. As the little girl and White Turd stand, they thinks that he is taking too much time. Normally most would be crippled, but he never expected his attachment to life to be this strong. He should have given up easier. Now he is facing fear, pressure, and everything. It says that a battle with a heart demon is a battle of enlightenment, so there is a clear limit to facing it alone. That when something drops from the sky. Our Chad has been fighting endlessly and now he cannot even move. He doesn't see an end to this. The more doubt he has, the stronger the heart demon becomes. He can't do much since he is facing one of the strongest people on the planet. As they were about to charge, our Chad loses remembering friends and family. That's when a voice tells him to get up. The one who defeated him is struggling here because of his heart and will, it's Black Lizard. Telling him that if he pulls himself together he can leave this place.
Our Chad is shocked and cannot believe that the Black Death Alliance leader is with him. He asks Black Lizard how he is here, and Smarguy says that he is not the only one trapped in the Heart Demon prison. He elaborates that his remnant thought's White Snow is here, although he has nearly exhausted his spiritual energy to enter his mental realm. Our Chad gets shocked when he says that he had witnessed everything he has been through. But he cannot understand why he is struggling when he overcome being consumed by the Heart Demon so well. It's very frustrating to see him shaken by the illusions he sees, which is torturous and tedious to watch. As a light grows, he says he will lend him his power. As White Snow is back seeing it, our Chad feels a sense of hope. As his masters are chasing towards him, he grabs onto the White Snow and pushes them back. As huge eruptions occur, they say that the one who has his will broken is regaining his will. Once our Chad has gotten a hold of White Snow, he can now truly end this. He has figured that fundamentally the Heart Demon is not encountered through training, it was triggered by the malice intended to imprison him. The image of his master and his ancestor are part of the Heart Demon, so what he needs to cut is not the illusion before his eyes. So he will cut this world itself. It was created by the will. As he lands a strike beyond comprehension, and it is a strike that seeks to suppress his will and brings him down. As the strike lands, it ends all of them, and his master says that he has finally pinpointed the right place to attack, but the strike is clearly annihilation. But it exceeded its original power, asking him if he has named the sword technique. He has named it the heaven-shattering annihilation, since he has imbued it with the determination to cut through a world with will that is not his own. It is created by combining his master's teaching and the principles of the myriad heaven's slower reign. As his master fades away, he says that it is an excellent sword. As for the nameless wanderer, he says that he sensed a familiar energy from his soul. As he fades away, he tells him to take good care of Blue Horn. Hearing this, our Chad gets shocked because he cannot understand how illusions created by the Heart Demon to speak like they were real. Moreover, he had though that the ancestor viewed Blue Horn as a tool. But the sensation was s== strange, yet he is not sure if he can use the heaven-shattering annihilation outside of this place. As he was blabbering to himself, he wonders where White Snow went. But he realizes he has turned into Black Lizard again. He asks him what he is helping our Chad, as it goes berserk, saying that he didn't appear when she needed him. Before our Chad could say anything, he tells him to stay put. Although it's from his Heart Demon, he wants to resolve this. As the Heart Demon tries to stop him, he overcomes its powers and hugs him, apologizing to his daughter that he was late. As the words are said, she instantly starts crying. Seeing this, our Chad cannot fathom what is happening, since even now she acted like the real Manhwa, not just an illusion in the Heart Demon. Blackie says that by now he has probably realized that these illusions aren't simply illusions in his Heart Demon, but lingering thoughts summoned by the soul-gathering technique. In other words, they are souls. That's why he wanted to resolve this, as he couldn't stand by and watch her suffer again. Our Chad was also relieved that he didn't have to deal with her, since he didn't want to relive that day's events. He asks if the Alliance Lord doesn't resent him, since he has lingering thoughts left in the White Snows. They must have the same memories and emotions. He would lie to say there is none, but he is not foolish enough to ignore the suffering of the child before him, blinded by the past. He is also grateful that even as a lingering thought he was able to say what he couldn't to his daughter. Now they must go their separate ways. Our Chad asks him where he is going, and he says that he must go to the land of dead. That's when he grabs an ugly creature, which is the culprit behind the illusion. It was created by filling soul-gathering techniques and demonic arts with the sorcerer's own soul. He starts doing something to it, saying that he wanted to torture it, but rather than venting anger on such a soul fragment that has even lost its self-awareness, the best revenge would be to use it in a way the sorcerer never intended. He used the Samadhi true fire to erase its resentment and turn the spirit into something like an elixir. Although it won't have effects like strengthening internal energy or physical enhancement, the knowledge and wisdom the sorcerer gained in life will be imbued in your intent. He should take at least one spoil of war when he leaves this place. He says at time that they must part ways and he must go to the land of the dead. He also says that he has nearly exhausted the spiritual energy to intervene here. So the spiritual energy that contained him will be depleted and he won't be able to meet him. He says that the one who defeated him shouldn't go around getting beaten just because he doesn't have a weapon. And although HEW is not entirely without resentment towards him, he can see that he has never forgotten the guilt, although he cannot forgive him, but he will believe his sincere desire. As he leaves, he says that unlike him he should protect his connections. Yeon-myeong thanks him, saying that although they are not parts of their will, it comforts his heart a bit longer. As he gets ready to exit this place using his intent, he starts hearing Snaky. He felt a connection re-establishing, and says that they are almost at the main camp, so he should hurry up and come out. He is surprised that Snaky actually flew all this way. When he gets ready to come out, two voices grabs his attention, saying that with today's enlightenment he should spread his will throughout the world. As a complete person looking at the sky, he says that their appearance in the Heart Demon wasn't a coincidence. He is a disciple who was taught the sword in the past life, and a descendant leading the family in this life. He looks at the sky and says that it was the will that appeared reversing the demon's spell, as he tells them that he will lead the war against the demonic path to victory, as he will protect his will and his connections. This concludes this video. Make sure to like and subscribe for another part.